Chapter 1, Just Dumped. Beautiful president lets me go home with her. Chu Feng, our president might be coming over today. You seize the time and hurry to take care of your business. Xiao Wan, come to my office when you're done. Chu Feng looked at his girlfriend Xiao Wan in front of him, and then looked at the bald and fat manager not far away, and smiled. Speak up, especially calling me out. What's the matter? Xiao Wan looked at Chu Feng, who was wearing overalls, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. She said with a firm voice, Chu Feng, do you really have no money matters? That can't be helped. You can't give me the life I want. Let's break up. Chu Feng, I hope you don't blame me. If you want to blame me, blame yourself for not having any money or ability. On the opposite side, the handsome and imposing Chu Feng laughed. It's fine, I guessed it long ago. I'm just having fun anyway. It's much cheaper than the clubhouse. Chu Feng had long guessed that Luo Xiaowan would say such breakup words. After all, once upon a time when he was very rich, Xiaowan had rubbed herself against him in all sorts of ways. Now it was determined that Chu Feng had no money. A realistic woman like Xiaowan naturally wouldn't still bite Chu Feng's brother I love you like before. At this time, the bald fat manager, holding a bunch of documents, he shouted at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you're done with the private matters, right? These are Xiaowan's previous work. Now you take it all and do it properly. Xiaowan, in the future, when you're promoted to manager's secretary, you won't have to do these troublesome jobs. Just leave it all to Chu Feng. Xiaowan immediately piled on her smiling face and expressed her gratitude to the bald and fat manager. Manager, I know what the secretary needs to do. Do you want tea or coffee? I'll go now. The conversation between the manager and his ex-girlfriend made Chu Feng listen and laugh. At this level, one was also pretending to beat his face in front of himself? In this regard, one could even be said to be their ancestor. Actually, Chu Feng was not a person from this world. 5 years ago, he was dressed in this parallel world. He directly became the son of the richest man in the area. He lived a life of being intoxicated with gold and waving it around like dirt. Owned beautiful women, school girls, car models, starlets and so on and so forth. If it wasn't for an accident in the family business, I'm afraid that Chu Feng is still living this kind of decadent and boring life. In fact, there have been so many beautiful women. There was only one that he could not forget. That was a stunningly beautiful and cold young girl. At that time, Chu Feng had only been in this world for more than a month. It was the time when he was enjoying all sorts of things. Accidentally, he found a beautiful and cold girl by the side of the road, holding his cell phone by the side of the road and crying in pain. Chu Feng went up to comfort the old driver of him, quickly took to the bar, and then the hotel. Just as Chu Feng was reminiscing about that night, not far away, the bald, short and fat manager and Luo Xiaowan realized that Chu Feng was ignoring them. They immediately darkened their faces and urged Chu Feng to do something. Chu Feng, finish the paperwork and then sweep the floor. That's right, the toilet bowl in the restroom is also dirty, so go brush it as well. Disturbing his wonderful memories, Chu Feng coldly turned back. He was just about to say something when he suddenly realized that an absolutely beautiful figure was actually right behind Xiaowan. Who was this? So beautiful, and it also looked familiar. At this time, the bald fat manager and Luo Xiaowan, if they had realized something, turned around and shouted, Hello President, good morning, President. President? Is this the stunningly beautiful president that his co-workers always talk about? Chu Feng, who hadn't come to this new company for a few days, hadn't formally met the big boss yet. He had only heard that the big boss was a high and cold beautiful president. Face value body temperament, completely exploded all kinds of big and small stars. It was only now that he came to the company to see it for the first time. Looking at the big boss, Chu Feng now felt more and more familiar. In a trance, and 5 years ago that night's delicate figure merged into one. Wasn't this, that high and cold young girl that brought back memories of herself? Growing more and more beautiful, more and more temperament. The body is also getting more and more manly. Even Chu Feng, who had experienced many beautiful women, could not help but be stunned for a moment. It wasn't just stunning, there was also surprise. In these 5 years, Chu Feng had looked for the other party many times, just as Chu Feng looked at the stunningly beautiful and high-strung young girl. No, it was no longer a young girl. 5 years ago, she had already become Chu Feng's woman and was taken the first kill by Chu Feng. Nowadays, there was no youthfulness from back then. Instead, there was more of a woman's charm. Noble and elegant iceberg goddess. Just as Chu Feng was looking at the beautiful president, the beautiful president was also looking at Chu Feng. What Chu Feng did not know was that a few days ago, the beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, had seen Chu Feng, who had come to the company to apply for a job. She was also the one who had specially explained to her secretary to let Chu Feng apply for the job successfully. And not long ago, the scene where Chu Feng was dumped was also seen by her by chance. The way she looked at Chu Feng was very complicated. After all, Chu Feng was her first man and only man, and there were still Some words that Lu Ruyan had always wanted to say, but had never been able to say. At this time, looking at Chu Feng, she thought of the unforgettable night that she had once had. She still decided to tell Chu Feng a secret. However, before that, she decided to take care of some things. Chu Feng, from now on, you are the general manager of the company. Everyone in the company, you can job transfer. As soon as the beautiful president's words left her mouth, the bald and fat manager and Shawan, who had just been promoted to manager's secretary, changed their faces drastically. They were not cuties. They realized at the first moment. The beautiful president promoted Chu Feng to be the company's general manager at this time, and also specifically emphasized that it could personnel transfer arrangements for all the others. It was to back Chu Feng up and hit them in the face. Chu Feng looked meaningfully at Lu Ruyan. The first time they met, it did not disappoint him. Meeting again after 5 years, it still did not disappoint him. Chu Feng raised the pile of documents in his hands and said to Xiao Wan and the bald, fat manager, the two of you just urged me to do these jobs that weren't supposed to belong to me? Very well, these are for you. 1 hour must be done. Who wouldn't be able to force someone to do something difficult? And that's not all. Did you guys just make me sweep the floor? Oh yeah, and I was told to scrub the toilet. I'm the general manager now. So congratulations. All the company's floors, you guys have to sweep. All the toilets in the company, you all have to brush. Half an hour later, after Chu Feng ruthlessly cleaned up the self-righteous too, he came to the president's office. He directly walked over and sat on the desk in front of the stunningly beautiful President Lu Ruyan. Condescendingly, he looked at the stunningly beautiful woman who made his memory return to him. Those two guys have finished settling their scores. Now it's our turn. The high and cold president sitting on the boss chair tilted her head and met Chu Feng's domineering eyes. The expression appeared to be somewhat nervous, apprehensive, relieved, and surprised. Very complicated. Ruyan Lu, just now your secretary Xiao Yu said that she wanted me to go home with you. Is that true? Chapter 2, Calling Dad? Godly Choices. It's true. Ruyan Lu nodded. Just got dumped, and the beautiful president lets me go home with her? This feeling can be really exciting. Ruyan Lu, why have you been avoiding me all these years? Today, why are you thinking of helping me again, and let me go home with you? This is not 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was the son of the richest man waving money around, gave you $1 million to be my canary, and you were unwilling to. Without waiting for Chu Feng to say anything else, Lu Ruyan directly took out a bank card that had long been prepared and handed it to Chu Feng. Here is $1 million. When I said I borrowed it, I will definitely return it. You take it. I also know about your family's matter. Unfortunately, I can't help much. This 1 million is somewhat useful to you, so don't reject it. Chu Feng did not receive the bank card, but instead looked straight into Lu Ruyan's beautiful big eyes. I can see that you are hesitant to speak. There must be something you are hiding from me. Say it. What exactly are you hiding from me? As long as you tell me, I'll take the $1 million. Otherwise forget it. Ruyan Lu stood up. Come home with me, and you will naturally know. Originally, Chu Feng still had to go to Wanda Plaza today to discuss the physical store business. But now, Chu Feng was already the general manager. More importantly, the stunningly beautiful woman he had been searching for 5 years was the beautiful president of the company he was working for. Now he was told to go home with her. So, was there any need to think? It must be to fulfill Ruyan Lu's request and follow the beautiful president home. The matter of renewing a previous relationship was left aside for the time being. Chu Feng was curious to know. Ruyan Lu, who had been avoiding him. How did she come to her senses today? What in the world is the matter that she wants to talk about? Go home with her and know what to know. Two people side by side, out of the president's office. The president's secretary Xiao Yu at the door said immediately, President, do you need me to drive you? No need. Chu Feng will drive. Chu Feng smiled and said in a double entendre, I would have driven 5 years ago. The high-cooled beautiful president understood, and her pretty face that was blowing up slightly reddened. Pretending that she did not hear Chu Feng's words, she simply explained some company matters to her secretary Xiao Yu. Then in front of the company's many employees, and Chu Feng went out of the company side by side. In the company, the numerous employees looked at Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan's backs in shock. Oh my god, Xiao Wan just dumped Chu Feng and was promoted to become the manager's secretary. As a result, in the twinkling of an eye, our high and cold beautiful president appointed Chu Feng as the general manager. The wonderful scene just now, it's simply amazing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So envious of Chu Feng, he's going to have a great time. I've never seen our president get so close to a man before. You guys say, Chu Feng and our president are really going home now. Shouldn't they be going? Parking lot. Chu Feng looked at the BMW whose tail number was 666, and his expression was a little odd. This was a car that he had gotten 5 years ago, and at that time, he drove less, usually Ferraris and Lamborghinis. However, The first time he met with Lu Ruyan, this was the car he drove that day. This car Chu Feng had bought before, not expecting that it would be bought by Lu Ruyan. Chu Feng once again sat in the driver's seat. He remembered that he drove this car at that time, and took the heartbroken Lu Ruyan to the bar, and then drove her to the hotel again. It really brings back memories. Chu Feng sighed and then asked Lu Ruyan to fasten her seatbelt. With his foot on the gas, he began to set off. Ruyan Lu rented in a villa neighborhood in the suburbs. There was a short distance from the building where the company was located. Halfway there, Ruyan Lu answered a phone call. I'm not in the company right now. Want to find me? You guys are already on your way here? Alright then, let's meet at Wanda Plaza then. Not long after, Chu Feng drove to Wanda Plaza. Chu Feng, stop the car. Let's go buy something. Okay. Ruyan Lu looked at the handsome and imposing Chu Feng, thinking that soon, Chu Feng would be able to know that secret. I also wonder, is Chu Feng happy or angry? The unknown? Let's not think about it for now. Bring Chu Feng to change into some new clothes. Parking the car, Chu Feng was brought to the shopping mall by the high-cooled beautiful president, Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu wasn't just a person with a good figure and high temperament who looked beautiful. Her vision was also absolutely first class. The current clothing company are still her starting from nothing, a little bit to build up. Without further ado, at this time she quickly looked at a circle of men's clothing. Immediately, she picked a few pieces out. Chu Feng, these few pieces you go try on. Buying clothes for me? Chu Feng was happy and laughed. Beautiful president, I said that you are trying to adopt me today? Lu Ruyan's pretty face slightly reddened. Don't talk nonsense. You hurry up and go. Later on, she still had to buy clothes. A few moments later, Chu Feng changed into new clothes. Chu Feng, who was already handsome and instrumental, looked even more handsome and instrumental for a moment. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but think that she was in the most desperate moment of her life. It was Chu Feng who had approached her, comforted her, and accompanied her, and also became the most important person in her life. Early the next morning, he also returned $1 million to her. It was because of that $1 million that she saved her mother. She also had the capital to start her own business from nothing. Overall, Chu Feng was her mother's savior, as well as the nobleman and ingrate in her life. These past few years, Chu Feng was looking for her, and Lu Ruyan had also looked for Chu Feng. She had even secretly helped Chu Feng several times. Only, before, Lu Ruyan was not prepared. Last night, the three baby daughters, little Lori, called out to her father in her sleep. Only then did Lu Ruyan gather the courage to make a final decision. That's right, that time 5 years ago, Chu Feng a hair into the soul. The female doctor told Ruyan Lu that if she gave up these children, then she would probably never be able to get pregnant again. In the end, Ruyan Lu gave birth to the children. She had raised her own children with great pains, striving to give her children the best environment. Only, fatherly love, she was unable to give. So in the morning, she told her three daughters that she would be bringing their father home today. The youngest daughter, excited and thrilled, sneaking out of the villa, she was discovered by the nanny. Under the begging of the youngest, the nanny brought the youngest to come to find Lu Ruyan. Want to see their dad for the first time. Arrived at Wanda Plaza. 10 minutes later, a little pink carved loli appeared in the children's clothing area, and at this time, Lu Ruyan brought Chu Feng along to pick 3 identical dresses. Chu Feng, do you think these 3 dresses look good? Looking good is good, but why are you buying children's clothes? And still 3 identical ones? Just as Lu Ruyan was pondering whether or not to tell Chu Feng the secret that she had already given birth to 3 daughters for him right now, suddenly, a little loli that was carved out of pink and jade, pulling on the hem of Chu Feng's coat, she tilted her little head and said with a face of excitement and anticipation, "Daddy? Your daddy? Daddy, you finally came to see us?" At the same time, a pleasant reminder sounded in Chu Feng's mind. "Congratulations, your biological daughter calls you daddy. You activate the divine level selection system and obtain a divine level selection. 1. 1 ton of high purity gold. 2. The current location of Wanda Plaza. Chapter 3 1 hair in the soul. Daughter richly raised." Chu Feng, for a moment, was by the tender voice of the little pink and jade carving loli by his feet, as well as the system's pleasant prompts in his mind. He was directly confused. Where did this little loli come from? So cute, so pretty. Asterisk 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 system? The system finally appeared? It's not easy, it's been 5 years. Wow. In Chu Feng's heart, he couldn't help but marvel for a while. Dad, you speak ah? At Chu Feng's feet, the little pink and jade carving loli once again pulled at the hem of Chu Feng's coat, eyes blearily looking at Chu Feng, excited and expectant. Chu Feng touched the little loli's head and laughed. "Ha ha, you've recognized the wrong person. I'm not your father." He himself did not even have a girlfriend right now. Where would a daughter come from? Ha, it's not right. Just now, The system prompted and said that my biological daughter called me dad. That's why the divine choice system was activated and a divine choice was obtained. 1. 1 ton of high-purity gold. 2. The current location of Wanda Plaza. As long as you make your own choice, you'll get the reward you chose. A ton of high-purity gold was worth a lot. Currently on the market, 1 gram of gold was sold at $415, and 1 ton is equal to 1,000 kilograms. In other words, the first choice, worth $415 million? As for the second choice, the current location of Wanda Plaza, the value of this one may be even higher. Of course, these two rewards that made people shocked and confused. Chu Feng did not pay attention to look at them. It was really because the system mentioned his own daughter. My daughter? My own daughter? Could it be a mistake? Where did I get my own daughter? Chu Feng lowered his head and looked at the little loli whose eyes were full of expectation and excitement. Vaguely, he could see his own shadow in her brows and eyes. It really is my own daughter. At this moment, next to her, the stunningly beautiful and high-cooled beauty president Lu Ruyan walked over to Chu Feng and the little loli. Her small, white and slender hand stroked the little loli's little head, and there was doting in her eyes. Seeing Chu Feng, Lu Ruyan instinctively said that little Lori had recognized the wrong person. This caused the little loli to mistakenly think that her father did not want her. Crystalline tears swirled in her eyes. A pair of small hands tightly grasped the hem of Chu Feng's coat. The eyes were filled with aggression and stubbornness. Dad, Dad, you can't not want me. I can feel it. You are my father. Dad, Dad, Dad. Lu Ruyan touched her daughter's head to comfort her and let the nanny go to the side to play for a while. She looked at her little daughter who was reluctant to let go of Chu Feng. Leaning down, she told her little daughter a sentence. Only then did the little loli follow the nanny and leave. Lu Ruyan looked at her little daughter before her beautiful eyes looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, do you still remember 5 years ago? This is my daughter, and also your daughter. If you don't believe me, you can go do a paternity test. Originally, I didn't want to tell you, because the 3 daughters, I was the one who decided on my own to have them when my body might not be able to bear children anymore, so I was going to raise them myself. It's just that they often cry out for their father in their sleep, often asking me why everyone else has a daddy and they don't. I lied to them. Their dads went to work far away to earn money for them to buy clothes and toys. Lu Ruyan briefly told a little bit about what happened to her in these 5 years. Without waiting for her to finish completely, Chu Feng suddenly stepped forward. He directly embraced the high-cooled, absolutely beautiful president into his arms. Ruyan, these years have been hard on you. I didn't even know that you had actually done so much for me these years. Don't worry. In the future, I will support you and our daughter. By the way, you said we have 3 daughters? It's triplets? 1 shot in the arm. And it's still 3? Ha ha, Ruyan, you're amazing. After an absence of 5 years, he was once again holding the beauty that had haunted his soul. Chu Feng's heart was exhilarated. Lu Ruyan, who was in his arms, for Chu Feng, his first and only man. The mood was always inevitably complicated. After all, it was the person who had helped her at the lowest point of her life. It was just that at that time, Chu Feng only regarded her as a canary that could be raised with money. Ruyan Lu grudged this. At this moment, she was once again held in Chu Feng's arms. Her body tensed violently, and her pretty face slightly reddened. Chu Feng, you let go of me. Let go? Saying nothing, Chu Feng would not let go of this woman who had haunted him even now. Ruyan, just stop struggling. Trust me with each other and I will treat you well in the future. And our daughters. Chu Feng lowered his head and prepared to catch Ruyan Lu's red lips. This high and cold, stunningly beautiful president was like a frightened bunny. Don't. So many people are watching. Ha ha, someone is watching. So you're embarrassed, right? Chu Feng said here with a smile. If you say so, then no one can see it. So we cannot what? I won't talk to you first. Lu Ruyan, who had a red face, hurriedly changed the topic. Chu Feng, I asked my daughter to buy ice cream for you, because having 3 at once, the 3 daughters were born. All of them are relatively small in size, and their body physique is weak, especially our youngest daughter, Chu, has the worst body constitution. Those ice creams she always wants to eat, but can't. While introducing her daughter's situation, Lu Ruyan brought Chu Feng and ran towards the dessert store, and Chu Feng made a choice at the same time. System, I'll choose the second option. Host, congratulations, you have made a choice to obtain the Wanda Plaza that is currently located. The Wanda Plaza where it was currently located could be worth far too much more than a ton of gold. Chu Feng's previous work was supposed to be negotiating with the Wanda Plaza side, wanting to rent a storefront to give the company a flagship store. For the current Wanda Plaza has understood. All of the nation's Wanda Plaza are owned by Wanda Plaza Investment Company. The total value is more than $100 billion. Such a Wanda Plaza alone was worth more than $5 billion. Chu Feng simply and easily made a choice. The current Wanda Plaza which was now worth over $5 billion, belonged to Chu Feng personally. TSK, 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 the system is still truly powerful. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised beyond measure in his heart. Now I just realized that I have 3 precious daughters. I also said that I wanted to raise them and let them and Lu Ruyan all live a good life. But the family is already broke. And daughters have to be raised rich. The system has kind of helped me a lot. At this time, Lu Ruyan by her side reminded Chu Feng. After crossing this corner, one would arrive at the dessert store. The youngest daughter, Chu Chu, should be there. Chu Feng, remember to never let your daughter down again. Understand? Don't worry. I won't let my daughter down. I'm going to make my daughter the happiest person in the world. Chu Feng twisted his head and added, of course, there's also you. To be honest, Chu Feng didn't even dare to think about it. For his daughters to call out to a father, he himself would be able to obtain the Wanda Plaza that was worth over $5 billion. How many more surprises would his own daughters bring him if he were to spend time with them in the future? When Chu Feng thought of this, he and Lu Ruyan had already walked quickly to the corner. The little Loli, who had just bought 2 ice creams, saw Chu Feng at the first moment. She cried out in surprise, Daddy, Daddy! The little Loli shouted while running towards Chu Feng. Daddy, I bought you delicious ice cream. Host, congratulations, your daughter bought you her favorite ice cream. You have obtained a divine choice. 1. Banknotes $1 billion. 2. 1 dozen strong body pills. Chapter 4 2 choices. Simple and rough. This system, surprisingly gave himself rewards again? It had only obtained the Wanda Plaza that was worth over $5 billion not even a moment ago. Chu Feng had been dressed in this parallel world for 5 years, and the system hadn't even appeared. Now, his own biological daughter, called herself Dad, helping herself to activate the divine choice system, directly raised his fortune to $5 billion. Now, buying ice cream for himself, he unexpectedly had another generous reward. For a moment, Chu Feng was shocked by his own awesome system. However, in the next instant, Chu Feng was violently worried. He saw that his youngest daughter, Chu Chu, because she was too excited to see herself, she only had her own father, who had not appeared for 4 or 5 years, in her eyes. So much so that he did not see that a man in a suit, who happened to walk in front of her, Chu Chu, who was holding 2 ice cream sorbets, accidentally bumped into him. Ouch! Whose dead kid is this? Don't you have eyes? The man took a look at his black pants and got a bit of ice cream on it. At once, his face was ugly, and he condescendingly and angrily rebuked the little lowly Chu Chu. Little thing, where are your mom and dad? It's not all dead, right? This branded clothing, dirty can afford to pay for it? Pink carving jade little lowly, crystal tears, in the eye sockets spinning. Today was the first time she had ever seen her own father, who she had always dreamed of seeing. She didn't want to cry in front of her dad. Little one, where are your mom and dad? Speak up, or else I'll hit you. Chu Feng didn't even look at the man in the suit and rushed over at the first opportunity to pick up his aggrieved and scared little daughter. Chu Chu, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Everything has daddy. Just as Chu Feng picked up his little daughter Chu Chu, the system's pleasant voice sounded in his mind. Host, congratulations. You have obtained a divine choice for hugging your own daughter for the first time. 1. All aspects of your body are enhanced twofold. 2. All aspects of your body are enhanced threefold. This system, it's simply too powerful. Not appearing for 5 years, the moment it appeared it was a succession of godly choices. 1. 1 billion soft sister coins. 2. 1 dozen body strengthening pills. For this choice, Chu Feng directly passed the first option. He already had the current Wanda Plaza that was worth over $5 billion. For the time being, he was not poor in money, and his daughter's health was not good. The effects of a dozen body strengthening pills could be imagined. Chu Feng made his choice, and a small, ancient bottle instantly appeared in his hand. There was 1, or 12, body strengthening pills in the bottle. Eating the body strengthening pill could effectively strengthen one's body and improve one's physique. 1. All aspects of your body are improved twofold. 2. All aspects of your body are improved threefold. The choice that had just appeared. Chu Feng also directly chose the second one. In the next instant, Chu Feng's strength, speed, physique, and spirit were all tripled. Not only that, vision, hearing, and nerve reaction ability. There was also endurance, combat power, and so on and so forth. All of them were tripled. Chu Feng felt like he was covered in power. By himself, he could fight 3, 5, 1 could even fight 10. Chu Feng made his choice, and it barely took any time at all. In his mind, with a flash of thoughts, he made his choice. At the same time, rewards were obtained. Chu Feng hugged his little daughter, Chu Chu, and his eyes were filled with doting. At the same time, next to him, the suited and booted manager of Wanda Plaza, Wu Xiaozhang, saw the stunningly beautiful President Lu Ruyan who had arrived right after Chu Feng. For a moment, his eyes were filled with amazement. It was not the first time he had seen this beautiful president. Every time he saw it, it made her heart pound, and he had sent flowers to Ruyan Lu more than 10 times. Only Ruyan Lu didn't accept it even once. At this time when he met Ruyan Lu, Wu Xiaotang was very excited. Ruyan, what a coincidence, to meet you here, Manager Wu. The cold-as-ice beautiful president nodded slightly as a greeting. To be able to meet here, we are truly destined to meet. Today, no matter what, you must let me treat you to a casual dinner. You must not refuse. As if anticipating that Ruyan Lu would definitely not agree, he hurriedly said again, Ruyan, let's not talk about personal matters, only business matters. Doesn't your company want to rent a store in a better location? We can sit down and talk about this. The high and cold iceberg goddess president dotingly glanced at her daughter, then said coldly to Wu Xiaoxin, Manager Wu, just now my daughter accidentally touched you. I'll help her apologize to you. Ah, you, Ruyan, you really have a daughter? Previously, Ruyan Lu had clearly rejected Wu Xiaotang's pursuit, telling him that she had 3 daughters. It was just that Wu Xiaotang didn't believe it. After all, Ruyan Lu was too beautiful and her body was too good. It simply didn't look like a woman with 3 daughters. Manager Wu, I have already apologized to you on behalf of my daughter. Now, please apologize to my daughter. Wu Xiaotang's face was a bit ugly. He inherently disliked children, especially when he heard the goddess of his heart, Lu Ruyan, keep saying that she had 3 children. He then hated small children more and more. Now that he was being asked to apologize, and to a small child at that, it made it very difficult for him. Ruyan, forget about apologizing. Wu Xiaotian hadn't even finished speaking. Suddenly, the entire person left the ground. Chu Feng had already comforted his daughter, turned back, and directly grabbed the back of Wu Xiaotang's neck and lifted him up. What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. No you're a small employee of Ruyan Company, and came to me yesterday to talk about renting a store. Let go of me, or I'll have your boss fire you. Wu Xiaotang's neck was grasped, and it was very difficult to speak. At the same time in his eyes, he was filled with resentment. Horse, how dare you make me so faceless in front of my goddess? Wait and see how I'll clean you up when I turn around. Beside her, Lu Ruyan was marveling at Chu Feng's strength. She was worried that Chu Feng would accidentally get Wu Xiaotang killed. She hurriedly whispered softly for Chu Feng to let go. Fine, for the sake of my child's mother, I can let you go, but you must apologize to my daughter. Chu Feng casually threw Wu Xiaotang on the ground like a piece of trash. With his somewhat free large hand, he instantly wrapped his hand around the slender waist of the iceberg goddess beside him. Chapter 5 is too strong. Not bad. Cough cough cough. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Wu Xiaotang was the general manager of this Wanda Plaza at a young age. One could imagine that his identity was not simple. Wu Xiaotang now hated Chu Feng. It was not only because Chu Feng had embarrassed him in front of his own goddess. More importantly, the goddess of his own heart, the high-cooled beautiful president that he had pursued so hard. Surprisingly, she was Chu Feng's child's mother. This made him want to go crazy. What made him even crazier was that Chu Feng was in front of him. He was acting intimately with the goddess of his heart. At that moment, Ruyan Lu also did not expect Chu Feng to be so natural. This was already the second time today that Chu Feng had acted intimately towards her. To be honest, her feelings towards Chu Feng were very complicated. She actually did not know whether she should love or hate him. Chu Feng, let's go first. Wu Xiaotang is the general manager here. Later, I'm only afraid that he'll find someone to turn against you. When Chu Feng heard his own woman's words of concern for him, he immediately laughed. He's the general manager, and I'm still the chairman. Ha ha ha, you're the chairman? If you were the chairman of the board, I would call you dad. Wu Xiaotang laughed coldly. He had already contacted the security chief and had him bring over a bunch of security guards. Next, he was going to make Chu Feng very miserable. Chu Feng was not the least bit flustered and laughed lightly. I don't want a son like you. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the dead dog like Wu Xiaotang on the ground. Instead, he gently pinched his young daughter Chu Chu in his arms, blowing his pretty face. Chu Chu, don't be afraid. This person dares to scare you? Let's see how daddy will clean him up. A 4-year-old little loli, braided with 2 ponytails, indescribably cute and beautiful. The more one looked at it, the better it looked. Chu Feng secretly praised in his heart that it was worthy of his own and Lu Ruyan's genes. He was handsome with an extraordinary appearance, while Lu Ruyan's face value and temperament and stature were all absolutely beautiful. The combination of the two was strong. Chu Chu was only 4 years old now, and could be seen as a beautiful mess. Lu Ruyan, who was beside her, was originally worried that Chu Feng would not like children. In that case, the 3 little babies who had been thinking about them day and night would only be extremely disappointed. Now, it seemed that Lu Ruyan's worries were superfluous. In the past, Chu was constantly shouting for her mother. Today, when she saw Chu Feng, she actually instantly recognized that this was her father. Moreover, she kept calling out to her father, and now she's even hugging her father and not letting go. As the saying goes, a daughter is a father's lover from a previous life. It seems like it's really possible. In these few years, Lu Ruyan, who had been raising the child on her own, seeing the happy picture of her daughter and Chu Feng together, it could not help but think about the scene in the future where she and Chu Feng and her daughter lived happily together as a family. Thinking about that, the iceberg goddess suddenly reddened her pretty face. This asshole, where do I put my hands? Lu Ruyan immediately gave Chu Feng a nice blank stare. Right at that moment, the security chief who was inspecting nearby, with 7 or 8 security guards, he rushed over. Ha ha ha, my people have come. Kid, now you kneel and kowtow to me and apologize. I won't embarrass you too much for Ruyan's sake. Otherwise, I'll beat you so much today that your mother won't even recognize you. Chu Feng was happy. He handed his little daughter Chu, who was in his arms, to Ruyan Lu to hold. Dad, don't, there are many of them. The little loli who was only 4 years old was already very understanding. Understanding makes one's heart ache. Chu, don't worry. See daddy clean them up. Lu Ruyan also followed and said with worry. Chu Feng, let's call the police. Don't worry, just leave it to your man. Earthy love language is the most deadly. Lu Ruyan's pretty face that can be broken, can't help but blush crimson. Who recognized you as my man? Bad egg. The iceberg goddess was shy and her voice was as thin as a mosquito fly. The little loli in her arms didn't even hear it. At this moment, looking at her father Chu Feng's back, she eagerly said to Lu Ruyan, Mom, quickly put me down. I'm also going to go and help fight the bad guys with daddy. The pink-carved little loli. The words hadn't even finished. He saw his father, Chu Feng, kick the arrogant and domineering Wu Shaoxin, who had just stood up, to the ground. Miserable screams rang out once again. Chu Feng, whose body had just been strengthened by 3 times, was himself startled by how powerful he was. So I'm this strong? It just so happens that these security guards have come, so they're just letting me practice. Let's see just how powerful I am now. Chu Feng looked at the security guards who were charging aggressively, and not only was he not afraid, instead, he excitedly rushed up. Flying up, he kicked down one person. At the same time, the 2 people behind that person were also smashed to the ground, immediately followed by a high-spinning flying kick. 2 more people fell to the ground, and finally a sweeping kick. Boom boom boom. The security guards who came in an aggressive manner, all fell to the ground at once. Wu Shaoxiang, who was screaming miserably, saw this scene. For a while, they all forgot to scream miserably. Ruyan Lu and her daughter, Chu, looked at the standing Chu Feng as well as Wu Xiaotang and the others who had fallen to the ground. They were also all shocked. The surrounding passers-by were even as if they were petrified. Too strong, too powerful. Having grown up so much, I had never seen such a powerful person. Daddy is so powerful. Little Lori's eyes were glowing. Aha! Lu Ruyan nodded. She had known of Chu Feng's greatness 5 years ago. It was only now that she realized that Chu Feng was even more powerful than before. The people around them were also marveling. Only the security guard and Wu Xiaotang on the ground had fear and terror in their eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly arrived. What happened? I'm the deputy general manager here. Chu Feng knew at a glance that Wu Xiaotang, the general manager, was just playing around. The person who was really doing something should be this deputy general manager. Today, it was rare to see his precious daughter, so Chu Feng did not have the time to waste time on Wu Xiaotang. Directly addressing the middle-aged man, he said, I am Chu Feng. You are Mr. Chu. He had also just gotten the information that the current Wanda Plaza had been directly bought by someone. That meant he had a new boss. Seeing that the big boss was right in front of him, he hurriedly and respectfully handed a file bag to Chu Feng. Mr. Chu, you bought this Wanda Plaza. The various contracts and documents, they are still here. Please have a look. Mr. Chu. Chu Feng casually took it and casually looked at it twice. Sure enough, it was similar to what he had guessed before. The current value of the Wanda Plaza was at over 5.3 billion. At the same time, Wu Shaoxin and the security guards and the others on the ground were shocked and confused. He is the big boss? He is actually the big boss. The mother and daughter, Lu Ruyan Chu, also couldn't help but be shocked once again. Didn't Chu Feng's family go bankrupt? How could he be the new big boss here? Could it be that he knew that I wanted to rent the store here, so he bought it especially for me? No, I have to ask him properly. The little loli in Lu Ruyan's arms, Chu, didn't think that much. She just said excitedly to her mother, Mommy, Daddy is really awesome. If the sisters saw Daddy, they would be very happy. Let's take Daddy home now. We'll sleep with Daddy tonight. Chu Feng, however, had hearing that was 3 times more powerful than ordinary people. Hearing his daughter say that she wanted him to go home, sleep together at night. Then, he could not help but twist his head and look at the beautiful and incomparable Lu Ruyan, whose pretty face was slightly red. This extreme iceberg goddess, 5 years have not seen. The degree of beauty was even greater than before. At that time, it made Chu Feng's soul haunted and unforgettable. Right now, it was even more so. Sleeping together tonight is good. Worthy of being daddy's good daughter. Tonight with Ruyan, accompany the daughters. When the daughters fall asleep, then it's okay. Chapter 6, Big Boss. My daughter kisses you for the first time. The matter of the night. Let's talk about it at night. Chu Feng directly asked a few questions about the current Wanda Plaza. Sure enough, it did not surprise him. Normally, the matters here were indeed handled by Deputy General Manager Feng Gang. Manager Feng, from now on, you are the general manager here. I will now explain 2 things to you. First, these people on the ground, you give me to be dealt with. Also, find a few of the best stores at the moment. Hand them over to Ruyan Clothing Company. After briefly explaining a few sentences, Chu Feng returned to Ruyan Lu and Chu Chu. Dad, you were so powerful just now. At the first moment, the little loli opened her arms to Chu Feng. Chu Feng obediently held the little woman in his arms. It was only when he received the little loli from the iceberg goddess Lu Ruyan's arms, the inadvertent touch of his fingers, it caused the absolutely beautiful president to blush for a good while, accompanied by an accelerated heartbeat. This bad guy must have done it on purpose. Lu Ruyan immediately gave Chu Feng a good-looking blank stare. Right at that moment, the little loli in Chu Feng's arms but let out a cry of alarm. Oops, Daddy! Chu Feng loved his daughter and immediately inquired. Chu Chu, what's wrong? Dad, Chu Chu is too useless. The little loli's eyes were red at once, a face of aggrieved sadness and grief. As Chu Feng looked on, his heart felt like it was going to melt. Next to her, Lu Ruyan also did not have time to blame Chu Feng for whether or not he had done it on purpose just now. She panicked and approached while saying, Chu Feng, Chu Chu's body is not well. Even now that he's 4 years old, he always can't help but pee his pants. Come daughter, give me a hug. I'll take her to change her pants. Daughter's body is not good? One has the body strengthening pill. Ah. Ha! Chu Fengren had a realization, looking down at his little daughter's food box. TSK. Worthy of being able to feed 3 baby daughters food boxes. Ah. Chu Feng didn't just see that the absolutely beautiful president had a better body. In front of her face being looked at by Chu Feng with such burning eyes, Lu Ruyan's glowing pretty face became even redder. Chu Feng, don't look blindly. Quickly go buy a pair of pants for your daughter. Oh, this matter is good. Right now, he himself was the big boss of this Wanda Plaza, wanting to buy pants for his daughter. Was this not simple? Lu Ruyan and Chu Chu went to the restroom. The little loli was, at this time, red-eyed. Tears could not be stopped. Mom, is Chu Chu too useless? It was hard to see Dad today, but as a result, the little loli looked blearily at Lu Ruyan as she inquired with great concern. Mom, will Daddy not like Chu Chu anymore? Will never want Chu Chu again? All these years, the little loli watched as everyone else had a mom and dad, while she only had her mom by her side. Now it was not easy to see her own father. Little Lori Chu Chu really didn't want to lose again. Lu Ruyan dotingly touched her daughter's small head. Comfortingly, she said, Chu Chu, don't worry, Dad can't wait to like you. How could he not want you? Daddy is just going to buy you pants now. It's not that he doesn't want you. The little loli inquired with eyes full of expectation. Mom, are you telling the truth? Daddy really won't mind that Chu Chu always wets her pants? Really won't not want Chu Chu, right? Outside the restroom door, Chu Feng had just arranged everything and caught up. He, whose hearing was far beyond normal, heard the conversation between his daughter and Lu Ruyan. He hurriedly said to his little daughter, Chu Chu, little fool, you're Daddy's heart and soul. How could Daddy not want you? Chu Feng told Lu Ruyan and his little daughter Chu Chu. He had already asked the general manager of Wanda Plaza to bring the children's clothing brands inside the plaza. The best and most expensive children's clothing. All brought some. Daughters should be raised rich. Anything, give them the best. Not long. More than 10 young female shoppers, each holding a large bag. When Ruyan Lu saw this scene, her entire body froze. Little Lori also couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. Dad, this is also too impressive for you. Ha. In the future, you guys will also know that Dad is even more powerful than you guys imagined. Chu Feng hugged his little daughter Chu Chu, who had changed into new clothes. Next to him, the iceberg goddess Lu Ruyan's pretty face was scarlet as she glared at him. Time and time again, he made a bad move, making the beautiful president shy and annoyed. Not far away there are a lot of people. She is not good to say something for a while. She just looked at one of the packages in the hands of those beautiful guides and asked Chu Feng, You bought so many clothes, the car can't even fit. Chu Feng immediately said that it was not a problem. Ruyan, where do you and your daughters live? I'll have someone send them there. Chu Feng waved his hand and dismissed the guide women with burning eyes. Holding his youngest daughter, Chu, he returned to the car. Dad, are we going home now, right? Can you wait for me? Chu Feng asked in confusion. What else do you want to do, Chu? Dad, I met you for the first time and wanted to give you my favorite ice cream sorbet. The one I bought before is broken. I'll re-buy it for you now, okay? For this well-behaved and understanding, smart and clever powdered little loli, Chu Feng was liking it more and more and doting on it. Chu, Daddy also has a gift for you. Chu Feng took out the small, ancient bottle that he had obtained from his previous divine level selection. There were 12 or 12 body-strengthening pills in the bottle. He poured out one and handed it to Chu. Chu, if you eat this, you'll be able to eat ice cream in the future. And in the future, you won't be able to wet your pants without moving. Lu Ruyan thought it was just a small sugar bean and didn't show anything special. The youngest daughter, Chu, was surprised and said, Dad, could this be an immortal elixir? Ha, Chu, you'll know when you eat it. The little loli nodded and instantly ate the body-strengthening pill. Daddy, it's so delicious, and after eating it, it feels so warm and cozy all over. Chu Feng immediately told his precious daughter, from now on, the ice cream sorbet that she wanted to eat could be eaten like a normal little kid. Really? Dad, that's great. Little Lori's health had always been bad, and she got sick whenever she ate cold things, but the more she couldn't eat, the more she craved for it. God knows, how much does she want to eat ice cream sorbet? Ruyan Lu lowered her voice and told Chu Feng, you can't let your daughter eat cold food. Ruyan, trust me, it's possible. By the way, this body-strengthening pill, let me give you one. You'll see. I don't want it. I won't eat it. Alright, since you don't eat it, then I'll give you something important and good. Chu Feng let out a bad smile and directly put a body-strengthening pill into his mouth. Then, he wrapped his arms around iceberg goddess Lu Ruyan's soft and slender waist. When it was caught off guard, he kissed her fragrant lips. Oh, a few moments later, Lu Ruyan, who had consumed the imported body-strengthening pill, she only felt that her entire body was much more relaxed. After all these years of working hard, her body had actually been in a sub-healthy state. However, she now clearly felt that her body was better than ever. Heavens, what did you give me to eat, Chu Feng? Ruyan Lu had a face of shock and incredulity. Next to her, the little loli Chu pulled on the hem of Chu Feng's coat. Papa, Chu also wants xiang. Ha, Ruyan, see, in the future, there will be someone competing with you for favor. Chu Feng laughed and hugged his baby daughter up, satisfying his daughter's request. He let his daughter perfume his cheeks. In the next instant, the system's pleasant prompt sounded in his mind. Host, congratulations, your daughter is happy and kissed you for the first time. You have obtained a divine choice. 1. A limited edition Bugatti Veyron. 2. A helicopter of the same model as the President of the United States of America. Chapter 7, Flying a Plane and Surprise. It wasn't the first time that Chu Feng had heard the system's pleasant prompts, but this time, he still couldn't help but be shocked. A limited edition Bugatti Veyron. For the son of the once richest local man, Chu Feng naturally knew something about it. Its value, between $50 million and $85 million, and it wasn't a good thing that money could buy. A lot of rich people want it, but the global limited edition, only 3 units, can be said to have a price without a market. But the President of the United States with the same helicopter, the value can be even higher. This kind of market simply cannot buy. Is the President of the United States specially customized in aircraft? Are the latest high-tech and all-round bulletproof? The value of more than $2 billion. And, even if you take out $2 billion, or even $10 billion, there was no way to customize the same type of airplane as the President of the United States. Now, Chu Feng only need to make a simple choice. He could immediately have the same type of airplane as the President of the United States. Chu Feng hugged his little daughter Chu. He couldn't help but be happy. Chu, you're a big help to Dad. Come, Dad will give you another one. The body-strengthening pill was very valuable. It was a good thing that could not be bought with more money. The worse the body's physique was, the better the effects of the body-strengthening pill would be. Right now, Chu Feng's body strength, speed, physique, spirit, and so on and so forth had all increased by 3 times. Now that he was eating the body-strengthening pill, the effect was not obvious, but the daughters with poor physique, eating body-strengthening pills had a very good effect, especially Chu, the youngest daughter with the worst physique. The effect of the body-strengthening pill on her was undoubtedly the greatest. For his own youngest daughter, Chu Feng naturally would not be reluctant to part with it. Once again, he fed Chu and ate a body-strengthening pill. Seeing his daughter's miserably white pretty face, it became as rosy as a normal child's. Chu Feng was very happy. Go, Choo, Dad will take you now. Go eat the ice cream sorbet that you've always wanted to eat. Little Lori couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yes, long live Daddy. Half an hour later, in Lu Ruyan's worried eyes, her little daughter Choo ate an ice cream sorbet. She hurriedly inquired, Choo, do you feel it? Where is it uncomfortable? The little loli shook her head. Mom, I'm fine. Immediately afterward, she turned her head to look at Chu Feng by her side. Daddy, can I have another one? Lu Ruyan was worried about her daughter's body and immediately said no. Chu Feng was very confident in his own system, as well as the body-strengthening pills produced by the system. Choo, what flavor do you like? Dad will get it for you. Chu Feng was a father for the first time. There wasn't much experience either. He only knew that what his daughter wanted, he must fulfill her. Let her be happy and joyful. Chu Feng, you don't want to spoil your daughter. Seeing that Chu Feng was spoiling his daughter so much, Ruyan Lu was unable to do anything about it. Seeing that her daughter had once again eaten an ice cream, she still did not feel any discomfort. In her heart, she could be said to be marveling beyond words at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, that body-strengthening pill of yours. Knowing that Ruyan Lu would inquire, Chu Feng directly gave a prepared answer. He told the iceberg goddess that it was a new medicine that his friend was developing. The current production is extremely rare. The beautiful president did not pursue the matter much. She picked up her daughter, greeted Chu Feng, and prepared to go back. Ruyan, it's better for me to hold my daughter. You are trying to bully me, right? What kind of big truth is blindly spoken? Lu Ruyan. The daughters had all given birth to 3 for Chu Feng. Even if she was bullied by Chu Feng in a small way, she didn't seem to be very angry. Of course, it would still be unavoidable. Giving Chu Feng a nice blank stare. Just as quickly, she suspiciously reminded Chu Feng. Chu Feng, our car isn't over here. We don't need to take a car to go back. You just follow me. No car ride. Ruyan Lu was puzzled. She followed Chu Feng and arrived at the building's elevator. Directly, she was watching Chu Feng, pressing the elevator on the highest floor. Not a moment later, Chu Feng then brought Lu Ruyan out of the elevator and walked up to the rooftop of the building. Ruyan, what do you see here? Chu Feng made a choice and directly obtained the same type of helicopter as the president of the rice country. In the next instant, Ruyan Lu only felt a blur before her eyes. In front of herself, there was actually a brand new high-tech helicopter parked in front of her, mighty and imposing, full of technology. Ruyan Lu was dumbfounded. Chu Feng, this is your airplane? Without waiting for Lu Ruyan to say anything more, Chu Feng then hugged his powdered little daughter Chu with one hand, and pulled his own daughter Lu Ruyan with one hand. He directly boarded the airplane. Inside the airplane, it was even more luxurious. All sorts of decorations that dazzled the eyes, worthy of being the president of the same model. Lu Ruyan was shocked speechless for a moment, and in Chu Feng's arms, the young daughter Chu who was too shocked to speak. At this time, she finally came back to her senses and cried out in surprise. Wow. Daddy is awesome. Daddy even has a big airplane. Chu Feng laughed. Chu, let's drive the big airplane to see our sisters now, okay? Yes. Long live Daddy. Chu Feng handed his little daughter, Chu, over to the beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, to hold. At the same time, he did not forget to bully her a little, causing the iceberg goddess' pretty face to redden in shame. Bad guy. Chu Feng, this airplane, can you fly it? Of course, Chu Feng originally would not, but after making the choice, Chu Feng did not only obtain the same type of helicopter as the president of Rice. Moreover, the system had additionally gifted Chu Feng with matching driving experience and skills. Driving this airplane, naturally, would not have any problems. Chu Feng looked for Lu Ruyan and asked for the address of her rented villa. Soon after, Chu Feng operated in a burst. The same model helicopter as the President of the United States of America took off smoothly. Lu Ruyan hugged her little daughter and sat down in the window seat, and they looked outside. Papa, the airplane took off. We're flying into the sky. Little Lori was excited. Lu Ruyan looked at her happy little daughter and then at Chu Feng's back. The iceberg goddess beauty president couldn't help but blossom into a happy smile at this moment. The youngest daughter likes Chu Feng so much. The eldest daughter and the second daughter must be the same. In that case, our family can instead. Lu Ruyan immediately recalled that her youngest daughter Chu's proposal earlier. Tonight Mom and Dad will sleep together. For a moment, the absolutely beautiful and high-cool president, the exquisite and pretty face that can be broken by blowing, like the clouds in the morning on the hill, let a person's heart thumping. So beautiful. Chu Feng saw such a beautiful scenery through the rearview mirror. He also couldn't help but think of his little daughter's previous proposal. It's worthy of being a pro-daughter. That's right, now that I know the name of my youngest daughter, I still don't know the names of my eldest and second daughters. Chu Feng thought of this and immediately inquired, Ruyan, Our youngest daughter's name is Chu Chu. What are the names of the eldest and second daughters? Lu Ruyan said with a grudge. I won't tell you. Wait until you see them and ask yourself. If you don't tell, I'll ask my little baby. Chu Feng smiled and asked his youngest daughter, Chu Chu, the names of her two sisters, worthy of being a lover from a previous life. The youngest daughter did not disappoint Chu Feng in the slightest. It was just that the names of the eldest and second daughters were really a surprise, as well as a pleasant surprise for him. Chapter 8 Thinking About Thinking. Villa 1. Chu Feng's eldest daughter's name was Cici. The second daughter's name was Nian Nian. The three daughters' names combined were Cici Nian Chu. 5 years ago, Chu Feng could be said to have ruthlessly bullied Lu Ruyan, and also made Lu Ruyan pregnant. However, because of the special physique, after aborting it, she probably wouldn't be able to have another child of her own. And Lu Ruyan also wanted to leave these lives behind, so she was on her own and gave birth to 3 daughters. Lu Ruyan, who had a complicated and ghostly mood, ended up giving her 3 daughters such 3 little names. Chu Feng could feel it. It wasn't just him who couldn't forget about Ruyan Lu. Over these years, Ruyan Lu was also the same to him. Ruyan, it's been hard on you all these years. It's okay. I decided tonight to thank you properly. Ruyan Lu. The iceberg goddess thought that Chu Feng was going to come with some earthy love words again. Who knew? Chu Feng directly and brightly stated that he wanted to bully her. This caused the iceberg goddess, whose face was originally very thin, to be anxious, angry, shy, and annoyed for a moment. Angrily, she said, "What a bad egg." Between 2 points, a straight line was the shortest. Chu Feng piloted the helicopter and flew through the sky. There was no need to worry about speeding or traffic jams in the slightest. The speed was that fast. In less than half an hour, Chu Feng drove the same type of helicopter as the President of the United States. He came to the sky above the villa that Ruyan Lu rented. Below, some of the tenants could not help but come out to look towards the sky. Among them, there were 2 little pink and jade Lolitas. Wow 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 wow. Gray plane, ah. What a big gray plane. A woman with a pale face hurriedly told the 2 little Lolitas not to run around. Don't worry Grandma, we won't run around. Yes Grandma, just don't worry. The 2 little Loli, tilting their heads, were filled with expectations. Sister, are you the gray plane could be our dad? It's possible, right? Mommy said this morning that Daddy will come back to see us today. That would be great if it was Dad. Yes, I also want to see Daddy. Not far away. There was a little fat man who heard the conversation between the 2 little Lolitas, directly laughed out loud and said, 2 fatherless children, poor ghosts. After saying that, the little fatty didn't forget to make a face. This little fatty, and the 3 little Lolitas all lived in the same neighborhood. Often, they would see encounter. He never saw the little Loli's father appear, just deliberately shouted at the 3 little Lolitas' dadless children. Non-stop ridicule, taunting. This made the little Loli annoyed with him. Little fatty, dead fatty, if you say we are fatherless children again, we will beat you together. Just as they said this, they heard the roar of an airplane overhead getting closer and closer. It seemed to look like it was about to start landing. A chubby man next to them greeted his son, Fatty, to his side. It was still a bit dangerous for an airplane to land. At the same time, he was shocked and marveled in his heart. Where is this big man from? Later, I'll have to give a good bash. If I can climb a little bit of a relationship, maybe I'll be rich in the future. Not far away from the opposite side, the 2 little Lolitas CCC Nian Nian also returned to their grandmother's side. Grandma, Mommy said that Daddy will come to see us today. Do you think Daddy will be on this airplane? Little Lori's grandmother, also known as Lu Ruyan's mother. Some of them couldn't bear to break the 2 little Loli's beautiful fantasies. She was thinking about what she could do to divert the attention of the 2. Just as suddenly, she heard the voice of her little granddaughter Chu Chu in the air. Grandma, sisters, Daddy is here. Daddy is really here. Cici Nian Nian was thrilled and excited when she heard her sister Chu Chu's voice, directly jumping up with joy. Daddy is here. Daddy really came to see us. Great ah. Soon, the Me President's identical helicopter landed on the ground. Chu Feng took over his little daughter from the arms of the iceberg goddess Lu Ruyan. By the way, he little bullied his own extremely beautiful woman. Seeing Lu Ruyan's red face, seemingly allowing him to bully her, immediately couldn't help but undulate a little again. Hurry up and get off the plane you. The daughters are waiting for you outside. Only then did Chu Feng let the iceberg goddess go and did not continue to bully her. Stepping off the airplane, Chu Feng immediately saw 2 little Lolitas that looked almost exactly like Chu Chu. With eyes full of excitement and anticipation, they ran to Chu Feng's front. Cici Nian Nian, Daddy has returned to see you all. Daddy, you finally look at us. Daddy, little fatty always said that we are children without a daddy. We are not. We have a daddy. 2 little Loli, pear blossom with rain. So inhuman. Chu Feng was all adorable. Si si nyen nyen. Let daddy hug you all. Chu Feng put down his youngest daughter Chu Chu in his arms and then hugged Si si nyen nyen, when Chu Feng held his eldest daughter and second daughter in his arms. Suddenly, the system's pleasant prompting sound once again resounded in his mind. Host, congratulations, you hugged your eldest daughter and second daughter. They are very happy, and you have obtained a divine choice. 1. A set of apartments in the city center. 2. 9 halls no. 1 villa. An apartment in the city center would cost $1 million or so at least. The better ones might even cost a couple million, or even around 3 million. And the no. 1 villa of the 9 halls. Previously, when Chu Feng was still the son of the richest man in the area, he had known it very well, because he originally lived in the 9 halls villa community. At that time, their family was the number 6 villa, worth $3.8 million. Villa number 1 was even bigger and more luxurious, worth $1.8 billion, and it's still the kind of house that money can't buy. One needed to have a very powerful background relationship to be able to do so. Chu Feng swept a glance around. This villa in the suburbs was a bit shabby. It was time to bring his own daughter and his daughters and change to a better place to live. Just as Chu Feng's eye saw a large and small group of 2 fat people not far away. The big fat man had a quick wit and violently slapped at his precious son. Little brat, how many times have I taught you? Who let you talk nonsense? Who told you to be rude to other children? Cold sweat broke out on Big Fatty's forehead. His own son had offended the big brother's daughter? If this one wasn't handled properly, it would be disastrous. In order to preserve his position of wealth today, the big fat man was ruthless, and he gave his own son a hard time. Chu Feng was slightly surprised. However, he quickly understood what was going on. He was also too lazy to stop Big Fatty's actions, and instead asked the 3 precious daughters, also, do I want to pursue Little Fatty's responsibility? Seeing Little Fatty being beaten up by Big Fatty, he was screaming. The 3 little Lolitas shook their heads in a very kind-hearted manner. Dad, Little Fatty cried so hard, so let's forget about it. That's fine. Chu Feng greeted the 3 little Loli as they boarded the airplane. Dad, where are you taking us? Ruyan Lu was also puzzled. Chu Feng, where are you taking your daughters? I'm going to take the daughters to the airplane and eat something good. By the way, I'm taking the daughters, and you, to our new home. Chu Feng had already greeted Lu Ruyan's mother, while also sending quite a few gifts. After simply saying a few words, she let Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan's youngsters bring the children along. She had long known about Chu Feng and her daughter, Lu Ruyan. She did not say much about the young people's matter. It was considered a very enlightened mother. On the airplane, Lu Ruyan waved her hand at her mother. Mom, Chu Feng said that he bought the number 1 villa in 9 halls. Let's go over and take a look first now. I'll come back later to pick you up and take you over. The airplane quickly flew into the sky. Big Fatty had a face of aftermath. So close. This big man is also too powerful, isn't he? To have such an awesome airplane and also surprisingly by the best villa. Luckily he didn't pursue us. Otherwise we'd be dead. The big fat man, who was secretly happy, once again ruthlessly punched his son, Little Fatty, warning him that no matter what, he should not mess with Big Brother's 3 precious daughters anymore. At the same time, on the airplane, Chu Feng, however, was chatting with his precious daughters. The iceberg goddess beauty president, Lu Ruyan, didn't even have a chance to interject. She looked at her daughters and their father, Chu Feng, getting along so warmly and happily. Her heart was also indescribably happy and sweet. She muttered in a small voice with a red face, Chu Feng wants to sleep together as a family. Then, without waiting for Lu Ruyan to think more, she heard her daughters exclaim, Chapter 9 Divine Choice. Beautiful housekeeper. Daddy, daddy, it's so pretty down there. Mommy, mommy, look. The 3 little Lolitas all looked downwards from the window. One by one, they were excited and happy. It turned out that without realizing it, the plane had already arrived over the 9 halls villa. This was one of the best villa neighborhoods in the country. The entire neighborhood had 9 villas. Any one of the villas was worth more than $100 million. The best and most expensive villa was Chu Feng's Villa 1. A penny was worth a penny. From that, the luxury and beauty of the villa could be seen, simply by looking down from above. From the air, one would be able to see the spectacular and beautiful villa scenery. Si si nyen nyen chu chu. All of you come over. Pay attention to safety. Lu Ruyan estimated that the airplane was about to land. Chu Feng, who was piloting the airplane, smiled without looking back. Don't worry, I fly the airplane very steadily. I won't let my daughters be in any danger. A product of the system must be a fine product. The additional gift of experience in airplane piloting techniques was a good thing. Just as Chu Feng was preparing to land, he received a phone call. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Yu Lingyue, the housekeeper of your villa No. 1. May I ask, Mr. Chu, do you want to eat at the villa at noon today? Lingyu has specialized in learning before. Her cooking skills are still good. TSK. Choosing an airplane, the system sent piloting experience and skills. Now having chosen the 9 halls no. 1 villa. Surprisingly, it also sent itself a beautiful housekeeper with a sweet voice. This system, it's really something. Chu Feng had originally prepared to bring Lu Ruyan and his daughters to the new home to take a look. Then he would take them to the nearby 5-star hotel to order food. Now since there was a specialized villa housekeeper, then naturally, he had to taste the cooking skills of the beautiful housekeeper. After briefly saying a few sentences, Chu Feng hung up the phone and started landing. The same model helicopter as the President of the United States of America, steadily landed on the wide grass of Villa 1. Chu Feng held his youngest daughter, Chu, as well as his second daughter, Nian, and walked off the airplane. Immediately, he saw that not far away stood a pavilion standing classical Cheongsam beauty. Chu Feng was surprised to find that this Cheongsam beauty, face value and body temperament, surprisingly did not lose how many of his own extremely beautiful president. Lu Ruyan, who came down from the airplane behind Chu Feng, was holding her eldest daughter CC. Seeing the pavilion standing Cheongsam beauty, the entire person also could not help but stay for a moment. What a beautiful woman. Shouldn't it be Chu Feng's? Just as Lu Ruyan was thinking wildly, the Cheongsam woman, Yu Lingyue, took the initiative to come forward and introduce herself. It made Lu Ruyan breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that this was the housekeeper of the No. 1 villa that Chu Feng had just bought. The two had also met for the first time. Mr. Chu, you guys take a break first. Lunch will be ready soon. By the way, the security office contacted me just now. I told them that Mr. Chu will go set up fingerprints and face recognition later. This beautiful housekeeper was quite thorough in her work. Only, Chu Feng had originally lived here before. The various procedures for moving in would be simple. However, Ruyan Lu, as well as her 3 daughters, did need to go and set it up. There were only 9 villas in total in the 9 halls, but each villa covered a large area, and villa number 1, the footprint was the largest. Anyway, right now, waiting for the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue to make lunch would take a bit more time. Chu Feng then prepared to bring his own extremely talented woman and 3 precious daughters to go and do some formalities for moving in. It would also be easier for Ruyan Lu and her daughters to enter and exit next time. It would be good if there was a bigger car. We can't just fly an airplane every time, right? When Chu Feng was still the son of the richest local man in the past, but he had quite a few luxury cars. The BMW that was later bought away by Lu Ruyan. Chu Feng basically didn't drive much. It was almost always a Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini every day. Now, I've become rich again. When I have time, I can go buy some more luxury cars back. Chu Feng remembered his previous life when he was rich. It could be said that he spent his money night after night. Life was called decadent. After slightly reminiscing about his previous life, Chu Feng then saw 3 little pink and jade Lolitas, looking at the various beauties around them. Then in unison, they returned to Chu Feng's side and clustered around him joyfully shouting, Daddy, this place is so big and beautiful. Dad, is this our new home? Chu Feng touched the 3 little lolies' little heads in turn and laughed. Yes, this is our new home. Do you like it? Daddy, like it too much. The 3 little lolies' delighted voices sounded at the same time. At the same time, in Chu Feng's mind, the system's pleasant reminder sounded. Host, congratulations, your 3 daughters all like the new home and are all very happy. You have obtained a divine choice. 1. 10 super sports cars. 2. A bulletproof version of the Night 15. Seeing the choices, Chu Feng was all happy. This system of his own, it was simply perfect. Whatever one wanted came. Just after thinking of cars, the 2 choices obtained were both about cars. 10 supercars, Chu Feng directly passed. Previously, Chu Feng was alone. Rather, he liked to drive around in a supercar, and then see the beautiful women in their own cars cloaked in hair. Now, Chu Feng has 3 precious daughters. Moreover, the cold beauty Lu Ruyan, who made his soul haunted, was also by his side. Then Chu Feng naturally chose the bulletproof version of the Night 15 that had a lot of space and at the same time was powerful and overbearing and safe. Soon Chu Feng brought his daughters to the garage. Looking at the majestic and domineering yet formidable Night 15, Lu Ruyan could not help but be shocked once again. It was good that she had already been shocked many times and had gradually gotten used to it. It was just that the eyes that looked at Chu Feng had some more indescribable meanings. The little Lolitas naturally rejoiced when they saw such a large car. Daddy, what a big car. Ha ha, CC Nian Chu get on the car. Daddy will take you guys out for a little ride. Half an hour later, Chu Feng brought the family back to Villa 1. The various formalities for Ruyan Lu and her daughters to move in had all been completed. At this time, the beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, had also already prepared lunch. The phone call informed Chu Feng. Soon after, Chu Feng brought Lu Ruyan as well as his 3 precious daughters. he came to the spacious and luxurious dining room. The little Lolitas looked at the alabaster dining table, as well as the crystal chandelier overhead in awe. Even the beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, couldn't help but secretly marvel in her heart. This place is truly too luxurious. How is he so rich? Chu Feng? He said that I'm the mistress of this place, and he also said that he would properly thank me at night for helping him take care of his daughter all these years. This bad guy, he must be trying to bully me again. Chu Feng gently pinched Lu Ruyan's glowing pretty face and laughed. What are you thinking about? How about tasting Ling Yu's handiwork? These dishes, at first glance, were from the hands of a famous artist. The colors and flavors were all perfect. Chu Feng couldn't help but eat with his fingers after taking a glance. He greeted the crowd and started eating. After tasting a bite, he couldn't help but praise it even more. Not bad, very tasty. It's not even close to the chefs of 5-star hotels. Earlier, Ling Yu said that she had specialized in learning and had good cooking skills. It seemed that it really wasn't blowing it out of proportion. Chu Feng saw Ling Yu, who was really like a butler in a movie or television production, standing behind himself. Immediately, he greeted her and sat down as well, eating together. This caused the Cheongsam beauty, her beautiful eyes to flash continuously. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to own the 9 halls, no. 1 villa. There is also the luxurious and domineering helicopter. There's also the Night 15. If I didn't guess wrong, Mr. Chu must be an extraordinary big shot. Maybe, the Cheongsam beauty housekeeper, decided to perform well in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not notice the beautiful housekeeper's expression. From time to time, he helped his 3 precious daughters with dishes, and ate happily with his daughters. Mr. Chu, today's noontime is a bit rushed. There was no time to prepare the dessert before the meal, but the after-dinner dessert, on the contrary, is ready. TSK. Surprisingly, there was an after-dinner dessert? This beautiful housekeeper of his own was really something. Chu Feng himself did not care that there was no dessert again, but his own 3 precious daughters, however, loved to eat. Anyway, he had the body-strengthening pill, which was able to greatly enhance his daughters' bodies. There was no need to worry that his daughters would eat badly. With just 1 meal at noon, the beautiful housekeeper had won the favor of everyone present. Mr. Chu, do you need to take a rest after your meal? Your room is on the 2nd floor. I'll take you there now. The beautiful housekeeper wearing a celadon Cheongsam had a delicate figure. Walking in front, she led the way for Chu Feng, heading to the luxurious room in Villa No. 1, which was larger than an average person's entire house. Chapter 10, turning the corner to be worth $20 billion. Doesn't your own supreme product smell good? Chu Feng looked at his bedroom. He couldn't help but marvel at himself. It was too big. It was too luxurious. Tonight with his own family's extremely high-cooled beautiful president, Lu Ruyan. No matter how much they rolled, it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to roll on the floor. Mr. Chu, what are you laughing at? Ling Yu, who wore a blue and white porcelain Cheongsam and had an extremely delicate figure, walked up to Chu Feng. Without waiting for Chu Feng to say something, Ling Yu once again said, Mr. Chu, I am your housekeeper, and I can serve you in any matter. In the next instant, the high and cold iceberg goddess, Lu Ruyan, arrived at the door of the room. She was also amazed when she saw the luxurious room. The beautiful housekeeper was about to say something when the rest of her eyes saw Ruyan Lu, who suddenly appeared at the door. Hastily, she retreated half a step back and began to introduce the villa's situation to Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan in detail. Alright, if there are any more questions, Mr. Chu, you can ask me anytime. Now I'll go down to take a look at the 3 little Lolitas. After Ling Yu left, only Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan remained in the entire spacious and luxurious room. Ruyan, there are no outsiders in the room now. Let's have a good chat. The iceberg goddess Gao Ling president, glancing at Chu Feng, lightly opened her red lips and inquired, what do you want to chat about? Chat about how you've been living alone all these years? How else can I live? Just live like this. Then what do you do when you want me? Seeing Chu Feng's bad smile, the beautiful president was both angry and amused. I don't want you. I'll go see my daughters. Before Ruyan Lu could finish her words, she was forcefully hugged in Chu Feng's arms. Immediately after, she realized that she could no longer speak. Downstairs, Ling Yu and the 3 little Lolitas were having a great time. The eldest sister, CC, suddenly asked the 3rd sister in surprise, Chu, aren't you not allowed to eat dessert? You ate quite a bit just now. What can we do about this? Quick, go find mom. Find dad. 2nd sister Nian also panicked. Even Ling Yu, who was on the side, followed with a burst of worry. Chu immediately said that she had no problem eating dessert any way she wanted right now. Big sister and 2nd sister. You guys don't know, do you? Dad, but he gave me something good to eat. After I ate it, I'm no longer afraid of getting sick from eating dessert. The 2 little Lolitas, CC Nyen Nyen were amazed. Sister, Daddy said that he'll give you guys some too. You guys go find Daddy now. He will give you guys good food too. The several little Lolitas. Today was the first day they had seen their dad. For their dad, Chu Feng was very attached. The three little Lolitas immediately ran in a swarm and went to the second floor, looking for their dad. Chu Feng, Daddy Daddy, Chu said that you're going to give us good food. Is that true? Daddy Daddy, what are you and Mommy doing? Hearing the clear and pleasant voices of his daughters at the door, Chu Feng this time reluctantly let go of the shy and annoyed beautiful president in his arms. Ha ha, Mom and Dad are playing games. CC Nyen Nyen Chu, all of you come over. Dad is giving you guys something good to eat. Chu Feng took out the ancient small bottle and gave CC Nyen Nyen a body strengthening pill each. Chu, you ate 2 today. You can't eat too many in a day. Daddy will give you more tomorrow, okay? The little Loli immediately nodded. Okay Daddy. At this time, CC Nyen Nyen's 2 powdered little Lolas had also eaten the strength pill. Daddy, what kind of good stuff is this? It feels so delicious, and it feels so comfortable after eating it. Amidst the laughter, CC Nyen Nyen's 2 little Lolitas, the body physique, too, had improved a lot. Originally, compared to other small children, their physical constitution was quite a bit worse, but now, it was definitely better than ever. Seeing their pink and jade millennium redness and luster, their health had risen in a straight line. Chu Feng was in a very good mood. The little Lolitas were also happy. CC Nyen Nyen, one on the left and one on the right, hugged Chu Feng's thighs respectively. They joyfully told Chu Feng how they themselves felt at this time. At the same time, in Chu Feng's mind, the system's pleasant reminder sounded. Host, congratulations, you have given your daughter the body strengthening pill and obtained a divine choice. 1. An aunt who has money, a car, and a house. 2. The building where the Ruyan company is located. Seeing the first choice, Chu Feng's expression instantly turned odd. An aunt with money, a car, and a house? After choosing it, wouldn't one be able to struggle for 20 years less? Auntie, I don't want to strive. Chu Feng directly passed on the first choice. Currently, in a short period of time, Chu Feng had already obtained several divine choices, having obtained a Wanda Plaza that was worth over $5 billion. Then he obtained the president's same private airplane. There was also the bulletproof version of the Night 15, as well as the 9 halls no. 1 villa. Without $10 billion, there are $8 billion. The district's auntie who has money and a house and a car is still not as good as 1% of Chu Feng's. Taking what Rich Woman Happy Fire as well as Rich Woman Happy Ball, Chu Feng also did not want to try. Doesn't it smell good to have one's own extremely good iceberg goddess? Lu Ruyan? Chu Feng directly chose the second option. He obtained the building where Ruyan's company was located. That building had 38 floors. It was worth about $20 billion. And so, after Chu Feng made his choice, his fortune increased by $20 billion. Now, Chu Feng's fortune had directly reached $200 billion. Now, it's time to make certain people pay the price. As the son of the once richest man in the region, his own family had gone bankrupt for good reason. To say that there weren't some special reasons in the middle, Chu Feng definitely didn't believe it. It was just that every time Chu Feng asked his parents, in order to better protect Chu Feng, they did not tell him the truth. Chu Feng accompanied his daughters for a while. Then, he took out his cell phone and called his parents. Little Feng, is there no money to spend? Just wait a moment. Mom will call you money right now. Ever since their parents went bankrupt, they went out of town, wanting to rise again. Soon, Chu Feng's cell phone rang. He obtained a transfer of $10 million. Chu Feng directly transferred $10 million back. On the other side of the phone, his parents were shocked beyond words. Little Feng, how? Do you have so much money? Dad and Mom, these years they invested themselves and made some. Chu Feng simply explained, but his parents couldn't believe it. The two looked at each other and decided to go back for a trip. Especially hearing that, Chu Feng once again asked them about what happened back then. The once richest couple, individual countries decided to come back. Dad and Mom, if you guys don't say anything, then I'll look it up myself. By the way, there's a good thing to tell you guys. I found you guys a daughter-in-law, and I also gave you 3 granddaughters. Chu Feng handed his cell phone to Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan gave Chu Feng a nice blank stare and walked aside to make a call. For the first time, she was talking to her in-laws, the iceberg goddess beauty president. The nervousness in her heart could be imagined. After chatting for a while, Ruyan Lu walked back, turned on the outside voice and asked the 3 baby girls to call someone. Grandpa Nai, you guys come back soon. Daddy got us a new house. The new house is so big and beautiful. Knowing that they had a daughter-in-law and 3 granddaughters, Chu Feng's parents immediately bought airplane tickets. The first time they had to rush back. On the other hand, Chu Feng touched the 3 baby daughters' little heads and asked them where they wanted to go play next. Daddy, can we go to the zoo? Of course. No problem. Chu Feng had just answered his daughters, and immediately heard the system's pleasant prompts ringing in his mind. Host, congratulations, you have agreed to take your daughters to the zoo. You have obtained a divine choice. 1. A local zoo. 2. The ability to communicate with animals. Chapter 11, Past Events. Superpower, Ruyan's Grievance. Speaking of which, Chu Feng's father turned out to be the richest man in the area. He also owned a local zoo. The value of a zoo was a lot of money. However, Chu Feng did not choose that. Instead, he chose the ability to communicate with animals. When I go to the zoo later, I can properly communicate with the animals. Try it out. Is the ability I obtained good? Also, it's possible to meet the current owner of the zoo. Chu Feng didn't know who were the people who caused their family to go bankrupt back then. However, based on the vested interest backtracking, this zoo's boss must be more or less involved. Chu Feng guessed that his own parents definitely knew something, and his parents went out of town, saying that they were going to work, preparing to start a business from nothing, but at the same time, must also be secretly checking some of the things of the year. As for how the investigation was going, Chu Feng pondered to wait for them to return and ask them face to face to know. Half an hour later, Chu Feng drove the helicopter and brought Lu Ruyan as well as his 3 precious daughters to the zoo together. When the airplane stopped at the entrance of the zoo, the people around were stunned. Chu Feng's presidential model helicopter was extraordinary. Seeing such an airplane, the manager of the zoo rushed to receive it at the first opportunity. At the same time, he also notified his boss. This was also something that Chu Feng was happy to see. Chu Feng had come to the zoo a few times, but bringing his daughters was the first time. The manager followed at the side of the whole explanation. Midway through, his boss Chu Konghai called 3 times, asking for information about the big man who came in a super airplane. His airplane, surprisingly, is more than 10 times more advanced than mine? That must be an extraordinary big brother. This is my chance. Chu Konghai drove his private airplane and began to head to the zoo. In the middle of the trip, someone called, "Old Chu, the once richest man is going back." What? How could he come back at this time? What's the problem? A mysterious big shot came to my zoo today, and I suspect that he rushed back because he wanted to pull some strings with this big shot. In this world of human affairs, having connections could make a lot of things happen. Little Feng, try to stall as much as you can to keep him from rushing back. Don't worry, I understand. Wanda Plaza Investment Company. Manager Little Feng searched for various reasons and excuses. It was because he did not want Chu Feng's parents to return. Little Feng, to tell you the truth, I've been here for so long, and for your benefactor, you're targeting me in all sorts of ways. As long as it's not a little cutie, one would be able to tell. The person who caused me to go bankrupt back then, there was you. Chu Feng's father directly tore his face off and turned around. He had already bought a plane ticket. Chu Feng was also notified. Chu Feng called the beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, and asked her to go and help pick up the airplane. When Chu Feng hung up the phone, he heard his daughters, wanting to see the peacocks open their screens. Dad, why don't these peacocks open their screens? I heard that peacocks opening their screens are very pretty. Beside Chu Feng, manager Zhou Yang eyed Chu Feng's 3 precious daughters, who all wanted to see the peacocks open their screens. But at this moment, none of the peacocks seemed to have the intention of opening their screens. Worried that Chu Feng would be unhappy, he hurriedly explained, Mr. Chu, every spring, especially in March and April, peacocks open their screens the most, and the ones that can naturally open their screens can only be male peacocks. This is in line with the laws of nature. The peacocks are more beautiful with the male name, while the female name is unimpressive. As the manager of the zoo, Zhou Yang's various situations of various animals were very well understood. When he told Chu Feng, he was also telling the several little Lolitas, to see the peacock open its screen, the best thing to do was to come over in March or April of next year. Of course, nowadays, occasionally, the peacock would also open its screen, but the chances would be very small. Dad, let's go to the front then. It looks like we won't have a chance to see the peacock open its screen today. Yes, it's a pity. The 3 little Lolitas were all very well behaved and understanding. Since manager Zhou Yang had said that peacocks rarely opened their screens now, then they would just casually look at it for a couple of moments and leave. There was no point in continuing to stay, or continue to travel to the front to see the giant panda and the brain tiger. Just as it was that little Loli, somewhat disappointed, preparing to leave. Chu Feng was already trying to use the ability he had obtained not long ago. He could directly communicate with animals. Si Nyen Nyen Chu Chu, you guys don't leave in a hurry. Since you guys want to see the peacock open its screen, then daddy see if you can convince them to open their screens. Convince the peacocks to open their screens? The 3 little Lolitas were immediately surprised. Yes dad, you quickly convince them to open their screens. In the view of the 3 little Lolitas, their dad was very powerful. very marvelous, there was almost nothing that could not be done. Next to the beautiful President Lu Ruyan, smiled and shook her head, convincing a peacock to open its screen. How is this thing possible? Not only did Ruyan Lu feel this way, manager Zhou Yang also felt the same. Mr. Chu can really joke. Zhou Yang's words hadn't even finished. He heard Chu Feng say to the peacocks in the park, "My daughter wants to see you all open your screens, so all of you open your screens." In the next instant, the 8 peacocks in the park unexpectedly all opened their screens. Some of the animals with intelligence, Chu Feng was able to directly communicate with them. For these animals that did not have a high level of intelligence and were relatively timid, Chu Feng's communication exchange was more like a direct order. These timid peacocks only felt that Chu Feng's voice seemed to ring directly in their minds, and which words they were able to understand. Each and every one of them did not dare to disobey and opened their screens one after another. Even the 2 female peacocks that almost never opened their screens, actually trembled and opened their screens. Their tail feathers were short, like chickens. At this time, they also came to a screen as big as a baseball. Manager Zhou Yang was instantly too shocked to speak. The beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, stared at a pair of beautiful eyes with a face of incredulity. The 3 little Lolitas, after freezing for a moment, cheered in unison. Wow 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 wow. The peacock is opening its screen. It's too good looking. It's really too good looking. Daddy, you're awesome. These peacocks even listen to you. Some of the other tourists following behind were unprecedentedly amazed at this time. Heavens, these peacocks haven't been opening their screens lately. Today is really an unexpected surprise. What are these little kids saying? Could it be their father? Who made the peacocks open their screens? How is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It should have just been a coincidence just now. Not to mention that those tourists around him didn't believe it. Manager Zhou Yang, based on the animal knowledge he had learned, beat him to death. He also did not believe that someone could make those peacocks obedient with a single word. Not to mention these outsiders, even the beautiful President Lu Ruyan, who was already much more favorable to Chu Feng in her heart. At that moment, she also did not believe that the peacocks opening their screens was the result of Chu Feng's single sentence. Chu Feng also ignored these people's thoughts and opinions. He was just doing an experiment. By the way, he was fulfilling the little wishes of his 3 precious daughters. Chu Feng took his cell phone and shot at the 8 peacocks with open screens. Si Nian Nian Chu Chu. Stand over a bit. I'll have a few peacocks come closer. You guys take a picture together. Ruyan Lu, come over here too. The 3 little Lolitas cheered continuously. The beautiful president, Ruyan Lu, was shocked for a while. Manager Zhou Yang as well as the surrounding tourists were shocked again and again. Half an hour later, the 3 little Lolitas were finally completely satisfied. Dad, let's go see the giant panda and the brain tiger now. Okay, no problem. Chu Feng agreed with his mouth full. He turned to the beautiful president and said, Ruyan Lu, you take your daughters forward. I'll follow up after chatting with manager Zhou for a few moments. Watching Lu Ruyan take her daughters one step ahead, Chu Feng said to manager Zhou, who was beside him in a respectful manner, where is your boss, Chu Konghai? Ever since Chu Feng received a call from his father telling him to be safe, he had vaguely sensed that there was something in his father's words, issues that he hadn't bothered to think much about before. Now when he thought about it carefully, immediately, he felt that a lot of things were wrong. Of course, Chu Feng was actually not stupid. In the past, he had also felt it. It was only that at that time, his abilities were limited. As a traveler, he was not the original Chu Feng, so his feelings were not too obvious. Now, Chu Feng had the divine choice system. Moreover, today alone, his value had skyrocketed by more than $20 billion. It was time to put an end to the previous matters that should be put to an end. Actually, this was not Chu Feng's first time coming to the Goat City Zoo. He had come with his parents before. Moreover, the owner of this place, 5 years ago, belonged to the once richest man in Yangchang, Chu Hao, that is, Chu Feng's father. Since on the phone, Chu Hao had not told the truth. Then Chu Feng intended to look into the situation back then himself. After Chu Feng received a call from his father, Chu Feng made the call and asked Yu Lingyue to go pick up her parents. By the way, in order to test her abilities, she was specially asked to look into the events of that year. It was thought that this beautiful housekeeper would not be able to find out anything. Unexpectedly, she had given Chu Feng a surprise. When it came to the matter of the richest man in Yangchang, Chu Hao, whose capital chain had broken leading to bankruptcy, Yu Lingyue told Chu Feng that according to the rules of business, usually the person who got the benefits was the one who had secretly moved. Those who had vested interests had enough motivation. At this time, Chu Feng wanted to be at this zoo and would meet one of the vested interests. Chu Konghai, our boss is not at the zoo right now, and I don't know where he is. However, when he learns that Mr. Chu has arrived here, he should come as soon as possible. Chu Feng nodded as he received an answer from the zoo manager that satisfied him. That's very good. The two of them, Chu Feng and manager Zhou, walked together towards the park where the giant pandas and tigers were located. Chu Feng smiled and inquired something. About Chu Konghai. Manager Zhou, how long have you been working here? Mr. Chu, I've been working here for more than half a year. I heard that the boss here used to be the once richest man in Yangcheng. Chu Hao. I'm not sure about these things. Chu Feng treated it as a chat. Having a divine selection system, Chu Feng did not panic in the slightest. Papa, I just questioned an auntie. She told us that the park for the giant pandas is right in front. Daddy, let's go see the giant pandas together. The three little pink and jade carving Lolitas ran in unison to Chu Feng's front. Behind them, the beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, looked at Chu Feng with a somewhat grudging look. Chapter 12. Man to death as a teenager. Eating soft rice? Obviously is their own pregnant October-born, and alone raised a 4-year-old baby girl. How to meet with meat only less than a full day. Chu Feng. So intimate? She, who could not think of a reason, could only think of one possibility. These precious daughters were all Chu Feng's little lovers from his previous life. People's little lovers in their past lives, while I'm only a mother in this life. Naturally I can't compare. Lu Ruyan could only be so self-congratulatory. Chu Feng winked towards his own extremely talented woman. He was satisfied with the imported candy at noon. Lowering his head, he looked dotingly at the little lowly clustered in front of him. Chu Feng greeted his daughters. Alright, we'll go see the pandas now. At this moment, Zhou Yang, the manager who was respectfully following to the side, had his cell phone ringing. A call from the boss. Zhou Yang immediately pressed the answer button. Boss, hello, Xiao Zhou. I'm almost at the zoo now. Where are you? Boss, I'm currently accompanying Mr. Chu. I'm almost at the panda park. Mr. Chu, the one who owns that extremely advanced and high-end private jet? Yes boss. Good, very good. You accompany well. I'll be there soon. Chu Feng's body became stronger one after another, far beyond normal. He heard the conversation between Zhou Yang and Chu Konghai very clearly. Chu Konghai is coming? Very well, very well. My parents are also returning to Yangcheng today. Maybe by the time they come back, I'll have already given them a surprise. At this time, Yangcheng Airport, the once richest man in Yangcheng, Chu Hao, with his wife Lu Xiao, had just gotten off the airplane. Yangcheng, I'm back again, Chu Hao exclaimed. You think you're still young? Still lamenting here? Lu Xiao immediately spat. Ha ha, a man is a teenager until he dies. Haven't you heard of this saying? If you're a teenager, then where did son Chu Feng come from? Chu Hao was once again defeated by his wife Lu Xiao. He changed the topic. Let's call our sons now and have them come home for dinner tonight. Good. I'll personally cook tonight and make some delicious food for my son and daughter-in-law as well as my granddaughters. Lu Xiao grabbed the cell phone and stated that she wanted to make the call herself. Just at this moment, a gentlewoman wearing a cheongsam walked over with a coquettish smile. Hello Mr. Chu, Ms. Lu Xiao, who was about to make a call, looked at the stunningly beautiful woman who walked in front of him, and for a moment, he forgot to make a call. And you are? At one time Chu Hao was the richest man in Yangcheng, as an awesome person who mixed business. For some of the richest big shots at home and abroad, they would subconsciously pay more attention, even if they hadn't met each other. They had more or less seen it from some newspapers and magazines or TV reports. It was just that this stunningly beautiful and noble classical beauty in front of him, he was sure that he didn't recognize her. Yu Lingyu greeted and politely. Even though Chu Hao was no longer the richest man in the world, he had basically experienced all kinds of scenes. Talking naturally at this time was nothing to him. Mutual politeness and smooth communication. Just as quickly, Chu Hao was shocked. Mr. Chu, just call me Xiao Yu. This time, it was the boss Chu Feng who ordered me to specially pick up the airplane here. Your boss? Wait, who is your boss? Chu Feng, your son, my boss. Yu Lingyu smiled. She was also at the time when Chu Feng had asked her to look into the time when the richest man in Yangcheng's capital chain had ruptured. Only then did she realize that her boss, Chu Feng, turned out to be the son of the former richest man in Yangcheng. Not long ago she was shocked, but now it was the turn of both Chu Hao and Lu Xiao. Little you must have some misunderstanding. My son Chu Feng, he usually loves to play. Lu Xiao wanted to deny the matter of Chu Feng being Yu Lingyu's boss. Just halfway through speaking, he thought of a possibility and suddenly said, Little you, my son loves to play. Is he playing with you now? Lu Xiao knew that his son, Chu Feng, used to be a womanizer and a paper drunk. Yesterday, he might have been surrounded by a model, and today, he might have changed to a starlet. Anyway, he is the son of the richest man in the world. He has money and loves to play. Not a matter. Lu Xiao spoiled his son very much and did not oppose Chu Feng's love of fun at all. He even felt that which girls were able to get his son Chu Feng's appreciation and liking. That was the blessing they had cultivated in their 8 lifetimes. Right now, Lu Xiao felt that Lu Ruyan, who had talked to them on the phone earlier, was his son's woman. Now the stunningly beautiful classical Cheongsam beauty was also Chu Feng's girlfriend. There were some places where young people would call their half, their boss, or their boss's wife. Lu Xiao, who thought of this, became more and more determined about the idea in her heart. At that instant, Lu Xiao carefully measured Yu Lingyu with the eyes of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her daughter-in-law. Not bad, not bad. Her figure and face value and temperament are all excellent. She's a good match for my son, little Yu. His father and I have no objections to you and my son. The person who understood Lu Xiao the most was her husband Chu Hao by her side. He had some things that he hadn't understood yet, and immediately said, "Things are still unclear. Don't jump to conclusions first. That Xiao Yu. I'm sorry you just said your boss Chu Feng. Our son is called Chu Feng, but he shouldn't be your boss, right? You must have misunderstood." Unlike Lu Xiao's unconditional belief in his son who extremely spoiled him, Chu Hao was clearly much more sensible and steady. Yu Lingyu's pretty face was slightly red at this moment. She had understood Lu Xiao's somewhat mixed yet joyful words just now. MS. Lu actually treats me as his son. That is, my boss Chu Feng's girlfriend? And the eyes just now, those were the eyes of a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law? From the looks of it, it seems like I can fulfill the status of my boss's girlfriend. Over these years, Yu Lingyu's situation was unique. Never had a boyfriend, but there were quite a few people who pursued her. It's just that those people, all of them carried a purpose and utilitarianism that Yu Lingyu didn't like. Haven't had a relationship yet, but first experienced the feeling of meeting the in-laws. This feeling, it's still really new, in Yu Lingyu's heart. Thinking about it made her feel interesting. She carefully explained it to Chu Hao and Lu Xiao. Chu Hao and Lu Xiao still found it hard to believe that Chu Feng was really Yu Lingyu's boss. Only, the two also felt that Yu Lingyu wouldn't be that boring to deceive them with such a thing. Lu Xiao pulled her husband, Chu Hao, aside. Old Chu, I know what's going on. Our son is considered bullish for once this time. He must have eaten Yu Lingyu's soft rice. Yu Lingyu, who had vaguely heard Lu Xiao's words, was in tears. Her human brainstorming was especially deadly. Chapter 13, Feeling in Love, so good. The two of them, Lu Xiao and Chu Hao, dialed Chu Feng's phone. Mom and Dad, have you arrived at the airport yet? We're here. We've arrived. Oh, I asked Yu Lingyue to pick you guys up. Did she receive you? Chu Feng directly asked Yu Lingyue to receive his parents to the Nine Halls Villa in Yangchang. That place was the best villa area in Yangchang, although Chu Hao was no longer the richest man in Yangchang. Moreover, the vast majority of the industries no longer belonged to him. However, the sixth villa of the Nine Halls was still there. In the phone call, Chu Feng did not explain in detail. He just told his parents that he was now rich. In the future, he could enjoy life and enjoy life. There was no need to toil and labor anymore. Mom and Dad, you guys go back to the villa first. I'm taking CC Nian Nian Chu to see the pandas with me now. I'll bring them back to the villa for dinner together when it's later. At that time, I'll explain to you all in detail. When the words came to this point, Chu Hao and Lu Xiao did not ask any more questions. Anyway, it would be almost time for dinner in a couple hours. At that time, Chu Feng would be able to catch up with them face to face. Little Yu, then the two of us will trouble you. You're welcome, Mr. Chu. This is what I should do. Yu Lingyue had already arranged for a car to be parked right outside in the parking lot. At this moment, she brought Chu Hao and Lu Xiao to the car, a top-of-the-line stretch Lincoln. In the past, when Chu Hao was still the richest man, he also had one. Sitting in such a car again, he felt a lot of emotions. Lu Xiao, the wife beside him, did not have as many feelings as he did. Instead, she grabbed Yu Lingyu's small hand and asked questions. Little Yu, how long have you and Chu Feng known each other? Auntie, the boss and I haven't officially met yet. You guys, I thought you've been together for a long time. Lu Xiao turned to Yu Lingyu and instantly became more enthusiastic. Little Yu, my son is very handsome, and he's very good. By the way, little Yu, do you have a boyfriend? If not, then let's be a family. I can help you get my son together. Chu Hao, who was on the side, already didn't want to say anything. His wife, as long as she sees a young and beautiful girl, she can't help but introduce her to him. As soon as she saw a beautiful young girl, she couldn't help but introduce her son, Chu Feng, to her. This fault has been many years. At this time, Chu Feng did not know. His own mother, Lu Xiao, was fervently pulling together the relationship with Yu Lingyu, having told Yu Lingyu some of her baby son Chu Feng's hobbies, as well as his favorite foods. What pitching in, what female chasing a man through a veil, what to get a man's heart. You have to grab his stomach first. What should the two cooperate with each other to make a concerted effort to be able to take down Chu Feng? These things, Chu Feng did not know for the time being. He and his daughters were already at the park of the giant panda. Dad, that giant panda is stupidly cute and fun. I feel that it's still the peacock from earlier that looks better. Choo-choo, you hurry up and take a look at the giant panda. Later on we can go see the big tiger. This kind of cute thing, pandas, was very much loved in Chu Feng's original world. In this world, it was surprisingly the same. The head and torso of a giant panda was 1.8 meters long, and the tail was 10-12 centimeters long. The skin is thick, the body is rich and full-bodied, the head is round and the tail is short, and the male individuals are slightly larger than the females. Cheeks are round with large black eyes, black and white body color, conducive to concealment in the trees of the dense forest and the snowy ground, but not easy to be found by natural enemies. Manager Zhou Yang was a very competent guide. Without the need for Chu Feng to explain, he had already started in for the three little Lolitas, introducing various things about the giant pandas. The ancestor of the giant panda is the beginning panda, which is a kind of earliest panda that evolved from a bear-like species that mainly eats meat. The three little Lolitas, who had never heard of the evolutionary history of the giant panda, were instantly captivated. At this time, Chu Feng felt as if he had realized something. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. There was a private airplane in the distance that was flying towards here. Chu Feng, what are you looking at? The beautiful president beside him asked suspiciously. I'm looking at the birds. Birds? What bird? Lu Ruyan was instantly even more puzzled. She had also taken the strengthening pill and her body had been strengthened even more. Even her eyesight and hearing had become much stronger. Lu Ruyan followed Chu Feng's example and raised her head to look towards the sky. This is an airplane, right? What did you say? I said this is an airplane, right? Chu Feng, you're so bad. The icy smart Lu Ruyan, at this time, also noticed that she was even quietly being set up by Chu Feng again. There were some words that a girl could not say. Although she was the mother of three little Lolitas, she was still pure as a batch. Chu Feng definitely did it on purpose to make me say those two words. This fellow, how can he be so bad? I regret it. At noon I still said that I was eating imported candies. This bad guy. He also said for me to eat imported candy canes and imported ham sausages. Beat it to death and don't eat it. Lu Ruyan, who secretly muttered. Only at this time vaguely heard the sound of the airplane propeller between. And at this time, it was the three little Lolitas who ate the strong body pills, raised their heads and glanced at the airplane in the sky. The rest of them didn't feel anything. They didn't have the body strengthening pill to eat, and their bodies were naturally no match for Chu Feng and the others. Lu Ruyan looked at the airplane in the sky and then looked at Chu Feng beside her. She was in awe. We ate the body strengthening pill that Chu Feng gave us. The body has become stronger. But Chu Feng was able to discover the airplane before all of us. It seems like his body is much stronger than ours. Regarding Chu Feng's body being strong, Ruyan Lu was heartily happy. It was even happier than if her own body had gotten stronger. What are you laughing at? Chu Feng wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan's slender waist. Didn't laugh at anything. Lu Ruyan steeply resumed her high and cold iceberg goddess appearance. I know, Chu Feng said with a clear mind. You know what? I know that you want to treat me to imported candies to reminisce about how you felt at noon. The beautiful president was amused by Chu Feng's serious nonsense. She looked at the languid white clouds in the sky and thought to herself, is this the feeling of being in love? It feels really good. Chapter 14, Ruyan Lu believes it now. In the sky, Chu Konghai sat on his private airplane. He ordered the pilot to drive directly to the giant panda park. He was the boss of this place anyway. The boss naturally had privileges. However, the pilot was coming to the zoo for the first time. Wanting to find the giant panda park in the zoo, he could only look for it with experience. Without realizing it, he unexpectedly arrived over the tiger's park. Inside the tiger park, there were 10 tigers. These tigers were frightened and were jumping up and down, roaring angrily. The keepers who were feeding were all directly rushed down to the ground and were injured. Who flew the airplane here? Is this going to kill people? Don't shout and don't curse. This seems to be the boss's airplane. So what if it's the boss's airplane? Look, old Wu is injured. Quickly find a way to get into the park to save him. The frightened tiger kept roaring. It looked very ferocious and extremely aggressive. The few other staff members of the tiger park did not dare to enter the park to save him for a while. Old Zhou, find a way to attract the attention of the tigers outside the park, and try not to let them notice the injured Lao Wu inside the park. Little Li, you quickly go to the equipment room and bring the anesthetic gun over. What? You quickly call the manager and tell him the situation here. The older old Zhang quickly made arrangements. The remaining few people immediately began to act. Xiao Wen, her hands were fuming, shaking, at this moment. It was hard to make the call out. Pick up. Manager, you pick up the phone. Xiao Wen was dying of anxiety at this moment, deeply feeling what was called seconds like years. Finally, the phone was connected. Manager, it's not good. It's not good. What is it? You slowly say. I don't know where a plane came from in the sky. I heard it's the boss's. It's the boss's airplane. What's wrong? The airplane flew to the tiger park. Which tigers have been frightened? And the keeper Lao Wu was injured. The manager Zhou Yang who received the call. The whole person was dumbfounded. Tiger injury. This is a major safety accident. At that time, even if it was the boss's problem, then the responsibility would still need to be carried by him, the manager. In this way, Zhou Yang knew he was finished. I'm going over there. You guys evacuate the tourists around. Hurry up. Zhou Yang hurriedly hung up the phone and ran towards the tiger park. In his panic, he had forgotten to inform Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not care either. The two of them, he and Lu Ruyan, as well as the three little Lolitas, all heard the call just now. CCC Nian Nian Chu Chu. It seems that we can't go see Brain Tiger today. Ruyan Lu proposed to go back now. Wait until the zoo matter has been dealt with, and then find another opportunity to come over. The three little Lolitas, in unison, looked at Chu Feng. Daddy, I heard that tigers eat people, right? That uncle went over just now. Isn't it dangerous? Daddy, are you able to convince which tigers don't eat people? A few little Lolitas, simple and cute. Their eyes were filled with strong expectations. In their hearts, their dad was omnipotent and very powerful. Moreover, not long ago, Chu Feng had displayed his superpower in front of them, convincing those peacocks to open their screens at the same time. Beautiful, spectacular, deeply shocked them. At this moment, they hoped that their heroic father would also be able to convince those brain tigers just like he had convinced the peacocks. Chu Feng nodded. Don't worry, Dad will go and convince which tigers. Actually, there was no need for the daughters to say anything. Chu Feng would also go over to help. Without that ability, it was not a matter of saying anything. Since there was the ability to communicate with animals, Chu Feng would naturally not see death and save them. Don't! Chu Feng, don't go. It's too dangerous. Lu Ruyan grabbed Chu Feng's large hand. She wasn't a child and wouldn't not know how dangerous tigers were. Lu Ruyan only thought about her family members, loved ones. All of them were peaceful and happy and joyful. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I have a way to communicate with those animals. You don't have to worry about my safety. Chu Feng saw that Lu Ruyan was still unwilling to let go. At that moment, he hooked his finger at a young panda in the panda park next to him. You come over. That naive little panda immediately walked over to Chu Feng and the others. Although it was separated by a barbed wire fence, the distance was really close. More importantly, the little panda was really obedient. Ruyan Lu's eyes were filled with incredulity. The three little Lolitas, on the other hand, were extremely happy. They felt that this was normal. If the little panda didn't listen to Dad, that would be abnormal. Ruyan Lu, believe it now? Alright, now saving people is important. We'll go over there now. You few follow me. Don't get lost. Chu Feng brought Lu Ruyan and his three daughters and quickly rushed towards the tiger park. Along the way, he encountered quite a few tourists that were fleeing towards the distance. It's too scary. A tiger actually ran out. Asterisk almost scared me to death just now. You guys run. The tiger will eat people if it comes out. Along the road, there were kind people who reminded Chu Feng several people to never go to the tiger park, otherwise it would be dangerous. The three little Lolitas confidently told these people that their dad was able to convince the tiger. Chu Feng didn't mind his daughters telling these facts. No one would believe such a thing anyway. Besides, he himself still had the awesome godly selection system. The ground was in a panic at this moment. In the air, the pilot who set up the airplane was dumbfounded. He also didn't expect that his flying the airplane would cause such serious consequences. Chu Konghai in the back. His face was gloomy and extremely ugly. Asterisk. I told you to go to the panda park. What are you doing running a low altitude circle in the tiger park? Want to send me to feed the tigers? Look at the bottom right now. What kind of chaos has it all gotten into? Chu Konghai was incapable of resolving his anger. He received a call from his manager, Zhou Yang. Boss, you guys hurry up and take the airplane away. Many animals at the zoo are frightened. 3 tigers have already run out, and 2 people are currently injured. The zoo is very chaotic right now. If one is not careful, someone might be buried in the tiger's mouth. Chu Konghai said a few words in a low voice, then asked the pilot to hurry up and take the airplane away. Really bad luck. Originally, how good is today? Now it's made into such a mess. Really unlucky. Chu Konghai was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. At this time, the pilot told Chu Konghai. He found the top private airplane that Chu Konghai was looking for before at the location of the zoo entrance. That's right, that Big Brother's private airplane is here. I was originally going to meet with him to initially establish a good relationship. Now this is really annoying. After thinking about it, Chu Konghai took out his cell phone and dialed his manager Zhou Yang's number once again. Zhou Yang, you now bring people and make sure to protect the honorable guests I told you about earlier. The rest of the people, whether they are dead or injured, it doesn't matter right now. You only need to bring people to protect the honorable guest. On the phone, manager Zhou Yang said hesitantly, "Boss, are you talking about Mr. Chu Feng Chu? Mr. Chu Feng Chu?" Chu Konghai immediately had an extremely bad feeling. Who is this person? Boss, Mr. Chu Feng Chu is the VIP who owns a top-notch private jet, as you explained before. Crouching, groove. The person who owns the top-tier private airplane is actually Chu Feng? This Chu Feng shouldn't be the Chu Feng that I know, right? Chapter 15 Convincing the Tiger, turning black and white upside down? Since Chu Konghai was involved in something that made the once richest man in Yangchang's capital chain rupture, and it was also one of the bigwigs of Yangchang. For the once richest man, Chu Hao, as well as the once richest man's son, Chu Feng, both knew very well. No, it shouldn't be the Chu Feng I know. It definitely won't be him. That guy I've seen before. A human-looking guy, but he's just a sound and fury paper drunk. Not much use. Chu Konghai muttered to himself. His words, on the surface, convinced him that the honorable guest Chu Feng that manager Zhou Yang had spoken of was not the Chu Feng he knew, but deep down in his heart, that was becoming more and more bottomless. Zhou Yang, tell me, the Chu Feng you spoke of, what does he look like? How old is he? Looks like he's in his early 20s, but his face value is very high. Handsome and handsome instrumental. Also, there, Chu Konghai is a little undying. And, by the way, he brought a stunningly beautiful woman this time. In addition there are 3 very cute little loli, their daughters. Ha! Chu Konghai's eyes suddenly lit up. As far as he knew, Chu Feng, the son of the former richest man, he was paper drunk and waved gold like dirt, and had quite a few girlfriends, but there was no marriage, much less a daughter. Even yesterday, when Chu Tian, his nephew, was beaten and complained to Chu Konghai, there is no mention of Lu Ruyan and the 3 daughters. Chu Konghai immediately made a decision, ordering the pilot of his own private airplane to park the airplane next to Chu Feng's private airplane. He had already thought about it. If the honored guest Chu Feng was just a name with the son of the former richest man, then he would do his best to establish a good relationship. After all, a lot of business and commerce spoke of relationships, and as long as one had relationships, one could do almost anything. If the so-called honored guest was really the son of the former richest man, then he would have to plant the evidence for today's matter. Anyway, the grudge with Chu Hao had already been made. There was absolutely no way that he would allow Chu Feng's father and son to have the opportunity and possibility to seek revenge on him. Chu Konghai explained to the airplane pilot, again and again. Only then did he get off the airplane. It was a good thing that today was not a weekend, and the number of people who came to the zoo was not particularly large. Chu Konghai personally led a group of people, equipped with anesthetic guns, to the park where the tiger was. At this time, inside the tiger park, the tourists had already been evacuated at the first opportunity. Right now there were just a handful of staff members, led by manager Zhou Yang, holding an anesthetic gun, trying to anesthetize the tiger and save people at the same time. Only, things were beyond their expectations. There were already 5 tigers that had escaped from the tiger park. The number of injured people also reached 3. With each injured person, he knew that his responsibility was a whole lot bigger. The boss naturally has a way to absolve himself, and I am the scapegoat. Alas, pity my family's child is still small. Just as he thought of this, he was shocked to realize that his daughter had appeared right at the intersection in front of him. Yeah, quickly get out of here. His wife had brought his daughter and wanted to give him a surprise today, but now, instead of a surprise, it had turned into a shock. Zhou Yang's daughter was already 5 or 6 years old, but not as understanding as the 3 little Lolitas of CC Nian Nian Chu Chu. Originally, he was going to give his father a surprise. As a result, he and his mother were dispersed by tourists. The little girl did not go with the tourists, but instead, still according to a previous staff said, headed to the location of the tiger park. Her mother, still looking elsewhere, not finding anyone, was frantically calling Zhou Yang. At this time, roar, a loud roar came. A large tiger, 3 to 4 meters long, had just escaped from the tiger park. It saw the little girl not far away. The manager, Zhou Yang, ignored the wildly ringing cell phone. Instead, he grabbed the anesthetic gun from the hands of his men. No, don't come near my daughter. Zhou Yang's prayer backfired. The big tiger looked at the little girl not far away and was already starting to approach. The little girl's entire body was scared silly. Daddy, save me. The little girl Yaya ran towards Zhou Yang. Without running 2 steps, she directly fell to the ground. Her father, Zhou Yang's heart jumped into his throat. Can't wait any longer. Zhou Yang took the anesthetic gun and started aiming. Don't ever miss. His renewed prayers backfired. The anesthetic gun missed. It only hurt a little bit of flesh. Crap. The tiger was already frightened, and now it's been wounded a little. It's stimulating its ferocious beastliness even more. My daughter is dead now. Tears unconsciously fell from Zhou Yang's eyes. He panicked and loaded the bullets, but he couldn't get it to load. The injured big tiger roared in rage. With a faster speed, it pounced towards Zhou Yang's daughter. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the little girl. Yeah. At this moment, it opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite towards Yaya's neck. In the nick of time, suddenly, there was a roar. Stop mouth. The tiger that was about to commit an act of murder only felt a sudden voice in his head and was confused for a moment. The person who roared was naturally Chu Feng without a doubt. Actually, he could have come over earlier. However, halfway there, he encountered two tigers that were chasing some tourists. Chu Feng immediately convinced which tigers to save the tourists. He rode the tigers and brought his two daughters, Nian Chu, letting Lu Ruyan ride the other tiger, carrying his eldest daughter CC. The family came on a special riding trip. Until now, Ruyan Lu's entire body was still in a state of dreaming. On the contrary, it was the three little Lolitas that were happy and joyful. They heard Chu Feng's roar, and only then did they notice that there was a little girl a bit older than them in front of them. It was cowering, shivering, in front of a cerebral tiger. Is this tiger going to eat people? The three little Lolitas, at this time, were also startled. Daddy, you quickly save her. Right, Dad, save her. There was no need for his daughters to beg him. Chu Feng would also save her. He tried to convince the tiger. It was just that this tiger was already ferocious. In response to Chu Feng's persuasion, it directly roared. Roar! Oh, can't convince? Chu Feng leapt and jumped off the tiger's back. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the tiger and the little girl Yaya. Since the tiger did not listen to him when he said it properly, then Chu Feng would have to convince people with reason. No, it was the tiger. At this moment, the three little Lolitas were cheering for their father, Chu Feng. As in the dream, Lu Ruyan, even though she knew that Chu Feng was very powerful, even if he fought with a tiger, it was extremely likely that the tiger would not be Chu Feng's opponent. However, she still couldn't help but worry for Chu Feng. As for the manager, Zhou Yang, his heart was once again in his throat. Those surrounding zoo staff were completely dumbfounded and stupid. There was a feeling of a computer going dead in their heads. Roar! The tiger in front of Chu Feng had bitten one person before. Moreover, it was frightened and injured. At this moment, it was extremely ferocious. Its speed was very fast, and it was about to bite the annoying fellow Chu Feng in front of it to death. As a result, Chu Feng's speed was even faster than the tiger. Without waiting for the tiger to bite Chu Feng, Chu Feng's fist had already ruthlessly smashed onto the tiger's eyes. The tiger that suffered pain became more and more furious. It quickly turned around. Its tail was like iron leather. Like scissors, it cut towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng dodged and brought the little girl, Yaya, along with him. The ferocious tiger came after him again. Chu Feng, who had once again avoided it, put Yaya aside. He directly rolled over and rode on the tiger. Giving you a chance and not cherishing it, then go to hell. Chu Feng swung all and smashed towards the tiger's head. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Soon, the ferocious tiger was smashed by Chu Feng to the point where his eyes blazed with blood. Within a few hits, it fainted and died. Manager Zhou Yang bravely ran to carry his daughter, Yaya, away. Feeling excited at Chu Feng one after another. Those zoo staff around him looked at Chu Feng as if they were looking at a god. Oh my god, how is he so powerful? He came riding a tiger, and was able to beat a brain tiger to death all by himself. If it hadn't really happened in front of me, I would have definitely thought it was a movie. In total, 5 tigers ran out. Among them, Chu Feng had convinced 2 of them, and beaten one to a dizzying death. There were also 2 other tigers. These 2 tigers, Chu Feng did not rush to search for them. Instead, he waved at the 2 tigers carrying Lu Ruyan and little Loli. After a short exchange, the 2 tigers let out roars one after another. The surrounding Zhou Yang and the others cringed, shivered. Soon, the 2 tigers that had escaped from the tiger park came to the neighborhood on their own. Chu Feng repeated his old technique and convinced them one by one. He took the tigers and returned to the tiger park. By the way, he saved the injured keepers in the tiger park, which staff members thanked Chu Feng repeatedly. Without Chu Feng's help, they didn't even dare to imagine how miserable they would be. At this time, Chu Konghai finally arrived. Chu Feng? It's actually really him? He's just a rich second generation who only knows how to sound and act. How could he own such a good private airplane? Chu Konghai couldn't figure it out. Manager Zhou Yang said to Chu Konghai with a grateful face, "Boss, this time it was thanks to Mr. Chu's help. He helped save a lot of people, and he also sent all the tigers that escaped back into the tiger park." Chu Konghai immediately let out a cold smile. He saved people? The tiger in the tiger park was frightened, and he was the one who caused it. You few, put Chu Feng under control. Before he came, Chu Konghai had already prepared 2 hands. Now that he was certain that Chu Feng was the son of the former richest man, he was also the person he wanted to deal with. Boss, have you misunderstood? Chu Feng didn't cause the tiger in the tiger park to be frightened. It was your airplane that caused it. On the contrary, Chu Feng saved many of us. He is a hero, our benefactor. Chu Feng had also saved Zhou Yang's daughter just now, and at this moment, he couldn't help but argue with reason. Chu Konghai immediately coldly glared at Zhou Yang. I'll repeat myself once more. Not long ago, Chu Feng flew a private airplane, causing the zoo's tiger to be frightened and hurt people, escaping from the tiger park, causing a major safety accident and loss. Without waiting for Chu Konghai to finish, Zhou Yang said seriously, Boss, one cannot be so toothless. It was clearly your airplane that disturbed the tiger. The one who caused the tiger to injure someone and cause major damage is you. Chu Konghai, who had a cold face, suddenly became furious. For this kind of disobedient henchman, what was there to come for? Chu Konghai had already decided that the person to clean up was not only Chu Feng, but also his own manager Zhou Yang. Just as Chu Konghai was about to order his men to take Zhou Yang away and control Chu Feng, at the same time, he was also standing in front of a dead tiger, preparing to have people take pictures, to portray himself as a hero who saved people at a critical moment. He abruptly realized that the Chu Feng he was going to clean up was actually just a few meters away in front of him. Sure enough, you really are related to the matter that caused my parents' capital chain to break and go bankrupt in the first place. It's already too late for you to know now. Chu Konghai saw that his men were all around him. Moreover, he had already prepared two hands before. Right now, he wasn't just trying to trap Chu Feng so that everyone would know. Chu Feng was the one who drove the private airplane to disturb the tiger, causing the tiger to injure someone and causing a major accident. Chu Konghai also wants to take this opportunity to kill people. This Chu Feng, in just a short period of time, he actually has such a good private airplane. His energy has exceeded my expectations. It's impossible for Chu Feng not to avenge his father. In that case, today is a good opportunity. Chu Konghai glared towards his men. Chu Feng, who was not far away, was watching Chu Konghai's every word and action in his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled. Chapter 16, New Choices. Double Reward. Too late to know? It's not too late for me. Chu Feng had specifically just knocked the tiger unconscious earlier. Instead of killing it completely, it was to step an idle move, and he didn't expect to use it right now. Chu Feng communicated with the tiger. The voice directly resounded in its mind. Get up and bite. The next instant, the tiger, which had fainted, suddenly rose up. It directly bit towards the closest Chu Konghai. Miserable screams that came to an abrupt end. Chu Konghai's neck was askew to the side, blood flowing like a stream. He died in a miserable state of death. Manager Zhou, you take care of the next matter. Alright Mr. Chu, don't worry, I know what to do. Once Chu Konghai died, the rest of his men were leaderless. Chu Feng did not need to pay attention to them at all. Truly looking for death. To think that you would still want to harm me? Originally, it was just that I wanted the tiger to injure Chu Konghai. Since he was looking for death himself, then I just happened to give him a ride. Well, now it's sort of avenging Dad. Later on when we go back, we'll give him a surprise. Chu Feng returned to Ruyan Lu and his daughters. Si Nyen Nyen Chu Chu. Let's go. The three little Lolitas, naturally, had no opinion and obediently followed Chu Feng. After walking for a while, Ruyan Lu asked suspiciously, Chu Feng, where are we going now? Where to go? You'll know soon enough. Chu Feng saw that the beautiful president was still pursuing the question and directly laughed. Ruyan Lu, an ugly daughter-in-law always needs to meet her in-laws. Now go meet your in-laws. Now. Chu Feng, can I not go? Chu Feng immediately stopped his pace without saying a word. He directly carried the high and cold iceberg goddess on his interhead. The beautiful president's exclamation of surprise, as well as the three lolis' laughter rang out. At the same time, the system's pleasant prompting sound also sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Host, congratulations, you have carried Lu Ruyan with her daughter to meet her parents, and have obtained a divine choice. 1. A ferocious tiger. 2. Carrying Lu Ruyan and her daughter to meet her parents. Obtaining a new choice. Double reward. Please make a choice. The host will receive the chosen reward after choosing. A ferocious tiger. This reward, Chu Feng is the current de facto richest man in Yangchang. Wanting to buy a tiger to raise was not a difficult task. Bringing Lu Ruyan and her daughter to meet her parents to obtain a new choice. Double the reward. Seeing this second choice, Chu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Double rewards. That was double happiness. TSK. 9 Halls Villa area. Villa number 6. Lu Xiu had already prepared a table of dishes. Yu Lingyue had been following and playing the hands. She had also made a few Yu Hang dishes at Lu Xiu's instigation. Lu Xiu tasted it and was full of praise. Ling Yu, it really wasn't expected. You're not just pretty, with a good figure and high face value and outstanding temperament. Even your cooking skills are very good. Lu Xiu looked at Yu Lingyu. The more he looked, the more his eyes glowed. Ling Yu, that my son is very handsome and capable. You know what I mean, right? Lu Xiu said while taking a few photos of Yu Lingyu and sent them to her own son. Chu Feng, son, I have my eye on a girl. She's a classical beauty. You know what mom means. Don't let mom down. Soon after, Chu Feng returned the message. Mom, just how many girlfriends do you want your son me to find for you? My son is so outstanding. Of course the more the better. Is not right. Lu Xiu had seen classical beauties. She now decided to change her mind. It's more expensive to be refined than to have more. So any stunning beauty like Yu Lingyu, you can help your mom me take. As long as her precious son was happy and joyful. Lu Xiu didn't care about anything else. Spoiling her son to this extent, Lu Xiu was also considered rare. Mom, to tell you a good news. I have arrived over the 9 halls. At the same time, there are 3 little babies and 1 big baby with me. The little babies are your good granddaughters. You are guaranteed to absolutely love them when you see them. The big baby is your daughter-in-law. Not below Yu Lingyu in every aspect of body value and temperament. Getting the news, Lu Xiu and Chu Hao, as well as Yu Lingyu, all vaguely heard the sound of a helicopter between them. The 3 of them spontaneously walked out. An imposing and domineering top-notch private airplane quickly landed in the spacious courtyard of Villa 6. It didn't matter if it was the former richest man in Yangchang, Chu Hao, or his wife Lu Xiu, or the classical beauty Yu Lingyu. It could be said that they were all people who had seen the big world and big scenes. The private airplane parked not far in front of them. They can all see that the value is definitely over $100 million. As for how many billions, it was hard to say, because such a top private airplane, they have not seen. They only felt that this was not many times more upscale than those private airplanes they had seen. What has my son done recently? Could it be that he ate the soft rice of the queen of the gentleman's country? And this is the reward that the queen gave him? Lu Xiu had a brainstorm for a while. Although she spoiled her son, she also knew that her son did not have much talent in business. In a short period of time, buying this kind of airplane with his own money was simply impossible. Chu Hao, at this time, was also guessing what exactly his son had done. He was able to become the richest man in Yangcheng before, but he had put in a lot of hard work, and also got an excellent opportunity. The average person would not be able to earn so much money in a short period of time. Moreover, in Yangcheng, those opponents who had previously caused his capital chain to rupture, it was impossible for them to give Chu Feng the opportunity to develop in Yangcheng. Yu Lingyu did not think that much. Her mind was a little messy right now. From the moment she met Lu Xiu, the way Lu Xiu looked at her was that of a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law. In a short period of time, she had been instilling that her son Chu Feng was the most outstanding man in the world. It can be described as holding the sun and moon and picking the stars, and there is no one like me in the world. The stranger was like jade, and the sun of the world was peerless. In Ling Yu's heart, it was on the verge of molding a glorious image of a supremely beautiful man out. At this time, there was no letting the 3 people wait for a long time. Chu Feng held his young daughter, Chu Chu, and took the lead in walking out of the airplane cabin. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Chu Chu, quickly call out. Grandpa, Grandma, ha ha, so well behaved. Seeing the little loli in Chu Feng's arms, the 2 of them, Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, had hearts that were about to sprout, pinkly carved and well behaved. A pair of big black eyes, permeated with a cleverness and aura. Not to mention Chu Hao Lu Xiu, who directly became a grandfather Nai. It was Yu Lingyu on the side. At this time, she was also fiercely fond of it. In fact, before, Yu Lingyu had met with Chu Feng and a big baby 3 little babies. Just this matter, she did not say with Lu Xiu couple. After hearing Lu Xiu introduce himself to her son Chu Feng, it seemed that he was still giving Chu Feng as a little. Yu Lingyu cried and laughed for a while. This is a mother's favorite son, are spoiled to no bounds. Immediately after, the high and cold iceberg goddess, holding 2 little Lolitas that were also carved out of jade and looked almost exactly the same, walked off the airplane. Uncle and aunt, I'm Lu Ruyan. This is eldest daughter Cici and second daughter Nian Nian. Cici Nian Nian, go to your grandpa Nai. Lu Ruyan let go of her hands like a little girl, like a porcelain doll. Immediately, she ran towards Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, who greeted her up. Soon, the 3 little Lolitas, in unison, clustered around the 2 old men. Even if they knew that they suddenly had 3 more granddaughters, but without meeting them, they didn't know what it was like. Right now, seeing it with their own eyes, feeling that sense of closeness, the 2 of them, Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, were happy like children. Mom and Dad, let's go inside first, Chu Feng said with a smile. It wasn't like the family to be standing outside. Right. Cici Nian Nian Chu Chu, enter the house with Grandpa Nai. I'll tell you all yo. Today Nai has made a lot of delicious food for you. Your dad used to like to eat it. I don't know if you guys like it. Chu Hao Lu Xiu brought the 3 little Lolitas and returned to the house together. The classical beauty Yu Lingyu, who was wearing a Celadon cheongsam, specially came forward to greet Chu Feng. Boss. Chu Feng had already seen the photo that his mother, Lu Xiao, had specially sent to him. Moreover, when he was in Villa No. 1 before, Chu Feng had also seen it with his own eyes. But a stunning beauty, naturally, one would never tire of seeing it. There was no way. Men die as teenagers. All people had the desire to love beauty. Yu Lingyue and Lu Ruyan were two different types of stunningly beautiful women. After Chu Feng looked at them for a couple more times, he nodded his head and considered it a greeting. Lingyue, how are you finding out about the things I arranged for you? Boss, the details of the matter you arranged are incomplete for the time being. The information found out is in the file bag. Yu Lingyue is very efficient in her work. You take it and report to me in detail after dinner. Okay, boss. Yu Lingyue had the aura of a boss when she was a boss, and had the awareness of an underling when she was an underling. This point, she grasped very well. Behind her, Lu Ruyan looked at the classical beauty in the cheongsam. She only felt that the other party's aspects were not below her. Moreover, Ruyan Lu felt that Yu Lingyue's ability to do things seemed to be even more impressive than her. Such a beautiful beauty. Is she Chu Feng's secretary? I've heard that rich people's secretaries are all secretaries who have something to do and nothing to do. Ruyan Lu shook her head in panic. What am I thinking about this for? It's not like Chu Feng is my husband right now. The self-compassionate Lu Ruyan. Her eyes were somewhat sad. Ruyan Lu, what are you thinking about? Walk faster. It's time to prepare for dinner. Chu Feng turned around and directly wrapped around the beautiful president's slender waist. He knew that his home's extremely beautiful woman was a little shy. Coming to the house for the first time, he could not leave her out in the cold. Your parents are in front. You quickly let go of me. The beautiful president somewhat slightly resisted, but in her heart, she was a bit delighted. This bad guy, is he going to declare my status as the rightful madam? In the 9 halls villa area, there were only 9 villas in total. Each villa was worth a lot of money. The best was Villa number 1, which was worth over $1.8 billion. The worst, Villa 9, was also worth $120 million. And this number 6 villa in Chu Feng's home was worth $3.6 billion. A penny for a penny. This villa covers an area of 3 acres, bamboo forests and streams, small bridges and water, open-air swimming pools, pleasant scenery. The 3-story villa was luxurious and high-end. Even the floor was paved with a beautiful kind of jade. The crystal lamp overhead was most enjoyable for the 3 little loli. Lu Xiao and Chu Hao specially turned on the crystal lamp. Chu, you can't see it during the day. Wait until night. These crystal lights will be even more beautiful. The 3 little Lolitas loved it. After they said a few words to Chu Hao Lu Xiao, they ran back in unison and ran in front of Chu Feng. Papa, Daddy, Grandpa Nai-Nai's home is also beautiful. Chu Feng dotingly touched his daughter's little heads and laughed. Do you like it here? If you like it, you'll live here in the future. The 3 little loli immediately shook their heads. Daddy, this is Grandpa Nai-Nai's home. We want to live with Mom and Dad. Right, Dad? No matter where you live, we're going to live with you. Chu Feng's heart was touched when he heard his daughter's sincere words. At that moment, the system's pleasant prompting sound sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Host, congratulations, you have brought Lu Ruyan and your daughters to meet your parents, and have obtained a new choice, a double reward. Chapter 17, too cool, too showy. Host, congratulations, you brought Ruyan Lu and her daughter to meet her parents and gained a new choice. Double reward. 1. 9 halls villa area. 2. 80% of the shares of Mordor Yida Investment Company Limited. Host, this time you don't need to choose, due to the fact that you receive a double reward. This time, you will directly receive the rewards of both choices. 9 halls villa area, a total of 9 villas. The cheapest one was $120 million, and the most expensive villa was $1.8 billion. The total value was $136 billion. This was for an ordinary person, even if they didn't eat, drink, or sleep for a lifetime and worked exclusively, and worked directly for 1,000 years. That wouldn't earn $136 billion. Of course, this was astronomical to ordinary people. To Chu Feng, it was nothing at all. After all, the building where the Ruyan company was located, which was obtained before, was worth $20 billion. And the strengthening pill obtained, the life extension pill, and the ability to communicate with animals. These were all good things and good treasures that money couldn't even buy. Thus Chu Feng had a very calm expression for the first reward. More than $10 billion. The 9 halls villa area was not bad. It just so happened that the daughters liked such a large villa. In the future, the entire villa area, feel free to live. 80% of the shares of Magic City Yida Investment Company. This company is one of the top 500 companies, mainly engaged in real estate. 80% of the shares. Chu Feng's value has risen by $160 billion. According to the system playing on like this, Chu Feng suspected that he wouldn't be long before he was the richest man in the country. Not only is it the whole country, it won't be long before Chu Feng is definitely the richest man in the world. Money is a flower girl. No one doesn't like it. Chu Feng was very satisfied after directly obtaining 2 such rewards. He didn't know right now that such 2 rewards made him even more enlightened and happy than he had imagined. Of course that was an afterthought. At that moment, Chu Feng brought Lu Ruyan and the 3 little Lolitas to the dining room. The sumptuous meal was already on the dining table that was cast in white jade. The dining table was very large, and more than 10 people were able to sit down easily. Chu Feng, try this dish. I remember that you used to like to eat the return pork that I made the most. This time, your mom and I have specially made it for you. You have to eat more. Lu Xiu's first chopsticks gave her son a chopstick of hot pot meat. Immediately afterward, she began to fill the bowls of the 3 little Lolitas with all the dishes. Si si nyen nyen chu chu. These dishes are all made by Nai Nai for you. You guys taste it. How is Nai Nai's cooking? In the future you guys will live here. Lu Xiu hadn't quite finished speaking. Chu Hao, who was beside her, suddenly slapped her. Old Chu, what are you doing? I'm letting my precious granddaughters, all of them move over to live here. Do you have a problem with that? Si si nyen nyen chu chu. Grandpa Nai Nai Nai, the villa here is very big. You guys later on choose a room by yourselves. Chu Hao once again patted his wife, his eyes signaling her to stop talking. Lu Xiu at once felt wrong. Old Chu, are you hiding something from me? Old Chu, you give me the truth. Are you outside someone? Lu Xiu expects his son to be favored by all the beautiful women in the whole world. He hated that all the beautiful women were his own daughters-in-law. All of them can make their own son happy and joyful. But if his son's father, if he dares to have another woman, Lu Xiu is going to fight her to the death. She was acting clearly as an extremely double-standard person. At this moment, she glared at Chu Hao furiously. It didn't matter if it was a bluff or a genuine suspicion. Anyway, Chu Hao couldn't even think of not telling the truth at this moment. Alright, I'll tell the truth. All of you are a handful of years old, and you still think I'm your son. I'm very dedicated to you. Oh, which Lu Ruyan? I'm joking. My son is actually different from before now. Realizing that he had demolished his son's stage and uncovered his son's bottom, panicked want to remedy. In response, Lu Ruyan was very generous and said, Uncle, I know that Chu Feng he's not a good person. I have a number in my heart. You can reveal more of his bottom. It doesn't matter. Chu Hao felt relieved for his son. No, it's far away. His own matter hasn't been said yet. Chu Hao was aware of his wife's temperament, usually very virtuous, but there are some things that can't tolerate sand in her eyes. Glancing at Lu Xiu, Chu Hao hurriedly said, Si si nyen nyen chu chu. Today Grandpa wants to say sorry to you all. Just a short while ago, I have already sold this villa, so there's no way to ask you guys to stay here. However, Si si nyen nyen chu chu, you guys don't worry. Grandpa will buy a big house as soon as possible. When that time comes, you guys can definitely come. Lu Xiu was instantly a bit gloomy. Old Chu, such a big matter. Why don't you discuss it with me? Are you planning to make a comeback? What business are you planning to do next? Don't worry, although I'm now a nai, but I'm still able to accompany you to fight once. Even if it's carrying sacks and sleeping on construction sites, I'm fine with it. Coughing, Chu Feng dryly coughed and laughed. Mom and Dad, in front of so many of us, is it really good for you guys to show love and spread dog food so openly? Lu Ruyan's eyes and nose were watching. Even so, she couldn't help but laugh. A classical beauty that was not on par with her beauty. As half a guest, she was also Chu Feng's subordinate. At that moment, she was also forcibly holding back so that she did not laugh out. She felt that this family of Chu Feng's was just too funny. If she herself also had such a family, then her normal life must also be filled with joy. A family with Chu Feng? Could it be that my heart wants to be with him? Yulingyu doubted whether she had been successfully brainwashed by Lu Xiu in the previous time. The 3 little Lolitas were all only 4 years old, but all were very understanding. Hearing that Grandpa Nai Nai had sold all the houses, none of them laughed. Instead, they said very seriously and gravely, Grandpa Nai Nai, you don't have a house to live in. Then live with us. Dad has prepared a big house for us with extra rooms. The little Loli's words made Chu Hao and Lu Xiu very touched. It was only the next instant, the 3 little Loli, once again, spoke. They looked at the classical beauty Yulingyu one after another. Sister, you look just as good as our mom. Why don't you live with us in the future as well? Seeing as you're so good looking, we grant you permission to cuddle and sleep with your dad just like us. The childish voices made the surrounding people's expressions wonderful. Chu Feng looked at his precious daughters. In his heart, he directly gave them 320 kudos. Worthy of being my Chu Feng's own daughters. Truly, they are always looking out for this father of theirs at all times. In their last life, their feelings were definitely as deep as the sea, or else they wouldn't still be spoiling their own father so much in this life. Yes, That's right. The daughter is really pampering her father with her strength. Awesome. The Lu Ruyan by Chu Feng's side was not so happy. She also looked at her precious daughters at this moment. Are you guys still my own daughters? Are there any of you who picked your own mother like this? And letting other women sleep with your father? How dare you guys think of that? For the first time, Lu Ruyan wanted to punch someone. On the opposite side, Yu Lingyu, who was on par with Lu Ruyan in terms of face value, body shape, temperament, and so on. At this time, her expression was also very odd. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Chu Feng's family was all interesting. Chu Feng's mother is very fond of me, and has repeatedly instigated me to be with Chu Feng, even encouraging me to sneak up on Chu Feng, what to get drunk, what to take advantage of Chu Feng's sleep, what to take the initiative to offer courtship over time, etc., etc., etc. Now, it's not just Chu Feng's mother who likes me, even the 3 little Lolitas, that is, Chu Feng's daughters. Surprisingly, they all also like me very much, and even let me sleep with their father. This is really. For a moment, Yu Lingyu didn't even know how to describe her mood at this time. As for the owner of the villa, Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, the two of them looked at each other crying and laughing. Lu Xiu felt that she had already considered herself to be very spoiled of her son Chu Feng. But now, she felt that compared to the 3 little Lolitas, she herself was inferior to CC Nian Nian Chu's 3 granddaughters who spoiled their father Chu Feng. In words like that just now, Lu Xiu would have only hinted at Yu Lingyu. Previously, she had been telling Yu Lingyu how handsome, how excellent, how powerful, and how good her son was. It could be said that it was all a kind of hint and instigation that prompted Chu Feng to be able to have the extremely beautiful Yu Lingyu, if Lu Xiu was allowed to, in front of everyone present, especially in front of Lu Ruyan, letting Yu Lingyu and Chu Feng live together, or even sleep together or something like that, for the sake of his son, Lu Xiu, who was no longer shameless, would not be able to open that mouth. His own granddaughter is the one who favors Chu Feng the most. Lu Xiu was ashamed of himself. At the same time, she felt that in the future, having her granddaughter pampering her son, she was also very pleased. Chu Hao, this former richest man in Yangchang, real name envied his own son, Chu Feng. Both are surnamed Chu. Why is the difference so great? Chu Hao deeply felt that he and Lu Xiu's husband and wife show. The show is not as good as Chu Feng's personal show. After all, Chu Feng did not say anything. When the mother of Lu Xiu, as well as 3 little lowly daughter, unanimously helped show. To show. Chu Hao shook his head. He looked around and saw the 2 stunningly beautiful women, Lu Ruyan and Yu Lingyue. At this moment, they were smiling at each other. What exactly was going through the minds of both parties, he did not know, but as a person from the past, Chu Hao felt that it was best for him to digress now. He gave a dry cough to attract the attention of the crowd. Chapter 18. Why does this number look a bit familiar? I sold this villa and have bought some shares of the Goat City Zoo. Chu Feng, didn't you ask me before if there was something I was hiding from you? Now that you've grown up, you have 3 daughters this big, and looking at your private jet, you should be doing well now. There are some things that I'm going to talk to you about. Lu Xiu, the wife on the side, just said that the child was still small. In the end, she still held back and didn't say anything. Looking at the 3 little lowly granddaughters, looking at the beautiful woman Lu Ruyan beside Chu Feng, thinking about Chu Feng having a top-notch private airplane, there was also the classical beauty come Yu Lingyue as a henchman. Lu Xiu knew that his son was truly growing up. There were some things that should indeed be known to his son and should not continue to be hidden from him. She took the initiative to pick up the conversation and continued. Xiao Feng, back then, your father and I, originally, would not have had a broken capital chain leading to bankruptcy. There were some business rivals, as well as some wolfish executives, and some rats who fell down the well. The joint collusion ultimately led to the subsequent near bankruptcy of our family. Over the years, the 2 of us looked for opportunities while probing some of the people involved back then. We don't provoke others, but if someone deliberately screws us over, then we are not to be messed with. There are grudges to be avenged and there are grudges to be avenged. At this moment, Lu Xiu has quite a feeling of a woman hero. Seeing such Lu Xiu, the 3 little Lolitas looked on for an instant, obediently not inserting their eyes. Lu Ruyan sat upright and did not speak either. Now the 2 prospective in-laws were talking about family matters. These things were said directly in front of her. Lu Ruyan felt that this was not treating her as an outsider. In her heart, she was inexplicably joyful, opposite Yu Lingyu. At this time, she also had a feeling that she was not treated as an outsider. At the same time, she secretly sighed in admiration for Lu Xiu, who was a heroine in general. Some words like this were very much in line with Yu Lingyu's 3 views. She felt that such a mother-in-law was interesting. How is a mother-in-law? Yu Lingyu felt that she had just drank some wine and might have gotten dizzy. Lu Xiu stopped. A little dry mouth. Drank some water. Chu Hao, who was beside him, looked at his son Chu Feng and said with a grave expression, Chu Feng, your mom and I have already found out quite a few things during this time. The people who harmed us back then, there were three main ones. They are Chu Konghai, Feng Wei, and Zhou Dale. A lot of our original industries, a lot of them have now gone to Chu Konghai. He is now considered a celebrity bigwig in Yangchang. Wanting to deal with him, I decided to start by buying some of the shares of the Goat City Zoo, become a director of the zoo's board of directors and reach out to those other Chu Konghai henchmen. Find a way to get some evidence of his wrongdoings. I've heard that he's done some unlawful things. Let's start with that. We should have a chance to take revenge. Chu Feng watched as his father's expression was extremely grave, and was also prepared to speak in detail about how to deal with Chu Konghai. It looked like he wanted to properly teach Chu Feng, his son, lest he, in the future, eat Chu Konghai's losses and fall for Chu Konghai's tricks. Little Feng, you're doing something in Yangchang. Never, ever be careful of Chu Konghai. If you let him know that you are my son and that you are doing well in Yangchang, then he will definitely make a move against you, and might already be carrying it out now. Chu Feng listened patiently, and the more he listened, the more he couldn't help but laugh. In the end, it was even more so that he did not hold back and directly laughed. Dad, you drink some water. Next, you listen well, don't be too agitated to move. Lu Xiu's eyes immediately lit up. Son, do you have some good news? Could it be that you found out some unlawful things about Chu Konghai? Chu Feng shook his head. Just as Lu Xiu and Chu Hao felt that it was impossible for Chu Feng to find any secrets of Chu Konghai and be able to have a way to take revenge, Chu Feng directly said, Mom and Dad, Chu Konghai is dead. Ah, when did this happen? Just a short while ago, when I was at the zoo, Chu Konghai died right in front of me. Chu Feng, are you alright? Lu Ruyan and Yu Lingyue, for the time being, could not be completely counted as family members. At this time, Chu Hao and Lu Xiu had a lot of words that they did not dare to say directly. Frantically, they hinted with their eyes. Chu Feng laughed, Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry, it wasn't that I killed him. Instead, he tried to harm me, and as a result, many actions will lead to death, and a cerebral tiger bit him to death. Chu Hao and Lu Xiu were not cuties. This matter had nothing to do with Chu Feng on the surface, but everything was so coincidental. It was also obvious. The two immediately asked a few more questions, and only after determining that Chu Feng really wouldn't be in trouble because of it, did they slightly put their hearts down. In order to avoid the two people's worries, Chu Feng even gave Zhou Yang's phone number to his parents. Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, on the spot, called Zhou Yang's manager and confirmed it, and to their surprise, they learned some hidden secrets from Zhou Yang. Through some hidden information, he was also able to find a way to obtain some benefits. Hanging up the phone, Lu Xiu patted her husband Chu Hao. Old Chu, since Chu Konghai is already a no-brainer, then why don't you return your previous shares or buy this villa back? We've also lived here for many years and are already used to it. Besides, Cici Nian Nian Chu Chu also both like it here very much. Chu Hao felt that his wife had a point. He immediately said that he would call and ask now. Chu Feng once again laughed. Mom and Dad, there's actually no need to be so troublesome. You brat, I'll look for you later to settle the score after such a big deal today. Right now, seeing as my daughter-in-law and granddaughter are both here, I won't talk about you. Now you eat and don't talk. Chu Hao was still a bit frightened even now. Chu Feng had actually concealed from his own two families and met alone with the old and cunning Chu Konghai, and it had almost been victimized, although it is still Chu Feng Dao Hai, but Chu Hao Lu Xiu is a parent's worry that is a point not less. Half a point discount is not hit. Looks very angry. In fact, is heartache in favor, spoiled. Chu Hao picked up his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Hello, is it Manager Kai? Oh, I'm Chu Hao, the one who sold Villa 6 earlier. I now want to buy Villa number 6 back again. Do you think it's okay? Trouble you, help me ask. Even if it's a price increase, we can still talk appropriately. Okay, you call and ask first. I'll wait for your news. Bye. Thank you. Chu Hao briefly said that wanting to buy back the villa was not an easy thing, but there was still hope. At this time, Chu Feng's cell phone rang. Chu Feng looked at his father, Chu Hao, who was holding in his laughter to hold it in. Dad, can I take a call now? I told you not to talk. I didn't say I didn't want you to answer the phone, so answer it. The two of them, Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, were both good-natured and amused. Chu Feng immediately pressed the answer button, glancing at his parents. He then said into the phone, I already know about the matter. You give him my phone number and tell him to contact me. Chu Feng's side had just hung up the phone. In less than half a minute, Chu Hao's cell phone rang. Manager Kai, hello, there's a result. Let me contact your boss, right? Okay, I'll call your boss. Mr. Chu. Chu Hao looked at the string of numbers sent by Manager Kai, slightly stunned. Why did this number look a bit familiar? Strange. His wife, who was on the side, patted him and said, "What are you gawking at? Hurry up and call that Mr. Chu." "Okay, I'll call now." "How strange. This number seems to be the same as our family Chu Feng's phone." Chu Hao smiled. Immediately afterward, his entire body froze. The cell phone showed that this was Chu Feng's number. Several numbers had yet to be pressed, and Chu Feng's phone number could only be displayed at the top. "What's wrong with you, old Chu? Making a phone call is also dilly-dallying? Forget it, let me make the call." Lu Xiu asked her husband, Chu Hao, to speak the boss's phone number given by that manager Kai. She used her own cell phone to call it. After pressing a few numbers, Lu Xiu froze with it. Chapter 19 Shock. Trenchless. It's really true. It's similar to our little Feng's number. Old Chu, report the back few numbers to me. There are really a lot of coincidences in the world. Rabbit cub, what are you laughing at? Lu Xiu saw Chu Feng stifling his laughter. Even her own husband was holding back his laughter to hard. Little Feng, how is this number exactly the same as yours? Chu Hao had already guessed 7 or 8 at this point. He held back his laughter at this point and told his wife Lu Xiu to continue calling. Maybe it's just the same as many of us with the same name and surname, and the phone number is similar. That's impossible, right? Lu Xiu was confused at this point. The fact that her husband had sold the villa was not told to her in advance. Looking at her husband's appearance, the villa should have really been sold. There were many possibilities for someone who could buy this villa. The least likely was her own son. How can one's son buy his own old man's villa and not even say a word? It doesn't make sense. Chu Hao directly helped his wife Lu Xiu and pressed the dialing button. Chu Feng, who was holding back his laughter at the dining table, had his cell phone ring. Lu Xiu looked at Chu Feng for an instant. She was also a smart woman. Just now, she had only failed to react for a moment. Now, she understood it all. She exasperatedly slapped her husband Chu Hao. She could not afford to beat her son Chu Feng. "Old Chu, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Deliberately making me lose face in front of my granddaughter, right? At the expense of me just now saying that I would sleep with you to carry bricks at the construction site. You old heartless one." Chu Feng finally did not manage to hold back his laughter. With a snort, he burst out laughing. Under his impetus, the 3 little Lolitas all let out silver bell-like laughter. Even the high-strung beautiful president could not help but laugh at this moment. Opposite Yu Lingyue, she blossomed into a spirit moon-like smile. Only Chu Hao, the former richest man in Yangchang, was laughing and begging for mercy again. All right, don't hit me. I also just reacted. This matter if you want to blame it on your son. Knowing that I'm the one selling the house, he bought it over and still didn't say hello. He even deliberately hid it just now. Watching our old couple lose face in front of their young people and 3 granddaughters. Now I propose that the 2 of us, together, go beat up our son. Lu Xiu was both good-natured and amused. Roll. My precious son, I can't even wait to love him. You dare to beat him up? Glaring at her husband Chu Hao, Lu Xiu turned her head towards Chu Feng. Little Feng, now he's really grown up and has gotten ahead. Lu Xiu, who had spoiled her son to no end, was full of relief at this time, and did not have the slightest intention to blame. Next to the husband Chu Hao followed, yes, there is interest. All know to tease their own father and mother. This big hat deducted. Chu Feng laughed while saying, Dad, this matter really doesn't blame me. Think back carefully. Just now, was it you who told me to keep my mouth shut and not speak? I wanted to tell you something at that time, but you didn't want me to say it. The 3 little pink and jade Lolitas spontaneously sided with their dad. Yeah, Grandpa, I heard it before. Yeah. It's Grandpa who doesn't let Dad talk. That's right. Chu can testify. The classical beauty on the opposite side of the room was all amused by the little looks of the 3 little Lolitas who were so serious about favoring their dad. She was an observer who was lost to the authorities. At that time, Chu Feng clearly could have said it directly and deliberately waited until now. Obviously, he was holding back his badness. TSK, truly an interesting family. A happy and joyful family. A family that people envy and yearn for. Actually, Yu Lingyue had also somewhat misunderstood Chu Feng. Chu Feng had also received a double reward to obtain the entire villa area of the 9 halls. Villa 6 was only one of them. However, although Yu Lingyue had misunderstood a little bit, the facts of her guess were not far off. Across from her, unlike Yu Lingyu who was filled with yearning, the beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, had a burst of laughter and curses in her heart. Chu Feng really is a bad egg. Too bad. Even his own dad and mom had to tease him a bit. However, Chu Feng's mom and dad really did spoil him. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but think of her own parents. Her mother treated her well and doted on her very much. But his father, Ruyan Lu, still remembers now. Mother is seriously ill, lying in the hospital. Urgently need money. Waiting for surgery. The people she was able to call for help all called. There was really no way out. she held the only bit of expectation, called her father. What she got was a dry hang-up. Lu Ruyan was suddenly gloomy. She heard the noisy laughter coming from Chu Feng's parents once again. Hastily, she returned to her senses and collected her sad emotions. After all, today was the first day for the ugly daughter-in-law to meet her in-laws. At this moment, Lu Xiao and her husband, Chu Hao, laughed and joked for a few moments. The topic once again returned to Chu Feng. Little Feng, tell us, what else are you hiding from us? Lu Xiao and Chu Hao both looked at Chu Feng. Now that the villa belonged to Chu Feng, it did not matter if they bought it back or not. It was a family anyway. Chu Feng thought the same way. The system had directly rewarded the entire 9 halls villa to himself. With so many villas, where would he be able to live by himself? Chu Feng glanced at the classical beauty and had some thoughts in his heart. It was prepared to be said later. When Yu reported to himself. At that moment, Chu Feng saw that his parents had asked and directly said, Dad and Mom, actually, it's not just Villa 6 that I've already bought. Even the rest of the villas in the 9 halls, I have also bought them all. There are a total of 9 villas here. You guys can live in whichever one you like. Live in one in the morning, one at noon, and one at night. So whatever. Lu Xiao and Chu Hao were shocked. And this was not the first time they were shocked. They were shocked when Chu Feng had 3 triplet daughters. Chu Feng sent Yu to pick them up, and they were shocked once again. They were still shocked when Chu Feng returned in a top-grade private airplane. Chu Feng resolved Chu Konghai, and they were drastically shocked. Chu Feng bought Villa 6, and they were once again shocked. When Chu Feng bought the entire 9 halls villa, they couldn't help but be shocked. This son of theirs, he's a bit of a pervert, isn't he? In the end, he had been the richest man in the world. Chu Hao quickly recovered. Little Feng, why did you buy so many villas here? To live CCCC Nian Chu has not lived in a big house before. Chu Feng glanced at his precious daughters. The matter of the system was definitely something that could not be said. It just so happened that his daughters liked living in big houses again. Chu Feng then directly said, I will buy all of the 9 halls villa area. The 9 villas here have different styles, and they are all the top villas in Yangchang. In the future, our family can take turns living in these 9 villas. We can live in whichever one we want. Chu Feng's words left Lu Xiao and Chu Hao speechless. They were even once the richest people in Yangchang. They had seen all sorts of luxurious things. However, they had never seen anything as luxurious as Chu Feng. It was simply too trenchant. It was so trenchant that it had no boundaries. Lu Ruyan and Yu Lingyue who were sitting face to face. These 2 stunning beauties. All of them could not help but look shocked. They all deeply understood. An ordinary person, a lifetime of hard work, can rarely buy a small house in Yangchang. It would probably take a family 3 lifetimes to be able to scrape it together. However, Chu Feng, just for the sake of letting his daughter live in a big house, he had directly bought the entire 9 halls top-ranked villa area, which was renowned throughout the country. This really was a trench with no one's surname. At this moment, the 3 little Lolitas that were carved out of pink and jade, although they were well-behaved and understanding, they were simple-minded. They don't think that much. They only know that their father spoiled them. In order for them to live in a big beautiful house, directly bought the entire 9 halls villa area. In the future, they will have many big houses to live in. They were very enlightened. Daddy, Dad, we'll all be able to live in nice big houses like this in the future, right? Great, great, great. Pretty sister, we have lots of big houses. Why don't you come with us? Chapter 20 Big Surprise Unexpected Things. It was unknown why. The 3 little Lolitas also liked Yu Lingyu very much. Perhaps it was because Yu Lingyu had a smile like the spirit moon. This kind of smile, it was easy to gain the favor of the little Lolitas. Moreover, Yu Lingyu's cooking skills were very good. The previous meal had already conquered their stomachs. In the face of the little Lolitas' repeated gracious invitations, Yu Lingyu looked at Lu Ruyan and then at Chu Feng. She smiled and said, if your moms and dads don't object, I don't have a problem with it. Chu Feng knew the temperament of Lu Ruyan, the iceberg goddess. She was an extremely proud, arrogant person. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been 5 years ago when Chu Feng gave her $1 million to be a canary. She directly turned around and left, giving birth to 3 daughters all by herself and raising them all by herself. If it wasn't for the fact that her daughters had repeatedly requested strongly, and were even calling out for their father in their sleep, I'm afraid that with Lu Ruyan's temperament, it was estimated that she wouldn't have called Chu Feng yet. Right now, Chu Feng did not want to destroy the good atmosphere in the villa. He changed the topic. CC Nian Nian Chu Chu. You guys can ask Mom about this later. Behave yourselves now ha. Daddy still has something to ask Grandpa Nai now. The 3 little Lolitas were well behaved and lovely, and they really didn't say any more. Chu Feng looked at his parents and said, Mom and Dad, you guys are still continuing with your previous words now. What have you guys found out all these years? Who are the other people who caused you guys to almost go bankrupt in the first place? Chu Feng changed the topic and circled back once again. He was now already the veritable richest man in Yangchang. Moreover, there was still the awesome golden finger of the divine choice system. The matter from back then was something that should be brought to an end. Xu Hao and Lu Xiao no longer regarded their son as the child who only knew how to eat, drink, play and get drunk and spend money like dirt. They once again talk about the things of the year. The main thing back then was 3 people: Chu Konghai, Feng Wei, Zhou Dale. Chu Konghai, since he is already dead, is considered to have paid his due price. Next, Xu Hao and Lu Xiao then talked about Feng Wei. That Feng Wei guy, he's really not a thing. Lu Xiao couldn't help but gnash his teeth in indignation when he spoke of Feng Wei. Little Feng, you don't know. He was just an ordinary laborer originally. It was your father who single-handedly promoted him, in the end, all the way to bring him up as his right-hand man. As a result, he teamed up with Chu Konghai and Zhou Dale, causing our capital chain to break and almost bankrupt us. Xu Hao, who was beside him, persuaded his wife not to be agitated, poured her a cup of water and told her to drink it. Lu Xiao drank the water and continued to say with righteous indignation, "Later, we sold off a lot of our properties. Although we didn't owe any debts, we didn't have any savings or assets either. Your dad kindly introduced Feng Wei to the Magic City's Wanda Plaza investment company. He's now a very honorable man, and now he's the manager of Wanda, a man of character. Your dad and I went to Mordor to take a break and get used to the status of a laborer, so we found Feng Wei. As a result, Feng Wei was peaceful on the surface, but secretly, he arranged a bunch of things for your dad to do, deliberately targeting us to find some so-called superiority from his former boss. As time passed, your dad and I finally found a little clue. Learned that Feng Wei was the company executives who teamed up with other rivals in the first place. Ruyan Lu's status was a little higher than that of a prospective daughter-in-law. She had experienced the company's employees taking her and designing a run to other opposing companies' managers. At this moment, she was very able to feel Chu Feng's parents' indignation. She let out a rare emotion at this time. Such a person is simply unwanted. Yu Lingyue, who was on the opposite side, concurred. Yes, there's no work ethic at all, and he's also beneficent. Simply a white-eyed wolf. The 3 little Lolitas were as big as children, like little adults. At this moment, they also followed along and accused Feng Wei of not being a thing. Chu Feng did not follow along and accuse. His expression was somewhat stunned. Magic City Wanda Plaza Investment Company Limited? This name seems like I've heard it somewhere? Ha! Come to think of it, my godly choice double reward. Obtained the 9 Halls Villa area, as well as 80% of the shares of Magic City Wanda Company. Ha ha ha, this matter is really too coincidental. Interesting, very interesting. Chu Feng scat inside in admiration. His parents were still accusing Feng Wei, Lu Ruyan and Yu Lingyue as well as which little Loli was following with righteous indignation. At this time, Yu Lingyu suddenly said, "Boss, should we put some pressure on Feng Wei?" Chu Feng inquired. "What do you mean?" Yu Lingyue replied, "Boss, I know the leading figures in the education sector. Many people with status and position have sent their children to her school. She actually holds a lot of interpersonal resources." Yu Lingyu simply said. Everyone present, except for the 3 little Lolitas, understood. Grasping a lot of interpersonal resources, as long as it was used properly, it was a big energy. Some things didn't even need to be explicitly stated. Only a little information needed to be revealed, which in order to send their children to the school to come, which want to continue to advance in private school families, even some interests associated with the individual or collective, etc., etc. This parallel world, a modern society, is also a human society. As long as there were relationships, a lot of time was actually quite simple. Chu Feng had previously asked Yu Lingyue to inquire about the matter of his parents' previous broken capital chain. Yu Lingyue had skillfully utilized the interpersonal resources at her disposal to perfectly complete the task Chu Feng had requested. At this time, Lu Ruyan from the opposite side nodded her head and said, "I think Miss Yu's proposal is good, regardless of whether it succeeds or not. At the very least, we can take out our anger." Chu Hao also nodded. Doing so can indeed serve some purpose. He even said that if it went well, the board of directors of Wanda Corporation would most likely send their anger to Feng Wei's head. It might even be possible to directly fire his hesitation. Lu Xiao began to summarize his speech. Since this is the case, then Lingyu, you can start after eating. The classical beauty smiled and shook her head. I'm just a part-timer. I have to be ordered by the boss. At that instant, the people present in the restaurant all looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. I do not favor this proposal. Lu Ruyan's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled as he could not figure out why Chu Feng would refuse. Directly, he inquired, Chu Feng, why? Yu Lingyue on the opposite side of the table also couldn't figure it out and followed suit. Boss, this proposal is very good. There won't be any bad repercussions, and we barely even need to pay anything. so why don't you favor it? Chu Hao thought about it for a while and could not think of a better way. He followed suit and asked, what was Chu Feng's reason for vetoing it? Lu Xiao, on the contrary, unconditionally believed in his precious son. Little Feng, I know you have a better proposal, why don't you tell me? Chu Feng immediately had to tell the crowd that he was actually the owner of the Magic City Yida Company. Having 80% of the shares of Yida Company, he had directly become the company's largest shareholder and chairman, allowing himself to find trouble with this industry of his own. Wasn't that looking for one's own trouble? Just as Chu Feng looked around the room, preparing to shock the crowd, his cell phone rang. You guys wait a moment, later on I'll tell you something that will blow your minds unexpectedly. Right now, I'll take a call first. Chu Feng pressed the answer button. Soon after, Chu Feng's expression became abnormally odd. P.S. Kneel down and ask the reader Big Gate to give a free gift and 5-star positive feedback. The author gentleman thanks a lot. Chapter 21 Revenge, The Beauty President's Awakening. Hello Mr. Chu, I am Feng Wei, the manager of the Magic City Yida Company. The voice on the phone was the cause of Chu Feng's odd expression. At this moment, the Magic City Yida Company's manager's office. Feng Wei had just learned that 80% of the company's shares had been acquired. In other words, there was a change of boss. This was a great opportunity. If he was able to gain the new boss's respect, then in the future, he might not be the manager, but the general manager. It just so happened that the general manager was now on sick leave, and Feng Wei was the first to get the news, the first to call Chu Feng. Mr. Chu, because the general manager is on sick leave, some of your important information is temporarily here with me. Do you think I should send it to you now? Feng Wei glanced at the document bag on his desk. He was extremely envious and in awe. To be able to obtain 80% of the shares of Yida Corporation was equivalent to $16 billion. In this world, there weren't many people who could be so generous. That Mr. Chu is definitely one of the top bigwigs in the world, must not be offended, must be served with caution. The document bag was right in front of Feng Wei, but he didn't dare to open it and look at it. Currently, perhaps it was the system's role. He only knew that the big brother who bought 80% of the shares of Yida Plaza was called Mr. Chu, also known was Mr. Chu's phone number. Right now it was just getting through, waiting for Mr. Chu's response. Yang Chang, the dining room of Villa 6. Chu Feng smiled with an odd expression. Then he said to the cell phone's other end, you send it over here, to Villa No. 6 of the 9 halls in Yangcheng. Alright Mr. Chu, don't worry, I'll buy a ticket to take a plane and rush to Yangcheng at the fastest speed possible. As he spoke, Feng Wei's expression suddenly changed drastically. His face instantly paled. Yangcheng 9 halls No. 6 Villa. Isn't this where Chu Hao lives? Could it be that the person who bought 80% of Yida Company's shares is Chu Hao? But it's not right. This isn't Chu Hao's voice. Moreover, even the former richest man in Yangcheng, Chu Hao, did not have the financial strength to buy 80% of Yida Company's shares in one go. Feng Wei was shocked, scared, and incredulous. His voice trembled slightly as he cautiously inquired, Mr. Chu, I used to work in Yangcheng, and I remember that the 9 halls No. 6 Villa seems to be the residence of the former Yangcheng richest man, Chu Hao. Feng Wei originally did not want to ask. He did not want to leave any bad impression on his new boss, but his heart was weak for his actions before in order to some interests, as well as he a kind of ascending rice grace bucket rice hatred mentality, and will revenge, do white-eyed wolf. Yesterday, he had completely broken up with Chu Hao, now to go to Chu Hao's villa. Feng Wei's heart is inexplicably terrified, and his heart is in the right place. Chu Feng, that you did not know Feng Wei's small mind. He smiled and said, I've already bought this place, not just villa number 6, even the entire 9 halls villa area, I've bought them all. Oh, Mr. Chu Wu Wei is overbearing. Feng Wei immediately flattered and ingratiated himself. Cut the crap, I order you to rush to me in 3 hours. Chu Feng did not forget that it was this white-eyed wolf, as his own father, Chu Hao, had single-handedly brought up a high-level direct lineage. As a result, he was in cahoots with outsiders. Before formally tidying him up, first toss him around properly, help parents to take a good bite out of the bad air. Feng Wei, who was on the other side of the magic city, heard the new boss's harsh tone. Knowing that he had just spoken too much, he had already caused Mr. Chu to be unhappy. At that moment, knowing that 3 hours from the Magic City Yida Company, he rushed to the No. 6 villa of the 9 halls in Yangcheng. This was an almost impossible task, but he still didn't dare to say any nonsense. He directly and respectfully agreed. Feng Wei clutched the file bag in front of him and ran out of the manager's office in a hurry, hurriedly running towards the elevator outside the company. Along the way, he bumped into 2 desks, and also bumped into 2 co-workers. In order to rush as fast as possible, he didn't use any words. Arriving at the elevator, He took a look at the elevator still needing to wait. No way. There's no time to wait. If we don't arrive at the 9 halls no. 6 villa in Yangcheng in 3 hours, I'm only afraid that Mr. Chu will really get angry. If I had known that nonsense, I wouldn't have asked, causing the new boss to be upset out of thin air. The remorseful Feng Wei uselessly waited for the elevator to arrive. 12th floor. He put up a fight, directly in the hallway, began to dilly-dally, running downstairs. He was too anxious. A footstep did not stand firmly, plopping sound, directly from the hallway to tumble down. Yangcheng, 9 halls no. 6 villa restaurant. Chu Feng hung up the phone with a snap. He still didn't know that his casual words had made Feng Wei almost run out of moon retreat. A word from the superior, and the subordinate runs out of legs. This matter was real, not false. Chu Feng, who hung up the phone, noticed that the people in the restaurant were all looking at him without a moment's notice. Little Feng, did you finish the call? Chu Hao, the former richest man, inquired. His wife, Lu Xiao, glared at her husband and said to Chu Feng, my son just finished his phone call. What are you rushing for? Rushing to reincarnation? Lu Ruyan and Yu Lingyue originally also wanted to ask Chu Feng why he had vetoed Lingyue's excellent proposal earlier. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, they all dispelled their intentions to rush Chu Feng. Favored child maniacs. One could not afford to mess with them. Fortunately, without keeping the crowd waiting, Chu Feng drank some water and began to speak. You all want to know why I vetoed Lingyue's proposal, right? However, before answering your questions, let me tell you all something first. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to pull something else, Chu Hao immediately frowned. Some novel authors, it is because they always break chapters, and as a result, they are sent razor blades. Is such a simple reasoning not understood by his son? Lu Xiao, who spoiled his son to no end, will not rush. Lu Ruyan and Yu Lingyue, looking at Lu Xiao's face is also not good to rush, but Chu Hao didn't need to care that much. Anyway, it's his own son. Even if he doesn't dare to beat him up in front of his wife, there was still no major harm in prodding him about something. Chu Feng other things, don't talk about them first. Tell me why you vetoed Ling Yu's proposal. I think this proposal of hers is still very good. Lu Xiao, the doting fanatic beside him, was immediately dissatisfied. Slapping Chu Hao on the arm, he said in exasperation, don't disturb your son's thoughts. Isn't he already starting to talk? Looking at his father Chu Hao's embarrassed appearance in front of his mother, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel amused. As he laughed, he said, Dad, don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to say what happened on the phone just now. There's no need to say it. You guys will know why I vetoed Ling Yu's proposal. Chu Hao glanced at his wife in a depressed manner and said to Chu Feng without any good humor, then hurry up and say it. We'll soon know after you finish. Chu Feng directly handed over his cell phone. Dad, can you see if the caller number just now looks familiar? What the hell? Deliberately whetting people's appetites. Chu Hao looked at the caller number displayed on Chu Feng's cell phone, and it certainly felt very familiar. Lu Xiao, his wife on the side, came over and said, Old Chu, try dialing this number with your cell phone. Good. Chu Hao took his own cell phone, while not forgetting to glare at his own son. Can't you just say it directly? What did it have to be so troublesome for? After pressing a few numbers, Chu Hao stopped. Chu Feng, was it Feng Wei who called you just now? That's right. Chu Feng nodded. That white-eyed wolf. What was he doing calling you? Lu Xiao pursued. Chu Feng looked for his parents to ask for his cell phone back. Then he dialed back a call, tapping on the speakerphone in the process. Soon, a voice that couldn't catch its breath respectfully said, Boss, I'm rushing to the airport. May I ask if boss has any other instructions? Run the department forward? I'm striving to follow the boss's request and arrive at the 9 halls no. 6 villa in Yangcheng within 3 hours. As he said that, Feng Wei suddenly let out a shriek. A motorcycle sped past him and almost knocked him over. Feng Wei was about to cry. In order to have a good impression in front of his new boss, he had really worked unusually hard, forgetting that once upon a time, it was because of his hard work to get ahead. That's why he got the respect of Chu Hao, the former richest man in Yangcheng, and promoted him one after another. As a result, he was able to raise a white-eyed wolf. Feng Wei, who had fallen, glanced at his skinned knee. With great verbal skill, he told Chu Feng what he had just experienced all the way. Chu Feng could barely hold back his laughter. He held back his laughter and said seriously, Manager Feng Wei Feng, this time is a test of your abilities. If you are able to, within 3 hours, rush to me, then I will promote you to general manager of the company, and will also reward you with some shares. Feng Wei on the other end of the phone was agitated, moved. Don't worry boss, I will not let you down. The call ended. Inside the dining room of the 9 halls no. 6 villa, it was suddenly very quiet. The two of them, Chu Hao and Lu Xiao, looked at their son, Chu Feng. For an instant, they had disbelief on their faces. Their own son. When did he become Feng Wei's boss? Having Feng Wei come here in 3 hours and saying that he would give him a promotion in shares. This was clearly playing him and taking out the anger for himself. It's a bit boring, but the effect seems to be good. And having him take the initiative to send him to the door to be cleaned up, this feeling is even better. Lu Ruyan was also looking at Chu Feng beside her. This was her first man and only man. She knew that this man was bad and powerful at the same time. Moreover, he was very good to her and to her daughters. Ruyan Lu thought that she had already considered herself to know this man of hers well enough. Only now did she realize that she simply still did not understand. Chu Feng is so handsome, so powerful, so excellent. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan was somewhat ashamed of herself. She suddenly recalled that not long ago, her daughters had once again invited Yu Lingyu to live together in the future. Surprisingly, Yu Lingyu did not refuse, stating that as long as Chu Feng and herself did not object, she would be fine with it. Chu Feng's reply was for the 3 little Lolitas to, at a later time, inquire about their opinions. It seemed that Chu Feng meant not to refuse or object to letting Yu Lingyu live together with their family. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Feng definitely has some thoughts regarding Yu Lingyu. Thinking about it, Chu Feng is so good to my daughter even now, but he's still that paper-drunken, gold-waving, sound and fury-rich second-generation rich man. Chu Feng no longer seems to think of himself as a canary, but there's a bit of this hint towards Yu Lingyu being a classical beauty. Her figure and face value and temperament are no longer below herself in every aspect. Moreover, she is extremely capable of doing things and is able to perfectly fulfill Chu Feng's tasks. The excellent and powerful Chu Feng. If he suborned Yu Lingyu or raised a canary, what right and qualification do I have to interfere? Lu Ruyan was somewhat disturbed. She recalled a saying that her mother had once taught her, that men were like sand. The tighter you clutched it, the easier it would be for you to lose it. Maybe I should. Lu Ruyan seemed to know what she should do next. P.S. Kneel down and ask for free gifts and 5-star reviews, please. Chapter 22. Too hasty. Too hasty. Across the street, Yu Lingyu was also looking at Chu Feng. This new boss took her breath away. It was only yesterday that he bought 80% of the shares of the Lingyu Group. Today, he's the new boss of Yida Corporation. In the middle of the process, he even bought the entire 9 Halls villa area just for his 3 daughters to live in. Too trenchant. Such a man was like a firefly in the night. Plus Chu Feng's other merits. It met all of Yu Lingyu's good expectations of a man. She wasn't an ordinary woman. Marrying, getting married, having children, and so on and so forth were not the life she wanted. Yu Lingyu's requirements were only one thing, to have a pleasant relationship with a man who was handsome, and who was able to appreciate her and be appreciated by her at the same time. I expect that when the time comes, Ruyan Lu won't blame me. Yu Lingyu expected in her heart. In the restaurant, the crowd had already eaten almost everything. The 3 little Lolitas, all of them had already put down their chopsticks. Chu Feng had already spoken about the industries he owned, the 38-story brilliant mansion, the entire 9 Halls villa community, and Yida Company also has 80% shares. Chu Hao and Lu Xiu both silently calculated. Heavens, this is more than 200 billion ah. After Lu Xiu calculated it out, the entire person almost fainted. Chu Hao was no better. A few years ago, when he was at his most brilliant, he was only $3 to $4 billion. At that time, he was already the richest man in Yangchang. Now, wouldn't it be that he hadn't yet risen again to return to the top? But his own son, however, is already better than Blue. Before he was the richest man, now he had become the father of the richest man. Such a feeling was too marvelous. Little Wind, you've specially prepared a surprise for us. The old couple, today, just like a shock bomb. Until now, Lu Xiu felt like he was in a dream. Everything was a bit surreal. Such a situation. She didn't even dare to think like this in her dreams. Husband Chu Hao was also sighing. He also wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was not too old to move, ready to go out on a limb, just to see if he could rise again, if he could take revenge. And now, his son had directly resolved the first of the 3 enemies, completely. The second enemy, directly let him obediently sent to the door to be cleaned up. Now it was also the 3rd enemy, Zhou Dale. With regards to this person, Chu Hao himself didn't even know very well. He didn't understand himself, but he had a powerful son. Chu Hao immediately thought of Chu Feng. Little Feng, Zhou Dale, do you know any information about him? This person, Zhou Dale. Chu Feng had only heard of him during the time he was eating. Where would he know? Just as Chu Feng was about to shake his head, Yu Lingyu from the opposite side suddenly said, "Boss, the information that you asked me to look up before, there is a part about Zhou Dale in it." Ha ha, this beautiful henchman of his own was really good at what she did. A total of 2 tasks were given to her, and all of them were completed in a short period of time. Yu Lingyu found the file bag from the canvas bag beside her. It was the matter Chu Feng had asked her to look into regarding the rupture of her parents' financial chain. Yu Lingyue submitted the document bag with both hands to Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng was her boss. Chu Feng received it and was about to open it. Dad Chu Hao immediately said, "Little Feng, bring it over for me to take a look at it first." He had investigated for so long, but he had not found out where Big Brother Joe came from. This person was hiding a bit deep. Moreover, he was not a local of Yangchang. Chu Hao was curious to know what exactly Chu Feng had asked Yu Lingyue to find out. Lu Xiao directly slapped her husband's arm without even thinking about it. Xiao Feng also just got his hands on it. He hasn't even seen it. What are you panicking about? This is not very want to know. When I planted in the hands of who? Chu Hao said to his wife with a smile. Lu Xiao directly got up and came behind Chu Feng. She disliked her husband, but the eagerness in her heart was not less than her husband Chu Hao. Little Feng, open it up and take a look. Chu Hao glanced at his wife breathlessly, and immediately got up as well, coming behind his son Chu Feng. Under his parents' urging, Chu Feng smiled and opened the document bag. There was quite a bit of information inside the file bag. The most of it was about Chu Konghai. It included where he studied and where he was from. What kind of things had he done? What kind of industries did he have? Who is the most important person? And so on and so forth. Chu Feng casually swept a glance and tossed it aside. Chu Konghai was already dead. Next, Chu Feng checked Feng Wei's information. The information showed that Feng Wei had started out moving bricks at a construction site. Then by Chu Hao, he saw that he was hardworking and motivated and could talk. So it began a journey of promotion. Chu Feng took the documents and handed them to Chu Hao. Dad, you're too good to Feng Wei. Being too good to someone is also wrong, because he will want you to treat him better. And if you fail to do so, then he will hate you. That's how it works. Unlike Chu Konghai and Feng Wei's information, there was only one piece of paper about Zhou Dale, and there weren't many words on this piece of paper. Obviously, the information that Yu Lingyue had found out about Zhou Dale in a short period of time was also not much. The information showed, Zhou Dale, age about 40, outsider, identity seems to be a bit special. Outside of this simple information, there was also a note. The information in the note was actually quite simple. Perhaps Chu Konghai and Feng Wei are a few people who might know Zhou Dale's information profile. Well, this was also a direction that could lead to finding information on Zhou Dale. Chu Feng had already finished reading. Chu Hao, who was behind him, had long been unable to wait. Nay, his wife, Lu Xiao, did not allow him to gun the information in his precious son's hands. Now Chu Feng finished reading and handed it behind him. Chu Hao couldn't wait to grab it in his hands. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Lu Xiao beside him directly snatched it away. What are you panicking about? It's not like you can't run away with the information in your hands. Hearing the voice behind him, Chu Feng shook his head. This pair of cheap dad and mom were not too young. When they were at home, they liked to frolic like children. Such playful scenes made the classical beauty. Yu Lingyue, more and more envious and yearning, she said softly to Chu Feng. Boss, I can't find out much information about Zhou Dale in a short period of time. Give me some time, and I might still be able to find out more information. Chu Feng nodded. There's no rush for now. Anyway, when it's later, Feng Wei himself will come over, so we might be able to find out some from him at that time. At this time, Chu Hao and Lu Xiao had already read Zhou Dale's information. The two of them also nodded their heads. Chu Feng is right. We'll just wait for Feng Wei's arrival later. Lu Xiao saw the three little pink and jade Luo, Li, who were spontaneously cleaning up the dishes. She said in a panic, Si Nian Nian Chu Chu. You guys quickly sit down and let me do it. Lu Ruyan laughed. It's alright auntie. It's not the first time they've done it. Let them do something. The beautiful president's heart ached for her daughter, but she wouldn't overly spoil her. At this time, Chu Feng also opened his mouth at the right time. Dad and Mom, those lightweight ones, let them move their hands. You can help with the heavy ones that aren't easy to hold. Chu Hao nodded. Little Feng has a point. Ruyan Lu also began to help clean up the table. Chu Feng naturally wasn't idle either. Even Yu Lingyue, who was on the opposite side of the table, did not treat herself as a guest. All of them worked in unison, and soon had the table cleaned up. Auntie, leave the dishwashing to me. Ruyan Lu, you're my boss's wife, and I'll be working after Chu Feng, so it's only appropriate to let me do it. The two stunningly beautiful women began to grab the dishes. Lu Xiao looked at this scene and couldn't help but be happy. Good really good my son is really excellent to the core. Lu Ruyan and Yu Lingyue, these two great beauties, are getting along well for my son. Lu Xiao stood in the kitchen and watched for a while, realizing that the two were very amicable, so he came out to find the three precious granddaughters to play with. Inside the kitchen, Lu Ruyan and Yu Lingyue, chatting idly. In no time, they understood each other well. Just as the two were working together, they had already finished washing the dishes. Lu Ruyan suddenly asked, Ling Yu, there's another document inside your canvas bag. Can you show me the information inside? This is in principle a no-no, because this is the information that the boss gave me to inquire about. I know that Chu Feng will definitely find someone to look up my father's information. Ruyan Lu, so you knew all about it? It's not like I'm stupid. Ruyan Lu laughed. At this moment, Ruyan Lu didn't know why she was looking at that unworthy father's information. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu, you want to see it, just tell me directly. It turned out that just before Ling Yu entered the kitchen to wash the dishes, she had already given Chu Feng Belan Hui's information. The information showed that Bailey Jinhui currently opened a company worth a few million less than $10 million. Chu Feng directly handed over the information to Lu Ruyan's hands. Lu Ruyan quickly finished reading. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, what are you planning to do? Of course, I can't let him feel too good. After all, he has made things difficult for my woman for so many years. Thank you, Chu Feng. Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with emotion, excitement. She knew that Chu Feng was doing all of this for her. For a moment, she could not help herself and threw herself into Chu Feng's arms. Host, congratulations, as Ruyan Lu's heart is moved to take the initiative to throw herself into your arms. You have obtained a divine level choice. 1. A Goat City private hospital. 2. A commercial building. Please make a choice. The host, after choosing, will get the chosen reward as soon as possible. This system, it's really too hasty, isn't it? Accurately speaking, is also come too fast, right? P.S. Request for free gifts and 5-star praise, the author of The Gentleman Refueling Words, Kneeling Support. Chapter 23, I want to reward your consideration. Last time, Ruyan Lu had just kissed Chu Feng's cheek. Chu Feng then obtained a divine choice and received a good reward. And now, Lu Ruyan's heart was moved into her arms. Surprisingly, once again, it triggered a divine level choice. This time, the rewards of the 2 choices of the divine level choices, Chu Feng had heard of them all. And the first choice, a private hospital. A private hospital, that was the hen that laid golden eggs. It was definitely capable of obtaining a constant stream of wealth. And 5 years ago, the beautiful President Lu Ruyan, because her mother is seriously ill, continue medical expenses, thus emotional breakdown. At that time, Ruyan Lu stood on the roadside in front of the hospital. To all the relatives and friends, borrowed money, but simply could not borrow. At that time, Chu Feng was the owner of the clubhouse. It just happened to be the roadside opposite the obstruction. That club owner told Chu Feng, Lu Ruyan was very beautiful, and very clean. Used to seeing all kinds of beautiful girls. Chu Feng was then pure and cold school flower. Lu Ruyan, ruthlessly stunned, took the initiative to go up and hit on her, and developed a dewy marriage. For the importance of private hospitals, Chu Feng is also considered to be more knowledgeable, and the system produces, it must be the best. This hospital was definitely the best hospital in Yangchang, without one. Even in the entire country, it was able to rank in the top few. A lot of people with money and status are more willing to come to this private hospital to see a doctor. The environment, medical conditions and technology here were all top-notch. Chu Feng and his parents, for their annual medical checkups, were also at the Yangcheng private hospital. The value of this hospital, Chu Feng estimated that it might not be comparable to the Wanda Plaza investment company, which was worth over $100 billion. However, if it was to take the Yangcheng private hospital and the Wanda Plaza investment company, these two let the rich people to choose, then absolutely all rich people would choose the Yangcheng private hospital. The richer the person, the more they value their lives. The value of a top-tier hospital was many times more than what it appeared to be. Chu Feng had previously heard his father, Chu Hao, say that the Yangcheng private hospital was worth $100 billion. As for a commercial building, the system told Chu Feng that this building, too, was relatively famous in Yangcheng. Quite a few branded companies that people were familiar with were stationed in the Dingsheng commercial building. The building had a total of 38 floors and was worth $10 billion. Chu Feng, who had looked at the two options, chose the Yangcheng private hospital without hesitation. Chu Feng, what's wrong with you? Lu Ruyan, who was in her arms, sensed Chu Feng's abnormality and softly inquired. Chu Feng did not reply. To be precise, he violently bowed his head. With practical actions, he made a reply. Even if it was a slapdash, Lu Ruyan could not help but redden her pretty face. Chu Feng, you are sneak attacking. Lu Ruyan gave Chu Feng a good-looking blank stare. Immediately afterward, Ruyan Lu once again asked, Chu Feng, I was just thinking that it would be good if a certain beautiful woman could still be so uncontrollable tonight. Chu Feng said seriously. Lu Ruyan glanced at Lingyue next to her. Don't talk nonsense. Lingyue is next to her. It's fine. Lingyue isn't an outsider either. Chu Feng turned his head and said to Lingyue, in the future, you will follow me around and be my full-time secretary, doubling as my wealth butler. After all was said and done, It was a private secretary. Chu Feng had wanted to pick a capable subordinate to be in charge of all of his industries before. As of now, Yu Lingyue satisfied him. Boss, I don't have any opinions. It's just to see that boss lady doesn't have any opinions again. Yu Lingyue readily agreed to Chu Feng's appointment. Lu Ruyan was called boss lady by Yu Lingyue, and her pretty face slightly reddened. Don't look at me. I'm not the boss's wife. Yu Lingyue laughed. Boss, the boss's wife said that she is not the boss's wife. Her words made both Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan laugh. Chu Feng directly said, Ruyan Lu, if you don't have any opinions, Yu Lingyue will follow us from now on. CC Nian Nian Chu likes her. She can help take care of the children in the future, and she has outstanding abilities. In the future, the industries under my name will basically be handed over to her to help me take care of them. The two of us will just be responsible for traveling the mountains in the future. Lu Ruyan seemed to have long guessed this moment. At that moment, she said, Chu Feng, you look after yourself. I won't interfere in your affairs. Obviously, if in the future Chu Feng if there is something secretary to do, nothing. Lu Ruyan was already acquiescing. Extremely beautiful woman is considerate. Chu Feng exclaimed, I want to reward your thoughtfulness. I decided tonight. Without waiting for Chu Feng to finish speaking, Ruyan Lu hurriedly used her small white and slender hand to block Chu Feng from speaking. Lu Ruyan was shy and angry. A pair of large eyes that could speak glared at Chu Feng. This bad egg, in front of Yu Lingyue, how dare he say anything? The next time, Chu Feng brought Lu Ruyan and his 3 precious daughters to roam around the 9 halls villa. The entire dozens of acres of land here all belonged to Chu Feng now. After strolling around for some time, the family was all a little tired. The beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, made a pot of tea and sent it over. Boss, try my handiwork. I've taken a professional tea art document before, and I'm considered half a tea art master. The Cheongsam beauty, with elegant steps, walked in style. Lu Ruyan was also really thirsty at this time. She reached out and took the teacup handed over by Yu Lingyue. The teacups made of white Chinese jade were completely top-notch works of art. Nowadays, it was not easy for Lu Ruyan, who had opened a company on her own, still thought that he was also considered a rich person. As a result, I now realize that I and the real rich people compared. The difference is still too far. There is a saying, that poverty limits one's imagination. Tilting his head slightly, he drank a cup of tea. Even Lu Ruyan, who didn't know anything about tea, marveled. Lingyue, you're amazing. Not only is your person beautiful, making tea is also so outstanding. Chu Feng drank a cup of tea and also couldn't help but praise Yu Lingyue. Papa, sister's tea, is it really good? Then how about I drink a cup as well? Daddy, Chu also wants a cup. Favored, glanced at his precious daughters. Ha ha ha, all of you, drink slowly, don't burn it. Ding dong, host, congratulations, you gave your daughters tea, you gained a divine choice. 1. A bag of extremely high-quality tea. 2. 80% of the shares of Spirit Moon Group. TSK, another god-tier choice. Such a choice was simply not too good. Chu Feng directly chose the second option. The little Luo, IES who drank the tea, went to the side of the creek to play by themselves. At this time, Yu Lingyue said to Chu Feng, Boss, I've always had something I wanted to say to you. Hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's body abruptly tensed. It's coming. It's important to come. It seems that Lingyue is still really so fond of Chu Feng that she can't even control herself. At this time now, I should be walking away, right? Even if I am prepared in my heart, it would be difficult to appreciate and accept it in person for a while. Lu Ruyan got up from the white jade stone pier and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she heard Yu Lingyue say again, Boss, in fact, before I came to Yancheng today to be your housekeeper, I owned a Spirit Moon Group. The Spirit Moon Group is not as profitable as it appears, because my original intention of founding the Spirit Moon Group in the very beginning was to help poor children to be able to study normally, improve themselves like normal people, and live happily ever after. Yu Lingyue did not mention her past. She just briefly talked about the development status and direction of the Spirit Moon Group. Boss, half of Spirit Moon Group's proceeds will be used to invest in the founding and establishment of Campus of Hope, because this is a strategy and policy that was already set up at the early stages of the founding. It's just that the first few years have been delayed due to one thing or another. Campus of Hope wasn't started very well, but now, I think the time is right. I expect the boss to agree with Spirit Moon Group's established program. Lu Ruyan, who had gotten up to leave, did not leave. She had heard about Yu Lingyue's hard work over the years and admired it. Currently, she was still only thinking about making her family members live happily ever after and working hard to elevate their living conditions, whereas Yu Lingyue had already sublimated to the point where she wanted to make more people's lives better. Lingyue, truly a beautiful woman as her name suggests. I'm not as good as her. Lu Ruyan figured out some things and was enlightened. The entire person felt like she was much more relaxed. Chu Feng, Ling Yu, you two are full of chat. I'm going to go look at CC Nian Nian Chu. Lu Ruyan walked away with a brisk pace. In the small pavilion by the villa stream, it left Chu Feng and Yu Lingyue, a handsome and beautiful pair of lonely men and women. In Yu Lingyue's expectant eyes, Chu Feng nodded his head. To be honest, he had until now. In one fell swoop, he had gained more than $200 billion. When there was too much money, it became like numbers. There wasn't much of a feeling of too much. With the divine level selection system, making money was definitely an extremely simple matter. Taking out half of Spirit Moon Group's proceeds to do the Hope Campus project for charity. Chu Feng did not have any opinions at all. Spirit Moon, your plan is very good. Taking from the people and using it for the people. This is what true entrepreneurs should do. I completely agree with your plan. In the future, I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Yu Lingyu, who had an expectant face, was stunned as a whole. She decided to spend her entire life on this matter. Yu Lingyu felt that this was an extremely difficult task. Even if she was given 100 years, she would still be able to accomplish half of it with. But now, Chu Feng had said one sentence, the thing that she could not possibly accomplish in almost her entire life. And so it had already been accomplished for the most part. Boss, you truly make me adore you too much. Yu Lingyue did not even know how to express her current feelings at this moment. Women are sensual animals. Unable to help herself, she made the same move that Ruyan Lu made not long ago. The classical beauty wearing a cheongsam directly threw herself into Chu Feng's arms. Boss, thank you. You are the person that I, Yu Lingyu, admire the most in my life. I've decided that in this life, this 100 pounds of meat is yours. Chapter 24, Warm Fragrance and Soft Jade in the Embrace. Young girl in love. In the distance, Lu Ruyan, who accompanied her 3 daughters to play together, vaguely saw the scene. Not only did she not get angry, she instead smiled slightly. This is actually not bad. Lingyu is a very good girl. Rather than in the future, other messy women appear. It might as well be Yu Lingyu. Chu Feng was warm and soft at that moment. He only felt that he had only obtained the divine rank choice for but a day or two. Already, he was already a winner in life. This feeling was simply not too beautiful. In the 9 Halls Villa area, there were a total of 9 luxurious villas. It was impossible to stroll through the entire villa area in a short amount of time. Later on, Feng Wei should arrive. While there was still time, Chu Feng decided to bring his daughters and directly go back to the best villa. Villa 1. Villa 1, worth $18 billion. It covers an area of 6.8 acres. It is the best villa in Yangchang. There is no one. There are also bamboo forests and streams, bridges and water. There are also indoor and outdoor swimming pools and hot spring pools. There are 3 hot spring pools. Before, I wasn't able to bring my daughters to have a good time. Now it is possible. The 3 little girls played a water fight in the stream. They had all taken the body strengthening pill. Their bodies were far superior to the other children. Even if they played freely in the water, they wouldn't catch a cold or get sick. After playing water war for a while, the youngest daughter, Chu Chu, proposed to go to the hot springs. When the group arrived at the hot spring pool, Chu Chu was still the first to go into the water. Papa, come down quickly. The hot springs here. The water is hot. It's so soothing to soak in. The second daughter, Nian Nian, was not to be outdone. She continued onward, knowing that there were still hot spring pools in front of her. The hot spring of this No. 1 villa of Chu Feng. There was the current larger hot spring that the family could soak in. There were also 2 other types of hot springs. When Nian Nian saw the second hot spring, she couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Whoa, Papa, come over here. This is a hot spring too. And inside this hot spring, there are a lot of little fish. Lu Ruyan accompanied Chu Chu and went down to the hot spring pool. Chu Feng, on the other hand, moved forward and came next to Nian Nian. He told his daughter that this hot spring was called a healing hot spring. There were quite a few kissing fish in the hot spring. These kissing fish, after a person went into the water, will then spontaneously kin and kiss off the person's skin keratin. There were also other healing effects. Before, Chu Feng had been to a specialized hot spring. There was a little understanding of this. However, it had been several years since he had been to a hot spring pavilion. At this time, when he came to the hot spring pavilion, he saw that the little Luo, Li daughters, had all come to the healing hot spring, being kissed by little fishy. They giggled innocently. Lu Ruyan also came to Chu Feng's side at this time. Looking at her daughters happy, she was also happy. With the rest of her eyes, she saw that the handsome and imposing Chu Feng was looking at her for an instant. Chu Feng, what are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face? Ruyan Lu, you're so beautiful. Hearing Chu Feng's praise, Ruyan Lu was very happy. At the same time, looking at Chu Feng was burning eyes. Lu Ruyan was somewhat flustered again. At the same time as being flustered, she also had a trace of anticipation. CC Nian Nian, You two as sisters. Look at your sister a little more. Mom and Dad go to the front and look at the third hot spring. There's a third hot spring? Lu Ruyan could not help but be shocked. Previously, she had not heard Chu Feng's explanation to his 3 daughters. Hearing it for the first time at this time, she was shocked inside. The life of a rich person. It really was still plain and boring. A villa that actually had 3 hot springs. This makes so many people who don't have the money to buy a house, who have been house slaves all their lives, and who have struggled for decades with their whole family to buy a piece of palm-sized capsule house. What does it make them think? No comparison, no harm. Lu Ruyan, who was the president of Lu Ruyan Jar and Clothing Company, simply sighed in amazement. Dad, the third hot spring. What's it like? Dad, let's go see it together too. Yeah. In the second hot spring, there are little fishies. I wonder what will be in the third hot spring. The third hot spring. What was in it? Chu Feng didn't know either. He hadn't gone to see it yet. However, the third hot spring was not open air. It was indoor. There was a tea room, a parlor, a dressing room, a jade washing room, and just a restroom. A simple hot spring was already bigger than a normal villa. Originally, Chu Feng was going to bring his extreme, quality woman and go to the indoor jade room alone, to have a good experience and enjoy a 2-person life. However, the beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, went to cook. The 3 little Lao, Li, put here. Let them play on their own. Although the daughters are all very well behaved and understanding, little adults in general. Basically, there was no need to worry. But, after all, they were still 4-year-old little Lolitas. Putting them here, Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan were both uneasy. Daddy, accompany us here to play with the little fishes for a while, and then we'll go to the front, okay? Yes, Dad. The little fishies here are so interesting. They will kiss me. Giggle giggle. The little Lao all loved the little fish, especially the youngest daughter, Chu Chu. She was a little reluctant to leave this place and wanted to play a little longer. Chu Feng favored, smiled. Yeah, let's play here for half an hour and then go to the front. The hot spring pool wasn't big, nor was it small. It was just enough for a family. Accompanying their daughters, they soaked in the hot spring. The family chatted and had a good time. Lu Ruyan sat right next to Chu Feng, feeling the little fish, constantly swimming around. From time to time, they kissed their own skin, but it was extremely comfortable. She could not help but secretly sigh in her heart. The life of a rich person really is too good at enjoying it. Suddenly, she felt her waist being wrapped around. The beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, immediately blushed and her eyes were a little evasive. With other men, Lu Ruyan, who hadn't even held a small hand, felt that Chu Feng was becoming more and more dense with her. Lu Ruyan looked at her daughters who were playing separately. She who had been tired for 5 years and had been carrying on alone for 5 years, today was very relaxed. At this moment, she simply relaxed even more. Smoothly, she leaned into Chu Feng's arms, enjoying peace and happiness. Chu Feng, I have something I want to beg you for. Fool, who are we with? Chu Feng pretended to be angry and said, do we still need to ask? Sniffing the dark hair in front of him, he smelled the cozy hair fragrance as well as the faint milk scent. The hot air that was exhaled made Lu Ruyan, whose pretty face was reddening, even redder. Chu Feng, I want to pick up my mom, can I? Although she had a successful surgery when she was before. But, after all, it was an operation, and her body isn't as good as it used to be. It's too difficult for her to live on her own. I don't feel at ease. Moreover, my mom is still able to help take care of her daughters. Lu Ruyan twisted her head, her beautiful big eyes, somewhat nervous and somewhat expectant as she looked at Chu Feng. Of course there's no problem. Chu Feng gently pinched Lu Ruyan's pretty face that was blowing up. It was as if he was punishing her for knowingly asking. Your mom is my mom, and my mom is your mom. Pick her up. It's a must. Our mom definitely needs to be picked up. By the way, your previous nanny, if you think it's okay, you can also pick her up. Anyway, our house is big enough. It's naturally better to have more people to take care of CC Nyin Nyin Chu Chu and the others. Also, after we live in, I'll think of a way. Find some more reliable bodyguards to protect your safety. Chu Fengyu and Lu Ruyan chatted for a couple of sentences, and immediately called the property manager of the brilliant mansion, Zhou Saida. Let him arrange for a reliable person to receive his own mother-in-law, to the 9 halls no. 1 villa. At this time, Ruyan Lu also spoke to her mother, Chui Lu. Things were quickly arranged. Lu Ruyan put down her cell phone and looked at Chu Feng with a smile on her face. Chu Feng, thank you. Fool, who are we to each other? In the future, if we are so polite again, I will be angry. I know. Lu Ruyan steadily lowered her head and took advantage of Chu Feng's inattention. She suddenly moved closer and then prepared to repeat her trick. Like before, she sloppily scented Chu Feng's cheeks with a fragrance. Only, the critical time. Chu Feng turned around and came over with a bad smile on his face. This old driver, well, grasped the time and angle. This kiss was out of Lu Ruyan's expectation. She stared with somewhat dumbfounded eyes, her narrow eyelashes fluttering slightly, appearing somewhat innocent, yet at a loss for words. Not at all like a woman who had given birth to 3 children. Instead, it was like a young girl whose love sinus was just beginning to open. Chapter 25, Tiny Thoughts? Punishment? In the middle of Villa number 6. After the meal, Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, the two of them were in the midst of agitated, moving shock for a long time. It was like drinking a bottle of 100-year-old wine. At first, it felt good to drink, and then it had a lot of strength behind it. Don't know how long after, Lu Xiu heard her cell phone alarm clock ringing. This is the alarm clock she said long ago. There were still 10 minutes to go, and it would be 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In other words, it was very close to the time when Chu Feng requested Fengwei to rush to Villa 6. Old Chu, with your understanding of Fengwei, do you think he will be able to rush over? Chu Hao nodded. That's for sure. After a pause, he said again, Fengwei will definitely come back. It's just that it would be too difficult for Little Wind to have him arrive in 3 hours. I think this somewhat boring move of Little Wind's can definitely make it harder for Fengwei than ever before. Lu Xiu sneered. Humph, which white-eyed wolf? That's what he deserves. Chu Hao also thought deeply. The two chatted for a few moments. Lu Xiu asked, it's almost time. Why hasn't Little Wind come over yet? Little Feng is Fengwei's boss now. Have you ever seen a boss waiting for an employee specifically? Chu Hao laughed. Right now, even if Fengwei came, it's estimated that Chu Feng would have to intentionally hang him out to dry, letting him fry and suffer to take out his anger for us. My son is just awesome. Well done. Lu Xiu was very pleased. Chu Hao nodded his head in admiration. Yes, our son has really grown up. Suddenly, Chu Hao's face turned as pale as paper. He violently covered his heart. Medicine. Medicine. Lu Xiu asked in panic. Old Chu, where did you put the medicine? A moment later, Lu Xiu finally found a bottle of heart-saving pills, only to open it and see that it was already empty. Lu Xiu suddenly remembered that he had taken the last 2 heart-saving pills when he was on the airplane. When he got off the plane, he met Yu Lingyu to pick him up, then forgot to purchase them. Now, seeing her husband's ghastly white face, Lu Xiu anxiously shed tears. Old Chu, hold on, I'm sending you to the hospital. You must hold on. Lu Xiu was remorseful at this time. She hated herself, why she didn't help her husband buy medicine earlier, and knowing that her husband's health is not good, several times asked him to go to the hospital to see. The results were shrugged off. At that time, I should have gone out of my way to make him go to the hospital for examination and treatment. Lu Xiu couldn't stop the tears from falling down. Desperately, she wanted to carry her husband on her back. It was just that she was just a weak woman, and she simply couldn't carry Chu Hao, her 160-pound husband. Just as she was in despair, her cell phone rang. That's right, I can call my son and ask him to fly old Chu to the hospital. Lu Xiu woke up with a start. Picking up her cell phone, she realized that the one calling was none other than her son. Chu Feng, Little Feng, quick, come over here quickly. Your father is dying. Come over quickly, and fly a plane to send him to the hospital. In Villa 1, Chu Feng called Zhou Saida of the Brilliant Mansion. He immediately said that he would bring someone to personally go over and send Chu Feng's mother-in-law, Lu Chui, to the 9 Halls Villa 1. Lu Ruyan was very touched, and could not help but to be in a strong and affectionate relationship with Chu Feng. At this time, Fengwei called. He said that he had just arrived at the Yangcheng airport and would charter a car to come. Chu Feng knows that his parents care about this matter, so he made a phone call to notify. Unexpectedly, at this time, his father would have a sudden heart attack. Mom, wait for me, I'll be right there. Ruyan Lu was right beside Chu Feng. Hearing that Chu Feng's parents were in a bad situation, immediately, she expressed her intention to go over with Chu Feng. Ruyan Lu, you'll stay here and lead your daughters. I'll go to Villa 6 and will return soon. Chu Feng estimated that at a later time, Fengwei would also arrive here. The scene at that time would most likely not be suitable for little Lori and Lu Ruyan to see. Chu Feng, then I won't go over. So you bring Ling Yu with you. She is capable of doing things well. She should be able to help. Chu Feng nodded. Alright then. Although it was a neighborhood, Villa number 1 was still a bit of a distance away from Villa number 6. Chu Feng greeted Yu Lingyue, and together, they boarded the Mi president's same private airplane. In only 3 minutes, Chu Feng arrived at Villa number 6. With his fastest speed, Chu Feng rushed into the villa. At that moment, he realized that his mother had already cried into tears. Little Feng, you're late. Your father Chu Feng said. Mom, it's fine, Dad will be fine soon. Originally, Chu Feng brought his daughters to play after the meal. When he was prepared to come back, he would then give the strengthening pill to his parents to consume. Unexpectedly, plans could not catch up with changes. the seemingly healthy father, Chu Hao, had unexpectedly suffered a sudden heart attack. Chu Feng gave his father, Chu Hao, a body-strengthening pill. The classical beauty that was following closely behind him, very understandingly sent a cup of water. Helping Chu Feng, she fed it to Chu Hao. Chu Hao's miserably white face suddenly had some blood color. It was obvious that his body was recovering rapidly. Only, he still showed no signs of waking up. Yu Lingyue spoke out to comfort Lu Xiao. Watching Chu Feng give Chu Hao an elixir pill, it immediately had an effect. His heart was extremely shocked. This boss of mine, it really is extraordinary. At that moment, she saw Chu Feng once again take out an elixir pill. Go fetch another glass of water over. Okay, boss. Watching Yu Lingyue run forward to fetch water, Lu Xiao asked Chu Feng, Little Feng, your father seems to be doing better now. We should be in time to send him to the hospital now, right? Chu Feng shook his head and said, there's no need to go to the hospital, that troublesome. Soon dad will be able to wake up. Yu Lingyue took off her high heels in order to facilitate her running, and her jade feet were bare. It was spotless. It was as if they were the finest jade. Of course, Chu Feng did not have the time to appreciate it right now. Chu Feng did not wait and directly fed yet another body-strengthening pill to his father as well. By the way, he fed some water. Coughing, Chu Hao opened his eyes. I feel like I had a dream. Chu Hao directly sat up. Old Chu, don't move. You lie down quickly. Chu Feng laughed. Old mom, dad is already fine. Is it really alright? Lu Xiao looked her husband up and down. I'm really fine. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Chu Hao got up and moved around. It indeed looked no different from a normal person. Chu Hao and Lu Xiao immediately looked at each other. Both had shock in their eyes. Ling Yu, go out for a moment. I want to say a few words to Xiao Feng alone. Chu Hao and Lu Xiao sent Yu Lingyue out. Then they closed the door of the room and asked Chu Feng what he had just given Chu Hao. In response, Chu Feng had already prepared for that. It said that it was a new medicine that he had found someone to develop. It was currently still in the research and development stage. By the way, let the parents keep it a secret. Having long since seen their son Chu Feng's various powerful skills, neither Chu Hao nor Lu Xiao thought much about it. At this time, Chu Feng told Chu Hao and Lu Xiao in passing. Feng Wei had already arrived in Yangchang. It was expected that he would be able to arrive at Villa 6 in about an hour. Chu Feng, how are you going to clean up Feng Wei? Dad and Mom, you guys will see to it. The matter of revenge was best left to them. 15 minutes later, Feng Wei chartered a car and arrived at the entrance of the Nine Halls Villa area. Chu Feng asked the security chief to bring him in. Now that Chu Feng had bought the entire Nine Halls Villa area, the many security guards in the villa area were all Chu Feng's subordinates. 10 minutes later, 5 villa sightseeing cars stopped at the entrance of Villa number 6. The security chief brought 20 tall and powerful security guards and sent Feng Wei over according to Chu Feng's request. At this moment, Feng Wei looked extremely miserable. He had rushed here for the fastest speed. A lot of unlucky things had happened on the road. Right now, he was shocked and afraid. He had never seen such a battle before. It didn't take long. Feng Wei finally met his new boss, Chu Feng. Chu Feng was sitting in a large horse. Behind him stood a stunning beauty in a cheongsam. This beauty he had seen online was the classical beauty Yu Lingyue. Even such an extremely beautiful woman is under the new boss? What the hell is the boss's origin? What alarmed him even more was that Chu Hao and Lu Xiao were also there. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I've tried my best to rush here, but it's still an hour late. Chu Feng smiled faintly. I said that if you came on time, I would give you a promotion and return your shares. That was a reward for you, but now you are an hour late, so you need to be punished. Feng Wei's face turned white. Punishment? Punishment? Mr. Chu, what punishment? Before punishing you, tell you one thing. The former richest man in Yangchang, who you beneficially returned to almost bankruptcy before, is my father. Plop. Feng Wei steeply knelt down. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Feng Wei didn't dare to think carefully. A person who had bought all the villas in 9 halls. At the same time, the bull who directly bought 80% of the shares of Yida Company today. Just what kind of energy and wealth did he have? Feng Wei thought about it. He was completely terrified. Kneeling on the ground, he slapped himself. In a moment, Feng Wei's face had swollen up. The Feng Wei who had already experienced a lot of things along the way and was miserable. In a moment, he became even more miserable. Chu Hao and Lu Xiao, who were sitting beside Chu Feng, were very relieved. They looked at Chu Feng and then at Feng Wei on the ground. In their hearts, they sighed in admiration of their own son, who was even more powerful than they had imagined. With just a few words, he actually made Feng Wei self-harm himself. On the ground, Feng Wei's hands and face were all swollen. He was truly remorseful and scared. Having angered such a great man, he did not know if he would still be able to live. Seeing that, there was no response to begging to Chu Feng. Immediately, he began to beg Chu Hao and Lu Xiao for mercy. begging the two to spare him. He was willing to spit out all of the benefits that he had gained from his initial cooperation with Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, handing them over to the two of them. This guy also got shares in several industries. For which industries? They were all created by Chu Hao and Lu Xiu's hands. It was very emotional. Chu Feng could see that his parents still had some ideas about which industries. This matter does not have much to do with money. At that moment, he faintly said, "Feng Wei, what you ate in back then, take it all out. By the way, tell me, who is Zhou Dale?" Feng Wei, who was kneeling miserably on the ground, froze for a moment. "Zhou Dale? Mr. Chu, you're not talking about the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes back then, right?" Hearing Feng Wei's words, Chu Hao and Lu Xiu's hearts were overjoyed. It was finally time to find the fellow behind the curtain. Chapter 26, The Miraculous Dad. Feng Wei, quickly say something about Zhou Dale. Chu Hao and Lu Xiu, in unison. Feng Wei said sadly, "I also want to say, but I don't know." Chu Hao looked at Feng Wei angrily. "What do you mean by that?" Feng Wei said with a begging face, "Brother Chu, I only heard a little bit from Chu Konghai. If you want to know information about Zhou Dale, you can go ask Chu Konghai." Chu Feng said indifferently. "Chu Konghai died yesterday." "Ah!" Feng Wei shrieked, becoming more and more terrified. "Mr. Chu, I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please spare me, Brother Chu, sister-in-law, on the basis that I have done nothing but hard work in the past. Spare me." Not mentioning the past was fine. Mentioning the past, Chu Hao Lu Xiu became even more angry. Seeing Chu Hao couple's face, Feng Wei also knew that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly beat himself up. "That appearance, old miserable," he said while self-harming. "I know just a little bit. Which Zhou Dale's name? It seems like it's not a real name either." Chu Feng waved his hand, causing Feng Wei to shut his mouth. He looked towards his parents. "Mom and Dad, it seems like finding Zhou Dale is not a matter of a moment. Now for Feng Wei's punishment. You guys take the decision. Even if I want him to die right now, I still have a way." Chu Feng was able to communicate with animals. Making Feng Wei die in an accident was simply not too simple. Chu Hao and Lu Xiu looked at each other, and exchanged a few words in whispers. They were still too kind-hearted. Chu Feng watched as the two of them saw Feng Wei's miserable appearance and prepared to say forget it. Immediately, he said, "Mom and Dad, killing is definitely not okay. However, I feel that this Feng Wei has some mental problems. Let him take out all the industries and shares that he ate in the first place. Then go to the mental hospital yourself." To Chu Feng, Feng Wei was just a minion. There was no need for him to take the trouble. Regarding Chu Feng's decision, Feng Wei hurriedly stated that he was willing to accept this punishment. In the next few moments, Chu Feng gave a strengthening pill to his mother, Lu Xiu. After giving an explanation, Chu Hao Lu Xiu and her husband and wife, as well as Feng Wei, still had some matters that needed to be taken care of. Chu Feng ordered the security chief of the Nine Halls Villa to follow him. In this way, he was not afraid that Feng Wei would not do as he was told. Chu Feng brought the classical beauty Yu Lingyu and flew back to Villa 1. Yu Lingyue, the private secretary and part-time beautiful housekeeper, took the initiative to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Time, without realizing it, came to evening. In addition, the security guard at the entrance aspect informed Chu Feng, Ms. Lu Chui had already arrived at the entrance of the villa. Earlier on, Chu Feng had greeted the security team. At this time, it was natural for the people to let them through. Chu Feng brought Lu Ruyan, as well as the three little pink and jade lowly daughters, together to greet them at the entrance of the villa. He brought the shocked Lu Chui to the villa's living room. One of Chu Feng's villas topped a neighborhood. What Lu Chui saw along the road, she was too shocked to speak. "Auntie, how is your body now?" Chu Feng looked at his mother-in-law, who was a little out of breath even after walking a few steps. He asked with great concern, "Having had surgery 5 years ago, my body might still be able to live for a year or two." Lu Chui smiled kindly, stating that her old bones, to be able to live these 5 more years is already considered good. And speaking of which, 5 years ago there was still a need to properly thank Chu Feng. "Auntie, 5 years ago I actually wasn't clear. I just heard that Lu Ruyan needed money. 5 years ago, I should actually apologize. If I had known about your situation earlier, I should have thought of a way to help more." Saying that, Chu Feng took out an exquisite and ancient small bottle. Lu Ruyan, who was beside her, rejoiced when she saw this small bottle. She knew that it was a very valuable body-strengthening pill. The quantity was small. There were only 12 in total. Myself and Chu Feng, as well as the 3 daughters, had all eaten them. There was not much left nowadays. Lu Ruyan, who had eaten it, knew very well the effects of this body-strengthening pill. Not long ago, when she had made a request to Chu Feng for the second time, she wanted to talk about this matter. She wanted to request Chu Feng to give her mother a body-strengthening pill as well. Only later, she had mistakenly kissed Chu Feng, thus disrupting the plan. Which request? she hadn't even said yet. What she hadn't thought of was that Chu Feng had taken the initiative, and had given the precious body-strengthening pill to her own mother. Lu Ruyan watched as her mother took the body-strengthening pill. With a pair of beautiful eyes, she looked towards Chu Feng, and the more she looked, the more she liked her. She, who had always been shy, astringent, glanced at the night color outside. She only felt that the night color was exceptionally provocative. At this time, Lu Ruyan was moved by her feelings, and even in front of her mother Lu Ruyan and her daughters, directly approaching Chu Feng, she came to Chu Feng's ear and whispered, "Chu Feng, tonight, I also want to give you a gift." Taking such initiative to say such words, Ruyan Lu admired her own boldness in her heart. After she finished speaking, her entire self was so shy. I actually said such words? Lu Ruyan's fair and pretty face was brushed. It was like the morning clouds on a small hill. "I'm going to help in the kitchen with Lingyu. You all come to the dining room as well." The three daughters also followed their mother, Lu Ruyan, and headed to the dining room, ready to do the little things they could. They were small in grade, but they were all very understanding. Chu Feng came to Lu Chui's side. "Auntie, let's go over there as well." "Okay, Chu Feng, but I might need to slow down a bit. I got a little dizzy just now." "Ha!" Lu Chui suddenly exclaimed. "Chu Feng, what did you just give me to eat?" The youngest daughter, Chu Chu, who had not yet had time to walk away, turned around and said, "Grandma, what Daddy just gave you to eat was sugar beans." "Eat the sugar beans. The body will become very comfortable. Mommy and Daddy and my sisters and I all ate sugar beans." Chu Chu joyfully ran back again and came to Lu Chui. She told Lu Chui, since eating the immortal elixir, her body had gotten a lot better. Before, she used to pee her pants a lot, but since eating the sugar beans, she had never wet her pants again. Not only that, before, her body always felt uncomfortable in one way or another. But now, there is no discomfort at all. In the past, if I ate a little dessert, I had to go to the hospital. Now, if you eat any dessert or ice cream, you will be fine. Before, when it rained a little bit, I would be sick for days. Now, the family has been playing with water for a long time. The body, up until now, hadn't felt any discomfort. Listening to her little granddaughter's words, Lu Chui also noticed the changes in her body. She had thought that she would need to rest for a while before she could stand up. Now it seemed that there was no need at all. Lu Chui, who stood up, realized that her body was much better than she had imagined. Stunned, shocked, and unbelievable. "Chu Feng, what you gave me just now, was it really sugar beans?" No, it's just a bit of body strengthening." Chu Feng shook his head and laughed. It was only now that it hadn't been long since he obtained the system. In the future, it was really unknown if it was really possible to obtain something better. According to the current trend, it was still really possible. The feeling of her entire body being relaxed had not been felt by Lu Chui for a long time. She looked at Chu Feng with a grateful face. "Chu Feng, thank you very much indeed. Auntie, we're a family, so you shouldn't be polite." "Aha, okay, in the future, you and Lu Ruyan have a good life." Chu Feng led Lu Chui and walked into the restaurant. The dining room was very large. It could be said that the entire villa was very large, so much so, that every place appeared wide, yet opulent. The entire floor was paved with alabaster stones. At the entrance and around, there were imported wool carpets, and the most attractive is the dining table. The rectangular dining table, cast in jade, is a work of art in itself. It is mirrored by the crystal lamps handcrafted by top designers above, giving people the feeling that this place is not like a restaurant for eating. It was more like an art exhibition hall. It was also the first time that Chu Feng had seen his own family's restaurant. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became, and he could not help but nod his head in dark praise. Lu Chui, who was beside him, felt even more like she had entered the Grand View Garden. Both hands and feet were almost nowhere to rest. It was too beautiful. It was too spectacular. "Chu Feng, should I take my shoes off?" Looking at the white jade floor, Lu Chui carefully asked Chu Feng if he needed slippers. "Auntie, no, this is my own home. No need to be formal." Chu Feng smiled and told Lu Chui that in the future, she, Lu Ruyan and the little Lolitas would all live here. The house was relatively large, with gardens, bamboo forests, pavilions, bridges and waterfalls. There is a swimming pool, a hot spring, a gym, and its own theater. As Lu Chui listened, the more she listened, the more shocked she was. She never dared to dream that her own daughter could find such a boyfriend. Even more so, she didn't dare to imagine that she would be able to live here in the future. Lu Ruyan was right next to her. This beautiful president immediately took her mother to the luxurious bathroom. The three little Lolitas surrounded Chu Feng's side. "Daddy, are we really sleeping here tonight? This house is really big and beautiful. This place is just too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful house before." The little Loli cheered. They looked at the alabaster floors, then at the Ordo's imported wool carpet, then at the artwork like large long table, and then at the luxurious crystal lamps. Little Lori hugged Daddy Chu Feng's moon retreat. Her little head rubbed on Chu Feng's moon retreat, and she was a little bit dancing with excitement. Dad is simply a magical dad. Little Loli Chu Chu, tilting her little head, looked at Daddy Chu Feng with a smile on her brow. Chu Feng hugged his daughter up. Chu Chu, it's good that you like it here. From now on we, as a family, will live here. In the future, if you don't like it here anymore, Dad will buy you a better house. What happened in the future? Chu Feng did not know. He only knew that as long as his precious daughter wanted it, even if it was the stars and the moon in the sky, he would find a way and pluck them down. Anyway, with the divine choice system, in a short period of time, one had gained so many benefits. Then in the future, all kinds of benefits, naturally quite a lot. In the future, changing to a house that was better than the current one, I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult. Chu Feng hugged his little daughter and came to the dining table. At this time, Chapter 27, another happy thing appears. The beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, had already presented most of the dishes. Speaking of which, Yu Lingyue was not very old, and Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan were actually both about the same. However, it had to be said that she was really more outstanding. Making tea was on par with a tea master. The rice that was cooked now, how was the flavor? Chu Feng hadn't tasted it yet and didn't know, but just by looking at the appearance, there was already that refreshing, finger-licking aroma. This was on par with the chef of a star-rated hotel. Moreover, at noon, Chu Feng and the little Lolitas, as well as Lu Ruyan, were all praising Yu Lingyu's cooking skills. At this moment, Yu Lingyue brought the last two dishes over. The beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, also brought her mother, Lu Chui, to the restaurant. For the beautiful housekeeper in her own family, Lu Ruyan also could not help but praise her once again. Chu Feng, Lingyu, she really is too good. She actually knows how to cook so many dishes. And they're all colorful and fragrant. Lu Ruyan had a relatively high and cold personality, and would almost never praise someone this much. It was obvious that she had a good feeling about Yu Lingyu, and it could be seen that Ruyan Lu did feel that it would be too condescending to have Yu Lingyu just be a housekeeper. Ruyan, are you trying to intercede with Xiao Chu and raise my salary for me? Yu Lingyu smiled sweetly and said jokingly, there's no problem with a salary increase. This is a small matter. Chu Feng waved his hand and directly clapped his hands. Such a beautiful housekeeper. And very excellent in all aspects. It was estimated that it would be too difficult to find, again, a housekeeper as excellent as Yu Lingyu. The atmosphere of the crowd was cordial and they began to take their seats. Yu Lingyu, who was a housekeeper, did not sit down. She just stood playfully at Chu Xiao's side and back, just like those butlers on TV. Why aren't you sitting down, Lingyu? Lu Ruyan, who was very fond of the beautiful housekeeper in the house, also did not treat Yu Lingyue as an outsider. The three little pink carved Lolitas also said, Sister Lingyu, you sit down to eat too. Right, Sister Lingyu, come sit next to me. As the son of the former richest man, Chu Feng was not surprised that Yu Lingyu was standing at the side and back. The butlers of rich people's homes did the same thing. At this moment, looking at Lu Ruyan and her daughters, they were persuading Yu Lingyu. Chu Feng also casually said, Lingyu, why don't you sit down and eat together? There won't be a need for so many rules in the family in the future. Thank you, boss. Yu Lingyue looked at Chu Feng with excitement, and then looked at Lu Ruyan and the little Lolitas. In the end, she sat next to the little Loli Chu Chu. Boss, Ruyan, you guys try my handiwork. I've specialized in further training before and have long had a senior chef's license. Will you see if it suits your tastes? If you have any requests, feel free to ask. I will definitely improve. The crowd tasted it, and they were full of praise. Chu Feng, who was now eating it for the second time, could not help but look at Yu Lingyue one more time. This cooking skill, it was catching up to 5-star. Boss, Ruyan, how do you guys feel? Yu Lingyu inquired. Lu Ruyan nodded. It's much more delicious than when we used to go to 5-star hotels. Spicy chicken, dongpa pork, kung pao chicken, crab roe and shark's fin. A total of 12 dishes. Not too much, but not too little. In such a short period of time, making so many dishes, and the flavor was still really good. It really was something that took Chu Feng's breath away. Chu Feng once again looked at Yu Lingyue, whose beauty was almost no less than Lu Ruyan's, and he could not help but look at her one more time. Eating a snack now tasted good. Chu Feng prepared to eat well and eat more. Only at night would he have the strength to send Lu Ruyan a gift. After eating the midnight snack, Lu Chui greeted the three little Lolitas and went to the garden together. The youngest daughter, Chu Chu, pulled Chu Feng's hand and said, Dad, Chu Chu is so full. Tonight's meal is too delicious. After we finish eating, let's go for a walk in the park together? There is an old saying, warm and full, think about that. is not right. It is 100 steps after a meal. Live to 99. Chu Feng looked at the extremely beautiful Lu Ruyan beside him. He would like to, with his own woman, have a two-person world. Earlier, in the living room, Ruyan Lu had boldly and proactively said something in Chu Feng's ear. Although the voice was very light, Chu Feng still heard it. Ruyan Lu had said that she wanted to give herself a gift tonight. I wonder, the gift that Ruyan Lu said, is it the same as my gift? The beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, also looked towards Chu Feng at this moment. After carrying on for 5 years, she was now relaxed like never before. Right now, she had finally experienced that kind of being a woman relying on a man, harbor-like happiness. To be honest, she now also very much wanted to live a two-person life with Chu Feng. However, at the same time, she also knew that she could not be too selfish. She herself wanted to be with Chu Feng, and the three little loli beside her. It was not easy for them to look forward to their father. They all wanted to play with their father. When they ate, when they walked, they all thought that their father, Chu Feng, would be able to accompany them. Chu Feng, why don't we also go for a drive in the garden together? Lu Ruyan took the initiative to hug Chu Feng's arm, allowing Chu Feng to feel her passion. Previously, she had never even thought that she also had moments where she took the initiative to hug a man's arm. Once upon a time, when she had seen others act in such a manner, she had not thought so. She, who had always been high and cold, even felt that it was absolutely impossible for her to do so. To beat her to death, she would not do so, but now, she only wanted to say that. It was really fragrant. Chu Feng lowered his head and looked at his little daughter Chu Chu, who had an expectant face, as well as the other two little loli who were eagerly waiting. He secretly said, "They are all little ingrates. Ah, the garden of the 9 halls." No. One villa was naturally not small in scale. Inside there is a variety of valuable flowers and trees. There is also a bamboo forest, as well as a pond. Idle time to enjoy the flowers and fishing. Happy and happy. Of course, the most important thing is, wife and kids. No matter how much fun a person has, it's still lonely. There's a beautiful president with a top-notch face, temperament, and body. There are also 3 cute and smart little loli daughters. That's right, there was also a divine choice system that would send a surprise choice from time to time. Chu Feng felt that he was already a winner in life. Dad, what kind of flower is this? This is an orchid. It's so beautiful. It even has different colors. Such a big fast place. Are they all orchids, Dad? Ah yes, here is the vegetarian crown lotus ding. These are butterfly orchids. See, this orchid grows like a butterfly. Isn't it pretty? Chu Feng brought his daughters and toured the garden. The flowers, plants and trees in the garden. Chu Feng recognized some of the varieties. The vast majority of them, he didn't know very well. Fortunately, the outstandingly beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, knowing that Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan were bringing their daughters to tour the garden, sent some of the garden's flowers, plants, and trees information to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took his cell phone and introduced it to his daughters. He told his daughters what a jianlan was, what a spring orchid was, and what a cymbidium orchid was. The 3 little pink and jade carving Lolitas listened to their father narrating. It seemed that there was no question under the sky that could be difficult for Chu Feng. At that instant, the 6 dark eyes were all permeated with adoration. Dad, you're so powerful. Dad, but our dad, he's naturally powerful. Right, don't look at whose dad it is. Under the sky, there's almost nothing Dad doesn't know. Dad is more powerful than anyone I've ever met. Said the words. The 3 little Lolitas, in unison, gave Chu Feng a thumbs up. Daddy is so powerful. Daddy is the most powerful. Being worshipped and praised by his 3 powdered daughters, Chu Feng was also a bit fluttered. The sense of fulfillment in his heart was born. This was even more enjoyable to Chu Feng than those who were clustered around, chasing after and begging for contact information. For further in-depth understanding of the youthful and beautiful hot girls, Chu Feng also knew for the first time that being praised and worshipped by his own daughters was such a comforting and happy thing. In the next instant, another happy thing appeared. Chapter 28 Godly Choice. A familiar and pleasant system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding dong, host, congratulations, your daughters all adore you and praise you for being awesome. You have obtained a God-level choice. 1. A powerful card, an extreme speed card. 2. A gene optimization liquid, limited to use by the host himself. Please ask the host to make a choice, and after making the choice, the chosen reward will be obtained as soon as possible. Chu Feng dotingly touched his daughters' little heads. Only then did he unhurriedly look at the divine-level choices that he had obtained. For the first choice, there were 2 rewards, a power card and a haste card. 2 cards, both of which belonged to the consumption type of rewards. It could be used when it came to a critical time. At that time, using the Herculean card, strength would soar. Using the haste card, speed was said to be windy. The second choice, a gene optimization liquid. the effects of the gene optimization liquid were even more powerful than the body strengthening pill. It was able to enhance one's body attributes by almost 3 times in a short period of time. Only, this gene optimization liquid, a person could only use one, but the body strengthening pill was different. One could take one every day. The first time, the effect was the greatest. Later on, it will decrease, but even if it decreases, the effect is still 100 to 80 times stronger than those expensive ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. As long as there were enough body strengthening pills, it wasn't difficult to achieve 3 times the body attributes. It could be said that the rewards of every divine level choice were all very good. This one was no exception. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages. One was a long-lasting reward, and the other was a short burst of consuming rewards. Chu Feng quickly decided that he would choose the second one. After obtaining the reward, Chu Feng did not immediately receive it. The system told him that the gene optimization liquid, this current one, it was limited to Chu Feng, the host himself, to use. Other than that, regardless of whether it was injected or taken orally, all of them had very good effects. In addition, after using it, there would be a short period of time for the body to adapt, and it might be a little painful, but the process is very short. It's only about 5 minutes. During this time, the gene optimization liquid would transform and improve the body. Then, the body would expel quite a few impurities. Obviously, using the gene optimization liquid now would not be appropriate. Chu Feng pulled the extremely beautiful Lu Ruyan and brought his daughters to walk around the garden backwards. Without realizing it, more than an hour had just passed. The several little Lolitas were still in a very happy and excited state. They still wanted to continue playing. A home theater room comparable to a small theater. An indoor swimming pool with top-notch conditions. A study room as big as a library. As well as a few other places they hadn't gone to play yet. A few little Lolitas who were clearly feeling tired from walking were still grasping Chu Feng's clothes, expecting Chu Feng to be able to bring them to continue playing. As a person from the past, Lu Chui walked at the end, looking at the two of them, her precious daughter and Chu Feng. From time to time, there were some intimate small movements. With a smile on her face, she knew that it was the young couple who wanted to have a two-person world. Then she took the initiative to say that she would take her granddaughters to the study to read a bedtime story. Si Nian Nian Chu Chu. Grandma will take you to read a storybook. After reading storybooks for a while, we'll get ready to take a bath and go to bed. Tomorrow we'll continue playing, but it's too late now. Go to bed early. The 3 little pink and jade Loli, who still couldn't let go of their father Chu Feng, didn't want to go to bed yet. Grandma, let's play for a little while longer, okay? Just play for a little while, can't we? Daddy, just play with us for a little while longer. Daddy! The 3 little Lolas that looked almost exactly the same surrounded Chu Feng's side. The power of their simultaneous pampering was something that Chu Feng simply could not withstand, even though he now very much wanted to live a two-person world with his extremely beautiful president. Right now, he still agreed without hesitation. Good. Daddy will take you to the study and accompany you to read a bedtime story for a while. Chu Feng's holler made his daughters happy, and they cheered. Long live Daddy! Long live Daddy! Daddy accompany us to read a book. Daddy is so good. He will definitely be able to live 10,000 years. Listening to his daughter's cheering voices, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. What has become of himself? A person who lives for 10,000 years should be considered a god, right? The next scene, however, caused Chu Feng to directly burst out laughing. Ding dong, host, congratulations. Your daughters cheered and felt that you would be able to live for 10,000 years. You have obtained a divine choice. 1. Life extension pill. 2. Body strengthening pill formula. Please make your choice. The host will receive the chosen reward as soon as possible after choosing. His own woman, Lu Ruyan, as well as his own daughters, truly gave themselves surprises over and over again. Hail Daddy, long live. Surprisingly also able to early at more longevity? For rich people, the role of money has actually been quite small than ordinary people. The should have basically have. The average person does not have, the natural also have. Longevity, health, is definitely the most important thing. There is no one. Chu Feng hadn't thought that he had solved the health problem only a short while ago. He had obtained 10 body strengthening pills as well as 10 longevity extension pills. Now, it was surprising that he had also directly obtained the strong body pill formula reward. One's own divine choice system was still truly awesome class. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. Obtaining the body strengthening pill was not as good as obtaining the body strengthening pill formula. Anyway, Chu Feng had plenty of money. He was now worth over $300 billion. With this body strengthening pill formula. And there was also the best private hospital in Yangcheng. According to the formula, he will research and make body strengthening pills. Getting rich is one thing. More importantly, being able to strengthen one's body and constantly become stronger. Chu Feng directly chose the second reward. In the next instant, a recipe appeared in his hand. With the recipe, in the future, create more body-strengthening pills. This is a good thing. The more the better. Chu Feng glanced at the recipe and realized that he couldn't read it. This kind of specialized thing still required a professional. Chu Feng kept the formula in a safe place. One's own woman's daughter is still truly one's lucky star. Every now and then, they are able to help themselves and obtain magical rewards. Chu Feng's rewards had already been obtained. However, the gene optimization liquid, for the time being, was also not collected. He accompanied his daughters and read storybooks in the study. In the library-like study room, the little Lolitas were reading books very carefully. The two of them, Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan, sat together. From time to time, they came together in their ears and whispered something. Lu Chui, who was a person from the past, after the little Lolitas had read storybooks for half an hour, it immediately reminded them that it was time to prepare for rest. CC Nian Nian Chu Chu. Okay, good boy. Let mommy and daddy play with you again tomorrow. Now that mommy and daddy are tired after a long day, it's time to take an early rest as well. The same goes for you guys. You need to go to bed early. Going to bed early makes it easier to grow taller. The little Lolitas stood up, reluctant to part. Suddenly, the second daughter, Nian Nian, spoke out. Dad, is it okay for Nian Nian to sleep with you tonight? Her words reminded the other little Lolitas. Daddy, I want to sleep with you too. And me, I also want to sleep with daddy. Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan looked at each other. This time, they encountered a problem. Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan, who had just prepared to have a good two-person world tonight, now, neither knew what to do. However, Chu Feng quickly had an idea. The villa where it was located had a variety of luxurious rooms. The villa was not high, only 3.5 floors. At the top, there was a roof garden, an outdoor swimming pool, and a special apron that could be used for helicopter takeoffs and landings. On the third floor, in addition to the various functional rooms, there were dozens and dozens of rooms that were specialized for rest. Chu Feng allowed his powdered daughters to pick their favorite rooms on their own. There were numerous rooms with different styles. Some were childish, some were dreamy, some were luxurious, and some were grungy. Some are like the starry sky, some are like the deep sea, some are like being in a sci-fi world. Without entering a room, the well-behaved and cute little Lolitas would exclaim and cheer. Daddy, this room is so beautiful. Daddy, look, there are fish on the walls. Oh my god, the fish on the walls actually swim. Chu, who had always been the least courageous and the most crybaby, really liked the deep sea style room. Chu Feng dotingly touched her head. Chu, if you like it, this room will be yours from now on. Daddy, is this room really for me? The little Loli rubbed her little hands. It was evident that she really liked the style of room very much. Everything in the room, whether it was the shape or the color, was related to the deep sea. The base color was azure. The small lamps on the walls, as well as the large lamp on the top, were all in the shape of fish from the deep sea. Even some of the ornaments were coral, fish bones, shells, conchs and the like. Come here, turn on the 4D dynamic effects. The whole room seems to really come alive. All sorts of strange swimming fish, on the floor, walls and ceiling, swimming freely. Even Chu Feng Yulingyu as well as Lu Chui, who were adults, felt like they had arrived at the deep sea. It was more real and more sensational than that kind of sea park. Chu Feng left the excited Chu alone in the room. Like exploring a new continent, he kept discovering new pleasures. Chu Feng brought the remaining two little Lolitas and let them all choose their favorite rooms. The eldest daughter, CC, was considered the most stable one. Many times, when there was something that needed attention, Lu Ruyan was the first to explain to her. Let her keep an eye on her sisters. CC looked at some of the rooms and finally chose a retro one like the palaces of ancient times. All kinds of mahogany rosewood furniture, very stylish, gives a feeling of traveling back to ancient times. The second daughter, Nian Nian, is the most courageous. In the past, the little fat man always said that the little Lolitas were children without fathers, laughed at them and taunted them. Whenever Nian Nian encountered such a situation, she was the first to come forward. She sometimes watched TV, also liked to watch kung fu movies, action movies. Once, she even said, Dad is not around. She as the second sister, to protect her sister, to become a great master. No one can bully her family. When Nian Nian chose her room, she encountered some difficulties. There were dozens and hundreds of rooms. Many of them, she liked very much. It was just that none of these rooms made her feel perfect. Mom and Dad, I don't know which one to choose. Can I look around more? Of course, no problem. There were a lot of rooms here, and they had very different styles. CC, who was the eldest sister, not only did she take a fancy to the ancient palace-like rooms, she also took a fancy to a room that only had black and white colors, as well as a few authentic paintings by famous artists hanging on the next door to the money of the room. CC, how did you choose this room? Chu Feng was curious. Dad, squat down and I'll tell you quietly. CC blinked her eyes. Chu Feng faintly smiled, only feeling that all of these daughters of his were small children, very intelligent, and all had their own ideas as well. Not in the least like 4-year-old brats. Ha ha, it must be because one's genes are too excellent. Chu Feng secretly laughed in his heart. He squatted down as his daughter requested. CC immediately came to Chu Feng's ear and whispered, Dad, this place is simple and uncomplicated. It's the most distinctive room. I feel like some of the rooms are too childish. This little loli, where is it that she has her own ideas? This is clearly Chapter 29, Good things come in small packages. Push the door and enter. This is clearly too much of an idea of its own. How old are they? At this rate, when they grow up, how outstanding would they be? Chu Feng didn't even dare to imagine. Dad, do you feel the same way? CC asked Chu Feng in a small voice. Chu Feng touched his daughter's small head and laughed. The rooms here are all very good, and what you like is a matter of personal preference. Although his daughter was excellent to a fault, but what should be criticized still could not be ambiguous. Oh, got it, Dad. Looking at his daughter's mood being a bit low, Chu Feng hugged her up. He whispered in his ear, but CC, Dad also feels that this room, simple but not simple, is very distinctive. CC, who had just been in a depressed mood, immediately had her eyes light up. Dad, you think so too? Ha, it's really great. Chu Feng accompanied CC and said a few words. Then he let her enjoy her room by herself. However, CC still wanted to follow along and look at the other rooms. She hadn't fully decided which one she would stay in tonight. Chu Feng brought Lu Ruyan, as well as CC Nian Nian to continue picking out their respective favorite rooms. Soon, the crowd was attracted by a piano in the middle of a European-style room. It was a Steinway piano. This one Steinway's piano was worth more than $18 million. The sound quality and timbre were all world-class. Dad, can I play the piano now? Mom let me learn a bit before. I can do some very simple things. The eldest daughter, CC, looked at Chu Feng with a higgledy-piggledy look. Without thinking, Chu Feng carried CC to sit in front of the Steinway piano. Because of her height, Chu Feng also specially found a way to adjust the height of the leather chair. Anyway, it was an intelligent remote control. Very simple. CC herself was able to operate it. Chu Feng, this brand of piano, I've seen it before when I was in a 5-star hotel. I heard that this brand of piano is very expensive. Is that so? Lu Ruyan stood by her daughter's side and curiously asked Chu Feng about the piano. The entire piano was made of first-grade mahogany, fully hand-carved, with gorgeous patterns and an opulent appearance that was breathtaking. The top of the piano is carved with 2 lifelike angels, surrounded by 2 layers of lace. The only regret is that the head of one of the angels and the many years lost in the transfer, adding to the piano Venus feeling. The cover of the piano takes the imagery of fish scales, layers of fish scales just with the waves of the sea to meet, the body of the piano below the shape of the steering wheel of a yacht, and the side of a pair of magnificent candlesticks attached. Royal piano. Carving exquisite. Exquisite materials. Every detail of this piano reflects the greatness of a work of art and unique. Was originally the piano museum is a veritable treasure of the town. Later, because Chu Feng made a choice, this piano, this Villa 1, as well as the entire 9 halls villa area, all belonged to Chu Feng. The beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, also came to the side at this time. Yu Lingyue told Ruyan Lu about this piano. There was also such a story. William II, who was known as Caesar of Country D, loved 2 things in his life. One was a yacht, and the other was a piano. This Steinway piano was custom-made for his favorite yacht in 1885, and became his royal piano. William II had the royal coats of arms of all the states he conquered engraved on the inside of the piano. In 1918, when William II's yacht was sunk off the island of Corsica, the piano was rescued by the Italian Navy. After that, the piano bounced around in auctions, then to the Piano Museum, and finally came here to meet us. This piano was previously auctioned at a value of over $18 million, but that was before. Nowadays, it's definitely more than that. Of course, this kind of thing, the average person would definitely not buy it either. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but marvel once again. The life of the rich was really plain and boring. At this moment, Chu Feng could not help but look at Yu Lingyu 2 more times. He was becoming more and more favorable towards this beautiful housekeeper. As a secretary butler, but knowing too much, right? Excellent beyond expectation. Papa, let's continue to choose a room. The eldest sister, CC, had already found 3 favorite rooms. The second daughter, Nian Nian, had looked at a lot of rooms, but she wasn't completely satisfied with any of them. Soon, the second daughter's eyes lit up. She had finally found a very satisfying room, the Starry Sky style room. Everything in the room was filled with a sense of technology. It was even a sci-fi sense. All the appliances in the room involved intelligent technology, and it was somewhat similar to Chu's room. The room's ornaments, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, were also somewhat related to the starry sky. When the 4D dynamic effect was turned on, the room was filled with all kinds of planets up and down, left, right and left. It instantly made people feel like they were in the starry sky. Chu Feng looked at Nian Nian, who was very fond of this room, and immediately asked her if she was satisfied. "Dad, I like it very much. I'll stay here tonight." "That's right, Dad. I also want a room on the gym side. I want to work out and become strong to become a warrior woman." Chu Feng doubted that his daughter had watched too many martial arts movies. With regards to his daughter's request, Chu Feng did not have an opinion. Half an hour later, Chu Feng finally settled his 3 baby daughters. Lu Ruyan handed over a Kleenex, and after thinking about it, she took the initiative to stand on her tiptoes and wipe the fine sweat on her face and forehead for Chu Feng, who finally got it done. "Lu Ruyan, now that no one is bothering us, let's..." Without waiting for Chu Feng to say the words that followed, the shy and uncontrollable Lu Ruyan hurriedly said, "Chu Feng, your body is sweating. Quickly go take a bath." Taking a bath, naturally, was definitely necessary. However, before taking a bath, Chu Feng had taken the gene optimization liquid. The gene optimization liquid could make the various attributes of the body once again increase. 5 minutes later, Chu Feng stood in front of the bathroom's wide mirror, looking at the body in the mirror, which had a male dog waist shark line as well as 8-pack abs. He'd said, "This body of mine, even if I were to become a model, that would be more than enough." Chu Feng felt the power in his body and determined that his current body in all aspects was almost 5 times that of an ordinary person. "I'm now considered to have become stronger, more handsome, and more powerful. That's right, I become so powerful now. Later on, Ruyan Lu won't cry, right?" Chu Feng used a poof to wash away the impurities that were on his body. Rinsing them away, he looked down and realized that his skin was simply not too good. Good body, good skin, paired with his handsome instrumental faceplate. Those so-called fresh meat were all weak in front of him. Chu Feng looked at himself through the mirror. Handsome enough style. Well, it also comes with a killer weapon. Chu Feng glanced at the direction of the doorway. Lu Ruyan surprisingly didn't come in. It really is a little too shy, isn't it? Chu Feng shook his head with a smile, casually picking up a clean towel on the side. He casually wiped it off. Chu Feng draped on a luxurious robe. Ha. The extremely talented woman in his own home shouldn't be able to wait, right? Chu Feng secretly laughed and opened the door to his room. Looking outside, this large enough master bedroom, on the entire wall that sat north to south, there were floor-to-ceiling windows. The light in the master bedroom was simply not too good. The scenery is also the same. Bamboo forest and stream, small bridge and water, can be said to be the best view. Moreover, this kind of floor-to-ceiling window glass in the room can see outside, but outside, one could not see the situation in the room at all. This was something that Chu Feng already knew before. The only thing that he did not know was, the 3 little pink and jade Lolitas in his own home were all unexpectedly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window right now. These little ingrates, why did they run over again? Lu Ruyan, who had been paying attention to the position of the room's door, was the first to see Chu Feng, who was wearing a robe. The beautiful president gave Chu Feng a crying smile back. The fact that her daughters had coincidentally run over here was also out of her expectation. Good things come in small packages. Si Nian Chu. Why aren't you all sleeping? Chu Feng walked over and doted on his daughters. "Daddy, we're all sleeping with you tonight. Right, Dad? We'll sleep in our own rooms tomorrow. Dad, we missed you after not seeing you for a while. Dad, my sister is actually afraid that you'll suddenly disappear. I want to be with Daddy forever and ever." The little Lolitas. Today was the second day they saw Chu Feng. The short time they spent together had caused them to be very fond of and attached to Chu Feng as their father. Even when they slept, they wanted to be together with their dad. Looking at his daughter's expectant eyes, what else could Chu Feng say? Lu Ruyan came to Chu Feng's side. She stood on her tiptoes and came to Chu Feng's ear and whispered, "Chu Feng is sorry." The beautiful president, whose pretty face was slightly red, apologized for the current situation. The beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue, Lu Ruyan's mother Lu Chui, they also came and prepared to take the little Loli away. They were all adults and naturally knew that the young couple wanted to have a 2-person world. It was just that the little Lolitas were really too sticky to Chu Feng, their father. They simply couldn't leave. In such a situation, Lu Chui and Yu Lingyue were not good enough to force Chu Feng's daughters to leave. Right at this moment, Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper dressed in a celadon cheongsam, suddenly said to Chu Feng, "Boss, Remember to raise my salary and water. Yo! In the next instant, she came to the side of the three little Lolitas, and whispered something to the little Lolitas. Then very quickly, the little Lolitas all got up. Daddy, Sister Spirit Moon said to take us to see a good thing. We'll be back later. Mom and Dad, you guys wait for us to come back yo. Sister Spirit Moon said that she would take us to find a great gift and give it to Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad, don't worry, we'll definitely be able to find a good gift that will satisfy you all. Watching Yu Lingyu, she brought her daughters away. Through the simple words just now, Chu Feng sort of understood. The outstandingly beautiful housekeeper was actually asking the little Lolitas to find gifts for her own father. Chu Feng, such a lame excuse to take all three little Lolitas away. The very thoughtful little Lolitas so easily followed the housekeeper. Yu Lingyue, away. It very clearly showed how much the daughters cared and doted on Chu Feng, their father. It wasn't just dads who favored their daughters. The daughters also favored their fathers. At this moment, the master bedroom that was over 100 square feet, only Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan were left. Chu Feng, I'm going to take a bath. Go go go. I'll wait for you. Chu Feng smiled at the extremely beautiful woman in his house. The bad smile on his face made the beautiful president shy. Look at you. Ruyan Lu returned a good-looking blank stare to Chu Feng. Immediately afterward, she took a brisk step and entered the luxurious bathroom. 5 minutes later, Chu Feng, who was a little bored waiting, it was also unknown when his daughters would return. He smiled, and simply pushed open the bathroom room door that Lu Ruyan had just entered. Chapter 30, Shy? Extreme. Acquaintances. A new day. Chu Feng, whose body was far beyond normal in every aspect, woke up early. Looking at his three daughters, who were carved out of jade, Chu Feng smiled dotingly. The daughters were all as if they were cast from white jade. At this moment, they were all lying on the luxurious bed in a delicate manner. Chu Feng was surrounded by his daughters in the center. The beautiful President Lu Ruyan, on the contrary, was squeezed to the side by the little Lolitas. Fortunately, the room is big enough, and the bed is also big enough. Otherwise then, our family of 5 would simply not be able to sleep. Just as Chu Feng was sighing, Chu Feng realized that Lu Ruyan at the side, her narrow eyelashes were slightly fluttering, moving. It looked like the beautiful president was about to wake up as well. Just as Chu Feng thought of that, Lu Ruyan opened her eyes. The 4 eyes faced each other. The beautiful face of the high-cooled president, brushed red. A woman from my own family. She's also too shy, isn't she? It's really an extremely good quality. Too interesting. Chu Feng hooked his finger towards Lu Ruyan, preparing to tease her. I'll get up and cook breakfast for you. To Lu Ruyan's kind of scared little eyes, Chu Feng was both angry and amused. Escape. And where can I escape to? Chu Feng spoke in a voice that was not too loud or too small. Lu Ruyan, who had run to the side to change her clothes, naturally heard Chu Feng's words. She patted her cheeks and straight away felt somewhat numb. Previously, she had promised to send a gift, which almost made it impossible for her to speak today. In fact, in the past, Lu Ruyan would get up at this point every day, getting up to cook breakfast for her 3 precious daughters. Her mother, Lu Chui, had had surgery and her health had actually been bad. In the beginning, Lu Chui had wanted to get up early to cook breakfast for her daughter's granddaughter. As a result, she fainted once again and almost didn't scare Lu Ruyan to death. After that, Lu Ruyan resolutely didn't let her mother get up early to cook breakfast. She also tried not to let her mother do all the housework. If she was able to do more on her own, she would definitely find a way to do more on her own. Sometimes, she herself wasn't comfortable with the babysitter. More often than not, she did it herself. Today, Ruyan Lu was prepared to do the same. In addition to making the original 5 servings, Lu Ruyan also intends to, today, one more person's portion. That was, her own man, Chu Feng. Chu Feng, what do you want to eat in the morning? I'll cook it for you. I want to eat. Chu Feng winked towards his own daughter. Lu Ruyan pretended not to see it and ran away as if she had fled. This bad egg, still wants to eat me? I can't eat it. I still have to go to the company today. The beautiful president's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, but the corners of her lips were curved into a cheerful arc. The villa in her own home was huge. Lu Ruyan even felt a little lost. It was hard for her to find the kitchen of a 5-star hotel. She was shocked to find that the kitchen was already occupied. Yu Lingyu, who had changed into a Cheongsam, was already busy. Look at Yu Lingyu's skillful movements. Smelling that person's finger-tickling aroma, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel that the housekeeper of the family, that really wasn't generally excellent. Lingyu, so early? Lu Ruyan, you're awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer? I already slept well. I used to get up at this hour. Ruyan Lu stated that she thought she was the first to wake up. I didn't expect Yu Lingyu to be even earlier than myself. As the saying goes, in order to capture someone's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Lu Ruyan, who had tasted Yu Lingyu's handiwork yesterday, thought of looking for Yu Lingyu to learn a couple of tricks. Right now, it was a good opportunity. Lu Ruyan said her idea, and Yu Lingyue immediately said that she would be happy to teach Lu Ruyan some cooking skills. One to teach, one to learn. At the same time, the two outstanding women, chatting idly like transparent girlfriends. Lingyu, your cooking skills are so good. This is simply too simple and easy if you want to tie down a certain man. I reckon, if this is a man you fancy, definitely won't be able to escape your mountain of 5 fingers. Lingyu, do you have a boyfriend? Do you need me to introduce you? The two chatted, not seeing any outsiders at all. At this moment, Yu Lingyu was steeply flustered. I am still early, not in a hurry. Yu Lingyu quickly changed the topic. Lu Ruyan, you also don't talk about me, talk about yourself. How did you spend last night with your boss? Speaking of which, I haven't seen. A man as handsome and handsome with an outstanding temperament as the boss. For you to be able to get the boss's heart, it's really a happiness that no one else can even beg for. I see you frowning, but smiling. So you guys had a great battle yesterday. Lu Ruyan glared at Yu Lingyu without any good reason. You're still a girl. You don't even know how to be shy. Breakfast is almost ready. I'll go call Chu Feng and the girls to come over for breakfast. Yu Lingyu looked at the delicate back of Lu Ruyan, who left as if she had fled, and smiled faintly. You and I are still shy. It's really interesting. Yu Lingyu's exclamation behind her. Lu Ruyan naturally did not hear. She ran to the room. She saw that Chu Feng was taking pictures of his daughters. Chu Feng, it's time for breakfast. Oh, it's coming over. Lu Ruyan shouted like that. The little Lolitas who were still sleeping woke up one after another. Mom, did you make breakfast so quickly? Daddy, I want a hug. I want a hug too, Daddy. Lu Ruyan looked at her daughters, all pestering their dad. There was a slight taste in her heart. In the past, her daughters were the most clingy to her. And now, Chu Feng had only appeared for just a day or two. The daughters all appeared to favor their father even more now. The 4-year-old little Lolitas all dressed themselves and did not need Chu Feng to worry about them. Chu Feng only brought them along, and together they came to the luxurious and huge washroom. After washing up, the crowd came to the dining room. Once again, they savored the cooking skills of the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue. The delicious breakfast put people in a pleasant mood. Because of her health, Lu Chui, who had always been a late riser, surprisingly got up early as well. Sitting at the dining table, she once again expressed her gratitude to Chu Feng. Lu Chui knew that the reason why her current body was able to be so good, it was thanks to Chu Feng giving her a body-strengthening pill yesterday. Auntie, don't be polite. We are all family. Since we are family, then you still call me Auntie? Mom. Lu Chui nodded with a pleased smile. After a few people chatted for a few moments, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, Right, Mom, today is the day you go to the hospital for a review. I almost forgot. It's fine. I feel physically fine now, so I won't go for a recheck, so as not to waste money. Lu Chui was considered to be someone who had lived a hard life, and was also considered to be someone who had almost died once, and was able to look away from everything. As long as her daughter was able to live a good life, she didn't care what happened to herself. Chu Feng immediately said, Mom, this is not good. The body is the capital. Without a good body, there's nothing left. You don't have to worry about money. Do you see your son-in-law? Me, as if I lack money? Chu Feng stood up. He was already full. Let's go, Mom. I'll drive you to the hospital now. Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, watched as the wind treated her mother so well. Her pair of beautiful eyes were exceptionally bright. This bad guy, he's still very nice. It's just a little too good in all aspects. Well, it's also a little too powerful. Soon after, Chu Feng brought the family, drove his Night 15, and headed to the hospital. When arriving at the hospital, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but think of 5 years ago. She was the one who stood on the side of the road in front of the hospital, emotionally breaking down and crying. Then Chu Feng approached and accosted her, thus developing a dewy marriage. The scene from 5 years ago still seemed like yesterday. It's a good thing that the heavens have not been kind to me, sending Chu Feng to me again. Lu Ruyan's heart was satisfied and grateful. Lu Chui, who was by her side, was the one who hurriedly said, Chu Feng, how did you send me here? I'll just find a small hospital and check it out. This is a private hospital in Yangchang. The doctors are highly skilled, and the hospital environment is good, but the charges here are expensive. Expensive? If the charges were expensive, it would still be able to charge the owner of the hospital? Chu Feng came over, in addition to bringing his mother-in-law, Lu Chui, to check her body. In addition to examining the hospital's pharmaceutical capabilities, having this advanced hospital, only then would Chu Feng have the opportunity to truly start making the body-strengthening pill. Chu Feng brought the family and entered the hospital. Not having entered for long, Chu Feng saw an acquaintance. As the son of the once richest man in Yangchang, Chu Feng's acquaintances were naturally not ordinary people. Basically, they were all rich second generation. And still, they were the top-tier kind. However, this acquaintance, Chapter 31 Dad is so powerful. However, this acquaintance is not a top-tier rich second generation. In Chu Feng's eyes, it was barely a rich second generation. Her dad was the vice president of the Yangcheng private hospital. It was also considered a relatively rich person. And because of his status, quite a few rich people had a good relationship with him. After all, rich people are all very precious. With the vice president of one of the top private hospitals in the country, he had a good relationship. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Or maybe, probably, it was also because of this reason. Many rich people, in order to make good relations with the vice president of the Yangcheng private hospital, many of them would send some gifts. Some people would also directly send some more expensive things to the vice president's daughter in the name of their elders, or by having their own daughters. That was also the acquaintance that Chu Feng saw right now. Seeing Gao Xiao, Chu Feng felt troubled. Her name was Gao Xiao, but she wasn't tall and small either. Chu Feng always felt that her name was an irony to her, or rather, her own appearance insulted her name. Chu Feng ignored this somewhat special acquaintance and drove the car straight to a specialized parking space. His expression was seen by the extremely beautiful woman inside the car. Lu Ruyan curiously asked, Chu Feng, do you know that person just now? Sort of know each other. At one time, the Chu Feng was a big spender who waved his money around like dirt. Adding to that, he had the reputation of being the son of the richest man, and he was also handsome. That was why there were so many beautiful women surrounding him. What model school flower starlet white rich beauty Anyway, the goddesses in the eyes of the general public were all swarming around Chu Feng's side. Chu Feng's father, Chu Hao, had the nickname Chu Shofu, and Chu Feng actually also had a nickname called Chu Half City. What it said was that there were half a city's worth of beautiful women who all wanted to be his woman. Some of those beauties were extremely fanatical, somewhat similar to a star's fanatical fans, bent on becoming Chu Feng's woman. Some people even secretly drugged Chu Feng's water cup, but it happened to be discovered by Chu Feng, and Chu Feng fiercely slapped her a few times. If it wasn't for the fact that her brother had begged for mercy, and Chu Feng still had a good impression of her brother, Chu Feng would not have let her off so simply. Gao Xiao, on the other hand, had once been one of the avid fans. If anything, she was a school flower level beauty. Chu Feng might not mind when he was in a good mood, but this Gao Xiao was just barely a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. In front of a top-tier rich second generation like Chu Feng, who had seen many various beauties, it was completely unrelated to the beauty that he defined. Therefore, Chu Feng was simply blind to Gao Xiao's high-profile goodwill and fervent pursuit, and even directly expressed his boredom. Past matters, Chu Feng didn't want to mention them anymore. He parked the car and greeted the little pink and jade carving Lolitas as they got out of the car. Daddy, where is this place? Chu asked. Is this also our family's villa? Chu turned her head and looked around, only to feel that the scenery here was also very nice and large, just like the villa that Daddy Chu Feng took them to yesterday. Hearing her sister's words, Nian almost burst out laughing. Chu, it's fine to have a villa to live in. What's the point of having so many villas? Chu expressed a different opinion. Dad is so powerful. Maybe he just bought more villas. Nian was very lively bouncing around. It's so big here. I feel like it's even bigger than Grandpa Nai's family villa. See, the steady eldest daughter said lightly, didn't you guys see those cross signs? This is a hospital. Listening to his daughter's tender words, and looking at their small adult general appearance, some of Chu Feng's bad emotions were directly buddied by them. Yesterday, the system had notified him. At 10 o'clock today, he would be able to go to the hospital to receive his documents. At that time, the nation's top private hospital, which was worth tens of billions of dollars, would completely belong to himself. It was now 9:30, only half an hour from 10 o'clock. Wanda Plaza Investment Company. I've heard Feng Wei report before, up and down the company. Basically there isn't much of a problem. Chu Feng did not worry much about Wanda Plaza Investment Company. Moreover, he had already thought about it. In the future, Wanda Plaza Investment Company will be handed over to his father, Chu Hao. In terms of real estate, it was also considered Chu Hao's old profession. Handing over to his father, Chu Feng was completely trustworthy and absolutely assured. As for now, the Yangcheng private hospital that is about to be acquired, the general public might not know about it, but as the son of the richest man in the world, a top-tier rich second generation, Chu Feng had some understanding of some of the circumstances of this private hospital. At one time, his father, Chu Hao, as the richest man in Yangcheng, his dad, Chu Hao, being the richest man in Yangcheng, had made a special trip to invite the vice president of Yangcheng Private Hospital, Gao Tianxing, to have tea with him, and to make friends with him. also made a special trip to let Chu Feng and Gao Tianqing's daughter Gao Xiaoxiao good relations. Perhaps it is the attitude of the rich. Over time, Gao Tianqing has undergone a subtle change. Anyway, as far as Chu Feng knew, Gao Tianqing had obtained a huge amount of benefits by virtue of his position. In the past, Chu Feng could not care. But now, this hospital was immediately his own property. Chu Feng naturally would not let the moth suck blood. Let's first bring mother-in-law for a checkup, and we'll clean him up later. Chu Feng, who had an idea, led the crowd forward. The hospital was very large. The people who came to see the doctor were very few. After all, the fees here were extremely exorbitant. Even if it was to look at a small cold, it would cost at least a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, the quality of the services, the level of medical skills, and so on, are all top-notch. Those who are rich and feel a little uncomfortable, they don't go to public hospitals, they come here directly. Anyway, this hospital doesn't have many people, but the profitability is very strong. Don't look at Chu Feng's Wanda Plaza investment company that is worth over $100 billion. A year's profit was simply not comparable to the Yongchang private hospital. If a special medicine was developed, then the earnings, it would be even more beyond imagination. Lu Chui, who was walking next to him, stopped in her tracks. Chu Feng, let's go back? Ever since I ate the body strengthening pill you gave me, my body has gotten much better. I don't think it's necessary for us to spend that wasted money to check our bodies. Lu Chui thought about it and went. Still unable to spend the money, people of the older generation, who had worked hard all their lives, had always lived frugally. If they could not spend money, they would try not to spend money. If the body has any discomfort, they just carry on. It was only when they really couldn't bear it anymore that they would go to a small clinic to get some medicine. At first, when she was sick, she didn't want her daughter Lu Ruyan to know. Later, Lu Ruyan inadvertently knew, only to have to take her to the hospital. Now, Lu Chui felt that her body was in good shape. She didn't want to spend money to check her body. Especially, she knew that the hospital here, the medical fees were extremely high. Mom, come all the way here. Let's just go for a checkup. It'll be quick. Don't you worry about the money. Your daughter has opened a clothing company. The earnings are good. And, Lu Ruyan glanced at Chu Feng, her eyes gentle, then said, and your son-in-law, he's very rich. This examination fee of yours, it's nothing at all. Her daughter's persuasion, instead, made Lu Chui even more determined. Lu Ruyan, even if it's a body checkup, then let's go to a small hospital, or those public hospitals will do. This private hospital, the charges are really too expensive. Although you guys are rich, but after all, you have 3 small children to raise, there are still a lot of places that need to be spent in the future to train them to become successful. There's no need for me, with these old bones, to spend money that's not worth it. Lu Ruyan eyed her mother, her mind made up. She could not be persuaded by herself, cannot help but be anxious, just as her heart was burning with anxiety, but she did not know how to persuade her mother. Lu Chui, Chu Feng, who was beside her, suddenly held Lu Ruyan's small hand. Feeling the warmth and thickness of his large hand, Lu Ruyan inexplicably felt at ease. I almost forgot that I, Lu Ruyan, am also a woman with a man. A lot of things, a lot of times, I don't have to carry it all by myself anymore. The sweet feeling of happiness gave her a feeling that she was flying lightly. She twisted her head and looked at the handsome and imposing Chu Feng. Chu Feng returned a stabilizing look to her. It seemed to be saying, don't worry, everything has me. Chu Feng said to Lu Chui in a serious manner. Mom, are you really going to save money for me? Chu Feng, it's not easy for you guys to make money. Even if the family is rich, if you don't save and spend, what should you do if you run out? Lu Chui's meaning, checking her body for her was fine, but not here. It's too expensive here. She would only go to a small hospital, or a public hospital. Mom, there's actually something I haven't had time to tell you yet. Actually, I own this Sheepshead private hospital. If you go to another hospital, I still need to spend money. But if you're in this hospital, we don't have to spend a single penny. So that's why, if you really want to save money for me, you should check here. After Chu Feng finished his words, the surroundings abruptly fell silent. Lu Chui, Lu Ruyan, the 3 little pinkish Lolitas, and the 2 white-clothed nurses not far away, all of them looked at Chu Feng in shock. The Yongcheng private hospital was relatively mysterious. Basically, no one knew who exactly this hospital belonged to. Steeply learning of this hidden secret, where were the people around? Wanting to not be shocked was not an option. Chu Feng, what you said is true? Lu Chui couldn't believe it incredibly. Lu Ruyan also dared not believe it. On the contrary, the 3 little pink and jade Lolitas around them directly believed it. Wow 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 wow. Daddy is so powerful. So such a big hospital is also Daddy's. Our family has a big villa, and a big car, and now a big hospital. Daddy is simply awesome. The daughters cheered in delight. It only felt that they had a good father who was more powerful than everyone's father. The two nurses next to them, although they were shocked in their hearts, but to be able to work here, their personal qualities as well as their professional abilities were very strong. After all, the wage salary here was fully 2 or 3 times that of other hospitals. The two were shocked, and half convinced, but they didn't ask anything. As in the past, for each patient, one-on-one service, Chu Feng let one nurse, who was a bit confused, bring Lu Chui forward to do a full body checkup. The other nurse, on the other hand, guided them to a separate lounge that was like a star hotel VIP room. Boss, if you guys have any needs, you can raise them at any time. There are specialized nurses outside the door. If you guys ring the bell, they will come right over. This not so young, round-faced little nurse respectfully exited the door of the room. After coming out, she exhaled deeply, and patted her heart. I didn't expect to meet a big boss. I was really too nervous just now. At this time, Chapter 32, the hospital's big boss, Gao Xiao, who was towing the line, just happened to pass by. She said with a stern face, "What are you muttering about? You don't want to do it, right? If you don't want to do it, get the hell out of here." Sorry, the little nurse apologized. She knew that Gao Xiao was the daughter of the vice dean. She couldn't afford to mess with her. If she talked back, she was only afraid that she would lose this good job she had now, just like the nurse who was fired before. "Come back here." Gao Xiao had a stern face and insisted that the little nurse say what she had just muttered. "Quickly say, what exactly were you saying just now? Were you cursing me?" I didn't scold you." Under Gao Xiao's compulsion, the little nurse told Gao Xiao she had just met the hospital's big boss. The hospital's big boss? It doesn't make sense. If it was the hospital's big boss, then my dad would have brought me to receive it personally. Moreover, how could the hospital's big boss come to this lounge? Gao Xiao frowned and directly pushed open the door of the room. Soon, she saw 3 little pink and jade Lolitas. She also saw a beautiful woman whose figure and face value and temperament had thrown her off by more than 10 streets. In addition, she also saw the handsome and imposing Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, it's actually you? He, I heard that your family went bankrupt. Do you still have money to come to our hospital now?" Gao Xiao's eyes were filled with contempt. In the past, she was average looking, but because her father was the vice president of the Yangcheng private hospital, everyone else coaxed her and called her beautiful. She thought that she was truly a beauty of national color. Seeing that Chu Feng was handsome, and that he was a big spender, waving his money around like dirt. Moreover, he was also the son of the richest man in the world. Gao Xiao felt at that time that she and Chu Feng were a good match. Even if Chu Feng was cold and bored with her, she was as fanatical as ever. Only, with Chu Feng's family going bankrupt, with Chu Feng no longer being so generous with his money, and no longer being the son of the richest man, Gao Xiao, who was coaxed by people every day, coaxing her to get carried away, not knowing her own last name anymore. Toward Chu Feng's attitude, there was a great transformation. "You compensated you for not getting on me. You still look down on me, and now you're coming to my hospital?" Gao Xiao sneered in her heart. "Let's see how I'll clean you up." Gao Xiao's tone was not kind. Even the 3 little Lolitas, who were only 4 years old, could hear and understand clearly. "Bad guy, why are you being mean to my dad?" The second daughter, Nian, who was always at the front line of battle, stood in front of Chu Feng at the first opportunity. The eldest daughter, CC, narrowed her eyes slightly. "Is this hospital owned by your family? Why can't we come?" The youngest daughter, Chu, grasped Chu Feng's large hand with her small hand. This considerate little cotton-padded girl softly relieved Chu Feng and told him not to be angry. "Dad, Mom said that before. Don't get angry. No one will replace you if you get sick. Besides, it hurts the spirit and takes effort." Immediately after, Chu twisted her head to look at Gao Xiao. She argued with reason, "This hospital is my father's. It's not your family's." Second daughter Nian added, "You're much worse than that young lady." Just now, even the steady eldest daughter, CC, couldn't stand the sight of Gao Xiao's condescending demeanor. The quality is really low. A simple sentence, but the killing power was the greatest. Chu Feng was lying peacefully on the leather sofa in the lounge. For a woman like Gao Xiao, Chu Feng was too lazy to talk to her, lest he pull down his class. However, this fellow, taking the initiative to send her to the door, it saved Chu Feng the time to clean up her and her father later, sending himself to the gun. This was also really no one else. Chu Feng, who was sitting peacefully, was pleasantly surprised to see his daughter's performance. The daughters are worthy of their own excellent genes. They don't rush or panic when things go wrong, and are basically able to do so, without changing their colors when Tarzan collapses in front of them. And this ability to dislike people, very excellent. The little brain turns up fast too. "A few daughters, you and I have a word for each other." Gao Xiaoxiao was directly blindsided. Gao Xiaoxiao was extremely furious at this time. In the Yangcheng private hospital, how many people dared not give themselves face? The hospital's director, who stayed in the lab all year round, developing new medicines. Basically, everything in the hospital was handed over to her father, Gao Tianxing, to manage. Doctors and nurses in the hospital are treated far better than their counterparts in other hospitals in all aspects. In order not to lose this good job, who wasn't all smiles and trying their best to please her? Although the top experts, she could not easily offend. But those ordinary doctors and nurses, to be able to stay here, is not a matter of her words. Over time, she had gotten used to being arrogant. Over the years, who dared to dislike her so much? You guys. Gao Xiaoxiao pointed at the little Lolitas, so angry that she could barely speak. The beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, worried about her daughters being hurt, quietly came to her daughters. Daughters were the flesh of the heart that fell from their mother's body. Ruyan Lu would rather be injured herself than have her daughters harmed. She coldly looked at the furious Gao Xiaoxiao and said, "There's nothing going on, please get out." "What? You're asking me to go out?" Gao Xiaoxiao screamed in a sharp voice. "Do you know who I am?" Gao Xiaoxiao's line of sight landed on Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, is this your woman and daughter? Can't see that you're still able to continue playing even after your family went bankrupt. Ha ha, you even played with people's lives. Back then, I saw you as the son of the richest man and looked at you highly. You were given the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Now, your family is bankrupt and nothing. Moreover, it's the daughter of the vice president of a private hospital in Yangcheng. The people who are pursuing me are like a river of carp. Even if you want to lift my shoes now, you don't even deserve it." After a pause, Gao Xiaoxiao once again laughed at Lu Ruyan. "Do you know who I am now? Although my father is the vice president, but the entire hospital, it's my father who has the final say. If you guys want to see a doctor at the Yangcheng private hospital, it depends on whether I agree or not. If I don't agree, you won't be able to do it even if you have money." Slap slap slap. Chu Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, clapped his hands. Right now, the time, it had just reached 10 o'clock. The system prompted him that the entire Yangcheng private hospital had completely and totally belonged to him. Basically, in every company, in every industry, there were always a very small number of assholes. Now, the assholes in the hospital jumped out by themselves. This really saved Chu Feng a lot of trouble. Originally, when he first came to the hospital, Chu Feng didn't even want to pretend to be a pussy, nor did he want to hit his face. But there was no way. There was just someone who wanted to dislike his own face, hard, to the bottom of his feet. "Chu Feng, what do you mean by you applauding? Is it because you think I'm right?" Listening to Gao Xiaoxiao's words, Chu Feng really did suspect that her IQ was seriously underpaid. It was also a no-no whether the head was flour and then filled with water. With a gentle shake, it was all paste. At this time, Chu Feng's cell phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm Feng Ping, the director of the Yangcheng private hospital. I'm currently developing a new medicine, and it's reached a critical moment. I'm sorry, there's no way to come over to receive you right now. In that case, I'll notify Vice President Gao Tianqing and ask him to receive you. Okay? Please, big boss. My development of a new drug has reached a critical moment. Please please please." On the phone, a somewhat old voice quickly finished. Then Chu Feng heard a beeping busy tone. Chu Feng had long since heard that the dean was bent on developing new medicines in the laboratory. With regards to the management of the hospital, it had been fully handed over to Vice President Gao Tianqing. He now truly understood the reason why Gao Tianqing and Gao Xiaoxiao, the two fathers and daughters, were so blatantly raking in the benefits, as well as being overbearing and condescending. It turned out that it was all because the dean didn't care about anything at all. It seems that this dean, suitable for research, is not suitable for management. As for the vice dean, that's even worse. If this goes on, in the long run, it would be strange if one's own Yangcheng private hospital is not scrapped. In Chu Feng's mind, he already had an idea. At that moment, Chu Feng's cell phone once again rang. "Hello boss, I am Gao Tianqing, the vice president of the Yangcheng private hospital. Boss, where are you? I'm coming over to report to you on the various situations in the hospital." After glancing at Gao Xiaoxiao, who was standing at the door with an unpleasant face, Chu Feng told Gao Tianqing the address of where he was. "You come over, and by the way, have the rest of the stewards come over with you? I have something to announce." After saying that, Chu Feng directly hung up the phone. With a smooth hand, Chu Feng picked up his daughter, Chu Chu, who was snuggling next to him. As for Gao Xiaoxiao at the doorway, she was treated as heir, with Chu Feng's current value and status. For such a minor character, it could be said that talking to her lowered one's status. Chu Feng's kind of superiority, the nobility that came out of his bones, it made Gao Xiaoxiao, who was at the door, feel ashamed of herself. It also made her feel, once again, Chu Feng's kind of contempt for her. Gao Xiao instantly became even more furious. Chu Feng, you have guts. Who did you look for just now? You think that if you looked for those rich second-generation friends of yours from before, they would care about you? To be honest, your family is now bankrupt. You are nothing now. The fact that I'm even able to talk to you is considered to be giving you heavenly face. Gao Xiao snorted coldly. Since you yourself don't know how to cherish yourself and seek death, then I'll call my dad right now. Don't you cry and beg me on your knees later. Gao Xiao, however, knew that quite a few non-rich and noble bigwigs had a good relationship with her dad, Gao Tianxing. These relationships, normally, were not utilized. If you really want to use them, all it takes is a few simple phone calls. Then to clean up a person, it's simply not too simple. The villa is the son of a bankrupt former richest man. Even the current richest man's son may not be able to withstand the targeting of a group of bigwigs. Gao Xiao called her dad, Gao Tianxing. With the first moment that manhwa just connected, Gao Xiao immediately said in an aggravated manner, Dad, someone is bullying me. What? Xiao, who dares to bully you? Where are you? I'll go over and clean him up. Dad, I'm over here in the VIP lounge. You can come over directly. Vice Dean's office. Gao Tianxing had just asked his secretary to notify a few of the top administrators in the hospital as fast as possible. When he heard his daughter's words, he immediately became furious. Only when he heard the address his daughter said, he couldn't help but freeze. It seems like the boss is over there too, right? My daughter said that someone bullied her. But in the hospital? Who doesn't know that Xiao is my daughter? How many people would dare to bully my daughter? Unless it's the guys who were expelled, or the people outside the hospital. Gao Tianxing had already thought it through. If it was the guys who were expelled, or the people outside the hospital, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. It was just that, vaguely, he had another guess. That was that the person who bullied his daughter was no other than the hospital's big boss, Chu Feng. If it's the boss who bullied my daughter, TSK, then am I going to be the old man? If that's the case, that would be even better. In the future, this hospital will be even more under my sole control. I can gain even more power and earn even more benefits. Thinking about it, Gao Tianxing couldn't help but smile. With a face full of smiles, he gathered the rest of the upper management and ran towards the lounge where Chu Feng was. Chapter 33, Still Human? In the rest room, Chu Feng directly treated Gao Xiao as heir. When he heard Gao Xiao call her father, he even almost laughed out loud. Chu Feng and the extremely beautiful Lu Ruyan were sitting on the sofa, teasing their precious daughters. Gao Xiao, on the other hand, stood at the door with a cold smile on her face. In a little while, my father will be here. At that time, I'll see how you'll cry. Gao Tianxing came very quickly, completely running forward. Gao Xiao, who was secretly happy in her heart, hurriedly greeted her. Dad, you're here. That guy in the lounge, he bullied me, help me clean him up. Gao Tianxing didn't even think about it and answered with his mouth full. Don't worry, there's Dad. Who dares to bully you? I'll kill him. However, good daughter, Daddy has an important matter to attend to right now, so wait a moment. Chu Feng had only said the general address before, and exactly which lounge it was, Gao Tianxing did not know. Gao Xiao had always been spoiled, and at this moment, when she heard Gao Tianxing say that she had to wait, she was immediately unhappy. Dad, what are you waiting for? Which bad guy is in the lounge? You send someone to whip him, Gao Xiao said while pulling her father, Gao Tianxing, to the entrance of the restroom where Chu Feng was. With a bang, Gao Xiao directly kicked the door of the room open. Dad, which bad guy who bullied me is Chu Feng? Help me whip him. Gao Xiao was speaking to her dad, Gao Tianxing, but her eyes, however, fell on Chu Feng's body, and her face was filled with a cold smile. It was as if she saw that in the next instant, her own father would rush forward and smack Chu Feng with an explosive blow. But in the next second, a powerful ear scrape landed hard on her face. You dead girl, how can you be unreasonable to the boss? Gao Tianxing had originally fantasized that the hospital's big boss, was he interested in his daughter? The bullying in his daughter's mouth, after all, had many meanings. At that time, Gao Tianxing had only thought of one of his favorite scenarios, but he didn't think of the form that he was most unwilling to see. To be honest, like his daughter, he was usually used to being pleasing and flattered. However, he was not retarded to the extent of his daughter. He reacted at the first moment. Gao Tianxing deeply knew that the reason why he was able to have his current status, like nowadays, he was able to be ingratiated with and sent all sorts of benefits on his own initiative. It was all because he was the vice president of the Yangchun private hospital. The dean stayed in the lab for a long time to develop new drugs, and the entire hospital had almost become his one word. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't be. In light of this, where would Gao Tianxing still dare to follow his daughter and disrespect Chu Feng? With a direct backhanded slap, he knocked his doting daughter, Dumbfounded, Gao Xiaoxiao foolishly looked at her father. In his heart, the soul's 3 consecutive questions emerged involuntarily. Who am I? Where am I? What happened to me? She asked Gao Tianqing with extreme incredulity. Dad, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? It's that bastard Chu Feng who bullied me. You quickly go whip him off. Gao Xiaoxiao's words hadn't even completely finished. He saw his father, Gao Tianqing, who had always doted on him, raise his own palm high. Snapping sound, another hard slap, smacked on her face. When had Gao Xiaoxiao ever received such a violent beating? She instantly screamed and roared madly at Gao Tianqing. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Are you crazy? Gao Tianqing, you useless thing. You don't even dare to fart when others bully your daughter. How dare you hit your own daughter? Are you still a human being? If it wasn't for the people present, they all knew what kind of virtue Gao Xiaoxiao was. It was almost as if they were almost forced to be led astray by her. Usually so used to being high and mighty and self-righteous that she almost forgot who she was. There were also some nurses and doctors in the surroundings who were greatly pleased at this time. They all felt that today was a good day. There were older nurses who saw the round-faced little nurse's expression of having known it all along. Whispering, he asked the little nurse if she knew something. The little nurse lowered her voice and said, Sister Lu, the handsome man in the lounge is the big boss of our hospital. Big boss? Shock, awe-inspiring, fastidious, for Gao Tianqing and Gao Xiaoxiao's father and daughter. In fact, many people have been complaining for a long time. It's just that they've been unable to give up their good jobs for the sake of the current ones, so they didn't dare to resist. Now, knowing that the big boss had come, elderly nurses can imagine, Gao Tianqing father and daughter, this time 9 times out of 10, they will be cleaned up. In the future, working at the hospital would be much too easy. The matter about Chu Feng being the big boss quickly spread amongst the ordinary nurses and doctors. These staff members, one after another, felt that their good days were coming. As for Gao Tianqing and Gao Xiaoxiao's father and daughter, they were going to get their retribution this time. While the little nurses were speculating, Gao Tianqing had already smacked his precious daughter, Gao Xiaoxiao, positively and negatively an unknown number of times. He knew what his daughter's temperament was. Without asking much, Gao Tianqing was able to guess that it was definitely his daughter's problem. Now his daughter has offended the big boss of the hospital. This hospital's vice president himself, whether he can still do it or not, is an unknown. In order to make the big boss Chu Feng lose his temper, Gao Tianqing beat his own daughter violently. He didn't know how many times he had to beat her with his ear. Gao Tianqing's own hand was swollen. As for his spoiled daughter, now she was directly beaten by him. A face that was powdered every day was directly beaten into a pig's head. Green and floury powder, stained on the face. It was no exaggeration to call it a miserable sight. Boss, my daughter lacks discipline. I've made you laugh. If she dares to offend you, I will punish her severely. Boss, don't try to persuade me. Old Kai and Xiao Ma around you all don't persuade me either. I'll have to beat this unintelligent girl to death today. Gao Tianqing said that on his lips, but in his heart, he was expecting Chu Feng to be able to speak out to stop it. If he continued to whip like this, he did not know that his hand would swell for a few days. As for his daughter's face, Gao Tianqing himself could not look at it. Gao Tianqing could not afford to beat his daughter like that, but he could not afford his current job either. Without the position of vice dean, it is absolutely impossible for him to live so comfortably in the future as he does now. Not only that, Gao Tianqing was even more afraid, because his daughter had offended the big boss Chu Feng, thus causing Chu Feng to investigate him severely. Gao Tianqing simply could not afford to be investigated. He was now expecting Chu Feng to be able to see his daughter's miserable appearance and be able to speak out to stop it. Really cannot. Around these colleagues, out of the voice to persuade a little. They also good to use the slope down the donkey. Chu Feng really can't look. Too ugly. Ugly. Chu Feng said indifferently. Don't worry, I won't persuade you. However, you can just clean up outside. Not at the door, lest you scare my daughters. Chu Feng waved his hand, allowing Gao Tianqing to take his daughters to the side to clean up. By the way, he let the other hospital administrations that came along with Gao Tianqing enter the restroom. The dean's secretary handed Chu Feng a file bag. The information documents about the hospital were all here. Chu Feng glanced at it, then gave it to his own extremely good woman, Lu Ruyan. His own woman was good at everything. It was just that sometimes, she was always a bit skeptical of her man's ability and strength. Outside the door, the snapping sound of Gao Tianqing slapping her daughter's ears still continued. Chu Feng asked his secretary to close the door to the room, and said indifferently to these administrations, regarding the candidates for the hospital's president and vice president, you guys push for them. Hearing Chu Feng's words, these administrators had different expressions. None of them were cuties. From that one sentence alone, they had surmised it. Chu Feng, the big boss, was dissatisfied with all of the hospital's directors and vice-directors. Now it was planning to directly remove them. They were shocked in their hearts, and at the same time, they were also trembling. It could be heard that they, the administrators, were also not doing enough. Boss, I propose the former Vice President Zhou to assume the position of President. Boss, I also recommend Vice Dean Zhou. Vice Dean Zhou is indeed very good. Boss, I recommend him as well. These administrations, one after another, recommended a previous Vice Dean. Soon, Chu Feng's mouths of these people. Chu Feng knew, at the original time, the original dean was also busy developing new medicines, so the task of managing the hospital was given to the two vice deans. Later, Vice Dean Gao Tianqing, through some means, threw dirty water on Vice Dean Zhou, causing him to leave the hospital. Alright, then you guys notify Vice Dean Zhou to come over. If possible, make him the dean. As for the candidate for Vice Dean, let him watch. As the big boss, Chu Feng naturally could not do everything himself. Naturally, it was necessary to leave professional matters to professional people. More than half an hour later, Vice Dean Zhou arrived in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng simply asked some questions and asked Vice President Zhou's opinion on the future development of the hospital. After hearing Vice President Zhou's answer, Chu Feng nodded. Directly, he clapped his hands and ordered Vice President Zhou to be the president of the Yangcheng Private Hospital. He was fully responsible for the management of the hospital. Old Zhou, next, identify two vice deans of your own to assist you. Also, have the hospital's legal department thoroughly investigate the unlawful affairs of Gao Tianqing and his daughter Gao Xiaoxiao. My hospital doesn't need such black sheep. They must be severely punished. Old Zhou immediately took a stand and said that he would absolutely not let Chu Feng down. Like the old dean, he was one of the first batch of staff in the early days of the hospital. With regards to the hospital, he had deep feelings. Chu Feng was more at ease when he let him be the dean. Seeing that old Zhou was about to go out to deal with the things he had explained, Chu Feng suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he shouted, Old Zhou, wait a moment. Boss, what other arrangements do you have? You can just say it. Old Zhou, will definitely do it. The arrangement of things, you'll mainly do it yourself. I'll just be a shirker. Chu Feng smiled and said again, I called out to you because I want to ask you something. Boss, what matter? Feel free to ask. About the old dean's matter. Tell me about it. Chu Feng obtaining this top private hospital in the country was not just getting an industry worth tens of billions of dollars. It was also not just that there would be a good place to see a doctor and get well in the future. More importantly, Chu Feng hoped that this Yangcheng private hospital would be able to help himself and produce the body-strengthening pill. Even if it wasn't as good as the system-produced body-strengthening pill, even if it is discounted, as long as it really has the effect of strengthening the body, under a certain amount of accumulation, the body would be able to become very strong and powerful. Chu Feng was hoping that his own women and daughters, together with his parents, would also be able to become stronger and more powerful. The body is good. Eat well, do what good A good body is the basis and foundation of all happiness. Chu Feng even thought of his daughters into a small superhero look. He was very interested in the hospital's specialized drug research and development center, full of expectations for it. He had high hopes for the old dean who, as the other administrators said, was stubborn and single-mindedly interested in developing new medicines. Although Chu Feng had the formula for the body-strengthening pill, and even the finished product, however, there was no way for him to make it himself. Professional things naturally needed professional people to do them. The old dean was the talent Chu Feng was prepared to reuse. Chapter 34 Long live Dad. Long live the treasure chest. Boss, the old dean is actually a very nice person. Like me, he was one of the first employees of the hospital and has deep feelings for it. Most of the time before, I was in charge of management and he was in charge of research and development. We have been working well together until Gao Tianqing. Regarding the latter matter, Chu Feng was able to guess it even if old Zhou did not say anything. From old Zhou, Chu Feng understood some things about the old dean. The old dean, all alone, had no children. He was only interested in developing new medicines. In previous times, there had been quite a few drug patents. It was the top drug development talent in the country. Old Zhou, you bring the old dean over to see me. Boss, this. Old Zhou showed a difficult expression. He told Chu Feng that the old dean was basically in the drug development laboratory except for eating and sleeping. Wanting him to come out of the lab was not an easy matter. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Such a talented person who wholeheartedly creates wealth for me. Then I'll go see him myself. And instantly go see the drug research and development lab as well. Chu Feng brought his daughters and Lu Ruyan and went out of the restroom. Gao Tianqing brought the disembodied Gao Xiaoxiao and knelt in front of Chu Feng. Boss, please, spare me, I promise, I will definitely work for you properly in the future. Please give me another chance, Chu Feng was too lazy to say more and waved his hand. Old Zhou hurriedly arranged for the hospital security guards waiting at the side to take away Gao Tianqing's father and daughter. I already know the location of the drug research and development laboratory. Old Zhou, you go ahead and make the arrangements. I'll bring my daughters and just slowly walk over. The powdered daughters were all very sticky to Chu Feng. Chu Feng also couldn't bear to part with his own precious daughters. He brought along his own extremely talented woman, Lu Ruyan, as well as the 3 powder-carved little Lolitas, and leisurely walked towards the rear of the hospital. At this time, the matter of Chu Feng being the hospital's big boss had already spread. The doctors and nurses on the road respectfully greeted Chu Feng. Boss. Hello boss. When the daughters saw Chu Feng, so popular, each of them became happier and happier. Dad. So powerful. I see that everyone around, they all like Dad so much. Of course, don't even look at who Dad is. That's right, our Dad. How can he not be awesome? Daddy. Daddy. Then in the future, will we be as powerful as Daddy? Several little Lolitas, one after another, praised their dads. Of course, between words, they also didn't forget to praise themselves. As they spoke, the youngest daughter, Chu Chu, suddenly asked. Then the remaining several little Lolitas also looked at Chu Feng for an instant. They also wanted to know the answer to the question. Dad, tell us. Yes Daddy, I want to know. Dad, I also want to know. Dad, you quickly say it. Chu Feng touched his youngest daughter Chu Chu's small head and laughed. My daughter must have inherited my excellent genes. Absolutely excellent. Absolutely awesome. Chu Feng's sentence of affirmation made the little Lolitas even happier and more joyful. Even one by one, they couldn't help but dance with their hands, leaping and cheering. Papa, long live Daddy. The slogans that the little Lolitas cheered were all very simple. They basically came and went with these 2 sentences. Looking at his daughter's adoring eyes and listening to the women's leaping cheers, Chu Feng was in a happy mood. Of course, the system's familiar and pleasant prompting sound. It even doubled Chu Feng's happiness. Ding dong, host, congratulations, you have received the adoration of your daughters. Your daughters shouted hooray, and you have obtained a divine choice. 1. Obtain a 10,000-year-old turtle. 2. Long live the treasure chest. Please make a choice. The host, choosing will only result in obtaining the chosen reward as soon as possible. Chu Feng, who was doubly happy, was in an even happier mood. Chu Feng dotingly touched his youngest daughter Chu Chu's small head. Just now, it was the youngest daughter that took the lead in shouting long live Dad. Shouting and shouting, she shouted out a divine rank choice for herself. This time's divine choice was the same as in the past. It came simple and rough, but the rewards were extremely generous. The first choice, obtain a 10,000-year-old turtle. As the saying goes, a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Turtles are generally very long-lived. However, a longevity of 10,000 years would be even rarer. Chu Feng doubted that if he chose this 10,000-year turtle, would he be getting a turtle as old as the one that carried the Tang monk and his disciples across the Tongtian River in the journey to the Westworld? If he was discovered, I was afraid that it would only be troublesome. Chu Feng swept a glance and was directly passed over by this choice. The second choice, the bonsai treasure chest. Chu Feng was more interested in it. Nowadays, in almost every place, there was a lottery method of opening a blind box, spending a certain amount of money to purchase a box that did not know what was inside. Then open it up and experience the feeling of blood loss or blood gain. The treasure box produced by the system was also similar to such a kind. Only, Chu Feng could be certain, the treasure box produced by the system, one definitely made a blood profit. Now that his daughters were in something, Chu Feng was not in a position to open the treasure chest. He pondered on taking the time to open it again. He brought his daughters and arrived at the rear of the hospital. There were 3 convalescent villas over here. There were some non-rich and noble bigwigs living inside. The entire hospital, built like a large garden. There were very few houses and a lot of greenery. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Feng had the 9 halls no. 1 villa, which had a better environment in every aspect and was more comfortable and livable than this place, Chu Feng might have wanted to get a place to live here as well. The daughters were very curious about the various kinds of flowers, plants, or buildings. They surrounded Chu Feng and from time to time asked some rather childish and at the same time very interesting questions. Every time, Chu Feng answered very patiently. If he really couldn't answer, then he took out his cell phone and asked Dunyang, slowly and leisurely, a full half an hour or so. The newcomer Dean, old Zhou, had long ago taken care of the things Chu Feng had explained to him. He stood at the entrance of the hospital's research center laboratory. Just now, he had persuaded his old friend several times to let the old Dean, also known as Old Qin, who was bent on developing new medicines, letting Old Qin go with him to greet Big Boss Chu Feng. Old Qin, who was a stubborn old man in general, vetoed it in one breath. Don't delay me from developing the new drug. Busy. With regards to his old friend's nature, old Zhou had long known it. He could only look at his old friend's busy figure and shake his head with a bitter smile. I hope that the boss won't mind later. Old Joe saw Chu Feng from afar and immediately took a step towards Chu Feng. Boss, regarding the candidates for the vice dean, I have already selected them. This is the list of personnel and treatments, so take a look through it. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Chu Feng received the list and treatments, and after sweeping them, he nodded. The treatments don't look too bad, and since the character and whatnot were recommended by you, they shouldn't be able to be checked there either. Chu Feng said that the hospital's future management and development would be fully handed over to old Joe. What to do next? Take the idea yourself. Of course, if the management and development is not good, then it would be time to take old Joe to task. Boss, don't worry, if the hospital develops poorly, you can chop my head off. Old Joe was confident. He had deep feelings for the private hospital from Yangchang, and did not need Chu Feng's instructions. He would do everything he could to make the hospital develop better. After old Joe reported the matter of the vice president candidate, he talked about the previous vice president Gao Tianqing, as well as the matter of Gao Tianqing's daughter Gao Xiaoxiao. Boss, I've already called the police and had the officers take Gao Tianqing's father and daughter away. The matter of them breaking the law. I've also had the hospital's medical staff, as well as the patients, collect evidence. From the evidence collected so far, Gao Tianqing won't be able to get out of this life. His daughter couldn't bear the blow and is said to be insane. Evil people have evil retribution. The retribution of Gao Tianqing's father and daughter was also their own fault. Chu Feng asked that old Joe to lead him to meet old Qin, the old codger. Ruyan Lu, you take your daughters and just play here for a bit. I'll go to the Research and Development Center laboratory for a bit, and I'll be back soon. Chu Feng reached out and pinched his own extremely talented woman, Lu Ruyan's glowing pretty face. The noble president in front of outsiders was as well behaved as a child in front of Chu Feng. Lu Ruyan, whose pretty face was reddening, had gradually gotten used to Chu Feng's intimacy. Okay, Chu Feng. After explaining to Lu Ruyan, Chu Feng squatted down and said to his three powdered daughters, Si Nian Nian Chu Chu, you guys listen to mom? Dad has some things to do and will be back soon to accompany you. Dad, we know. Daddy, don't worry. Dad, I'm the best behaved. Chu Chu is also very good daddy. The daughters' clear and pleasant lowly voices made listening to them pleasing to the eyes and in a happy mood. Chu Feng touched the little lowless little heads in turn, before he and Lao Zhou headed to the hospital's R&D center laboratory. Going to the laboratory, there was still a need to change into an isolation suit and fully sterilize. Everything was in order, and entered it. Chu Feng saw quite a few high-tech medical technology items that he had never seen before. Sure enough, specialized things still need to be made by specialized people. I now have the prescription for the strong body pill, complete with all 991 herbs. As long as I use money to smash it, I believe it won't be too difficult. Then currently, the talent to make this pill is the key. As Chu Feng continued to walk forward, that thought of needing pharmaceutical talents became more and more obvious. He saw some talents who were wearing isolation suits all over their bodies and were constantly busy. Even the arrival of himself and old Zhou, they did not have much of a reaction. The more so, the more Chu Feng liked it. These were the people who were truly engaged in research and development. If a special effect new medicine was developed, the biggest beneficiary would be no one else. It was Chu Feng, the hospital's big boss. Not long after, the two of them, Chu Feng and old Zhou, arrived at the deepest part of the laboratory. In a separate room, the old codger, old Qin, was busy with his head down. A moment ago, old Zhou had introduced Chu Feng. Old Qian's current research and development of a new drug targeted a very rare type of Sturm-und-Drang syndrome. In other countries, this medicine had already been developed. However, when exported, it was expensive. A medicine was a full $700,000. Those who suffer from this Sturm-Urs syndrome, she and her family, were usually unable to afford it and could only wait for death. Old Zhou told Chu Feng that originally, old Qin had developed a drug to treat leukemia. Later, he inadvertently saw some news, so he grabbed the time to preemptively develop a special medicine for Sturm-und-Drang syndrome. No sons and daughters, no selfishness, a good heart, and a single-minded focus on developing medicines that are useful to patients. Having old Qin help me make the strengthening pill should be the most suitable. Chu Feng and old Zhou had already arrived not far from old Qin, and at this time, old Qin was as if he hadn't realized it. Old Zhou shouted out. As a result, old Qin angrily rebuked. Don't disturb me, I'm about to succeed. Old Zhou returned to Chu Feng's side and awkwardly smiled at Chu Feng. Boss, I'm sorry, old Qin is such an old codger. You mustn't take it personally. He's definitely not having a problem with you. He's just. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. You don't need to say it. I know. With such an extremely talented person, Chu Feng naturally would not blame him. The more persistent and focused old Qin was, the more Chu Feng liked it. After all Only such a talent would be able to more easily help himself produce the body-strengthening pill. Moreover, with such a talent, there was basically no worry that he would sell himself out for money for fame and fortune. As long as he was given a quiet laboratory, he would fight hard and even sell his life for you. Chu Feng also did not know how long it would take for old Qin's immediate success. He had just pondered that he would go out to accompany his precious daughters and interview old Qin later. What he did not expect was that old Qin steeply exclaimed. Chapter 35, Oh Triple Happiness. I did it! I did it! Chu Feng was considered to have witnessed a research and development talent that had developed a special effect medicine out. Such a medicine, promoted out, Chu Feng was naturally able to make a lot of money. At the same time, those patients, too, were able to spend a lower price and buy the special effect medicine. It was considered to be a happy situation for all. 5 minutes later, old Qin calmed down, telling some of his assistants about the results he had just achieved. After explaining, old Qin was going to hoof it again to prepare for the research and development of drugs to treat leukemia. Old Joe slowly pulled him back. Old Qin, wait, old Joe, can't you see that I'm busy? Even if you're busy, you have to make time out now. Old Joe whispered to remind old Qin that the big boss was here. Old Qin was a bit impatient, precisely troublesome, so give him a minute. Old Joe was afraid that old Qin would offend Chu Feng and hurriedly said again, Old Qin, if you offend the boss, you won't have such a good lab for you to develop drugs in the future. Then, give him 3 minutes. Chu Feng, who had taken the gene optimization liquid and also ate a body strengthening pill, in all aspects of his body, he was far beyond an ordinary person. He had basically heard the conversation between the two as well. There was nothing unhappy about that. Quite the contrary. Chu Feng was even more satisfied with old Qin, who would be making a body-strengthening pill for himself. Old Joe pulled old Qin, who had a face of impatience, to Chu Feng's face. After a simple greeting, old Qin directly stated that he could not speak. However, he would continuously develop new medicines to prove his worth. After saying that, he was ready to go back and continue developing drugs. Chu Feng called out to him, Old Joe, you go out first. I have something to talk to old Qin alone. After old Joe left, Chu Feng said to old Qin, Old Qin, in the future, you don't have to manage the hospital's matters. I have fully handed over the management matters to old Joe, and you will be exclusively in charge of this laboratory, responsible for developing drugs, not having to be the dean in the future. Old Qin was overjoyed. Boss, it's really great. In the future, I can be more involved in R&D. Alright, I know now. I'll go back and continue research and development. Looking at old Qin, who was preparing to leave once again, Chu Feng smiled and called him back once again. Old Qin, I still have things that I haven't finished. Since you like developing drugs, then I will give you an important matter. Develop a drug that can constantly strengthen your body. Old Qin immediately frowned. He told Chu Feng that in the area of drug research and development, not only had medicines that allowed one to strengthen one's body been proposed a long time ago, in fact, several hundred years ago, people had begun to continuously research and develop them. Only, the results were very little and the progress was slow. At best, they continued to come up with something that had a healthcare effect. At best, they were healthcare products, not medicines. Old Qin, if I tell you that I have a finished product, and that there is also a prescription, will you be able to produce it? There's a finished product? And a prescription? Boss, are you telling the truth? Old Qin had a face of shock and surprise. Chu Feng took out a delicate and ancient small bottle, pouring out a dark red body-strengthening pill. He handed it to old Qin. By the way, Chu Feng also spoke about the effects after taking it. The effect is so strong? It's simply incredible. If it can be produced, then everyone can be a little superhero in the future. Hearing old Qin's suppressed exclamations of surprise, Chu Feng said solemnly, Old Qin, you can't pass on a single word of this prescription and medicine to me. Otherwise, I won't even give you this medicine and prescription. Furthermore, you will also offend me and will pay an extremely painful price. Although Chu Feng was very satisfied with this old Qin, and currently trusted him very much, however, there were some words that still needed to be said and agreed upon in advance. Chu Feng was not willing to have the strong body pill spread out. Who knew what kind of trouble would be encountered if it was spread out? Boss, I will go to the restroom first. I'm too excited, and it seems like I haven't eaten or drank water or gone to the restroom for a long time. Chu Feng just happened to also want to go to the restroom, so he also followed old Qin and walked outside. Changing out of his isolation suit, he comfortably released the water. Chu Feng saw to the side a box with toilet paper. Steeply, he thought of the bonsai treasure box that he had obtained not long ago. I wonder what will be inside my bonsai master's treasure box. I also wonder what kind of surprise will it give me. In this independent restroom, Chu Feng directly gave a silent chant and took out the bonsai master's treasure chest. At that instant, a treasure chest that emitted a golden-colored glow appeared in front of Chu Feng. At the same time, the system told Chu Feng that this treasure chest could not be seen by anyone other than him. This was the first time Chu Feng had obtained this kind of treasure chest. Moreover, this treasure chest was still called the Bonsai Master's treasure chest. Chu Feng was very curious and looked forward to it. He reached out and opened the treasure chest. Ding dong, host, congratulations, you have opened the Bonsai Master's treasure chest. Ding dong, host, congratulations, you've opened the Bonsai treasure chest. Host, congratulations, you've obtained the Jade Seal of Transmission. Host, congratulations, you have obtained a box of gold, silver, and jewelry reserved for royalty. Host, congratulations, you have obtained the Imperial Pupil Technique. Pleasing system prompt sounded one after another in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng opened the Play Follow Also treasure chest and obtained a full 3 rewards. 3 rewards, equivalent to triple happiness. Chu Feng viewed the first reward. Jade Seal of Passing State. Jade Seal of State, referred to as Jade Seal of State. It is the Qin Dynasty Prime Minister Li Si by order of the first emperor, engraved with blue jade, for the successive orthodox emperors of the evidence. It is 4 inches square, with 5 dragons on the top button, and engraved on the front side with the 8 seal characters of Receive the Mandate of Heaven, and Live Forever written by Li Si. It is used as a token to prove that the emperor is authorized by heaven and the legitimacy of the orthodoxy is legal. After the Qin dynasty, successive emperors have regarded this seal as a symbol of their imperial authority and legitimacy, and have treated it as a precious treasure, an important weapon of the state. Getting it is a symbol of its mandate from heaven, the loss of which is the performance of its gas number has been exhausted. Anyone who ascends to the throne without this seal will be ridiculed as white version of the emperor, appearing to be insufficient and contempt for the world. Jade Seal. This is many years ago. The emperor is also known as the long-lived, special seal. Some of the edicts sent out, all need to be stamped with this Jade Seal. It was said that this Jade Seal of State had long since disappeared. Chu Feng did not expect that he had obtained this thing. He went up and down, left and right, and carefully examined it. It was found to be exactly the same as what was rumored before. In the future, if my daughters want to eat walnuts, perhaps the Jade Seal of Transmission will be able to come in handy. Chu Feng casually placed the heirloom Jade Seal on the sink and began to check the second reward. A box of gold, silver, and jewels reserved for the royal family. The box was not large, but the weight was not light. Moreover, the box's statue was very ancient, and at a glance, one could tell that it was an antique of great value. After Chu Feng opened it, he even saw numerous antique gold and silver jewelry, dragon-type trigger finger, phoenix jade hairpin, natural pearls as big as pigeon eggs, night pearls that were a little bit bigger than pigeon eggs. Chu Feng was all dazzled. The system said that this was gold and silver jewelry reserved for royalty. On top of each piece of gold and silver jewelry, there was a mark that represented the imperial family. The value of any of the items would make ordinary people smack their lips. Even Chu Feng, who was worth over $100 billion and was on the verge of reaching $200 billion, could not help but marvel. If all of these gold, silver, and jewels were to be offered, Chu Feng didn't even know how rich he would be. For the time being, Chu Feng was not short of money, so naturally, he did not intend to sell them. He looked at the boxes and pondered about these precious jewelry. Naturally, he wanted to give them to his own extremely talented woman, Lu Ruyan, as well as his own well-behaved and clever precious daughters. After looking at the second reward, Chu Feng began to look at the third reward, Imperial Pupil Technique. This reward was very special. It did not have an entity. It appeared to be just a fist-sized ball of light. The system told Chu Feng that as long as he touched the small light mass, he would possess the Emperor's Pupil Technique. An emperor, sitting on thousands of rivers and mountains. There were many civil officials and military generals under his command, and further down there were thousands of armies. The reason why some well-known emperors were able to become emperors for thousands of years. And, in addition to his own personal ability and opportunity luck, knowing and using people is also a very important aspect. As the old saying goes, the most ruthless emperors. Sometimes, the emperor is not really ruthless, he just didn't dare to be merciful. He is afraid of himself, not able to keep enough sense. He can't tell who is really loyal to him. If he's not careful, not only will he die, his entire family would follow him to his doom. The Emperor's Pupil Technique is a very subtle technique for recognizing people and checking loyalty and treachery. Generally successful emperors have their own way of recognizing people. They all had eyesight that surpassed that of ordinary people. The Emperor's Pupil Technique that Chu Feng had obtained by opening the Bonsai Master's treasure chest. It was a magical ability that could tell whether a person was loyal to them or not. What kind of test? Speculation, etc., 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 etc. are not needed. Just one look, and you can tell if he's loyal to you or not. The level of loyalty would be displayed. Understanding the effects of the Emperor's pupil technique, Chu Feng marveled in admiration. This can truly be a good thing. Just now, Chu Feng was extremely satisfied with old Qin. However, he still did not dare to completely trust him. After all, the body-strengthening pill was not an ordinary thing. In the event that it was accidentally spread out, it would bring about unfathomable changes to himself. It was likely to be extremely huge trouble. If one was able to discern old Qin's degree of loyalty, if his loyalty to himself was high enough, then the things that Chu Feng was worried about before would not need to be worried about at all. With this Emperor's pupil technique, in the future, one would likewise not worry. One's own industry would be secretly messed up or even destroyed by some people with ulterior motives. Chu Feng smiled and poked his right index finger towards the fist-sized ball of light. Soon, the fingertip touched the light mass. The moment the light mass touched, it directly disappeared into Chu Feng's fingertip. Chu Feng was able to see that a ray of golden-colored light. From his own fingertips, it constantly moved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it came to his own eyes. Chu Feng felt that his eyes were slightly hot. Chu Feng closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he realized that what he saw had quietly changed. Everything around him seemed to have become clearer. Of course, that was not the main thing. The main thing was that he now truly possessed the Emperor's pupil technique, being able to directly see how loyal a person was to himself. If it wasn't one's own men, then what would be seen would be the degree of friendliness. I don't know, is it good? Chu Feng could not wait to try it out. Only, Chu Feng looked at the heirloom jade seal on the wash basin, as well as a box of gold, silver, and jewelry reserved for the royal family. Chu Feng cried and laughed a little. I don't have a separate storage space right now, nor do I have a storage ring or anything. This jade seal and jewelry, it's still not good to place them. I also don't know, will there be a divine level choice regarding storage space related options appearing next time? Although Chu Feng felt that there was that little bit of trouble right now, but it was not difficult for him at all. Very quickly, Chu Feng found a large stack of black plastic bags in the cabinet under the sink. These plastic bags were originally used to put into the trash can and store garbage. Now, they were used to contain the jade seal of the kingdom as well as the royal jewelry. Instead, it had invariably increased its value. Chu Feng put it in a bag and carried it casually. With the black bag, outsiders could not see what was inside. After exiting the restroom, Chu Feng saw old Qin who had just come out of the other restroom. Chu Feng's mind moved. Empyrean Pupil Technique. Chapter 36. Our own woman is indeed an extreme quality. At that instant, Chu Feng saw information about old Qin. Name, Qin Weiman. Age, 58 years old. Identity, former director of the Yangchang Private Hospital. Current head of the laboratory of the Yangchang Private Hospital R&D Center. Loyalty, 85 points. Full value 100 points. The information seen by the Emperor's pupil technique was simple and straightforward. Chu Feng had a sudden thought. Was his own Emperor pupil technique capable of seeing information about himself? As soon as Chu Feng thought of it, he directly lowered his head and looked at himself. Name, Chu Feng. Age, 25 years old. Strength, 43. Ordinary person 10 points. Speed, 44. Ordinary person 10 points. Physique, 45. Ordinary person 10 points. Spirit, 42. Ordinary person 10 points. Identity, chairman of Wanda Plaza Investment Company, major shareholder of Lingyue Group, big boss of Yangchang Private Hospital, owner of 9 Halls Villa, owner of Brilliant Mansion. Ability, communicate with animals. Ability, Imperial Pupil Technique, being able to see the degree of loyalty, or friendliness, of her people to herself, as well as some other simple information such as name, identity, age, etc. The effect of the Emperor's pupil technique was beyond Chu Feng's expectations. Chu Feng was extremely satisfied with this ability. At that moment, old Qin also saw Chu Feng. He quickly walked over and eagerly said, "Boss, can you give me the finished product and the prescription?" "Boss, don't worry, I will absolutely not pass it on. I only want to develop the medicine. It's better to be able to help ordinary people if you can. After all, healers are parents." 85 points of loyalty was already enough for Chu Feng to trust. Chu Feng directly handed a finished product of the body-strengthening pill back to old Qin. "Old Qin, I believe in your character and ability. The body-strengthening pill, I can give it to you to make. This is still the prescription. You keep it as well. Remember, don't pass it on or be discovered by outsiders. You yourself will memorize it and dispose of it." Old Qin received the finished product and the prescription. After reading the prescription, old Qin's face was filled with a shock he had never felt before. It's even possible? Heavens, it's incredible. It's amazing. Old Qin was shocked and excited. He was happy like a child. "Boss, don't worry, even if I die, I won't pass this medicine and prescription on," old Qin solemnly promised. "Chu Feng, who was on the opposite side of the table, realized that old Qin's loyalty to himself had steeply increased by 5 points. It reached 90 points. With that, Chu Feng was even more assured of old Qin. After explaining a few sentences to old Qin, Chu Feng carried the black plastic bag and left. Not far from the entrance of the R&D Center's laboratory, old Zhou was still waiting anxiously. Seeing the Chu Feng who had come out, he hurriedly greeted him. Boss, old Qin, that old codger. He didn't make you angry, did he? No, he's an excellent talent. I'm very satisfied with him. Boss, that's good, that's good. Old Zhou let out a sigh of relief. He told Chu Feng that his family member, Lu Chui, had already finished her full body examination. All of the examination results, too, had come out. The body had a little bit of minor problems, but there were no major problems. It was not at all like a person who had undergone surgery and had a bad body. Alright, old Zhou, I know, you go about your business. Chu Feng waved his hand and glanced at the extremely beautiful woman Lu Ruyan, who was more than 100 meters away, as well as his 3 powdered daughters. The distance was too far, and Chu Feng could not see their information. Chu Feng was curious about his own family's extremely talented women. Was it a degree of friendliness or loyalty towards himself? What would the exact value be? Furthermore, what about his own 3 daughters? Chu Feng took quick steps and walked towards Lu Ruyan and the others. Lu Ruyan and the others had also long been paying attention to where Chu Feng was. They also, at the very first moment, walked towards Chu Feng. The 3 little pink and jade carving Lolitas were even more impatient. They directly opened their feet and ran towards Chu Feng at a trot. As they ran, they shouted, Papa, Daddy, I just saw a butterfly. Dad, I saw it too. I also saw a bee. As the saying goes, a day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. After not seeing their father Chu Feng for a short period of time, the little Lolitas were like they hadn't seen their father for a long time. They ran towards Chu Feng as fast as they could. In facing each other, the little Lolitas quickly arrived in front of Chu Feng. The little Loli that was usually the best to move and was usually the first to stand out to protect her sister and mom and dad. Second daughter Nian Nian. She was the fastest and was the first to run in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng directly laughed out loud and hugged his precious daughter. By the way, he used his ability, Emperor's Pupil technique that he obtained not long ago. Chu Feng did not know without looking, and was startled at first glance. Name, Chu Nian. Age, 4 years old. Identity, pink carved little loli. Talent, roots and bones amazing. Gifted, martial arts prodigy. Intimacy, 95 points. Full value 100 points. Seeing his daughter's information, Chu Feng was surprised. Very surprised. Unexpectedly, his daughter unexpectedly had an extremely high talent in martial arts. Moreover, this thing of talent, previously, when looking at Qin Weiman's old Qin, as well as when checking himself, he did not see it. That is to say, this thing, talent, should be extremely rare. Even the drug development expert, old Qin, as well as his own handsome and extraordinary self, all did not have a special talent. All of them don't have special talents, but his own daughter, who was only 4 years old, possessed it. TSK, 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 worthy of being my Chu Feng's daughter. Indeed, she's good enough. Chu Feng could not help but be overjoyed. He hugged his daughter and spun around in place. The little loli in his arms giggled nonstop. Obviously, she had been favored by her father and was too happy to be happy. Dad, Daddy, I want a hug too. Daddy, I want to lift high. I also want to spin around Daddy. CC and Chu Chu, who came afterward, also opened their hands one after another. With an expectant face, they looked forward to their own father, Chu Feng, being able to kiss and hug and lift high. Ha ha ha, no problem. Everyone's wish can be realized. Chu Feng had already thrown the black plastic bag casually to the side, holding his second daughter, Nian Nian. He spun around a few times before putting it down. Then he picked up his eldest daughter, CC. Again, CC's laughter was even more joyful. It was even more melodious than some pleasant music. While holding his daughter and flying high, Chu Feng's Emperor's Pupil technique also saw his eldest daughter's information. Name, Chu CC. Age, 4 years old. Identity, pink sculpted little loli. Talent, extraordinary vision. Gifted, painting wizard. Intimacy, 95 points. Full value 100 points. TSK TSK TSK. One's own eldest daughter unexpectedly has a talent as well? Just how good should I be? So much so that one's own daughter was able to inherit one's own genes that were so excellent that they were bereft of talent. Only then did Chu Feng check the information of his 2 daughters. The second daughter is a martial arts prodigy with amazing bones. The eldest daughter was a visionary painting wizard. I wonder if his youngest daughter is also gifted. Papa, Papa, it's my turn. Good good good. Chu Feng also laughed continuously. Putting down his eldest daughter, CC, Chu Feng began to hug his youngest daughter, Chu Chu. Again, holding this little loli. It was simply as if she didn't feel the weight. Not to mention holding a little loli. Even if he were to hold two beautiful President Lu Ruyan at the same time, Chu Feng was all lifting his weight with simple ease. Daddy fly yo. Daddy is taking us flying now. As Chu Feng held his daughters flying high and spinning in circles, his eyes naturally saw Chu Chu, a pink and jade-like little loli. Her information, too, was all displayed. Name, Chu Chu Chu. Age, 4 years old. Identity, pink carved little loli. Talent, not yet activated. Intimacy, 95 points. Full value 100 points. This. Chu Feng was a bit frozen for a moment. The youngest daughter, Chu Chu, unexpectedly also had a talent. Only, their talents, neither of them were activated. Chu Feng immediately inquired about the system. The system told Chu Feng that the talents had not yet been activated, and that it was because it needed some special opportunity to be able to stimulate its own talent. In the future, when they encountered some special circumstances, or if they obtained some divine-level choices, the daughter's talents that had not yet been activated would be able to be activated. As long as there was a talent, Chu Feng believed that activating it would not be difficult. Anyway, he himself possessed a divine-level selection system, a powerful system that would not let himself down. As the eldest sister, CC was more stable. During normal times, Lu Ruyan had instructed her to watch over her sisters. The youngest daughter, Chu Chu, had been in poor health before, and usually, it was CC as the eldest sister who took care of them. Now, the daughters' bodies have all improved quite a bit, but relatively speaking, the younger daughter Chu Chu's physique was still a bit worse than the other daughters. The eldest daughter, CC, was also aware of this, so all of them were following the younger daughter Chu Chu around, protecting and caring for her. Chu Feng lifted his 3 daughters, kissing and hugging and lifting them high. Chu Feng brought CC and Chu Chu and circled around for the longest time. The 2 daughters' information, Chu Feng had likewise seen. As long as there was talent, activating this matter Chu Feng was not worried at all. The daughters were still young, and there was plenty of time and opportunity. Furthermore, he himself still had the divine-level selection system, so worrying was completely unnecessary. After looking at all of his daughters, Chu Feng's line of sight landed on his family's extremely beautiful president, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, whose eyes were full of tenderness and whose smile was like a flower, was looking at Chu Feng tenderly from the side. She was the extremely beautiful woman who had caused Chu Feng to be astonished. As for Chu Feng, he was also the extreme male god that made this high and cold president more and more emotional and worshipful. Chu Feng, who wore the title of Cheona Mountain's god of motoring, could also see that Lu Ruyan's feelings for herself were getting deeper and deeper. At this moment, his emperor's pupil Art also saw Lu Ruyan's information. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 24 years old. Identity, president of Lu Ruyan Clothing Company. Talent, clothing design, ice skin and jade bone. Intimacy, 95 points. Full value 100 points. The daughters had inherited their own genes that were so excellent that they were bereft of talent, and each of them possessed a talent. This was already a great surprise to Chu Feng. And now, Chu Feng discovered that his extremely talented woman, Lu Ruyan, unexpectedly had a talent as well, and it was still a double talent. TSK. The woman that he had chosen was indeed an extreme talent. Lu Ruyan's 2 talents, clothing design, was quite understandable. Chu Feng had been to Ruyan Lu's company before, and had also seen the clothing designed by Ruyan Lu. To be honest, Chu Feng felt that it was not much better than the designs of the top designers of some of the top luxury brands. Some of them, in Chu Feng's opinion, were even a step stronger, if it wasn't for the fact that Ruyan Lu's ability to design clothes was extremely impressive. The clothes that were designed were loved by many people. I'm afraid that Ruyan Lu wanted to start from nothing, create her own clothing brand, and establish her own clothing company. That would be almost impossible to succeed. Now, Chu Feng had determined his own woman's clothing design ability and talent. In Chu Feng's heart, he had already decided to make his own woman a big name in the clothing industry. Women were also half the sky. Chu Feng could see that Lu Ruyan had opened a company. In addition to wanting to make money, she still really enjoyed designing her own clothing. Seeing one's own work being liked by others, that sense of accomplishment, was also an indispensable happiness. As a man, Chu Feng was naturally willing to make his woman happier. Chu Feng, I've finished my examination, and the doctor said that my physical state is very good. Mother-in-law, Lu Chui, stood right beside Lu Ruyan. Looking at Chu Feng as her son-in-law, she was also more and more satisfied the more she looked at her. At the same time, while on the road, she had already known some of the things that had happened before from the little nurse. Chu Feng, the hospital's big boss, had quickly resolved the pair of assholes, the vice president's father and daughter. It made the many people in the hospital happy and pleased. Their attitude towards Lu Chui was also more respectful and enthusiastic. The son-in-law is young, golden, capable, handsome, and good to his mother-in-law. Such a perfect son-in-law was really hard to find. To be able to have a son-in-law like Chu Feng, Lu Chui's heart was so relieved. Just now, she had been urging her daughter. Her daughter usually didn't show any respect to men, and she looked like an iceberg goddess. When she was like this to other men, Lu Chui naturally didn't say anything. She only told Lu Chui that she could not be so cold to the men in her own family. A bright man doesn't need to speak in detail, and a loud drum doesn't need to be hammered. Lu Ruyan naturally understood her mother's words. After all, now, she was also considered a person who had been there. Lu Ruyan's pretty face reddened, and she took the initiative to go forward and gave Chu Feng a hug. Only, she wanted to let go, but she could not. Obviously, it was her own man, who felt that this was not enough. Having no choice, Lu Ruyan only had to. Chapter 37 Mournful. On Chu Feng's handsome face, slapdash. Knowing that the child's mother was thin-skinned, Chu Feng did not give an inch and stopped there. Stopping in moderation. Chu Feng had already read his mother-in-law's information, and Lu Chui did not have a talent. This thing, talent, was extremely rare. Not everyone had it. 100,000 million people might not be able to have one. Like his 3 daughters, all of them had talent. This is an incredible miracle. People who wanted their own extremely talented woman. Lu Ruyan, to have 2 talents in one person like this. The same phoenix feather, an absolute miracle. Ruyan Lu's talent for clothing design was well understood. Her talent ice muscle and jade bone made it elusive. The system did not give an explanation either, and only allowed Chu Feng to grope around on his own. In response, Chu Feng did feel out some. A normal woman was able to give birth to triplets at a time. That was almost something that was hard to imagine. Even in the world, there were precedents of 15 children being born in one fetus. Only, all of those children did not survive. Like Lu Ruyan, she gave birth to 3 little pink and white Lolitas. Each little loli was well behaved, cute, smart, and gifted. This is even more impossible. Not to mention, after giving birth to 3 precious daughters, Ruyan Lu was still in exquisite and beautiful shape. Her figure face value temperament surpassed those stars. So outstanding, so naturally beautiful. Chu Feng guessed that there might be some relationship with Ruyan Lu's ice muscle and jade bone talent. Currently, the 4 people who were the closest and dearest to him by his side, all of them had excellent talents. To Chu Feng, it wasn't even double or triple the joy anymore. It was definitely 4 times the joy. Just as the happy Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan were clinging to each other, the good-natured roots and bones surprising martial arts prodigy Nian Nian curiously looked at the black plastic bag that Chu Feng had thrown aside. What is this like? Is it trash inside? Daddy, what kind of garbage is this? Why is it so beautiful? Nian Nian said as she took out the jade seal of transmission. The other little Lolitas, too, gathered around. They were curious to watch. Daddy, what is this? What a beautiful stone. So pretty, it shouldn't be trash, right? Lu Chui, who was not far away, saw that the 2 of them, her daughter and Chu Feng, were being sweet. She could not bear to disturb, nor did she want her granddaughters to disturb. Lu Chui quickly walked to the side of the little Lolitas and carefully looked at the 4 square jade stone in the hands of the little Lolitas. She just happened to see, underneath the 8 sealed characters of ordered by heaven, both life eternal prosperity. This is the jade seal of transmission? Oh my god, this can't be real, right? Lu Chui was shocked beyond words. She had a face of unbelievable disbelief. Nian Nian Nian, be careful, don't fall. Lu Chui couldn't help it and let out a shocked cry. The little Lolitas were puzzled. Grandma, what is this? Lu Chui, who was extremely shocked, didn't know what to say for a while. Chu Feng pinched the glowing pretty face of the fingernail extreme woman Lu Ruyan, and said faintly to the curious little Lolitas, that is for you guys to smash walnuts with later. Smashing walnuts with the heirloom jade seal? Is this still a human being? The always kind Lu Chui, at this moment, almost jumped up. Nian Nian, Nian Nian, bring it over and let Grandma take a look? Okay Grandma. The little Lolitas agreed and sent it to Lu Chui's hands. When she was young, Lu Chui had also worked in a jade store. Although she wasn't an expert in identification, she had some more insight than the average person. At this moment, she looked at the heavy heirloom jade seal in her hands. Her hands involuntarily trembled. Put in the previous era, the seal of state represents the emperor's imperial power and throne. This kind of thing, the average person can't even see, can't even touch. Its value is absolutely sky high. Smashing walnuts with the jade seal? This really is not a human thing to do. Lu Chui is still not sure that this hand is the state seal, but even if it is not, then this texture construction appearance, the value is not a small number. Such a valuable thing, used to smash walnuts? Moreover, Lu Chui had a premonition in the dark. What was in his hand was the jade seal of transmission. Lu Chui took the heirloom jade seal and came in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng, this must be worth a lot, right? Such an expensive thing. Don't give it to a child to play with. Seeing her mother's cautious face, Ruyan Lu was puzzled. Mom, what is it? Let me see. From her mother Lu Chui's hands, she received the jade seal of transmission. Lu Ruyan's performance was no better than Lu Chui's. Is this the jade seal of transmission? Chu Feng, this doesn't look fake. It can't be the real jade seal of transmission, right? Ruyan Lu was so shocked that she lost her color. She hastily glanced around and saw that there were no other outsiders around. And only then did she feel slightly more at ease. See Nyen Nyen. You guys bring the black plastic bag over to mommy. Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Feng, who was winking and discharging at her, and was both infuriated and amused. Really? I'm in a hurry and you're still laughing? How can you let Nyen 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 and the girls play with such an expensive thing? Lu Ruyan had the same idea as her mother Lu Chui, although she wasn't sure if what was in her hand was really the jade seal of the passing state. Anyway, it definitely wouldn't be an ordinary thing. It was definitely worth a lot of money, and probably even a heavenly price that had never been seen before. How could something like this be used to smash walnuts? Lu Ruyan angrily glared at Chu Feng. She was about to say something when she suddenly heard her daughters shout, Mom, this bag is so heavy, we can't lift it. I see a pretty little box inside the bag. Daddy, what's inside this little box? The little Lolitas looked at their father, Chu Feng, with a face of astonishment. Chu Feng faintly smiled. Some gadgets. You guys can use them as toys in the future. Gadgets? Toys? Lu Ruyan stared with wide, beautiful eyes. She was just like her mother, Lu Chui. Right now, it was 180 disbelief. Lu Ruyan guessed that even if it was not as valuable as this heirloom jade seal, that is also not worse than where. Definitely. There was no way that it could still be a trinket or a toy. Lu Ruyan pulled Chu Feng and walked quickly towards the little loli. Little children did not understand anything. In case they really broke something valuable, then what could be done? Although his own man was really rich, but there was no need to be so ostentatious and wasteful, right? Lu Ruyan pulled Chu Feng and came to the little loli's side. She lifted the bag, and it was really heavy. It was estimated that there was 20 to 30 pounds. What's inside Chu Feng? Lu Ruyan inquired. Just take a look for yourself and you'll know. Chu Feng faintly laughed. Ruyan Lu probed to take a look. Boy, this little box, it was all worth quite a bit of money, right? Lu Ruyan, who possessed a talent for clothing design, couldn't help but be amazed at the shape of this box. Such a beautiful and stunning little box. At a glance, one would know that it was not simple. The things inside, definitely even more uncomplicated. Lu Ruyan was eager to see what was inside. Only, she knew, wealth is not exposed. These things of great value, it was better not to be seen. Lu Ruyan hurriedly put the heirloom jade seal in her hand, and also put it into the black plastic bag. At the same time, she also made a special observation to make sure that it would not be discovered by outsiders that there were valuable things inside. Chu Feng, have you gotten things done yet? Done. Then let's go. Ruyan Lu hurriedly wanted to take the black plastic bag in her hands and place it in a safe place. She was holding the plastic bag in one hand and holding Chu Feng's arm in the other. It was not known whether it was nervousness, excitement, or shock. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chu Feng gently pinched the pretty face of the fingernail ice muscle and jade bone extreme woman. Just some small things, don't need to care too much. Money was something outside of the body. In Chu Feng's eyes, these valuable heirloom jade seals as well as royal jewelry, none of them could compare to the talents that his own women and daughters possessed. On the road, some doctors and nurses, seeing Chu Feng, they greeted each other respectfully. Chu Feng had long been accustomed to such situations and scenes. However, his three powdered daughters were very fond of them. The daughters all felt that their father was simply too powerful to be respected and loved and adored by so many people. Their own dad was so much better and more powerful than other people's dads. Very marvelous. Lu Chui, who was walking at the end, looked at the three well-behaved granddaughters. At the same time, she was still in a state of extreme shock. My son-in-law Chu Feng, what kind of person is he in the end? Truly too excellent. Earlier, I inadvertently saw some new words on the internet now. What does it say? Describing a person who is excellent to the extreme. That is excellent to the point of being unconscionable. Now I finally know what it's like to be excellent to the point of losing one's conscience. Chapter 38, Favored Daughter Fiend. Special Scrolls. Sometime later, the group of people finally returned to Chu Feng's Night 15 world. Chu Feng, the people outside, they can't see what's going on inside here? Lu Ruyan couldn't wait to ask the first time after coming up. Chu Feng nodded. Yes, this glass is all special material. People outside cannot see it. Lu Ruyan exhaled deeply, her mood relaxing slightly. After she glanced outside the car and saw that there was no one around, she once again said to Chu Feng, "Chu Feng, then can I take a look at the box in the bag now?" "Of course, there's no problem. The things inside that bag are all mine." After a pause, Chu Feng once again said, "My things are your things. After all, I myself am also yours." Lu Ruyan gave Chu Feng a nice blank stare. His own mother and daughters, they were all here? Such earthy and so fleshy love words? Surprisingly, they could also say it, and it was also said so smoothly? Lu Ruyan glared at Chu Feng, expressing her dissatisfaction. It was only the happy smile that was about to overflow from the corners of her mouth that revealed her true thoughts. Such an excellent man. Mother is right. I really should treat Chu Feng a little better. Why don't we give Chu Feng another gift tonight? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's pretty face, which was glowing and flickering, bristled with flaming clouds, beautiful to the extreme. She carefully took out the exquisite and ancient small box from the black plastic bag. On top of the box, carved dragons and phoenixes. One glance was able to tell that it was not a mortal object. Ruyan Lu opened it. Seeing the glittering jewelry inside, it became even more unbelievable. Lu Ruyan had once specialized in learning some of the style characteristics of ancient and modern China and abroad, although basically all about clothing. But 100 pass. For some of the royal items in ancient times, she also understood some of them. She was able to be very sure. These gold and silver jewels in the box, all are royal specialties. Each piece are valuable cultural relics treasure. Such a box, the total value, she did not dare to imagine. Chu Feng is too trenchant. It's almost like he has no one else's name. Not only did Lu Ruyan feel that way, Lu Chui, who was also in the car, also felt the same. As for the little Lolitas, they didn't think that much. They looked at the box, flickering with light, extremely beautiful gold and silver jewelry, and marveled. "Mom, the beads inside here, so beautiful. It's still sparkling. I wonder where Dad bought them. They're so beautiful." "Daddy, can I see that beautiful marble? I like that marble too." Chu Feng saw his daughters, very interested in a few night pearls. Immediately, he bent down, sticking to his family's extreme duty, and probed his hand to take out the 2 night pearls. Night pearl is a rare gemstone, ancient name with the pearl, hanging thorns, bright moon pearl etc. Is in the dark, the human eye can see clearly. Natural, self-luminous jewelry, often referred to as night pearl, is fluorescent stone, luminous stone. It is the earth within some of the luminous material after tens of millions of years. From the initial volcanic magma eruption, to the later geological movement, gathered in the ore into stones containing these luminescent rare elements, after processing, is what people call night pearl, often yellow-green, light blue, orange-red and other colors. Of course, natural night pearls are extremely valuable. It is said that in ancient times, a night pearl, worth 8.1 million. 10 years ago, a night pearl was found, worth $2 billion. The night pearl inside the box, the size of each one, are more than pigeon eggs. Their color material lightness, all of them were top-notch. The value of any one of them, Chu Feng estimated it to be several $100 million. The 2 that were taken out, one was bright yellow, and one was light blue. Chu Feng guessed that the combined value was definitely more than $1 billion. From Chu Feng's hands, the little loli who received the 2 night pearls, their 2 eyes were bright and they marveled in admiration. "Daddy, this bead is really too beautiful. Compared to this, the marbles I used to play with were simply too ugly." "Marbles? How could a marble be compared to a night pearl?" The 2 of them, Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui, were in tears. Chu Feng was unimpressed. "If you guys like it, you can take it as a marble in the future." Hearing Chu Feng's words, the little Lolitas were overjoyed. Too good. Dad has given us such beautiful beads to use as marbles." Compared to the little Lolitas' happiness, the 2 of them, Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan, were worried. "No, absolutely not. Chu Feng, how can this be given to children as marbles? No. Such an expensive thing absolutely cannot be given to a child to play with. Chu Feng, even if you spoil your child, you can't do it like this. This will spoil the child." In Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui's hearts, they both didn't know how many times they had recited that trench had no last name. The well-behaved and understanding little Lolitas heard both their moms and grandmothers say this. They also knew that the beads in their hands were not the marbles they used to play with. Several people reluctantly handed the beads to Chu Feng's face. "Dad, this bead is too valuable. We won't play with it. Just look at it." Looking at his daughter's longing eyes, Chu Feng faintly laughed. "This thing isn't of much use to me either, so you guys keep it for yourselves to play with." Chu Feng told the little Lolitas that it wasn't visible during the day. At night, with the lights turned off, these beads, they were even more beautiful. Chu Feng portrayed to his daughters the beautiful sight of the night pearl at night. The little Lolitas, their beautiful eyes, became even brighter. Papa, then let's put it away first. At night time, Mom and Dad will enjoy it with us, okay? Chu Feng had originally thought that his daughters would have new toys at night. Then there would be no more clamoring to sleep with themselves. In that case, himself and his own extremely good woman, Lu Ruyan, would be able to live their own two-person world peacefully and happily. But now, the old driver Chu Feng wasn't worried. Anyway, he had experience now. Chu Feng touched the small head of his recent youngest daughter Chu and laughed. Daddy, first look for it. See if there is still any night pearl in the box. The three of you, there are only 2 night pearls, not enough to play with. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the little Lolitas cheered. Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan simply wanted to cry. A few $100 million of night pearls, and all of them had 2 of them. Surprisingly, it was still not enough. Those ordinary people who worked hard and exhaustingly just to have a family to mingle with. For a lifetime, several lifetimes, there was no possibility of personally looking at a night pearl. Even living was not an easy thing. If they heard that, what would they think? At this moment, Chu Feng naturally didn't care what other people thought. He picked up the small box and directly just collapsed onto the leather chair. Various kinds of light shook one's eyes. The successive shocking shocks made Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan, at this time, were in a state of confusion. Only the little Loli didn't, it exclaimed with voices that rose and fell one after another. Chu Feng rummaged through the pile of jewelry. Sure enough, he saw 2 more night pearls. Not right, it wasn't 2. Instead, it was 4. The color and size of the 4 pieces were different, but each of them is definitely a superb pearl of night. The value was not below the 2 night pearls just now. Ha, a total of exactly 6. 2 for each person. Si Nyen Chu. You guys pick your favorite color. Chu Feng was about to hand the 4 new night pearls that he had just found to his daughters, allowing them to pick them out themselves as if they were picking out their favorite candies. However, all of a sudden, Chu Feng found a strange thing amongst the jewels. How is this in here? Chu Feng almost put it away as fast as he could. This thing, it could not be seen by mother-in-law. Even more so, it could not be seen by his daughters. Only, Chu Feng's speed was even faster. After all, he was still not an immortal. Just now, his actions were still detected by Lu Chui, Lu Ruyan, and his daughters. Lu Chui felt very strange. Chu Feng, the perfect son-in-law, did not care about the jade seal of the kingdom or the royal jewelry. How could he care about a scroll of drawings? The beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, was likewise not puzzled. Only, her daughter and mother were both around. She then did not ask more. Preparing to take advantage of the fact that no one was around, she inquired about the reason for Chu Feng's strange behavior just now. The daughters did not think that much. The 3 little pink and jade Lolitas directly spoke out. Daddy, what did you hide away just now? Daddy, what's the good stuff? Can you show it to Chu Daddy? Daddy, I want to see it too. Chu Feng didn't even think about it and directly shook his head. Can't look at it. Absolutely cannot be looked at. Except for Ruyan Lu, who could be shown to her when no one was around. Regardless of whether it was mother-in-law or the daughters, they could not be shown. The more Chu Feng didn't show them, the more the little Lolitas wanted to see it. Dad, just let us see it. Yes, Dad, we'll just take a look. Dad, really can't we look? Dad, then tell us what it is. Chu Feng felt that if this continued, it wasn't the right thing to do. If the daughter's curiosity wasn't satisfied, they would just keep on thinking about it. Chu Feng realized that it wasn't just his daughters who were curious. Even the 2 of them, Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan, were equally curious. They couldn't wait to let Chu Feng open it now and take a look. Si Nyen Chu. It doesn't matter if I tell you all. This is a picture scroll, an authentic painting of an ancient celebrity. Dad is going to give it to your moms tonight. Since it's a special gift to be given to your mom, you can't open it now. Otherwise, it won't express the kind of feelings Dad has for your mom. If you guys want to see it, wait until tomorrow and ask your mom. Anyway, what Chu Feng said was the truth. Moreover, in general, a child's curiosity was fleeting. Perhaps by tomorrow, they would have forgotten about the scroll. No matter what, right now, it was absolutely impossible to open the scroll for everyone to see. Not even to Death. The well-behaved little Lolitas heard Chu Feng say that it was a gift for their mother. Only then did they not pursue the matter. In due time, Chu Feng handed over the 4 night pearls in his hand. Alright, here are the night pearls. You guys can pick whatever you like. It was temporarily taken care of to leave it to the precious daughter. Chu Feng's next step was to deal with the curious mother-in-law, Lu Chui, as well as his own family's extremely beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan. Mom, Ruyan Lu, here's some jewelry. Whatever you guys like, take it for yourselves. We're all family, don't ever be polite. The mother and daughter too looked at the 3 little Lolitas who were intently looking at the night pearl, and then looked at the many pieces of jewelry on the leather chairs. The two lowered their voices and asked, Chu Feng, these things of yours, where did they come from? These shouldn't be really all royal jewelry, right? Good son-in-law. Mom used to work in a jewelry store. These gold and silver jewels. One look and you know they're worth a lot. There are so many here. How much should this be worth? Exactly how much it was worth, Chu Feng did not know. He faintly smiled and said, if you guys like it, just take it and use it. You don't need to worry about anything else. Chu Feng told the two of them that currently, the Wanda Plaza Investment Company and the Yangcheng Private Hospital all belonged to him. There were also some other items that would be discussed later. Other things, Chu Feng actually had not obtained for the time being. However, first, he gave the two of them a precaution. Having a divine-level selection system, Chu Feng believed, it wouldn't be long before he would also obtain numerous good things. Without realizing it, a morning's time had passed. Chu Feng drove the crowd out of the Yangcheng Private Hospital. Mom, Ruyan Lu, where do you guys want to go for lunch? CC Nian Nian Chu, do you guys have anything you particularly want to eat? Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan said that it was fine to eat anywhere, even if they went home to eat now. There was no problem. The beautiful housekeeper at home, Yu Lingyue, cooking skills were definitely at the level of a 5-star hotel chef. After eating twice, both Ruyan Lu and Lu Chui were a bit nostalgic. The little Lolitas who were each playing with a night pearl worth hundreds of millions of dollars were all very thoughtful. Daddy, let's go eat McDonald's. I want to go eat KFC. Can we go for pizza? I think it's okay to have hot pot. Those are so expensive. I propose to eat Sha Xian snacks. Other than the youngest daughter Chu Chu, the remaining two daughters all expressed their views and opinions. Chu Feng looked at his youngest daughter who was suddenly somewhat emotionally down. He even saw a misty fog rising in the eyes of his youngest daughter. Chu Chu. What was wrong with Chu Chu? Chapter 39, Ruyan marveled at the perfect husband. Why are you crying? What did you just say? It seems like it didn't say anything. Chu Feng hurriedly stopped for the sake of his family. Then he took his youngest daughter, Chu Chu, and held her in his arms. Chu Chu, what's wrong? Why are you crying for good reason? Isn't it somewhere uncomfortable? Daddy will take you to the hospital from before for a checkup, okay? The little Loli was in Chu Feng's arms and shook her head. Daddy, I'm fine. It's just that I remembered yesterday. Daddy took me to eat all kinds of desserts. Growing up, I often saw other people's children eating them. I've only eaten it once or twice in my entire life. The words came to this. The other two little Lolitas, too, deeply shared the same feeling. They started from the moment they were born. Their physique, they were a bit worse than the other little children. There were many foods that they couldn't eat. Children's favorite sweet ice cream and other things, but also cannot be dipped. If they dip a little, they will suffer. The second daughter, Nian Nian, said to Chu Feng, Dad, I want to eat ice cream. Since I ate the immortal pill that Dad gave us, I feel that my body is much better. We're in better health. Is it that we can eat ice cream more often now and in the future? CC, the eldest steady daughter, followed suit. Dad, my sisters used to all secretly stand in front of the kiosk, watching the other kids eating popsicle ice cream, but we had pocket money in hand, and we didn't dare to buy it. I was afraid that if I ate it, I would get sick and make my mom and grandma sad. Speaking of the past, a few little Lolitas nodded their heads. Daddy, now that we've eaten the sugar beans you gave us, can we eat as much ice cream as we want like other kids? After looking at the three powdered little Loli's expectant eyes, Chu Feng nodded his head. CC Nian Nian Chu Chu, your physiques are already not inferior to the other children. Previously, Chu Feng had obtained 12 body strengthening pills. The three little Lolitas, as well as their mother, Lu Ruyan, and their mother's mother, Lu Chui. There was also Chu Feng, his parents, all of whom had taken one. Among them, the youngest daughter Chu Chu as well as the father Chu Hao had an extra one. Adding to that, not too long ago, a finished product was given to old Qin Weiman for his research, so they had consumed 10 of them, leaving only 2. These 2 is ready to spare at the critical time. After all, the system produced a strong body pill. Can in an extremely short period of time, it allowed the body of the person taking it to be greatly improved. I hope that old Qin there will help me develop a finished product of the body strengthening pill out as soon as possible. These last 2, keep them for now. If you get sick in the future, or have any discomfort, it wouldn't be too late to eat this body strengthening pill again. Chu Feng, who had made up his mind, decided to take his daughters and go eat dessert together. Do you guys know that the desserts there are delicious? Dad will take you all to eat it together this time. Daddy, the desserts there that you took us to yesterday were extremely delicious. When her youngest daughter, Chu Chu, heard that Chu Feng was going to take them to eat desserts, she couldn't help but smile with her eyebrows. Chu Chu still remembered clearly the delicious feeling of eating the dessert at that time. Alright then, We'll go now. Chu Feng drove the luxurious and domineering and brawny Night 15. More than half an hour later, Chu Feng drove the family and arrived at the destination. Parking the car, Chu Feng's group wandered to the food street behind Wanda Plaza. The daughters rarely went out. Looking at the things around them, they were all very curious. They looked east and west, looking at all kinds of scenery. And the people looking at the scenery around them were all looking at Chu Feng's side. Handsome Chu Feng, who had an extraordinary appearance, and the beautiful President Lu Ruyan, who had a slender and stunningly beautiful body. The three little Lolitas, who were almost identical to each other. Wherever they went, it was a beautiful scenery line. The mood of the group was actually very good. However, Chu Feng clearly felt that the beautiful president beside him was somewhat nervous. In Lu Ruyan's hand, she was tightly carrying a black plastic bag. Originally, Chu Feng was planning to just throw it in the car. Ruyan Lu was worried that it was unsafe, and wanted to carry it herself. Chu Feng didn't really care, so he brought it with him. All aspects of his body were far beyond normal people. It was absolutely impossible for someone to be able to snatch their things away from their side. Chu Feng gently pinched his own extremely talented woman's pretty face. Ruyan Lu, don't be nervous. The family came out to play. Have fun. Those who don't know, still think that I forced you to do something you don't want to do. Looking at Chu Feng's bad smile beside her, Ruyan Lu's pretty face reddened. She felt her cheeks tingling vaguely even now. What a bad egg. Lu Ruyan glared angrily at Chu Feng, and her mood lightened a little. However, she still tightly grasped the black plastic bag in her hand. The family, who had just arrived at Wanda Plaza, the property manager of Wanda Plaza, Li Chitsai, ran to Chu Feng. Boss, you've come. Chu Feng waved his hand, signaling Li Chitsai to stay wherever he was cool. I'm just bringing my family together for a dessert today, so go about your own business. Don't bother me if there's nothing going on. Okay, boss, I'll report something to you and get the hell out right away. Li Chitsai told Chu Feng that he had already picked 3 stores with good locations for the Lu Ruyan Jiaran clothing company, as Chu Feng had intended. These stores, which were being tightly renovated, would soon be able to be used directly. Chu Feng suddenly remembered. He was now the largest shareholder of Wanda Company, letting all the plazas of Wanda Company arrange clothing stores for Ruyan Lu. In that case, wouldn't Ruyan Lu's clothing brand be able to receive great promotion? Chu Feng did as he thought. He directly gave his dad Chu Hao a call. Then again, in the capacity of the largest shareholder, he directly promoted Li Chitsai to become the general manager of Wanda Yangcheng branch. The first task is to Lu Ruyan Clothing Company's Lu Ruyan clothing brand, included in the depth of partners. Next, it will be in Wanda plazas all over the country, for full promotion. Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu was somewhat agitated. She looked fondly at the handsome and extraordinary Chu Feng beside her. In her heart, she thought, Chu Feng Ranlai has already arranged everything for me without realizing it. Thinking about myself, these 5 years have really been too stupid. I really was so undeserving. Fortunately, Chu Feng didn't get angry. Well, with that in mind, then I will do more of the things that Chu Feng likes to do in the future. Chu Feng did not notice that the fair and delicate pretty face of the beautiful president beside him was like a boiled shrimp. He was very satisfied with Li Chitsai's ability, as well as his behavior of putting himself in his boss's shoes. Do a good job. It won't be long before you get promoted. Without paying any more attention to the surprised Li Chitsai, Chu Feng led his family through Wanda Plaza. On both sides of the street, there were some luxury stores. One of them happened to be expiring. This Dior luxury store was not small and was in an excellent location. The person in charge there ran to Li Chitsai's face, begging Li Chitsai to continue renting the store to them. Li Chitsai did not agree. For this store, he has long had arrangements. Out of the corner of her eye, the person in charge saw Chu Feng and the others who hadn't gone far. She hurriedly chased after them. Boss, I am Xiao Zhu, the person in charge of the Dior boutique Wanda Plaza store. We, Dior, still want to continue to lease this store, even if the rent goes up a bit. Continue to rent it to us. Do you think it's okay? Chu Feng did not even bother to take a look at the big beautiful woman beside him who was dressed in a professional outfit and in the eyes of ordinary people. This store, in the future it's my woman's. You guys hurry up and move out. Then boss, I am willing to. The professionally dressed beauty jumped at the chance. Chu Feng impatiently said, you are willing to how I am not willing to ah. Seeing the professionally dressed beauty, she still wanted to say something else. Chu Feng directly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. If you talk nonsense again, I'll take you to your other specialty stores. All drive out of Wanda Plaza. Even Wanda Plaza, pulling the home of the best woman Lu Ruyan's white slender small hand, with the daughters together, continue to walk to the food street, not paying the slightest attention to the professional dress beauty's windy mess. Ruyan Lu, are you satisfied with this specialty store? I told them to hurry up and move out. Your Ruyan clothing brand We'll be ready to move in tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Could Ruyan Lu not be satisfied? Before Chu Feng had appeared, she did not even dare to think about being able to open her own specialty store in this Wanda Plaza that was filled with luxury specialty stores. Ruyan Lu had a feeling. Chu Feng, you're so good to me. You are simply the perfect husband with 10 perfections. The heartfelt praise from the beautiful president was to Chu Feng. It was even more comforting to his heart than any other person's currying favor and boasting. What was even more comforting to him was the familiar and pleasant system prompt that once again sounded in Chu Feng's mind. TSK TSK TSK. I wonder if this time, it would be something he wanted very much before. Something about storage space or something good like that? Chu Feng's heart grew expectant. Chapter 40, Is it hard not to go home and sleep tonight? Ding dong. Host, congratulations. Ruyan Lu praised you for being the perfect husband, and you gained a divine choice. 1. 100,000 taels of silver. 2. A space ring with 10 cubic meters of space, upgradable. Please make your choice. The host will receive the chosen reward as soon as possible after the choice. Silver nowadays was about 1 tael worth 200 soft sister coins. 100,000 taels of silver would be worth something like $20 million. To ordinary people, this was a huge sum of money, but to Chu Feng, it did not have the slightest attraction. Chu Feng swept a glance and directly passed. The second choice, a 10 cubic space ring, upgradable. This one made Chu Feng very surprised. TSK, 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 it really is a matter of thinking what you want. With the space ring, in the future, some of whatsoever could be placed directly in the storage space of the space ring. Absolutely safe, absolutely convenient. Moreover, this spatial ring, surprisingly, was also able to be upgraded. Then in the future, it wouldn't just be 10 cubic meters. Perhaps, it could be upgraded to 100 cubic meters, 1,000 cubic meters, or even 10,000, 100,000, or millions and millions of cubic meters, with the extremely beautiful Lu Ruyan by his side, as well as the 3 little pink and jade Lolitas. Even if it's a simple and easy daily routine, the upgrade selection system will also give itself some lucrative surprise choices from time to time. It was simply beautiful and refreshing. Chu Feng, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong just now? Lu Ruyan, whose pretty face was reddening at her side, inquired. Chu Feng laughed and shook his head. You didn't say it wrong. Of course I'm the perfect husband. After a pause, Chu Feng once again said, and you are the perfect wife. Let's husband and wife. The scales don't move. Sincere words of love were more capable of impressing the extremely beautiful Lu Ruyan's heart than any luxury gift. Lu Ruyan hugged Chu Feng's arm and tightened it a bit more. Mom and Dad, what are you guys talking about? The little loli felt curious about everything. The second daughter, Nian Nian, smiled cheekily. Sister, you guys don't know about this, right? Mom and Dad are spreading dog food. Little children nowadays, were simply becoming refined. So young, they all know to spread dog food. In front of her daughters, Lu Ruyan no longer dared to say anything more. Chu Feng also timely ended the sweet topic from earlier. Walking through the pedestrian street, inside the many luxury stores on both sides of the pedestrian street, some of those young and pretty beautiful shopping guides recognized Chu Feng, the son of the former richest man. They also knew that Chu Feng was now the owner of the entire pedestrian street. Seeing Chu Feng pass by, they all greeted him with smiles on their faces and enthusiasm. Boss, good noon. Boss, there's a newly arrived limited edition model in the store. Come in and take a look. Boss, are these your daughters? Really too cute and pretty. Kids usually can't help but be praised. Being praised by these beautiful shoppers, the little Lolitas were overjoyed. Daddy, that sister is praising us. Yeah. She said we're very pretty and cute. The precious daughters clustered around Chu Feng. As Chu Feng turned the corner, he arrived at the food street. Chu Feng brought his family and went straight to the dessert store that he had come to yesterday. CC Nian Chu. You guys want to eat what you want to order yourselves. Feel free to do so. Okay, Daddy. The little Lolitas picked, one after another, their favorite desserts. Of course, there were also some other foods in the dessert store. Mother-in-law, Lu Chui, didn't like desserts, and she chose stew. Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, accompanied their precious daughters and picked desserts together. An hour later, the food made everyone happy. The family was happy and laughing. With a brisk pace, they left the dessert store. Just after walking to the pedestrian street, Lu Ruyan suddenly saw a woman carrying a handbag. She abruptly recalled the black plastic bag she had been holding earlier. Not good. Chu Feng, I lost the black plastic bag. Lu Ruyan was anxious and blaming herself, and was about to run back to the dessert store in a hurry, to search for that plastic bag that contained quite a few heavenly treasures. Chu Feng pulled her back and laughed. Don't worry, I've already put the things away and didn't lose them. Previously, while eating dessert, Chu Feng had already received a reward, a black ring carved with a dragon pattern. This ring was very distinctive. It could be set so that only he himself could see it. Right now, the ring was on his finger, and Chu Feng himself was able to see it clearly, but Lu Ruyan, who was beside him, could not see it. Inside the ring, there were 10 cubic meters of storage space. With a single movement of his mind, Chu Feng could take out the items in the ring. Only, there were outsiders present around. Moreover, there were quite a few cameras all over the place. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chu Feng would not take them out. Chu Feng, are you telling the truth? You've put it all away? It scared me just now. I thought I had lost so many valuable things. Lu Ruyan patted her heart with a face of fear. Chu Feng's line of sight followed the movements of his own extremely beautiful woman. Looking at the beautiful president's delicate body and fiery figure, he, who had only just eaten, suddenly felt that he was hungry again. I hope that time passes a little faster, and that it gets to nighttime earlier. During the evening, I'll take the scrolls that I had specially hidden earlier and bring them to Ruyan Lu to enjoy. The bad smile on Chu Feng's face was seen in the eyes of the beautiful president beside him. She lowered her voice. Chu Feng, what bad idea are you playing again? I see that you have a bad smile on your face. You definitely want to do something bad. The high-cooled beautiful president, in front of Chu Feng, was increasingly unable to maintain her high-cooled appearance. Exquisite pretty face, like a poem, like a picture, like the morning clouds on a hill. Since his own extremely beautiful woman's skin was too thin, Chu Feng whispered in Lu Ruyan's ear, wait until night, you'll know what bad things I'm thinking about. Before the words were completely finished, Lu Ruyan, whose pretty face was even redder, fled as if she had come to her mother Lu Chui's side. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Escape? Where could one flee to? If you can escape from a monk, you can't escape from a temple. Is it hard to not go home and sleep tonight? Chapter 41, Bully President Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan Clothing Company, the president's secretary, Xiao Yu, was happy at this time. Really? 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 On the side of Wanda Plaza, it's really giving our company 10 stores? In addition, in the pedestrian street which is dotted with luxury stores, give us the specialty store that originally belonged to Dior? I'm not dreaming, am I? Xiao Yu, the president's secretary, was so happy that she couldn't help but jump up. What made her want to jump up even more was that the general manager of Wanda Plaza, Li Chitsai, even told her, the Wanda Plaza Investment General Corporation would soon be deeply cooperating with the Lu Ruyan Clothing Company, becoming a strategic partner. One was a $100 billion national top 100 company. One is a small clothing company that has just started. The gap between the two, simply not too huge. Normally, it was simply impossible to have such a thing. However, Xiao Yu vaguely heard the wind. The man of his own president seemed to be no ordinary person. I heard that he was the chairman of the Wanda Plaza Investment Company. Xiao Yu felt that if that was really the case, then the president, Ruyan Lu, will be able to be a wealthy wife of a wealthy family next. As for the company, it is only likely that it will be dissolved. Xiao Yu was the first patriarchal employee to follow Ruyan Lu's business. She couldn't let the company with a bright future go up in smoke. Similar to her thoughts, there are other staff. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu called Ruyan Lu. Chairman, the side of Wanda Plaza gave us 10 stores. In addition, the side of Walking Street also said that they would give us another specialty store. Not only that, the Wanda side might also want to deeply cooperate with us and become a strategic partner, to help our Lu Ruyan Clothing Company, to become a top domestic or even international clothing brand. Xiao Yu informed Ruyan Lu of the news she had received. After briefly summarizing it, I already know Xiao Yu. Is there anything else? President, it's like this. I and many other staff are worried. Worried about what? Xiao Yu, you can speak directly. President, we are worried that you are going to become a rich wife and the company will be dissolved in the future. Xiao Yu and Lu Ruyan have also been in contact for a long time, and directly said their true thoughts. By the way, she told Ruyan Lu that many people in the company had this worry. She expected Lu Ruyan not to dissolve the company. The company can have today. She and many other employees have paid a lot. Everyone had put their heart and soul into it, and were unwilling to see the company being dissolved. Xiao Yu, I have no intention of dissolving the company. How about this? You gather everyone to the conference room. Ruyan Lu told Xiao Yu that she was nearby right now. A full meeting would be held in half an hour. Xiao Yu had just ended the call when the door to the room of the president's office was violently pushed open. Where's the chairman? Xiao Yu? I've just negotiated a big deal, and I want to personally tell Chairman Lu Ruyan. Xiao Yu looked up and saw that the person who rushed in was a man. The man was the deputy sales manager of the Lu Ruyan Clothing Company. If a suitable sales manager wasn't recruited, he would be promoted to become the company's sales department hand. The man had some ability, and of course his ambition was not small. Xiao Yu did not have a good feeling about this man. The president, Ruyan Lu, was the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to promote him before and instead directly recruited the general manager of the sales department outside. The chairman will come to the company soon. The meeting will be held in half an hour. Ma Wei, you go and get ready. After a pause, Xiao Yu said again. Also, when you enter the president's office in the future, you have to knock first. If you have something to report to the president, report to me as the president's secretary first, and I will report to the president. Ma Wei, who was in front of him, raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Still really think you're the president, right? A little secretary only. How dare you speak to me like this? Don't forget, for the company to be able to get where it is today, I, the deputy sales manager who runs business and talks business, am the biggest contributor. Moreover, you don't think about it. In case I one day become the general manager, it's not certain. With my ability, plus our president Ruyan Lu loves talent, the president and I, it's not impossible. At that time, you are not afraid that I will fire you? After saying these words in a conspiratorial manner, Ma Wei swaggered out of the president's office, only leaving behind the president's secretary, Xiao Yu, glaring fiercely at Ma Wei's back, gritting her teeth. It's really a daydream. Don't go look in the mirror either. Still think you've negotiated a few deals and the whole company has to curry favor with you? Still think it's possible with the president? How could the president possibly fall for such a good-for-nothing like you? Xiao Yu felt that Ma Wei was now relying on the fact that he had negotiated a few deals. It was getting more and more excessive in the company. After thinking about it, she reported what had just happened to Lu Ruyan. Alright Xiao Yu, I know. I'm now downstairs at the company. Lu Ruyan put away her cell phone, her eyebrows slightly frowning. Speaking of which, that Ma Wei had only entered the company for less than 2 months. His personal ability is still a little bit. It was just that his character was no good, arrogant and self-righteous. Next to him, Chu Feng greeted his daughters and entered the elevator. Then he pressed the button to the 9th floor. With the remaining light of his eyes, he saw his family's extremely beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan. Frowning slightly, Chu Feng gently swept her into his arms. Ruyan Lu, what's wrong? Nothing, it's just still a small matter of the company. The company should either be shut down. Anyway, in the future, you are responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower, and I am responsible for making money to support my family. Chu Feng, I want to. Ruyan Lu, you don't have to say it. I know, don't worry. I'll help you make your Ruyan Lu clothing brand, a top international big brand. Anyway, it's good to be happy when one lives a life. As for, someone makes his own extreme woman unhappy, then, one would let him know what is called a tragic price. Ding, the 9th floor has arrived. Hearing the elevator voice prompt, Chu Feng, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Chui, each holding 2 little pink and jade Lolitas, walked out of the elevator. A group of people just arrived at the entrance of the Lu Ruyan clothing company. An unkempt man hurriedly rushed out from the clothing company. President Ruyan Lu, I was just about to look for you, to tell you a good news. Didn't I go to Magic City a few days ago? I was in Magic City and have negotiated a big business deal. My President Lu Ruyan, how are you going to reward me? Ma Wei's words hadn't even finished. He then saw it, a sole of a shoe, zooming in and out of his pupils. Boom! The arrogant and self-righteous Ma Wei tilted his head back and fell to the ground. In the next instant, another sole of a shoe ruthlessly stepped on his face. Who are you? Why are you hitting me? You stop it! Ma Wei screamed miserably. His teeth were stepped off. Speaking was a bit leaky. Chu Feng let out a cold smile. If it weren't for the fact that his daughters were right beside him, Chu Feng didn't want his daughters to see a bloody scene. I'm afraid that this Ma Wei would be even more miserable. This little cutie with no eyesight actually tried to hit on his own extremely beautiful woman in front of him, simply looking for death. Ruyan Lu, you guys go into the company first. Me and this little cutie talk first. Little cutie. Ma Wei, looking at the goddess of his heart, obediently listened to Chu Feng's words. He could not help but be shocked. It was also finally the case that he knew Chu Feng's identity. You're the president's boyfriend? Let me tell you, I'm the most important sales department hand in the company. You dare to hit me? Do you know that if I just quit, Ruyan Lu Clothing Company will have no business at all? It will soon go straight out of business. Chu Feng felt that continuing here, listening to Ma Wei's words, it was simply pulling down his IQ and polluting his ears. Chu Feng made a phone call and asked Joe Saida to come over and dispose of the little cutie. Ma Wei to be disposed of. Not long after, Joe Saida appeared in front of Chu Feng. He ordered someone to take little cutie Ma Wei away. Handling things Joe Saida was very good at. Only, he himself did not leave immediately. Instead, he came to Chu Feng's front. Boss, the things you explained to me have all been done. Chu Feng waved his hand, indicating that he knew, and let Joe Saida continue doing his work. He himself walked into the Lu Ruyan clothing company. It did not take long before he saw his 3 powdered daughters, also saw the conference room not far away. His own extreme beauty, Ruyan Lu, was sitting in the president's seat, portraying the company's development prospects to the rest of the company. Ha ha, the extremely beautiful woman of my own family is gentle and sweet in front of myself, but in front of the others in the company, completely high and cold. Absolute domineering president model. Ah, if this is a two-person world at night, also give yourself a domineering presidential model. It should be a different kind of fun, right? Chu Feng stroked his chin, looking forward to the night. At this time, Chapter 42 excellent or too much. Ah. At that moment, the three little loli that stayed by Lu Chui's side saw Chu Feng. They ran to Chu Feng one after another. Papa, Papa. Second sister said that she wanted to beg you for something. Yes, Papa. Sister Nian Nian accidentally spoke the big truth just now. Listening to his daughter's pleasant voices, Chu Feng looked towards his second daughter, Nian Nian, who hesitantly wanted to say but did not dare to say. The second daughter, Nian Nian, had amazing roots and bones and was a martial arts prodigy. What matter did she request of herself? Under Chu Feng's encouragement, the second daughter, Nian Nian, took the initiative to say her request. Papa, I see that your movements are clean and very impressive. Dad, do you have kung fu? Can you call me Dad? Chu Feng was flabbergasted for a moment. He thought, what kind of request would his daughter have? It turned out that she wanted to learn kung fu. Right at that moment, the system's pleasant prompting sound resounded in Chu Feng's mind. Host, congratulations, your daughter, Nian Nian, has made a request to you, and you have obtained a divine choice. 1. 100 secret martial arts books. 2. The title of Master of National Arts. Please make your choice. The host will receive the chosen reward afterward. 100 books of martial arts secrets. This kind of thing, in a bookstore or online store, as many as you want. National Martial Arts Master title. Wearing this title, one would immediately be a National Martial Arts Master. In that case, Chu Feng made a wise choice. System, I'll choose the second one. In the next instant, in Chu Feng's hand, there was an additional title that only he could see. It was able to be worn on his body. Chu Feng directly wore it. In the next instant, all sorts of national art moves, techniques, and so on and so forth. At that moment, Chu Feng had already become a true national art master. Chu Feng looked at his daughter Nian Nian, who had an expectant face in front of him, pondering if what his daughter had requested just now was that she wanted to learn things like piano and singing. Wouldn't the divine level choice that he had obtained be the relevant good thing? This one was uncertain. Dad, can you teach me kung fu? The second daughter, Nian Nian, requested once again. If Nian Nian wanted to learn painting right now, then Chu Feng really had no way to teach her. At most, he would have to spend a lot of money and ask a top-notch painting master to teach her. However, the second daughter wanted to learn kung fu. Chu Feng, who had just worn the title of National Martial Arts Master, then there was really no one better suited to teach his daughter than Chu Feng. Looking at his second daughter, Nian Nian, who had an expectant face, Chu Feng agreed with his mouth full. Too good. Dad promised me. Nian Nian leaped with excitement and jumped up with joy. The two ponytails that Ruyan Lu had combed for them in the morning were bouncing and jumping. So cute. The little loli's little head rubbed against Chu Feng's heart. It was like a cheerful kitten. Papa, Papa, then can you call me now? Chu Feng touched his daughter's little head and laughed. Nian Nian, wanting to learn kung fu is not an easy thing. You need to put in a lot of effort and sweat, as well as persevere for a long time. Daddy, I'm willing. Nian Nian was firm in her beliefs from a long time ago. As the second sister herself, her physique was relatively the best of the three sisters. She vowed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting her older sister's mom and dad, no matter how much suffering and exhaustion. Nian Nian are not afraid. It was as sweet as sugar. Looking at his daughter's determined eyes, Chu Feng nodded. Her daughter, Nian Nian, was gifted with amazing roots and bones and was a martial arts prodigy. Adding to that, she herself was also willing to suffer. Chu Feng believed that when she grew up, she might be even more qualified to be a national martial arts master than herself. The national martial arts master who wore the title of National Martial Arts Master. She was even more qualified to be a national martial arts master. It was highly likely that she was more blue than blue. Although Chu Feng was going to prepare his daughter to be rich, but his daughter had her own dreams. Chu Feng naturally would not go and break the wings of his daughter's dreams. Kung Fu is the crystallization of our national wisdom, is the embodiment of traditional culture, is the world's unique martial arts. It is a unique martial arts in the world. It emphasizes the combination of rigidity and flexibility, and the cultivation of both inside and outside. It has the appearance of robustness and majesty, but also the connotation of elegance and depth, containing the enlightenment of the philosophers on life and the universe. It is the valuable cultural heritage of our working people accumulated over time. Chu Feng and his daughters talked about the origin and basics of Kung Fu. At the same time, He told them that they could learn kung fu with every move, every breath, and every inhalation. Things that were too troublesome to teach were not well taught at Lu Ruyan Clothing Company. Chu Feng then taught the simplest breathing method, breathing and exhaling. In many novels, it was said to be the method of cultivating immortality. In fact, it was the Taoist method of cultivating the body and strengthening the body. Chu Feng, who was a national arts master, through the national arts master title that he wore, the knowledge, ability, skills that came with it, after synthesizing it, he himself summarized a breathing method that was suitable for his daughters to learn now. In the long run, it could have the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life. Of course, this effect was gradual. Naturally, it is not as good as directly taking the body strengthening pill Life Extension Dan, but over time, it was still extremely beneficial to the body. Very simple breathing method. Chu Feng had just finished teaching. The second daughter, Nian Nian, immediately said, "Dad, I've learned it." So fast? Chu Feng had thought that it would take 10 days and half a month anyways. This was still the reason why Chu Feng felt that his own family's precious daughters all had their own excellent genes. If it were any other ordinary person, Chu Feng had estimated that it would take at least a month or more to truly learn. Daughter, this excellent are too much. Nian Nian, you do it for me. Chu Feng looked at his daughter, ready to verify if she had truly learned it. It's Dad. Chu Nian Nian, the gifted root and bone amazing martial arts prodigy, immediately repeated the knowledge that Chu Feng had just taught her. Breathing method. This method not only nourishes the qi, but also nourishes the heart, physical and mental cultivation, internal and external nourishment, through the qi and blood, eliminating all illnesses. In the long run, the natural heart and qi are calm and peaceful. Both the heart qi and peace can balance yin and yang, and then reconcile the 6 veins, harmonize the internal organs, dredge the meridians, active qi, through the breathing method, so that the whole body qi and blood harmonization and smooth, to remove the evil to support the positive, cultivate positive qi, replenish the spirit, get rid of diseases and prolong the life, have a disease to cure the disease, no disease to strengthen the body. The key to the breathing method is to go with the flow. In total, it is divided into 4 steps, which are inhaling, closing the breath, cultivating the breath, and exhaling. If Chu Feng was teaching something else, then Nian Nian would not necessarily be able to remember it. But when Chu Feng taught something related to Kung Fu, it was as if Nian Nian had become enlightened. What Chu Feng had just taught her, she had actually memorized it as soon as she heard it. As soon as she learned it straight away. Looking at her second daughter, Nian Nian, it was as if she had perfectly replicated the breathing method she had just taught. Chu Feng was still marveling besides marveling. It was almost as if he had directly and furiously called out 6666666. Wow 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 wow. Second sister, you're really great. Sister Nian Nian, teach me. I haven't learned it yet. Whoa whoa, I haven't learned it either. It feels a bit hard. I reckon it'll take me 2 or 3 days to learn it. Next to Lu Chui, while Chu Feng was teaching, she was also following along. She felt that something as simple as breathing, she, an adult, would definitely be able to learn it before a child. But after learning it herself, she realized that it really was too difficult. Don't say it's like Nian Nian who learns it straight away in one go. Even the 2 or 3 days that the other little loli had said, Lu Chui felt that she simply couldn't do it. Old. Even a 4-year-old girl. I'm far behind. I'm sort of really useless. However, I have an excellent daughter. Well, I also have a son-in-law who is so good that he's perfect. In addition, I also have 3 granddaughters who are equally excellent to the extreme. Lu Chui, who realized that she could not learn, directly gave up. Glancing at Chu Feng and the little Lolitas, Lu Chui leisurely enjoyed herself. At this time, Nian Nian, who had directly learned the breathing method, volunteering herself to take the initiative to teach her elder sister and younger sister. A clear and pleasant lowly voice followed. Sisters and sisters, listen to me and watch me do it. The first step, inhale. Inhale a breath to the lower dantian. Can be shallow inhale, can be deep inhale. Second step, close your qi. Chu Feng smiled as he looked at his second daughter, teaching the rest of the little Lolitas, practicing breathing techniques. The daughters were exceptionally gifted and could be called demonic. What kind of experience was it to have daughters who were demonic? Chu Feng was now very vocal. That is to marvel again, to continue to marvel, to continue to marvel one after another. Worthy of being my excellent genes. It's true that they're just like me. All of them are excellent to the point of being bereft. Chu Feng looked at his second daughter, Nian Nian, and then looked at his third daughter. They all had their own talents. The second daughter, Nian Nian's talent was in martial arts, being a root-bone surprising martial arts prodigy. The eldest daughter's talent, on the other hand, was in the area of painting, and she was a painting wizard with a vision that was ahead of her time. Chu Feng thought at this time, since his second daughter, Nian, was able to learn in martial arts at the drop of a hat. Then the eldest daughter, CC, wasn't she also the same in terms of painting? Chapter 43, Self's Extreme Woman. Surprisingly, finding an excellent teacher for CC and teaching her will tell if that's the case. Chu Feng unconsciously thought of someone. That was Yu Lingyu, the beautiful butler private secretary of his own villa. Yu Lingyu's figure and face value and temperament were all top-notch, almost on par with her own family's extremely beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan. Moreover, Yu Lingyu could make tea and almost called herself a tea master. She also had a good hand at cooking, comparable to a 5-star hotel chef. Of course, the ability in business was also extremely outstanding. I wonder if Yu Lingyu, can she paint? If she can, there's no need to find another teacher for Nian. That's right, when we go back, we can also use the Emperor's pupil technique to take a look at Yu Lingyu. It always feels like Yu Lingyu has some kind of secret, and it seems a bit condescending for someone so outstanding to be a housekeeper for herself. Anyway, he went back and saw Yu Lingyu. At that time, one's Emperor's pupil technique would be able to see Yu Lingyu's information. Chu Feng was in no hurry right now. Not far away from the conference room, Ruyan Lu, the high-cooled overbearing president. The meeting that was held was already coming to an end. Alright, regarding the company's next direction of development, I have already said it just now. Soon, our company will enter a period of rapid development. Do you guys have any more questions? A man in a suit stood up. President, I've just returned from an out-of-town business talk. As far as I know, our company's development has reached a bottleneck. The cooperation with Wanda Plaza has been delayed. Are the president's words just now just drawing us a beautiful illusory pie? The man was Cutie, one of Ma Wei's men. The two used to play setups all the time, outside as well as in the company, before Ma Wei had not yet come out. In front of Chu Feng, when he greeted Lu Ruyan in general as a self-satisfied acquaintance, it was with this underling of his own, who had discussed it. He would be responsible for raising all sorts of queries, and then the little cutie, Ma Wei would then come forward and do his best to defend President Lu Ruyan. In this way, he would brush his favor in front of Lu Ruyan. Right now, he didn't even know that little cutie. Ma Wei had already been cleaned up very badly by Chu Feng. As a small company, Lu Ruyan had always encouraged her employees to ask questions and even question. Only, one had just said so much. This would be at least another half an hour if one were to engage in another explanation. Coming and going, his own mother, his own man, and his own 3 precious daughters were all still waiting outside. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyan was about to try to explain as briefly as possible. Just at this moment, a handsome and instrumental man walked in. Ruyan Lu, for the next meeting, let me preside over it. Chu Feng walked straight behind Lu Ruyan, and his hands affectionately pressed the fragrant shoulders of his own extremely talented woman. He condescendingly looked down at the crowd in the conference room. The man who had just asked the question had already been with Cutie. Ma Wei was used to being set together. At this moment, subconsciously, he once again asked a question, preparing to create conditions for Ma Wei to brush his favor. After all, he was Ma Wei's subordinate, and in order to get a better promotion, he went out of his way. Who are you? By what right do you enter our company's conference room? And by what right do you preside over the meeting? What kind of status was Chu Feng? How could he possibly answer such a retarded question? He felt that the entire person's brain wasn't working well either. It was comparable to that little cutie just now. Ma Wei. There was a comparison. He also thought that he was able to talk about a few businesses with some setups, and then he didn't know who he was anymore. The remaining light of Chu Feng's eyes saw Li Chitsai, who had gone and returned. He simply beckoned for Zhou Saida to come in. Boss, we have just learned from Ma Wei. He often plays a setup with the two of them, Zhou Qi, and he also harms the interests of Lu Ruyan Clothing Company, signing contracts with others and then taking kickbacks to get favors. Chu Feng looked at the work card of the suited man who had just asked the question and realized that his name was precisely Zhou Qi. Take that person to deal with yourself. Yes, boss. That's right. Ruyan Lu was very attached to Ruyan Lu Clothing Company, so you'll just bother to show some expression and tell these people about my identity and the next arrangement of the company. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely complete the task. Having henchmen was such an advantage. Just hand over things directly to the henchman, and be a shirker yourself. Chu Feng pulled. Just a moment ago, he was still in front of the employees with a high and cold domineering presidential model. But now, he was almost like a birdie. Lu Ruyan, ignoring the dumbfounded and shocked people of the company, he left. After exiting the conference room, Lu Ruyan quickly saw the 3 baby daughters who were concentrating on studying something. She asked Chu Feng in surprise, Chu Feng, what are the daughters doing? Chu Feng smiled, ready to let Ruyan Lu discover something interesting on her own. As expected, after getting closer, Lu Ruyan also felt that her daughters learning this breathing method was very interesting, especially after hearing the second daughter, Nian, say that she had practiced the breathing method for a while, the entire person became especially comfortable, especially spirited, and especially happy. Chu Feng, this breathing method that you taught, is it really so useful? Of course, how dare you doubt your husband again? Believe it or not, I'll punish you when I get home. In the latter words, Chu Feng then directly came together and whispered in Lu Ruyan's ear. It caused the thin-faced beautiful president to be infuriated. Mom, the breathing method Dad taught us is really useful. Practice with us, Mom. Mom, practice with us. With her daughter's requests, coupled with the encouragement from Chu Feng's eyes, Ruyan Lu also nodded her head with a smile. Think of it as accompanying my daughters to play games. Lu Ruyan thought in her heart. The second daughter, Nian, was like a little coach. Once again, she began to teach. Lu Ruyan also followed along earnestly. It was only the next instant. Chu Feng, who had been watching Ruyan Lu, was abruptly stunned. His emperor's pupil technique saw that the ice muscle and jade bone talent of his own family's extremely talented woman was actually changing. Chapter 44, Divine Level Ability. Most Beautiful Scenic View. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 24 years old. Identity, President of Lu Ruyan Clothing Company. Talent, Clothing Design, Ice Skin and Jade Bone. Breathing method enables the ice skin and jade bone talent to be enhanced. Intimacy, 95 points. Full value 100 points. Ruyan Lu learned the breathing method for just that little bit, and her information changed. Unexpectedly, the simple and practical breathing method was actually capable of allowing the ice muscle and jade bone talent to be enhanced. Chu Feng vaguely had a premonition. If this went on for a long time, his extremely talented woman, Lu Ruyan, would continuously enhance the icy muscle and jade bone talent, constantly becoming even more high and cold, beautiful, and even more stunning. Her face and temperament and body and skin would all keep getting better. TSK, this is still just my own, randomly compiled breathing method based on my national art abilities, and it already has such an obvious effect. This is if, in the future, when one is able to obtain a divine choice, one chooses some sort of powerful breathing technique or something else good, then, wouldn't one's own extremely good woman, Lu Ruyan, have a better and greater change? Chu Feng felt that he had truly picked up a treasure here. The three little pink and jade carved loli were little treasures. The beautiful and stunningly cold President Lu Ruyan was the big baby. At this time, the little babies, in addition to the second daughter Nian, once learned. The rest of the two little babies are still trying to learn. The second daughter, Nian, after teaching Lu Ruyan once, immediately brightened up. Wow, mommy is so smart. After teaching just once, mommy is almost learning. Big sister, little sister, you guys have to work hard. Mom, watch, I'll teach you again, haha. Nian taught for the second time. Ruyan Lu except for a little bit of a small place that she didn't master. The rest was no longer a problem. For the third time, she didn't let her second daughter teach herself. Ruyan Lu practiced on her own. Finally, she had completely mastered it as well. Mommy is great. Mommy is great. Nian was so young that her compliments came and went in just a few sentences, but her words were all filled with sincerity. Chu Feng touched his second daughter's little head and laughed. Nian, what you mean by this sentence? Is it that mommy is great and awesome, and daddy is not great and awesome? No. Nian quickly shook her head. Daddy is the best. Daddy is the best and most powerful. Lu Ruyan didn't have the good sense to give Chu Feng a nice blank stare. Even his own family's precious daughter had to make fun of him. Where was there such a thing as a father? Lu Ruyan's anger returned to anger, but she was more and more impressed with her own man, Chu Feng, casually tinkering with a breathing method. She studied it and felt that it really had an effect, although some of the effects were very slight. If one did not carefully sense it, one might not even be able to discover it. However, this breathing was present every moment. In other words, it was capable of producing effects every moment. If an ounce by ounce was accumulated, it was unimaginable. Ruyan Lu was aware that Chu Feng had handed over to the Yangcheng private hospital to develop the body strengthening pill. If the breathing method was used, paired with the body strengthening pill, then this family of theirs, after a period of time, they would all be able to become little supermen. Ruyan Lu looked at Chu Feng's eyes and could not help but brighten a few points, and she could not help but follow her daughter, praising together. The child's father is the best. The child's father is the best. Lu Ruyan gave Chu Feng a thumbs up, giving him praise. The daughters followed suit and gave thumbs up towards Chu Feng one after another. At the same time, they shouted in unison, Dad is the best. Dad is the best. Being praised was something that made one's mood pleasant. Being praised by his own demonic daughters as well as the extremely talented women, Chu Feng's mood became even more cheerful. Adding to that, the familiar and pleasant voice of the simple, rough, and direct divine level selection system resounded in Chu Feng's mind. That feeling of smoothness was not to mention how enjoyable it was. Ding dong, host, Congratulations, Lu Ruyan and the 3 daughters have given you thumbs up and nods of approval, and you have obtained the divine level choice. 1. A random access to 1 god level ability. 2. A profitable supermarket chain. Please make your choice. The host will be rewarded as soon as possible afterward. Every time a god level choice was given, the choice given was an extremely generous reward. This time, it was no exception. The first choice was to randomly obtain a new god level ability. If one was able to obtain a god level ability, that would naturally be awesome and beautiful. The second choice, a profitable supermarket chain. The value of this, naturally, was not small. Chu Feng estimated that it would have to be at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. If you are lucky, you may be able to get an international supermarket chain. For example, what Carrefour, Walmart or something like that. That value, it would not be billions or tens of billions. Chu Feng, who already possessed almost $200 billion, directly passed on the second choice. He preferred the rewards of the first choice. System, I chose the first one. Host, congratulations, you are expected to obtain it 6 hours later. After 6 hours, that was almost around 8 o'clock in the evening. It was still early. Chu Feng was prepared to bring Lu Ruyan and the little Lolitas and play around a bit. After all, 4 or 5 years of companionship had been missing halfway through. Chu Feng had that time and ability, so naturally, he was willing to accompany his big baby and little baby more. He brought the family and left the company in the elevator. CC Nyen Nyen Choo Choo. Where do you guys want to go play next? Mommy and Daddy are taking you guys today, to have a good time. As the saying goes, a son should be raised poorly and a daughter should be raised richly. Chu Feng didn't know how other people raised their daughters richly. Anyway, he was planning to let his daughter eat the best, drink the best, wear the best, play the best, live the best, and use the best, receive the best education, enjoy the best life, and savor the best time. Chu Feng didn't just intend to do so, he was also prepared to do so. He had all the capital and ability to do so. After Chu Feng finished speaking, his own extremely talented woman, Lu Ruyan, followed suit and took a stance. CC Nyen Nyen Choo Choo. Your father is right. Wherever you guys want to play today, Mom and Dad will accompany you. The second daughter, Nyen Nyen, had a confident smile on her face. Learning the breathing method just now made her realize that she was better than her elder sister and younger sister, as well as her mother and grandmother. This made her confidence skyrocket. At the same time, it also made her sense of responsibility for protecting her older sister and sister's mom and dad follow her. At this moment, her first thought was not about where to go and play. Rather, she was thinking about acquiring the implements she needed. Let yourself become more powerful earlier, so that you can protect your family. Instead of being like in the past, she was powerless in the face of a little fatty's denigration and pushing and shoving. She pulled on the hem of Chu Feng's shirt, tilted her blowing little face, and said to Chu Feng, Daddy, I want to go buy some implements for practicing. I told you that last night, and you promised me. Chu Feng slapped his forehead. He remembered that he had indeed promised his precious daughter Nyen Nyen at that time. It was almost a breach of faith. Good. Next, we'll buy Nyen Nyen the thing she needs. Thank you, Daddy. Long live Daddy. Chu Feng smiled as he touched his little baby daughter Nyen Nyen's little head. Then he asked the remaining 2 little Lolitas in front of him. CC Nyen Nyen Choo Choo. What do you guys want to buy? I need to buy something today, so let's not go play first. I'll take you guys to play wherever you want to go another day. Let's make a big purchase today and buy whatever you guys want. The little Lolitas. Giddy. Long live Daddy. Long live Daddy. The daughters' cheers attracted the gazes of the people around them. Chu Feng's line of people. The turnaround rate was absolutely off the charts. The men were handsome and imposing, and the women were cool and noble and beautiful. The little Lolitas almost all looked exactly the same. Each one of them was carved as if they were carved from exquisite white jade. Wherever they go, they are the most beautiful scenery line. Next, Chapter 45, Magnificent Daddy. Special circumstances. The rest of the little darlings other than Nyen Nyen also came up with what they wanted. Big sister, Nyen Nyen, wanted to buy a few fragrant sandalwood ornaments. Her room, like an ancient palace. It was her favorite style. Only, she was still a 4-year-old now after all. It felt like the room was a bit dull. Want to add some? Can be integrated into the style of the room? At the same time can make the room is not so boring serious and old-fashioned ornaments. My eldest daughter, CC, wants to buy some tools for painting. Last night, she looked at some famous paintings on the wall and felt something in her heart. She also wants to take a pen and paper and draw something herself. In addition, she is also a bit in love with the Steinway piano in her room. The youngest daughter, Choo Choo, wants to buy a water tank and raise some small fish in her room. A group of people walk around and see what they want to say. Ornaments and whatnot. There are quite a few art stores. Chu Feng first brought his daughters and headed to a few art stores in Wanda Plaza. The owner's wife of the art store, Once she saw the three little pink and jade Lolitas, immediately, her eyes lit up and she welcomed them with a smiling face. These days, children's money, as well as women's money, it was the best to earn. In Chu Feng's line, there were 2 women and 3 children. This was a complete big customer awe. The boss's wife recommended some artworks that ordinary people would prefer. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui had seen the royal jewelry in Chu Feng's hands. For these so-called works of art, they naturally looked quite a bit. The 3 little pink and jade carved loli were also the same. It doesn't look good. It feels too fake. It seems like it's of a very low grade. The little Lolita's comments made the boss's wife want to cry. After thinking about it, the boss's wife took out her crystal ball that had just arrived. This crystal ball had been selling very well recently. A few batches of goods were delivered before last, and they were all sold out. Every day, it sells quite a lot, and is deeply loved by children and girls. The boss's wife confidently took the crystal ball out. She believed that she would immediately be able to sell at least 3 at a time. Only, when she took these crystal balls out to the little Lolitas, the little Lolitas shook their heads. It's not pretty, too childish, no class. It's not as nice as the marbles daddy gave us. The little Lolita's words made the boss's wife skeptical. What kind of marbles that can look even better than this crystal ball of mine? The boss's wife was a bit disbelieving. Marbles were something that the average person had played with. This one couldn't even be talked about as good looking. Seeing that the boss's wife didn't believe it, the little Lolitas said, "My mom and dad said it's a night pearl. Anyway, it's big and pretty. My dad says it's even prettier when it's given at night." Night pearls? Marbles? The boss's wife was even more winded. After Chu Feng left with his daughters, the boss's wife still didn't believe it. Only, when her cousin, the person in charge of the Dior boutique who had previously been driven away by Chu Feng at the pedestrian street, entered the store. When she asked her about Chu Feng's daughter's preferences and prepared to think of a way to throw in her favor, the boss's wife finally realized Chu Feng's identity. Heavens, so it's the big boss. No wonder her women and daughters are so discerning. Someone that rich must not be able to look at ordinary crafts like mine. No, the boss's wife abruptly remembered something. Those little Lolitas, they say that the marbles their dads give them to play with are night pearls. So is this true? Holy yeah, rich people are really so posh. Chu Feng brought his daughters with him, strolling through various stores. He didn't know how many envious eyes he had harvested. The eldest daughter, CC, hadn't found the ornament she wanted for the time being. Later, she had a bright idea and asked Chu Feng, "Dad, can I put the marbles you gave us, that is, the night pearl, on the table in the room as an ornament?" "Of course you can. Not only can you use it as an ornament, but you are also able to use it as an electric light that doesn't use electricity." "That would be great. I'll go back and put the night pearl in my room." The eldest daughter, CC, made a decision. The remaining few daughters also said they would do the same. In the entire afternoon, Chu Feng brought his mother-in-law, Lu Chui, his own extremely good woman, Lu Ruyan, and his 3 little powdered loli daughters. It was almost like strolling through the entire Wanda Plaza. The daughters didn't have many fancy items, clothes, shoes, and such things. Chu Feng procured all of them in the luxury store. Some daily necessities, there were basically all of them inside the 9 halls no. 1 villa. Chu Feng also mainly bought some clothes and skirts for his mother-in-law, Lu Chui, as well as his own extremely good woman, Lu Ruyan. 6 o'clock in the evening, the lights were beginning to come on. Chu Feng was already driving the Cavalier 15, taking the family with him, and returning to the 9 halls. He had already called the beautiful housekeeper of the family, Yu Lingyue, in advance. She was asked to prepare a sumptuous dinner. At around 7 o'clock, Chu Feng's top-grade luxury car had already returned to the entrance of Villa No. 1 of the 9 halls. Through the gate's voice control system, Chu Feng directly drove the car in. "CC Nian Nian Chu Chu. You're all hungry, right? Go wash your hands and then go to the restaurant. Your sister Lingyu has already prepared your favorite meals." Chu Feng brought his daughters and went to wash their hands together. In the midst of laughter, they arrived at the dining room together. Seeing the beautiful butler private secretary Yu Lingyue, who was wearing a water and ink-colored cheongsam and was serving food, Chu Feng's mind moved. Imperial pupil technique. Since today, obtaining the long-live the emperor's treasure box. After Chu Feng opened it, he obtained the emperor's pupil technique. Today, he had already used the emperor's pupil technique many times. Every time he used it, he was directly able to see the target's information, name, age, identity, friendliness, loyalty or intimacy. It could be said that this ability had been unbeatable. It was very simple and convenient to use. And this time, Chu Feng had used the emperor's pupil technique on Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper of the family. Yet, a different situation had occurred. P.S. Kneeling to ask for free gifts to urge for more work and 5-star positive reviews. Author June pays thanks. Chapter 46 Interesting Beautiful Housekeeper. Name, Yu Lingyu. Age, 23 years old. Identity, Private Secretary Beautiful Housekeeper. Other identities unknown. Talent, Super Learning, Super Powerful Learning Ability. Loyalty, 80. Full value of 100 points. Chu Feng had long felt that Yu Lingyu was extremely outstanding. Now, it seemed that it was really outstanding to the point of being somewhat excessive. She actually had a talent as well. This caused Chu Feng to be extremely marveled. However, it was not too much of a marvel. What Chu Feng was even more marveled at was the fact that besides her own private secretary beautiful housekeeper identity, Yu Lingyu had this other identity. She unexpectedly had this other identity. Moreover, her other identity, his own emperor's pupil technique, for the time being, was unexpectedly unable to view it. Interesting, still really interesting. This beautiful housekeeper is really making me more and more curious. Seeing as your loyalty, which has reached 80 points, is considered very loyal to me, I won't ask too many questions for now. Everyone had their own secrets, and Chu Feng possessed the biggest secret in this world. Boss, you said last time that the braised lion's head was delicious. I then made it again tonight, so sit down and try it. The beautiful housekeeper greeted Chu Feng and the little Lolitas and prepared to start the meal. Yesterday, there were only 12 dishes. Today, however, there were a full 18 dishes prepared. Every dish was full of color and flavor. It made people's fingers tingle. Deep sea yellowtail, excellent caviar, foie gras, truffles, matsutake mushrooms, rhubarb fish, swordfish, brocade lobster, and this what hairy crabs. These are not a few. These ingredients, the average chef simply cannot touch. The average person, not to mention eating, have not even seen. Yu Lingyu actually procured all of them, and every dish, surprisingly, was cooked extremely well. This housekeeper of my family is really something extraordinary. The two of them, Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui, also couldn't help but continuously glance sideways. Both of them were puzzled. These seemingly extremely expensive ingredients. How did Yu Lingyu get so many at once? And surprisingly, they were all made very delicious. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui very much wanted to ask. However, given that today, Chu Feng had already given them enough shock, they also guessed that these things must have been acquired by Chu Feng. Thinking like that, it seemed like there was nothing to ask. The little Lolitas, then, didn't want that much. They didn't eat much at a time. Moreover, they had walked quite a bit in the afternoon, and had consumed quite a bit of physical strength. They were more hungry than usual. At this time, all of them were sitting on their own seats. At Chu Feng's command, they simultaneously moved their chopsticks. Oh, delicious it's really too delicious. Mom, Dad, Grandma, you guys quickly eat. It's really delicious. Foie gras, truffles, matsutake mushrooms, rhubarb fish, swordfish, brocade lobster, and this what's his name hairy crab, as well as made deep-sea rhubarb fish, excellent caviar. As the son of the former richest man, 5 years ago, Chu Feng ate a lot. Only later, he hadn't eaten much. Now he tasted it. It was all a bit stopping. It's delicious. It was really delicious. Boss, the perfect match for foie gras is Pinot Gris, late harvest Pinot Gris, from Alsace. Sautern's noble rot sweet white, Alsace late harvest Gewürztraminer, and Tokaji with a sweetness level of 5 is also a good match. The beautiful housekeeper walked in a graceful manner and smiled gaily. She was holding 3 bottles of imported top-grade red wine in her hands. Top-grade red wines. Chu Feng had drank quite a few of them before. But what brand of red wine and with what? Chu Feng was unclear. At this moment, watching Yu Lingyu's graceful movements, she was making red wine foie gras on the spot. Chu Feng, Lu Ruyan, and the others, were also considered to have their eyes opened. Boss, please wait a moment. After the red wine foie gras is made, you need to wait 3 minutes before you can enjoy it. At that time, it is the moment when the flavor is the most fragrant and delicious. Chu Feng quietly watched Yu Lingyu perform. Her delicate figure, outlined by the ink-colored cheongsam, even more beautiful and colorful. Regarding this beautiful housekeeper who was so outstanding that she was somewhat excessive, Chu Feng became more and more curious. What exactly is Yu Lingyu doing here as a housekeeper? Seeing how loyal she is, it is impossible for her to cause harm to me and my family. Then what could her purpose be? 3 minutes passed in a flash. Boss, please enjoy. Although being the son of the richest man, Chu Feng had also been around for some time, but with knives and forks and these utensils, he still felt that they were not as smooth as chopsticks. Chu Feng directly used his sandalwood chopsticks, chucked a piece of foie gras, and tasted it. Sure enough, it was much more delicious than the red wine foie gras that he had eaten before. Ruyan Lu, you also taste it. After the beautiful president tasted it, she was also full of praise. Dad, red wine foie gras has red wine inside. We can't taste it, right? The youngest daughter, Chu Chu, asked hopefully. The other little Lolitas also cast curious and expectant gazes. Eat a little less. It's fine. Chu Feng had been paying attention to his daughter's bodies at noon today. When they were at the dessert store, he realized that the daughters did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable after eating the dessert. Even the youngest daughter, Chu, who had the worst body, was doing everything as usual. Yesterday to today, twice eating dessert, all were fine. Obviously, from the time they took the body-strengthening pill, their physique had been greatly improved. Compared to before, it was extremely different. Definitely won't catch a cold or get sick without moving anymore. A dish of red wine foie gras, in a 5-star hotel, was priced at 9,600 soft sister coins. Chu Feng had eaten it and remembered that price. Only, that flavor was not as good as the one made by Yu Lingyue. Not long after, the family finished sharing the red wine foie gras. Everyone was full of praise, even Lu Chui, who didn't intend to eat these, which were considered to be rare and strange dishes by many people, ended up tasting a bit under Chu's persuasion. She, likewise, marveled in admiration. The red wine foie gras was delicious, and so were the other dishes. A meal that lasted a full hour. Having eaten and drunk enough, the little Lolitas once again stuck to Chu Feng's side. Papa, I'm full. Take us for a stroll through the garden? Yes, Daddy, let's go for a walk together. We can also go see the little fishes in the stream. Chu Feng glanced at his own extremely talented woman who was not far away with gentle eyes. It was still early, and the two of them's two-person world, for the time being, was not in a hurry. Chu Feng simply agreed to his daughter's request. The family swayed and walked towards the outdoor garden. In the dining room, the beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, was clearing the table. With the remaining light of her eyes, she had been looking at Chu Feng's back, with her head slightly bowed. She did not know what she was thinking. Chu Feng, with his daughters in tow, had just arrived at the garden. The family strolled around the garden for a while. The third daughter, Nian, looked at the imported solar streetlights in the garden and suddenly thought of something. Dad, it's nighttime now. Can't we look at the night pearl now? Dad, you said it. The night pearl is only the most beautiful at night, when there is no light around it. The night pearl was mentioned, and the little Lolitas responded. Daddy, we want to see the night pearl. Daddy, there are streetlights here. Isn't it inappropriate? Daddy, where did you put the night pearl? Chu Feng looked at the leaping and excited little darlings and laughed. You want to see the night pearl, right? That's good. Let's go back to the villa room. Turn off the lights and you can have a good look. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the youngest daughter, Chu, jumped up with joy. Great. We can go see the night pearl. Dad, let's go to your room together. Yes, Dad. Your room is the biggest. Let's watch it together as a family. The daughters spoke to each other. One by one, they were so happy that they couldn't help themselves. The crowd returned to the villa together. At this time, the beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, had already cleaned up the dining room and kitchen. Boss, Ruyan Lu, you guys are back. See Nian Chu. Why are you guys so happy? Any happy good things? Tell sister Lingyue too. Yu Lingyue was already a good talker, and coupled with her cooking skills, she had long won the little Lolita's favor. She casually asked, and the little Lolitas spoke directly. Sister Lingyue, Daddy is taking us to our room to see the night pearl. Sister Spirit Moon, why don't you come with us to see it too? Daddy gave us 6 night pearls. All of them are beautiful. Night pearls? 6 night pearls? Yu Lingyue was startled for a moment, then she looked at Chu Feng. Boss, can I take a look together? Yu Lingyue's loyalty degree, which reached 80 points, was considered extremely loyal. With such a loyalty degree, one would never do anything unfavorable to Chu Feng and Chu Feng's family. Showing her the night pearl was no big deal. Chu Feng also wanted to take the opportunity to see how this rather mysterious beautiful housekeeper would react when she saw the night pearl. No problem, Lingyue, why don't you come with us? Chu Feng led the crowd and directly arrived at his luxurious room that was more than 100 square feet. Just as he entered the room, Chu Feng heard the system's pleasant beeping sound. It turned out that the randomized god-level abilities obtained during the day could now be directly extracted. Chapter 47, Really Too Good Looking, A Daughter's Request. Ding dong, host, congratulations, your randomized god tier ability is ready to be extracted. May I ask if you want to extract it now? Extract it, host, congratulations, the random upgrade ability you extracted is the god tier piano ability. Surprisingly, this ability, the piano, was a keyboard instrument in Western classical music, known as the king of instruments. It consists of 88 keys, 52 white keys and 36 black keys, and a metal string soundboard. The Italian Bartolomeo Cristofori, 1655 to 1731, invented the piano in 1709. The range of the piano is from A2, 27 5 Hz to C5, 4186 Hz, which includes almost all the musical notes in the musical tone system. It was the musical instrument with the widest range besides the pipe organ. The moment Chu Feng obtained this reward, he possessed a vast amount of piano-playing skills and abilities in his mind. At the same time, he had directly become the person with the strongest piano ability in the world. There was no one, even in the world, those international piano masters who were renowned both at home and abroad. In front of Chu Feng, they were also younger brothers, Chu Feng's fingers, body, and even his cells. It was as if he had been playing the piano for millions of years. His wealth of experience and skill was unrivaled. Cece seems to be very interested in the piano. However, I remember that her talent is painting. Chu Feng once again looked at his precious daughter. Cece, Imperial Pupil Technique. Name, Chu Cece. Age, 4 years old. Identity, pink sculpted little loli. Talent, painting, piano, inactivated. Intimacy, 96 points. Full value 100 points. TSK. Before, there was only one talent, but now there are actually 2. Not bad for having his own excellent genes. Since my daughter has a talent for piano, I can't bury my daughter's talent. It's just not activated. I must find a way to help my daughter activate it. Chu Feng secretly nodded his head. Now, I don't really need an outsider to teach her. I am the person with the strongest piano ability in the world, and there is no one better suited than me to teach my own little baby. Chu Feng smiled faintly, and his entire aura seemed to have been sublimated. Originally, Chu Feng wore the title of National Arts Master. He possessed the kind of patriarchal demeanor of a national martial arts master. Nowadays, Chu Feng's temperament had the additional noble elegance of a divine pianist. Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper who was walking behind Chu Feng, noticed Chu Feng's change. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, her entire being shocked. Just now, was I blind? Why do I feel that Chu Feng seems to have become handsome again? This kind of noble and elegant temperament, those aristocratic gentlemen don't even possess. Yu Lingyue rubbed her eyes and once again looked towards Chu Feng. The noble and elegant temperament on Chu Feng's body seemed to be inherent. Yu Lingyue was in a bit of a trance. Perhaps it was me who, in the past, neglected it? Such an aura requires enough substance and accumulation before it can be formed. It is absolutely impossible to suddenly possess it. Yu Lingyue shook her head, no longer thinking much. Along with the little Lolitas, they entered Chu Feng's room together. The room was simply too large. A single room alone was larger than a house of the vast majority of people. The room was so luxurious that ordinary people would be absolutely stunned. Yu Lingyue saw that Chu Feng, out of nowhere, had taken out a black plastic bag. This kind of plastic bag, Yu Lingyue, who was the current personal housekeeper, would see it every day. The bag that was used to place on the garbage can and store garbage was this one. Boss, he shouldn't be using the bag that holds the trash to hold the night pearl, right? The person who owned such an entire 9-halls villa worth more than $10 billion was able to own the night pearl. Yu Lingyue was not surprised by this. What she was surprised about was actually using a bag for garbage to hold the night pearl. It's true that rich people are always so casually otherworldly. At this moment, Chu Feng took out the black bag from the storage space of the dragon-type ring between his fingers. The night pearl, the royal jewelry treasure chest, and the heirloom jade seal were all in the bag. This item, the heirloom jade seal, was naturally fine to be used to smash walnuts for his precious daughter, but it is best not to let Yu Lingyue see. After all, this thing is unique and special. Even if Yu Lingyue's loyalty was not low, she still needed to avoid some unnecessary trouble. As for the royal jewels and night pearls, it doesn't matter much. It was not surprising at all for a truly rich person to possess these things. Chu Feng took out the treasure chest, and the 3 little Lolitas, all of them, gathered around. Papa, quickly open the chest. I want to see the night pearl. I also want to see Daddy. Cece, who was the eldest sister, was the most stable. She reminded, Daddy, do we need to turn off the lights? After her reminder, the rest of the little Lolitas also said, Daddy, let's turn off the lights first. First, after turning off the lights, the night pearl is even more beautiful. Right, Dad? Let's turn off the lights first. Looking at his excited daughters, Chu Feng laughed. Okay, turn off the lights first. Then look at the night pearl. Extremely beautiful Lu Ruyan dotingly looked at her daughters and also followed with a smile. Don't be in a hurry. Mom will go turn off the lights here. However, the beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, was already walking quickly to the switch. I'll turn off the lights. There was a snap. The luxurious rooms imported crystal lamps worth more than $1 million. Dimmed. CC Nyen Chu. You guys don't blink yo. Daddy will open the treasure chest this time. Let you guys have a good look at how beautiful the night pearl is at night. Chu Feng smiled and directly opened the royal jewelry treasure chest. The 3 night pearls placed at the top had different night colors, but at this moment, They were competing in beautiful. Whoa whoa whoa. So beautiful. Really, it's so beautiful. Daddy, this is the prettiest marble Choo Choo has ever seen. Choo Choo, this is not called a marble. Mom said this is called a night pearl. I don't care. Anyway, Dad said he gave it to me to play with as a marble. So it is a marble. The little Lolitas marveled and were excited. Gathering around Chu Feng, they couldn't stop looking at the night pearl. Next to them, Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan, also couldn't move their eyes. It was too beautiful. Too beautiful. Such a treasure. An average person might not see it once in their lifetime. Even Yu Lingyu, who had expected this, couldn't help but be shocked in her heart at this time. Surprisingly, there are so many gold and silver jewels, and all these gold and silver jewels, they don't seem to be mortal. It looks like they're royal items, and they're worth a lot of money. And these 3 night pearls, they're really too beautiful. Yu Lingyu fell in love with these goodies at a glance. She hastily shook her head, just enjoying looking at it, and had no intention of keeping it for herself. Yu Lingyu's gaze once again fell on Chu Feng next to the treasure chest. Only the 6 rays of light emanating from the night pearl were seen shining on the face of the handsome Chu Feng, who had an extraordinary aura. Yu Lingyu's orientation was just enough to see Chu Feng's handsome side face. In a trance, she was somewhat mesmerized. Her eyes involuntarily brightened a few points again. Softly muttering a few times, she did not know what she was saying. The crystal lights in the room were turned off. But now, the room was still bright. Moreover, it was still a radiance like a rainbow that shone in all directions of the room. Dad, the night pearl is really so pretty at night. Yeah, it's so beautiful. It's like a rainbow. The little Lolitas were still marveling. Suddenly, the eldest female daughter, CC, made an odd request towards Chu Feng. P.S. Kneel down and ask for free gift hypes and 5-star positive reviews. Author June pays thanks. Chapter 48 Shocked. A daughter's talent. Daddy, can I play the night pearl like I play the piano? The daughter's request was a bit odd. The night pearl was just pretty to look at, but it wasn't a musical instrument. No matter how it was played, it wouldn't produce a pleasant sound. Facing his daughter's request, Chu Feng of course, agreed. CC, you play it, but be careful. Don't break your sister's night pearls. After all, Dad has already given the night pearl to each of you. If you count carefully, the night pearl now belongs to you 3 sisters, not to Daddy. The rest of the little Lolitas, one after another, expressed that they didn't mind CC playing with it for a bit. Chu Feng was also happy to see his daughters being harmonious and happy. He saw that his daughter was only 4 years old now, and was a bit out of reach of the treasure chest, and the night pearl in the treasure chest. Chu Feng simply picked CC up, making it convenient for CC to play the night pearl like a piano. Red, orange, yellow, green and blue, a total of 6 colors. If he was able to get a purple color in the future, then the 7 colors of the rainbow would really be complete. CC's fair little hands really looked like they were playing the piano, without making any sound. CC's movements were very gentle. She was just inspired and found it fun and interesting. Next to her, Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan were smiling when they saw Chu Feng doting on his daughter so much. One was praising in his heart that Chu Feng was the perfect son-in-law. One was secretly praising that Chu Feng was the perfect husband. At the same time, the two also had a new label for Chu Feng, perfect milkman. At that moment, in the room, there was only the beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue, who did not smile. She was slightly farther away from where Chu Feng and the others were. After all, her status was different. She was only a housekeeper, a secretary and a henchman, not Chu Feng's family. After turning off the crystal lights, she stood a little further away. Looking at Chu Feng's family, they were happy and joyful. She was inexplicably a bit sentimental, so much so that I want to blend in and laugh along with them. Yu Lingyue just watched as Chu Feng spoiled the little lowly CC. Watching CC's little hand, she gently played on top of the night pearl. Watching it, Yu Lingyue had a strange feeling. Obviously, there was no sound, but because of Chu Chu's movements, it caused the light to change. It was as if Yu Lingyue was hearing some kind of marvelous rhythm. Only, this rhythm just appeared, then it quietly disappeared. Elusive. This was still because Yu Lingyue had once also studied piano for a while. It was only because she was considered to have extremely high piano attainments that she was able to discover it. An ordinary person shouldn't be able to see it. Lu Chui, Lu Ruyan, and the remaining 2 little Lolitas didn't notice it. Even CC herself did not notice it. However, Chu Feng, who had obtained a divine-level piano ability not long ago, had keenly discovered it. Music was an art form and cultural activity whose medium was sound organized on time. The general definition of music includes common components such as pitch, which governs melody and harmony, rhythm, and its associated concepts of tempo, meter, and articulation, dynamics, loudness and softness. and the sonic qualities of timbre and texture, which are sometimes referred to as the color of the musical sound. Different styles or types of music may emphasize, de-emphasize, or ignore some of these elements. Music is played with a wide variety of instruments and vocal techniques. There are instrumental-only works, vocal-only works, such as songs without instrumental accompaniment, and works that combine singing and instrumentation. Chu Feng, who possessed a divine-level piano ability, did not only have absolute skill and experience as well as ability with regards to the piano. The associated aspects of music were all extremely high attainments as well. After all, it was a 100 pass. However, Chu Feng had not even thought about it, the kind that his daughter, CC, had just done, giving off a feeling of music based on the change in color. It was worthy of being a demonic little baby with some sort of talent. Almost all the time, she was giving Chu Feng all sorts of surprises. Chu Feng slightly closed his eyes, citing one example, projecting and exploring. She, who possessed divine-level piano abilities, was already playing it an unknown number of times in her mind. A minute later, Chu Feng violently opened her eyes. CC, watch, Daddy will teach you once. After saying those words, Chu Feng held CC with one hand. With the other hand, he flicked on 6 different colored night pearls. The 6 colors of light constantly changed. In the beginning, CC, as well as the other little Loli, didn't see anything. It only felt that what Daddy flicked out just looked good. Lu Ruyan, Lu Chui, were the same. Yu Lingyu, who was slightly farther away, could see a little bit, but she wasn't sure. A minute later, it was getting better. In the room, there was clearly no sound, but Yu Lingyu felt like she was hearing pleasant piano music. Chu Feng's hand, changing its movements, drove the colors to shift. It was like pressing the keys of a piano, yet it was like plucking the heartstrings. All of the sounds did not come from the ears. Rather, it flowed directly through the heart. The kind of music that made the soul sublimate with it was something Yu Lingyu had never seen or heard before. Her entire body was dumbfounded and confused. Shocked, beyond words. In Chu Feng's arms, CC felt that magical music after Yu Lingyu. Although, she felt it after Yu Lingyu. However, she was one step ahead of Yu Lingyu and became intoxicated. Her heartstrings followed the plucking of Papa Chu Feng's fingers. The entire person became even more intoxicated. It was as if a moment of time had passed, and as if a long time had passed. An invisible light flashed across Chu Chu's body. Chu Feng, who had been paying attention to his precious daughter Chu Chu from the beginning to the end, noticed it at the first moment. With his emperor's pupil technique, he once again checked Chu Chu's information. Chu Feng was surprised to find that his daughter's talent. Chapter 49, Dad is the one who is powerful. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his daughter's talent was activated. Previously, during the daytime, Chu Feng had looked at it with his emperor's pupil technique. However, his daughter's information showed that the talent had not yet been activated. And now, Chu Feng once again used the emperor's pupil technique to view it. It was discovered that his daughter's information had already changed. Name, Chu Cece. Age, 4 years old. Identity, pink sculpted little Loli. Talent, painting, music. Intimacy, 96 points. Full value 100 points. TSK. Daughter's talent, is this an upgrade? At first, I thought it was the piano. Only now did I realize that the piano was only one of the talents. Chu Feng was also only unrivaled in the piano, but in terms of violin, organ, guitar, guzheng, and so on and so forth, Chu Feng could only be said to be versatile and possessed extremely high attainments. Only in the non-piano field, there was definitely someone who surpassed Chu Feng. Of course, there must not be many people who could surpass Chu Feng. Right now, Chu Feng looked at his daughter Chu Chu's talent and could not help but be surprised once again. The musical coverage, that was much greater than the piano alone. An amazing sense of music, a musical wizard. This kind of gifted person, as long as she wanted to, then she would be able to reach unimaginable heights for ordinary people in any field related to music. She could become a pianist, a violinist, a virtuoso, a musical conductor, a guzheng master, a master of any instrument, and as long as one wasn't pentatonic, with a little training, with an amazing sense of music, there was no problem in becoming a singer. It could be said that Chu Chu possessed the talent of being a musical wizard with an amazing sense of music. She could become an all-round musician in the future, in any field of music, becoming a godlike existence. TSK. By then, my precious daughter will be even more powerful than me. I'll have to cultivate it properly. Chu Feng's sentimental, impromptu performance just now. It was almost a musical performance that rattled the heartspin. It required opportunity. Without a special opportunity, it was simply difficult to do so. Chu Feng saw the activation of his daughter's talent and was pleasantly surprised in his heart. The movements in his hands naturally paused. That kind of mysterious and marvelous playing was gone for good, unless it was the next time, with the right opportunity, there would be a chance to replicate it. For the kind of soundlessness just now, which could be called soul music, the one who was most deeply touched was Chu in Chu Feng's arms, who used it to directly activate her talent. The person who was second most touched was Yu Lingyue, who was the furthest away. Only, she did not have a music-related talent. Otherwise, she would have been able to utilize Chu Feng's stirring of the heartspin just now to directly sublimate her soul and touch a higher realm of music. Of course, the sensation just now did not help her in a small way. Previously, Yu Lingyue's piano was a professional grade 8. The piano's examinations were divided into amateur and professional. There were 10 grades in total. Professional grade 8 was already an extremely high level. And now, Yu Lingyue felt that she could now directly take the professional grade 9. And Yu Lingyue also felt that she had a great hope of successfully advancing. In piano or other music, one wanted to advance. In addition to their own skills and experience, there are extremely high requirements for musical understanding, rendering of emotions, mobilization of atmosphere, control of musicality, and so on. Improvement in these areas can also help to improve the ability of the profession. Such a simple and easy enhancement made Yu Lingyue feel grateful to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's entire body and mind were currently on his precious daughter, Chu. He simply did not notice Yu Lingyue's current change of heart. Chu, how do you feel? Dad, I feel as if I'm a little different, but I can't tell exactly where. Chu Feng smiled. His daughter had only just activated her talent, so she should need a little time to adapt and get used to it. He touched Chu's little head and said again, "Si Nyen Chu. You all take your respective night pearls. You guys can go back to your own rooms now, or you can follow Daddy. Daddy will now make a trip to CC's room to teach CC to play the piano." The three blow-up little Lolitas each picked up their own piece of the night pearl. Before, it had been too long without Daddy by their side. Now that they had their father Chu Feng with them, the little Lolitas who were happy and joyful every day, they were all very sticky to Chu Feng, not willing to part with him. At this moment, they also all coincidentally expressed that they wanted to go to CC's room along with them. CC's room was equally luxurious. Moreover, she liked several rooms. However, the room that was chosen today, the most distinctive feature inside was a Steinway piano. The piano's price tag a long time ago was over $18 million. The actual value had long ago been far more than that. Chu Feng hugged Chu and sat on the liftable chair in front of the Steinway piano. CC, you play the piano again now. Okay Dad. CC agreed, and with her two small hands, she began to play. Only 4 years old, she hadn't been learning for long. Not even the basic fingering was skillful. Sometimes, there was a feeling that both hands were a little bit nowhere. But, CC, who possessed an amazing sense of music and a gifted musical wizard talent, used her crappy fingering to play the beautiful sound of the zither. CC was only just learning, and didn't know or understand a lot of things. Just, with his amazing sense of music, she was able to press the buttons in a very good way. This really needs talent. People without talent, press out is noise. Those who have talent, press out is music. Chu Feng admired his own daughter. CC, her talent was really too strong. The more she understood about music, the deeper her feelings became. Yu Lingyue, who had followed behind the crowd and had also arrived at CC's room, marveled. She even directly spoke out to praise. CC, you're awesome. I'm not awesome. Daddy is awesome. In the little Loli's tender voice, all of it was adoration for her father. Chu Feng, CC, it's already late. Just take an early bath and go to bed today. Starting tomorrow, Daddy will teach you piano. If you like the rest of the instruments, or singing, some of the basics, as well as some experience skills, Dad can teach you as well. Although CC was still unable to part with her father Chu Feng, she still nodded her head obediently and agreed. After all, she was the most delicate-minded and sweetest little cotton patty. Dad, then let's pull the hook and teach CC tomorrow. CC is going to become as powerful as Daddy in the future. Chu Feng reached out and pulled the hook with his baby girl very formally. At the same time, he also laughed. CC is already very powerful now, and will be even more powerful in the future. After instructing CC once again for a few sentences, Chu Feng left CC's room with the crowd, having just left the door. Chapter 50, Old Husband and Old Wife. Why are you still so shy? The second daughter, Nyen, also followed CC's example just now. Daddy, I also want to pull the hook with you. I also want Daddy, starting tomorrow, to teach me Kung Fu. Chu Feng agreed with his mouth full. No problem. Nurturing his daughter and enriching her. This was originally what Chu Feng was going to do. There was no need for Nyen to remind him. He would also do so. Currently, Chu Feng had 3 powdered and well-behaved baby daughters. Among them, there were 2 daughters that had already activated their talents. They were the second daughter, Nyen, and the eldest daughter, CC, the other youngest daughter, Chu. Her talent, for the time being, had not yet been activated, and still needed a specific opportunity, or a certain divine choice. Papa, can I still sleep with you tonight? The youngest daughter, Chu, was the first to see her father, Chu Feng. It was also the daughter who had spent the most time with Chu Feng than the other little Lolitas. At the same time, it was also the little baby that had the worst physical constitution and was the most sticky to Chu Feng. She tilted her little head, her eyes full of expectations. Chu Feng gently pinched Chu's glowing little face and laughed. Chu, last night, do you guys still remember? What did you say at that time? Last night what we said was that we slept with Dad last night, and tonight we will sleep by ourselves. Little Chu was a little reluctant to let Dad Chu Feng separate from himself, but in the end he was still strong and said, Daddy, Chu speaks his mind. Chu Feng immediately praised. Chu is so good. Next to her second daughter, Nian, rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she laughed cheekily. Dad, what we said last night was that we would sleep with Dad last night and sleep by ourselves tonight. But Daddy, we didn't say that we would still sleep by ourselves tomorrow night. Yo, so that means we can sleep with Daddy again tomorrow. This smart and dark little ingrate. He really didn't want his mom and dad to have a good time in the world of Tua. Thinking of the world of Tu, Chu Feng unconsciously thought of the gift that Ruyan Lu had sent him last night. I wonder tonight, is there any more gifts? That's right, the royal jewelry treasure chest that I got from the bonsai treasure chest that I obtained today. Inside there are scrolls that cannot be seen by mother-in-law, as well as the 3 precious daughters. Only the family's very best beauty, Order Lu Ruyan, is able to watch it with herself. That scroll, I'll give Ruyan Lu a good look at it later. Ruyan Lu is thin-faced. I wonder what kind of interesting picture she will have when she sees that scroll. Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan, as well as mother-in-law Lu Chui, were all urging the little Lolitas to take baths and sleep. At this time, Nian, the second daughter who loved to laugh and had a dark belly, once again said, Dad, we said we'd sleep by ourselves tonight, but we didn't say if we're taking a bath and shower by ourselves tonight? Dad, we've played all day today, can we? Nian didn't say the latter words, but her meaning was obvious. That was to seize every opportunity to stick together with Chu Feng, her father. Before Chu Feng could say anything, the beautiful president by his side, Lu Ruyan, had already nodded her head favorably. The meaning of one's own woman, that was one's own meaning. Chu Feng greeted the 3 little pink and jade Lolitas and headed to the washroom together. The washroom was equally luxurious, and it was also very large. Chu Feng, Lu Ruyan as well as the 3 precious daughters were inside, and all of them still appeared to be very empty. The washing pool inside was almost equivalent to a swimming pool. Mom and Dad, why don't you guys take a bath and shower with us? Lu Ruyan was thin-faced, and Chu Feng did not agree to this request from his daughters. The 2 of them bathed the 3 little Lolitas who looked almost exactly the same. After the bath, it was already half an hour later. CC Nian Chu. Okay, now you guys go to bed and sleep by yourselves. Mommy and Daddy are also going back to their room to take a bath and go to sleep. Good night. See you tomorrow. The well-behaved little Lolitas waved their hands. Good night, Daddy. Good night, Mommy. Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan looked at each other. Finally, the little darlings were taken care of. The next time was a 2-person world that belonged to the 2 of them. Ruyan Lu, let's go back to our room. Chu Feng, you have a bad smile on your face. Are you hitting on some bad ideas again? Heaven and earth. Chu Feng raised one of his hands and made the appearance of swearing. I, Chu Feng, am playing bad ideas. Chu Feng's seriousness caused Lu Ruyan to be confused for a moment. After quickly coming back to her senses, she immediately burst into laughter, nearly unable to stop. You're just a bad person, Lu Ruyan muttered. Then she took the initiative to hug Chu Feng's arm and walk towards the 2 of them's bedroom. At the corner, the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue, who wore an ink and water-colored cheongsam, looked at the back of Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan as they left, and her eyes were filled with envy. Chu Feng, who quickly returned to his room, closed and unlocked the door at the first opportunity. The daughters were very well behaved, and when they said that they would sleep by themselves tonight, they would sleep by themselves. It would not come over to disturb again. The next time belonged to the 2 of them, himself and Lu Ruyan. Chu Feng winked at Lu Ruyan and smiled. Child's mom, let's wash together. No, our child is 4 years old, already an old married couple. Why are you still so shy? I don't want you to care. Lu Ruyan reddened her pretty face, and was very arrogant. Right at this moment, Chu Feng took out the scroll that he had specially put away not to show to his daughter and mother-in-law in the Night 15 car earlier. Ruyan Lu, do you still remember the scroll in the royal jewelry case? At that time, you and the children wanted to see it. I didn't agree, because this is something that only the 2 of us can look at. The children can't. Now let's enjoy it together. This is the real handwriting of Jiangnan's #1 genius, Tang Bohu. Ruyanlu's curiosity was aroused by Chu Feng's words, probing her head to look. It was fine if she did not look. After looking, Ruyanlu could not help but hammer Chu Feng's heart with her small fist. Chu Feng, you really are a bad person. Surprisingly showing me this. Chu Feng laughed out loud. This is a true painting of Tang Pakfu. True art. He was telling the truth. This was the wind flow absolute smoothness picture, which could be said to be an aphrodisiac picture. Ruyan, let's study and learn? No. I know you women like to say the opposite. Ha ha ha. Can I escape? You can escape, but you can't. Chapter 51, Little Lori is adorable. It's a new day and the sun is shining brightly. In the morning, 7 o'clock, Chu Feng heard a knock on the door. So early? Who is it? Chu Feng had already rested well, so it didn't matter. But beside him, his own extremely beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan, was a little tired from last night and was still asleep. Chu Feng did not want his own beauty's big baby to be woken up by someone. Dad, are you up yet? The soundproofing effect of the bedroom door was very good. That is, Chu Feng had taken the body strengthening pill as well as the gene optimization liquid. Thus his body was far superior to normal people in all aspects. That was why he was able to faintly hear it. The beautiful president beside him would not be able to hear it at all. At this moment, Ruyanlu's picturesque eyebrows were gently wrinkled. However, her delicate face was unconsciously swirling with a smile like a flower in full bloom. She seemed to be having a beautiful dream, so much so that she was able to smile even in her sleep. Chu Feng leaned down and placed a slapdash touch on Lu Ruyan's glossy forehead. Then he lightly left. I'm still too strong. Chu Feng muttered and quickly put on his own clothes. Lifting his shoes, he did not put them on either, just so as not to make any noise and wake up his sleeping beauty. Lightly opening the door to his room. Nian, why are you up so early? Normally at this point, we would have gotten up long ago. Seeing her father Chu Feng, Nian subconsciously giggled. Chu Feng closed the door to his room and put on his shoes. At the same time, he inquired, Nian, your big sister and little sister, are they all up? The little loli shook her head. Daddy, yesterday, my elder sister and younger sister, they should have been too tired after playing all day, and are still sleeping now. Then weren't you tired yesterday? Why don't you sleep a little more? Daddy, I want to practice kung fu. I want to protect my elder sister and younger sister. I want to protect mom and dad. The little loli clenched her small fists. Her childish voice permeated with determination. Chu Feng, the national martial arts master whose body was far beyond normal, clearly felt it. The breathing method that he had taught his daughter Nian yesterday, she completely mastered it. There was no need to care at all. Every move, every breath, had become instinctive. Chu Feng sighed in admiration in his heart. My Nian little baby deserves to be a root and bone amazing martial arts prodigy. I really don't know. How powerful should the little loli be when she grows up? Chu Feng's large hand pulled his daughter's small hand, and together they walked towards the gym. Some of the things that Nian needed, Chu Feng did not buy in Wanda Plaza. After all, his daughter was only 4 years old now. Still too small. There were some equipment that was simply not suitable for Nian. This problem, Chu Feng was thinking of ways. It did not take long. Chu Feng and Nian, the two of them, arrived at the gym. To Chu Feng's surprise, the gym was unexpectedly occupied. Lingyu? Chu Feng did not expect that Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper of the family, was actually working out early in the morning. Yu Lingyue, who wore black fitness clothes, had a marvelous figure that was not even comparable to her own family's extremely beautiful woman. Lu Ruyan, long hair, tied behind her head, the clean and refreshing ponytail, as Yu Lingyu exercised, kept bouncing around. It was like a prancing pony. Sister Lingyu, good morning. The little loli, Nian, was very polite. Yu Lingyu, who was standing on the treadmill and walking as fast as she could, smiled back. Boss, Nian, good morning. The clothes on the little loli were actually all differentiated. Otherwise, it would be hard for outsiders to tell who was who, but even so, Yu Lingyue was able to instantly recognize that the little loli beside Chu Feng was Nian. It showed that the beautiful housekeeper's eyesight was extremely impressive. Chu Feng faintly smiled and greeted. Good morning Lingyu. Yu Lingyue glanced at her wristwatch. Wow, it's past 7 o'clock ah? Ruyanlu sent me a message last night telling me that I don't need to cook breakfast too early this morning, so I came over to exercise. Yu Lingyu said as she slowed down and got off the expensive imported treadmill. Her exquisite pretty face was red, her heart was heaving, and she was dripping with fragrant sweat. Beautiful and touching. The little loli beside Chu Feng couldn't help but praise. Sister Lingyu is so pretty. Yu Lingyu smiled sweetly. Nian, you guys and your mom are all better looking than sister. The little loli cocked her head and said seriously, everyone looks good, Both Chu Feng and Yu Lingyue were amused by the little loli. At that moment, Yu Lingyue had already arrived in front of Chu Feng. Boss, last night, Lu Ruyan told me that after you guys played all day yesterday, the little kids were expected to sleep a little longer, so we'll cook breakfast a little later this morning. It should be about time now. Boss, what would you like to eat this morning? I'll go prepare it right now. Chu Feng let Yu Lingyue look after herself. Anyway, no matter if it was breakfast or dinner, all of them were very sumptuous and delicious. There was no need to make any requests, and Yu Lingyue was able to do everything. In the gym, all kinds of exercise equipment, very complete. It is no less than a fitness club, and it's a lot more upscale than a general fitness club. Here all the fitness equipment, all are international top brands. Quality, service, absolutely top-notch. Chu Feng taught his daughter, Nian, that practicing kung fu was like rowing a boat against the current, and that if you didn't advance, you would fall back. Need to progress gradually. Long-term persistence, to be able to see good results. Dad, don't worry, Nian will definitely not let you down. The little loli's serious appearance was adorable. At the beginning, Chu Feng did not teach his daughter any moves, only the most basic and fundamental things were taught to her. The simple and effective technique of breathing method. Nian had already completely learned it. Chu Feng then taught his daughter to exercise her physical abilities, starting with the 3 basic skills of horse stance, running, and jumping. Any stance that did not have matching physical strength. Then, it was just like flowery fists and fistwork, and could not have any effect on the enemy. When Chu Feng said the essentials of the basic skills once, little loli would be able to memorize them. If Chu Feng said the basic movements once, the little baby would be able to learn them. Chu Feng's teaching was simply not too worry-free. Having such a demonic and outstanding daughter, Chu Feng was extremely pleased. Dad, I can just practice on my own now. Why don't you go see CC? Last night, you promised CC. I'll teach CC the piano today as well. Nian, who was the second sister, did not forget to shoulder her sister's responsibility, reminding Chu Feng, the father, to start teaching her younger sister the piano. Chu Feng agreed and quickly arrived at the door of CC's room. The daughters had played all day yesterday, and were indeed a little tired. The doors to the daughters' rooms were all closed. It looked like they were all still sleeping. Since that was the case, then let them sleep for a little while longer. Chu Feng turned around and was about to return to his own room to see if the sleeping beauty in his room had woken up. Vaguely, Chu Feng heard the sound of a piano. CC is also up? Chapter 52, Big Baby, see how I'll punish you. Since his daughter was up and was already starting to practice the piano, Chu Feng, who was standing at the door, naturally did not leave. He knocked on the door of the room. Knock. Soon, the door to the room opened. The well-behaved and clever sweet little cotton girl, CC, looked at Chu Feng with a smiling face and giggled. Daddy, good morning good morning my little baby. Chu Feng picked up his daughter, CC, and by the way restored the ground and turned around twice. Chu immediately giggled and laughed even more happily. Hearing his daughter's laughter, Chu Feng also couldn't help but smile. Laughing was 10 years less. Chu Feng felt that if he stayed with his daughters, even if he didn't take the strengthening body pill and life extension pill, he would probably still live younger and younger. The daughters were just too cute and adorable. Chu Feng hugged his daughter Chu and entered his daughter's room. The room was luxurious and extremely distinctive. The most attractive thing was the Steinway piano in the room. The night pearl that Chu Feng had given Chu was placed on top of the piano by Chu, making the entire piano. It seemed as if it was radiating light. It was worthy of being a reward opened from the system rewarded Bonsai's treasure box. The night pearl, very superb. A night had passed. It was still as bright as ever, and still continued to emit a soft glow. Chu Feng hugged his daughter and came directly in front of the piano. Chu, Daddy will start teaching you to play the piano now, okay? Okay, Daddy. Just like Nian. Let's all start with the most basic things. Chu Feng told his daughter, CC, that if she wanted to become an outstanding pianist, or musician, the first step was to first recognize what a piano was, and what music was. The piano is a keyboard instrument in Western classical music, known as the king of musical instruments. It consists of 88 keys, 52 white and 36 black, and a metal soundboard. The range of the piano is from A2, 27, 5 Hz, to C5, 4186 Hz, which includes almost all the musical notes in the musical system, and it is the instrument with the widest range except for the pipe organ. The piano is commonly used for solo, repertory and accompaniment performances. Music is an art form and cultural activity whose medium is sound organized on time. The general definition of music includes common components such as pitch, which governs melody and harmony, rhythm, and its associated concepts of tempo, meter, and articulation, dynamics, loudness and softness, and the sonic qualities of timbre and texture, which are sometimes referred to as the color of the musical sound. Different styles or types of music may emphasize, de-emphasize, or ignore some of these elements. Music is played with a wide variety of instruments and vocal techniques. There are instrumental works only, vocal works only, e.g., songs without instrumental accompaniment, and works that combine singing and instruments. Last night, Chu Feng's kind of spiritually inspired soundless music that tugged at the heartstrings. It had already surpassed people's cognition. It was unattainable and hard to replicate. Some profound things, Chu Feng did not even say. All of them were the simplest and most basic things that Onion started teaching. Chu Feng told CC that music was an art form that used sound as a means of expression, and the shaping of imagery was accomplished using organized sound as the material. Therefore, just as literature was the art of language, music was the art of sound. This is one of the basic characteristics of the art of music. The sound that was the means of expression of the art of music had some characteristics that were different from other sounds in nature. After a period of time, Chu Feng had already taken the basics and taught them once. Chu, all those that Dad said just now, you have to try to memorize them. Although they are all basic and simple things, but they will be helpful in the future. Dad, I've memorized everything you just said. So quickly. All memorized? Even though Chu Feng knew that his daughter was gifted and outstanding, comparable to a demon, but he was still shocked by his daughter's confident words. One must know that the classification of piano, as well as the basics of the broad category of music, it could be much more than the basic knowledge about martial arts that was taught to his second daughter, Nian. Before, it could even be said that it was fully many times more. Even Chu Feng, who was far beyond ordinary people in all aspects, did not dare to say that he would be able to completely memorize it after merely listening to it once. Chu, did you really memorize everything? Dad, CC really remembered everything. If you don't believe me, Dad can test it. CC, the sweet little cotton wool, said confidently. Alright, then Dad will test you. Chu Feng smiled and began to ask a question. Categorized by expression. What is music divided into? CC didn't even think about it and immediately said, Dad, categorized by expression. Music is divided into vocal music and instrumental music. After answering, Chu also continued. Vocal works can also be divided into different genres such as songs, rap music, opera music, operas, and so on, according to their different forms and styles. Instrumental works can be divided into solo pieces, repertoire pieces and ensemble pieces. C answered all of these, and that's not all. She also went through the different genres of songs, rap music, theater music, opera, etc., and what each of them are. Also the solo songs, repertoire songs, and ensemble songs, the related basics, were all perfectly retold as well. Chu Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he heard his daughter say word for word what he had taught her only a short while ago. His daughter was truly too demonic. CC, who possessed the talent of a musical wizard, was the same as Nian's talent in martial arts. As long as it was about knowledge in music, she was able to memorize it after hearing it once. As long as it was about musical skills, she would be able to learn them after learning them once. Chu Feng teaching his eldest daughter, CC, was just as easy and simple as teaching his second daughter, Nian. Next, Chu Feng asked a few more questions. For example, according to melodic style, music was divided into those? According to the basic elements, music was divided into those? Every time, Chu Feng had just asked a question. In the next instant, CC would answer directly without even thinking about it. And every time, the answers were all correct. Chu Feng, who was marveling continuously in his heart, finally told himself, my genes are really too excellent and powerful. To give birth to a daughter, it's simply too much. Next, Chu Feng taught Chu some more basic fingering techniques. Watching his daughter learn at the drop of a hat, Chu Feng was a bit struck by his demonic daughter. CC, you can practice on your own for a while Dad goes back to his room to wash up. Breakfast will be served later. Leaving his daughter's room, Chu Feng went straight back to his own lavish 100 square foot large room. I don't know if my sleeping beauty, has she woken up from her nap yet? Chu Feng lightly entered the room, and even his shoes, he purposely carried them in his hands. It was so as not to make a sound that would wake up baby Lu Ruyan, who was smiling even in her sleep. Only, when Chu Feng approached the valuable and expensive big bed, Chu Feng keenly discovered that the beautiful president, Lu Ruyan, with her narrow eyelashes, was slightly trembling, moving. Ruyan, this is, awake? Ha, awake and still pretending to sleep? Big baby, see how I punish you. Chapter 53. What a badass. Baby girl really knows how to think. Unconsciously, the time was already more than 8 o'clock. Yesterday or in previous days, Ruyan Lu and her baby girls had long since eaten breakfast. Facing Chu Feng's punishment, Ruyan Lu loved and feared it. Chu Feng, stop it. The daughters are still waiting for us to have breakfast. If we don't go, they'll get anxious. Chu Feng also didn't forget what time it was. After punishing his family's big baby in a small way, Chu Feng then pulled the beautiful President Lu Ruyan and started washing up together. Sure enough, by the time the two of them arrived at the restaurant, the crowd that was just about to start dinner was all ready to go and shout at the two of them. Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan angrily gave Chu Feng a good-looking blank stare. Fortunately, he had come over in time. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Time was a bit tight, and Lu Ruyan did not even have the time to properly comb her shoulder-length hair, casually scattered behind the back. Not the kind of company-domineering president paradigm. There were more points of wanrui and femininity. Chu Feng looked at how good-looking Lu Ruyan and blinked his eyes. The bad smile hanging on his face made Lu Ruyan feel that her own family's change of man, which was reminding herself that the punishment didn't end. What a bad egg. A slight smile tilted Lu Ruyan. Even the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyu, who came over from the kitchen with breakfast, was stunned. Bright eyes and white teeth, the color of the country. It was really too beautiful. Yu Lingyu had already changed into a set of cherry blossom patterned cheongsam by now. This beautiful housekeeper with a slender figure seemed to be very fond of cheongsams, an extremely figure-testing garment. It was a good thing that her figure was good enough to be able to perfectly manage this kind of extremely figure-testing clothing. Boss, Ruyan Lu, you guys quickly sit down. Still just about to have Nian them, to go see you guys. Yu Lingyu looked at pretty face reddish dainty Lu Ruyan, stunning Lu Ruyan, eyebrows and eyes are almost overflowing smile. More envious. Ruyan Lu and I are about the same age, but she is really so happy. She shook her head slightly. There were some things she didn't dare to continue thinking about more. Today's breakfast, there's millet porridge, pure milk, xiaolong bao, shrimp dumplings, and crab buns. I got up in the morning to exercise and delayed some time, so the breakfast in the morning is rather simple. At the dining table, Lu Chui looked at the 8 kinds of breakfast on the table. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This is considered simple? Then what is the breakfast of ordinary people called? Thinking of myself in the past, I often boiled some thin rice with some salted radish, even if it was already pretty good. If you add a steamed bun, or vegetable buns, even if it is an additional meal, people are better than people. Then people are dead. One can't think anymore. While eating his breakfast, Chu Feng was chatting idly with his own extremely talented woman, Lu Ruyan, as well as the 3 powdered little Lolitas. Talking, Nian suddenly said, Dad, we didn't buy the wooden stake I wanted at Wanda Plaza yesterday. Then can we not get some wood back and make it ourselves? Make it yourself? Good idea. Chu Feng favored his daughter Nian with a glance and immediately said that it was no problem. At this time, the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyu suddenly said, Boss, Nian, if you do it yourself, it's time-consuming and laborious, and after all, it's not made by a professional, so the results might not be good. I do know that there is someone who will customize these, and it's not far away. After we eat, we can go and take a look then. Nian, you can still, at that time, propose the mold you want, and directly have someone make them for you on the spot. Chu Feng was not afraid of taking time, labor, and money. She, who spoiled her daughter, did not care in the slightest, but Chu Feng cared about one thing, and that was that he wasn't really specialized in this after all. It was like, someone who could make 9 turns pig intestine might not be able to kill pigs. There were specialties in the art, specialized things. It was still better to leave it to the professionals to do better. Nian, your sister Lingyu's proposal is good. Let's have breakfast and go take a look. Okay, Dad. Thank you, Sister Lingyu. Through Yu Lingyu's description, the person she knew should be a craftsman. Things made by craftsmen could fit perfectly because they were specially customized. It was like a customized suit. The most expensive suits in the world were not those of top international brands. Rather, they are those that are designer, customized and handmade. If that person's craftsmanship is really okay, then the eldest daughter, CC, wants those sandalwood ornaments. It's also possible to directly let that person customize them. Anyway, as long as it's a problem that money can solve, it's not a problem. After the meal, Chu Feng brought the crowd and got into his Mercedes-Benz Big G, with an additional beautiful housekeeper in the car. It still sat well and did not appear crowded. It was luxurious, pugnacious, domineering, and absolutely spacious. Comfort, bursting at the seams. Lingyu, where is the person you mentioned? Point the way and we'll go there now. Okay, boss. Out of the 9 halls neighborhood. Then to the right. He's inside a mountain forest, by the mountains and by the water. The environment is very good. Chu Feng's second daughter, Nian. This martial arts prodigy with amazing roots and bones. Previously, she had heard her mother, Lu Ruyan, and grandmother, Lu Chui, tell some martial arts stories. At this moment, her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Lingyu's sister, an old man, living alone between the mountains and forests. Do you think he will be a martial arts master? A martial arts master? This precious daughter of his. She could really think. Chu Feng almost couldn't help it and burst out laughing. These days, martial arts masters would only appear in some novels, or some martial arts TV dramas and movies. In reality, at most, they were just that kind. Masters who were able to fight all over the world by learning the 5 consecutive whips. Only these masters, on the ring are directly by 3 seconds KO. After all, my daughter is still small, only 4 years old, having her own beautiful dreams. Chu Feng did not go to strike her, just smiled and told his little baby, Nian Nian, whether other people are martial arts masters or not. Daddy doesn't know. Daddy only knows that as long as you, my daughter, practice well, in the future, you will be a martial arts master. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Nian Nian immediately raised her eyebrows and smiled. Daddy, I will definitely practice hard. Lol. In the future I can be the martial arts master who flies over the eaves and walks on the walls. Chapter 54, Can Dad Not Be Good? The beautiful housekeeper suddenly. CC Chu. At this time, all envied Nian Nian, a few little Lolitas, all looking almost exactly the same. They usually got along very well and cared for each other. Only, they were all very excellent little Lolitas. Seeing one of them, getting appreciation from Chu Feng's father, they were also secretly puffing up, expecting to be able to receive another look from Chu Feng's father as well. Dad, I'll practice hard in the future as well. And me too, Dad. I also want to become a martial artist. The daughters were all very thoughtful. They lived in harmony, and at the same time, they also competed. Although Chu Feng knew that his 3 daughters, all of them had their own talents, and all of them were geniuses like demons. However, everyone's talent was different. The second daughter, Nian Nian, who had a talent for drawing. If she went to study music and piano or something like that, then the progress would be very slow, wasting her talent for nothing. Only, Nian Nian's kung fu, that's different. Anyone could practice it, even if it's not possible to get great achievements like Nian Nian. But strengthening the body and prolonging one's life was something that could be done. Practicing kung fu while supplementing it with body strengthening pills. A two-pronged approach. Chu Feng wanted to bring the family to become healthy and happy little superheroes. In order to avoid the daughters being bored in the car, Chu Feng let Nian Nian continue to teach the remaining 2 little Lolitas the breathing method that they hadn't learned yesterday. Breathing in, closing the breath, raising the breath, exhaling. The little teacher taught very seriously. There was only one more student. The beautiful housekeeper, Lu Ruyan, also followed and learned. This time she learned. She was somewhat unable to stop. Little Lori Nian Nian. Yesterday, it was Chu Feng who taught once. The high cool president, Lu Ruyan, completely learned it in 3 times. At this time, Yu Lingyue, who was following the study, similarly learned it in 3 times. Her superb learning talent allowed her to learn anything much faster than ordinary people. Dad, I've learned. The eldest daughter, CC, who secretly worked hard and was usually very stable, also laughed out directly under her happiness at this moment. Dad, I learned it too. Hee Dad, I learned it too. As if by appointment, the 2 little Lolitas, all at about the same time, learned the breathing technique. You guys are awesome. Yu Ling complimented. The 2 little Loli shook their heads at the same time. We're not awesome. They told Yu Ling that Nian Nian could do it in one go. Nian Nian was much more powerful than them, and their mom, who learned it in 3 times, was equally very powerful. Only, the 3 little Lolitas looked at each other and said in unison, actually, our dad is the most powerful one. Chu Feng laughed out loud and said in tandem, that's of course. Don't look at whose father? The daughter is so excellent. Can the father not be excellent? With one sentence, the people in the car all laughed. The remaining light of Chu Feng's eyes saw Yu Lingyue, whose figure was even more marvelous under the double setting of the seatbelt in Cheongsam. On the passenger seat, the scene of Yu Lingyue learning breathing techniques just now was all in his eyes. When he realized that Yu Lingyue had actually learned the breathing method 3 times, Chu Feng could not help but look at her more. Chu Feng could not help but look at Yu Lingyue one more time. Worthy of a super strong learning talent, this learning ability, without a specialized talent, is truly incomparable. Chu Feng did not know much about his own beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue. He was also too lazy to ask more, and he might not tell the truth if he did. It was a bit more fun to discover it on his own. As long as Yu Lingyue's loyalty was high enough, Chu Feng did not need to worry about anything. Chu Feng drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G. The more he drove away from the city, the more remote the roads became. It was also the case that Chu Feng's car was a top-tier off-road vehicle. If it was replaced with a sports car or a sedan, the rest of the road would be impossible to travel. Yu Lingyue surprisingly knows people from the mountain forest face. When we arrive later, it would be possible to sidestep it from whichever old man. Maybe it will be able to discover something. That might also be possible. After leaving the villa until now, without realizing it, an hour had passed. The little Lolitas, who had always been very patient, were all a bit on the verge of losing their patience. Sister Lingyu, how much further is it? This road is bumpy. I'm almost falling asleep. Yeah, I feel like I'm sleeping inside a cradle. A top-of-the-line luxury car is a top-of-the-line luxury car. The road outside was bad. Very bad. But the car's shock absorption ability was extremely excellent. It wouldn't make people feel uncomfortable. It would only make people feel like they were sleeping in a cradle. Chu Feng's driving ability was quite good. Driving the car was safe and fast. A road that was no longer good to travel would not be able to defeat Chu Feng. Almost there. Almost there. The car can park at the foot of the mountain in front. We'll go over this mountain and then we'll be fine when we reach the stream valley. There was a high mountain and a stream valley. Little Loli Nian Nian more and more felt that it was somewhat similar to the plots in the martial arts stories she had heard. Sister Lingyu, then does this mountain have cliffs and caves? Nian Nian, you shouldn't be wanting the secret martial arts books inside the cave, right? Chu Feng's words caused the people inside the car to, once again, laugh. Chu Feng's car speed was very fast, and it wasn't long before he finally arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Only, at the location at the bottom of the mountain, there were already 2 off-road vehicles parked. Yu Lingyu also felt strange when she saw the 2 vehicles, already almost at her destination. She didn't think much about it. When the car stopped, Yu Lingyu, Chu Feng, and the 3 of them, Lu Ruyan, were the first to get out of the car. Then they picked up the little Lolitas, one by one. Let's treat today as an outing. CC Nian Nian Chu Chu. Pay attention to the rocks under your feet and the bugs in the grass. Chu Feng instructed and walked along a path in front of him. Eye that hill. The little lolis were climbing up for the first time. Not only did they not find it hard, but they were also happy. To all the flowers, plants and trees, they felt new and strange. A group of people walked about 100 meters up the hill. The beautiful housekeeper suddenly stopped. Chapter 55, the little babies are the top priority. Chu Feng, who was walking behind Yu Lingyu, happened to be turning back to talk to his daughter Nian Nian. It was simply not anticipated that the beautiful housekeeper who was leading the way in front would stop. Although, Chu Feng wore the title of National Martial Arts Master. Moreover, Chu Feng's body was far beyond normal people in all aspects, but he was not Superman after all. Thus, Chu Feng directly bumped into Yu Lingyu. In front of his family's extremely beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan, he bumped into his family's beautiful housekeeper. For a moment, Chu Feng was somewhat embarrassed. However, Chu Feng quickly sensed that something was not right. There was danger. Although Chu Feng did not have any special talent, he had taken the body strengthening pill and the gene optimization liquid. Furthermore, he also wore the National Arts Master title and was an absolute National Arts Master. He quickly sensed the aura of danger, and at this time, Yu Lingyu, who had been bumped by Chu Feng in front, whispered with a red face, "Boss, there are snakes in front." Yu Lingyu didn't dare to speak loudly now, worrying about stabbing, provoking a cobra not far in front of her. In this remote and deep mountain, if one was bitten by a poisonous snake, it was a very dangerous thing. Chu Feng had also seen clearly at this time what the cobra looked like. He realized that it was not an ordinary cobra. It was clearly a king cobra. If one was bitten, the lethality rate would be extremely high. As a woman, even an extremely outstanding woman, it was impossible not to be scared when faced with an extremely poisonous king cobra. Moreover, Yu Lingyu was still standing at the front. It was only 3 meters away from the viper. It would be very difficult for her to escape under a single strike from the viper. Behind Chu Feng and Yu Lingyu were the 3 little Lolitas, CC Nian Nian Chu. Then next was the beautiful president, Lu Ruyan. Behind Lu Ruyan was CC, Nian Nian, and Chu Chu. Chu Feng's mother-in-law, Lu Chui, walked at the end. In front of Yu Lingyu stopped abruptly. Behind the crowd, there was a chain reaction. They almost collided together and fell into a ball. "Dad, what's wrong? Sister Lingyu, why don't you go?" "Mom, I'm a little thirsty." Lu Ruyan was an adult, and it was not known if it was the effect of the gift of ice muscle and jade bone. She also seemed to sense the aura of danger. Hastily, she greeted the crowd and backed off. Soon, the crowd knew that there was a matter of poisonous snakes in front of them. "Chu Feng, be careful." Ruyan Lu was worried. She and Chu Feng had only just started living happily ever after. It was simply unexpected that they would encounter such a situation. Just as Lu Ruyan was preparing to go forward and face it together with Chu Feng together, Yu Lingyu, who was at the very front, steeply shrieked. The king cobra viper in front of them catapulted up and launched a fatal strike towards the Yu Lingyu in front of them. Fast, accurate, vicious. However, the speed of the viper was fast. Chu Feng's speed was not slow either. In the nick of time, Chu Feng accurately captured the viper's 7 inches. "This ugly thing, it almost scared my family." With a slight force, Chu Feng directly pinched the viper to death before casually throwing it far away. From the time Yu Lingyu stopped in her tracks to the time Chu Feng pinched the poisonous snake to death and threw it away, there were only 10 seconds before and after. Alright, I've taken care of it. But there are still other dangers on this mountain. Chu Feng turned back to inquire about his little darlings. Si Nyen Nyen Chu Chu. Are you guys afraid? Why don't you guys go back inside the car first? Daddy will be back soon. Each of the little loli was gifted. Perhaps it was because they knew that their dad, Chu Feng, was very powerful. Surprisingly, none of them were afraid. One after another, they expressed that they wanted to continue the excursion. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui were a bit worried about their daughter's safety. However, seeing that the little Lolitas were excited, they said that they would let Chu Feng decide. Perfect husband, perfect son-in-law, perfect baby daddy. Chu Feng, who possessed these labels, carefully inquired about Yu Lingyu, the remaining distance, and the possible dangers. The distance was no longer far, and Yu Lingyu had come here twice, both times being safe. Father, you see that Sister Lingyu has said that the distance is not far away and very safe. Let's just keep going forward. We've never been on an excursion before. Yeah, Dad, take us along. Dad, I'd like to customize some small ornaments if I can. Dad, I want to see if there are any fish inside the stream. The daughters, who were demonic and generally excellent, looked at Chu Feng with bated breath. Right at that moment, the system's pleasant prompting sound also sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding dong, host, congratulations, your daughters all want to move on. You brought your daughters to the Stream Valley and obtained a divine choice. 1. Wilderness Survival Expert title. 2. Randomly obtain a new god-level ability. Please make a choice. The host will receive the chosen reward as soon as possible after the choice is made. Another new god-level choice. This was considered an unexpected surprise after today's impromptu decision. Chu Feng carefully looked at the two choices. The first choice was a new title, the Wilderness Survival Expert title. After wearing it, one would be able to become a wilderness survival expert. Chu Feng estimated that if he chose this and received a reward afterward, then he himself might be a powerful person who was even more of a big shot than the wilderness survival big shots, such as Master Bei. The second choice, to randomly obtain a new god-level ability. This reward, Chu Feng had only obtained one yesterday. The last thing he had obtained was a god-level piano ability, and by chance, he helped his eldest daughter, CC, activate her talent. From then on, the eldest daughter, CC, had an amazing sense of music and was gifted as a musical wizard. This time's divine choice. Both choices were very good. Only, Chu Feng was not interested in surpassing Master Bei and being a wilderness survival expert. Coming here today was just a temporary idea. Furthermore, he himself possessed the title of Master of the National Arts. The general problems were able to be solved. Waiting to make a choice and then receiving a reward. Chu Feng even estimated that he had already brought his family and returned to Villa one of the 9 halls. The second choice, that was different. Randomly obtaining a new god-level ability. Each and every god-level ability was extraordinary. With a bit of luck, one would also be able to help one's daughters, as well, activate their unactivated talents. One's own little darlings are the top priority. Chapter 56, Choosing. The boss is really awesome. System, I'll choose the second one. Host, congratulations, you will have gained a randomized god-level ability, and will be able to extract it in 1 hour. 1 hour? Not bad. Yesterday's god-level ability was a 3-hour wait. This time, it was quite a bit faster. For the rest of the time, Chu Feng led the way in front. As a master of the national art, when one got serious, one's perception of danger became extremely powerful. Behind Chu Feng, Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper who was considered to have been saved once by Chu Feng, looking at Chu Feng's tall back, her beautiful eyes flashed continuously. The little Lolitas' excitement was still high, especially when they saw that Chu Feng, out of thin air, had changed into extremely high-quality mineral water. They cheered even more. They felt that their father was a great magician. Chu Feng, who possessed a storage ring, was a guest magician. That was much more powerful than ordinary magicians. No one could find his loophole, and no one could decrypt it. Yu Lingyue took a sip of mineral water, and the eyes she looked at Chu Feng with became brighter and brighter. Boss is really too powerful. I don't even know. What exactly is something that he can't do? Maybe he can. Now is not the time. Let's talk about it after some time. In Yu Lingyu's mind, certain decisions were made. There were quite a few flowers, plants and trees on the mountain. These flowers, plants, and trees were naturally not as valuable as those in Chu Feng's garden. Only, to the little loli, they were still very novel. From time to time, they raised some interesting questions. Just talking and laughing like that, time passed very quickly. Up the mountain, down the mountain. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, it was already very close to the destination that Yu Lingyu had mentioned. Chu Feng, who was far beyond normal in every aspect, had already heard the sound of the stream flowing. Chu Feng told the good news to the people behind him. The little Lolitas cheered once again. Great! We can go to the stream to find little fishes to play with. I'm going to see if there's a cave. Look guys, there's a grass hut there. The little Lolitas, one after another, had their own goals or found something they were interested in. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui were behind them, softly instructing. You guys be careful, don't fall. Mom, Grandma, we know. Nian Nian, who had the best physical condition, rushed at the front. The road here, probably because someone had repaired it, was not difficult to walk. Moreover, with an open area in front of them, Chu Feng did not bother to restrict his little baby. A simple reminder would do. The steady big sister, CC, was still accompanying her little sister, Chu Chu, who had the worst physique. The rest of the little Lolitas all surrounded Chu Feng's side, and along with Chu Feng, they quickly walked down the mountain. Papa, you come quickly. Inside this small stream, there really are fish. Inside the grass hut over there are still people. The little Loli's excited cheers were not yet finished. In the grass hut by the stream, a fat-headed middle-aged man roared. Where did the wild child come from? Roll aside. The loud roar immediately startled Nian Nian. Chu Feng frowned slightly. The little darlings, they were all heartfelt. Nowadays, this fat-headed middle-aged man surprisingly dared to rant about his own precious daughter? Chu Feng laughed in exasperation. Where did the fat pig come from? Why did it run out of the pig pen? Chu Feng brought his daughters and came to the somewhat aggrieved Nian Nian. Who are you? The fat-headed man said in a cold voice. Dare to talk to me like that? Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. In front of his daughters, he tried to maintain his image of a good father. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and punched the fat pig in the face. As the son of the richest man in Yangchang, Chu Feng basically did not say that he knew all of the rich people in Yangchang, but he knew most of them. To be honest, this one in front of him, he had no impression. Looking at the thumb-thin gold necklace he wore around his neck, at a glance, he looked like a thug. Either he was a demolition household that had gotten rich overnight only recently, or he was a tycoon from out of town. Whatever he was, just now ranting about his precious daughter. Then, he would have to pay a price he couldn't afford for his behavior just now. Daddy, the little loli by her side, Nian Nian, pulled on the hem of Chu Feng's coat. She was gifted with amazing roots and bones and was a martial arts prodigy. But in the end, she was still a 4-year-old girl, being loudly scolded by a middle-aged man. Her beautiful black and white eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of water mist. Looking at his daughter's aggrieved appearance, Chu Feng touched her small head with pain. You, come over and apologize to our boss's daughter. Yu Lingyue, who had arrived immediately behind Chu Feng, said angrily. CC Chu Chu also followed. That's right, you apologize to our Nian Nian. The middle-aged man with a fat head and a thug's face shook the large gold chain around his neck with a disbelieving face. Making me apologize to a little kid? What kind of international joke are you making? You guys come running around making a lot of noise. If you delay my good deed. Humph. Let's see if I don't find someone to clean you guys up. Chu Feng had thought to give his daughter's face and did not want to be too violent. But some people were looking for death themselves, hardly wanting to shove their faces under their feet. Since that was the case, let's fulfill him. Chu Feng dodged and arrived in front of the fat-headed middle-aged man. He directly raised his leg high, to hit his face or something. Chu Feng was too lazy to do it. He just let the man's face and wiped the dirt on the bottom of his shoes for himself. Boom! The man fell to the ground on his back. Immediately afterward, he let out a pig-killing scream. You dare to hit me? You wait for me. Brother Howsy! Brother Howsy! The man shouted loudly, and a young man's head poked out from the thatched hut not far away. Seeing the situation here, he immediately ran over. Seeing this, the man colored. How dare you hit me? I can tell you that this place in Yangchang is my brother Howzy's territory. My Howzy brother can call for 100 or 80 people in a minute. Can't get you dead. The man was confused before he could finish his sentence. He was shocked to find that brother Howzy, who he thought had come to help himself out, had respectfully arrived in front of the opposite man. Chapter 57. As the saying goes, you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Hello boss. Are you here to seek Master Lu's help in carving as well? Master Lu is a famous master in this line of carving. However, I didn't know you were coming. Otherwise, I'd have let you take priority. Howzy's face was full of smiles, and he was very polite to Chu Feng. He did not even look at the fat head and big gold chain middle-aged man on the ground. As early as 5 years ago, as the owner of the splendid 4S store, he had been working hard to make friends with Chu Feng. Later, Chu Feng's family's capital chain broke and was no longer that rich. He was still very polite to Chu Feng, because before, Chu Feng had casually mentioned him. He knew to be grateful. Moreover, He firmly believed that Chu Feng would absolutely rise again to create another glory. And yesterday, through some of his connections, he even knew that Chu Feng was actually the chairman of the Wanda Plaza investment company. Housie felt even more that he was very wise. Today, meeting Chu Feng here, naturally, he subconsciously came over and greeted him respectfully. Chu Feng glanced at Housie, listening to Housie's words. It seemed that looking for that carving master, apart from money, there seemed to be additional conditions. But this matter, let's put it aside for now. Chu Feng kicked the fat-headed man and was still not relieved. With a thought, he used his emperor's pupil technique. The man's information immediately appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Name, Niu Shangtian. Age, 38 years old. Identity, coal owner of the private coal mine in the Ox family village in the Western Mountains. Friendliness, 28. Full value of 100 points. 50 points are ordinary people. 30 points are considered enemies. Niu Shangtian. This name is really a bit arrogant. The identity was similar to what Chu Feng had guessed. A thug, a coal owner, and it is still a coal boss who privately mines coal. As for the degree of friendliness, this was the one Chu Feng saw, the one with the lowest degree of friendliness. It was less than 30 points. It looked like he had an extreme grudge in his heart. A coal owner of a private coal mine. How dare he offend himself? He truly did not know how to write the word death. Housie saw Chu Feng's line of sight and landed on the fat-headed man. He hurriedly said, "Boss, I'm not familiar with him either. He's a coal owner over in Shishan. Having made some money recently, he came to Yangqing to prepare for some business. I overheard about Master Lu's craftsmanship, so he wanted me to bring him along and carve an object." Hearing Housie's words, Niu Shangtian was a little anxious. "Housie, what do you mean? I gave you face before I let you bring me here. Don't think that I can only rely on you in Yangcheng. My second uncle knows a lot of people in Yangcheng. Believe it or not, a single phone call from my second uncle will be able to make it impossible for you all to stay in Yangcheng." Niu Shangtian, who had been kicked by Chu Feng, collapsed on the ground beside the stream and could not get up for a while. With Chu Feng's current strength, wanting to kick someone to death was a very simple matter. Of course, in front of his daughters, he naturally wouldn't do that, but it wasn't difficult to make the man suffer a dark injury that was difficult to salvage. As the saying goes, cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Since Niu Shangtian said that he had some kind of powerful second uncle, that's even better. In order to avoid the future big small, come old, so it's better to let Niu Shangtian contact his second uncle. Now a one time, directly give the solution. Niu Shangtian struggled to sit up. Okay, I'll call now. Don't cry later if you have the guts. Niu Shangtian took out his cell phone and started calling his second uncle. Second uncle, someone hit me. I gave out your name and he still hit me. And he said you're a ball. 3 minutes ago, Wu Xiaotang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the traffic at his feet. He was finally discharged from the hospital. He also learned that his uncle Chu Konghai had died. More so, he knew that Chu Konghai and Chu Feng had met that day, to die right after meeting. It must not have been an accident. Wu Xiaotang was shocked and afraid, and hated Chu Feng. He was no longer the manager of Wanda Plaza now, and had been beaten up by Chu Feng. Now that there was no Chu Konghai, no one paid any attention to him at all, especially since it was vaguely known that he had offended powerful figures. For Wu Xiaotang, those smart bosses avoided him like a snake. Basically, he could no longer mingle. That Chu Feng, no matter what, we must get him killed. Get him killed. Wu Xiaotang suddenly remembered something. His uncle had once given him a phone number. At that instant, he laughed. You know, these days if you don't have a life, it's useless to have more money. Wu Xiaoxing used Chu Konghai's cell phone and made this one call that would never be made easily. For 2 consecutive times, the call went unanswered. It wasn't until the 3rd time that the call was picked up. Who? The voice on the phone was icy cold. It's me, Wu Xiaoxiang, Chu Konghai's nephew. You promised my uncle before that you would help him kill someone. I remember. Say it. Kill who? The chairman of Wanda Plaza Investment Company, Chu Feng. This kind of big man with status. But, after it's done, I'll give you an additional $5 million. Deal. Hanging up the phone, Wu Xiaotang sneered. Chu Feng, you're dead. Right at that moment, the cell phone belonging to Chu Konghai rang. After looking at it, he realized that it was a relative from his hometown. Second uncle. Someone hit me. I reported your name, and he still hit me, and he said you're a ball. Chu Konghai, who was an awesome person in Yangcheng. That was why Wu Xiaotang and Niu Shangtian and the others had an arrogant backbone. At this moment, hearing Niu Shangtian say this, Wu Xiaotang's mood that had just calmed down. It was instantly like a dynamite barrel that was directly ignited. Very good. Very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk about my uncle. Brother Niu, give the other party your cell phone. I'd like to hear if he still dares to be so arrogant to me. Chapter 58, Wu Xiaotang kneeled. Wu Xiaotang had originally planned to defect to Niu Shangtian. At this time, it was just the right time to do a favor and make a good relationship. Anyway, in Yangchang, he thought that he was doing alright, as long as he didn't count the situation after meeting Chu Feng. For the time being, he hadn't even told Niu Shangtian that Chu Konghai was dead. By the stream, the wretched and miserable Niu Shangtian, with a dejected face, he waved the cell phone on his hand towards Chu Feng. The expression on his face involved the wound. Immediately, blood flowed and he cried out in pain. My second uncle's nephew told you to answer the phone. Answer it if you have the guts. After answering the phone, you must not kneel down. Chu Feng sneered and told Niu Shangtian to directly turn on the outside voice. Niu Shangtian took the cell phone and said to Wu Xiaozhang on the other end of the phone, little sign, that bastard said that you and second uncle aren't anything great, and said that you'd have to kneel down if you even heard his name. Usually, when there was something, Niu Shangtian would directly bring up his second uncle's name. It had always worked very well. This time, he also thought it would be like this. After provoking, Niu Shangtian turned on the loudspeaker. Wu Xiaotang's roaring voice came out from the microphone. That bastard, looking for death? Give me your name if you have the guts. I, Wu Xiaotang, know some big shots in various cities, and my second uncle is a famous big shot in Yangchang. I'd like to know which big brother you are. Let's see if the bigwigs I know. Do you also know them? Wu Xiaotang? When Chu Feng heard that name, it felt a bit familiar. You are Wu Xiaotang. Your uncle is Chu Konghai? Niu Shangtian immediately dejected. Now that you kid knows the identity of my second uncle, why don't you kneel down and apologize to me? How dare you hit me? Kneel down and apologize to me. Then let me beat you up. One beating isn't enough. I want to beat you 10 times. The limber and simple-minded thug Kolbosbull went up to the sky, screaming miserably while dejected. Wu Xiaotang, on the other end of the phone, flinched. He is not his own stupid nephew Niu Shangtian. At this time vaguely feel a little wrong. He asked in a deep voice. You recognize me? Who are you? Chu Feng gave a wink to Hao Zi, who was in front of him. Hao Zi understood and immediately said loudly. The boss is Chu Feng, the chairman of the Wanda Plaza investment company. For a moment, the cell phone in Wu Xiaotang's hand almost couldn't even hold it steady enough to fall to the ground. He was shocked, dumbfounded, and incredulous. Wu Xiaotang was just about to find an unlucky person to take out his anger on. Surprisingly, he found that the other party was his own terrified Chu Feng. This feeling was simply not too sour. Wu Xiaotang's hatred towards Chu Feng was naturally extremely deep. He only dared to do something in secret. Face to face, if he gave Wu Xiaotang 10 guts, he would not dare to do so. Shocked and confused, Wu Xiaotang couldn't wait to disappear right now. Perhaps Chu Feng has forgotten about me. After all, I'm just a small person. Now that I've made a fool of myself, I'm going to be remembered by Chu Feng. It's finished. Wu Xiaotang's thoughts turned sharply, and he immediately accompanied him with a smile and said, Big brother Chu Feng, I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding just now. Niu Shangtian, you bastard boy, quickly, kneel down, apologize to big brother Chu Feng. If big brother Chu Feng doesn't forgive you, you won't get up today. Hearing Wu Xiaotang's voice on the phone, Niu Shangtian was even more shocked and confused. Hearing Wu Xiaotang's roaring and urging on the phone, and whispering to him that his uncle Chu Konghai had died in front of Chu Feng, Niu Shangtian immediately clenched his teeth. With a fluttering sound, he knelt on the ground. Big brother Chu Feng, I'm sorry, just now, it was me who had eyes without a pearl, a dog's eye. Please, be generous, don't bother with me. Just now, Niu Shangtian was still dejected and prepared to have Chu Feng give a kneeling apology. But now, he directly knelt in front of Chu Feng, apologizing while slapping himself. Behind Chu Feng, Lu Chui, Lu Ruyan, and the 3 little Lolitas were all together. Saw this scene. The little Lolitas, with regards to their own dad, worshipped him even more. Straight away, they felt that their dad was very, very powerful. Those bad people who were impolite and unreasonable were going to be taught a very bad lesson by their own dads. Even Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan could not help but marvel in their hearts. They thought that they already knew that Chu Feng was very powerful, but now, they realized that Chu Feng was always even more powerful than they had imagined. At that moment, the one with the brightest eyes was the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue. Boss is so handsome, so powerful, I can't help myself a little. Why don't we take some time and confess to the boss? It's still a bit too hasty. After 2 more days, find a suitable opportunity. The thoughts of the beautiful housekeeper, Chu Feng naturally did not know his at this moment for the Niu Shangtian who was kneeling in front of him and apologizing. He did not even bother to look at him. Chu Feng took out his cell phone and also made a call. He was in front of Niu Shangtian, and let Wu Xiaotang hear it with his own ears. Directly, he reported the matter of Niu Shangtian's private coal mining by name, Wu Xiaozhang, Hao Zi, Yu Lingyue and others, as well as Niu Shangtian himself. Now no. Niu Shangtian next, was absolutely finished. What they did not know was that Chu Feng's kick just now had also left Niu Shangtian with a dark wound. In his entire life, he was destined to be miserable beyond measure. Big brother Chu Feng. Big brother Chu Feng. Spare me. Wu Xiaozhang. Wu Xiaozhang. Save me, save me. On the other side of the phone, Wu Xiaotan's brows were furrowed. Big brother Chu Feng. Before Wu Xiaotang could finish his words, he heard Chu Feng's voice. Wu Xiaotang, you don't need to say anything. Chu Feng directly gave Yu Lingyue a wink. Naturally, there was this capable henchman who arranged for someone to clean up Wu Xiaotang. The heart of Wu Xiaotang over there jolted violently. He still wanted to hear more information. He couldn't hear the door of the room being roughly, violently, kicked open. There was a fluttering sound. Wu Xiaotang knelt on the ground. He knew that Niu Shangtian was finished, and he himself was equally finished. The mood of Wu Xiaotang, Niu Shangtian and the others could be said to have hit rock bottom. However, Chu Feng's mood at this time was very good. The fellow who had ranted about his own daughter Nian Nian had already paid the price that he, Wu Xiaozhang, had endured. In addition, the divine level choice obtained when going up the mountain, the chosen, once randomized divine level ability. The system's pleasant prompting sound also sounded in Chu Feng's mind at this time. Ding dong, host, congratulations, the one-time random divine level ability that you obtained can now be extracted. May I ask if it is extracted now? I wonder what kind of god level ability it would be. Would it be able to help his daughters and activate their talents? Chu Feng immediately directly chose to extract it. Chapter 59. What kind of immortal is he? Boss? Ding dong, host, congratulations, your randomized god tier ability is ready to be extracted. May I ask if you want to extract it now? Extract it, host, congratulations, the random god level ability you extracted is god level carving ability. Carving, in sculpture, refers to cutting or carving wood, stone, or other materials into the desired shape can be called carving. Tools that serve this purpose are knives, chisels, gouges, cones, flat axes, and hammers. In the most common method of carving, a chisel is held in one hand and a mallet in the other, and the mallet is used to hammer the chisel into the wood or stone. Although some metal working techniques, such as welding and assembling, have become progressively more important over the past century, carving and mold-making remain the two primary sculptural techniques. A finished carving can be called a carving, but the term sculpture is often used to refer to works with serious artistic or aesthetic connotations. Chu Feng was surprised that he had randomly obtained such a divine level ability. In his mind, numerous sculpting techniques instantly appeared. It was as if he instantly had, like, millions of years of experience. His sculpting ability directly reached the point of being unrivaled in the world. After all, it was not the first time that he had obtained a divine level ability, so Chu Feng was still relatively calm. Currently, there was still the smallest little treasure that had not activated its talent. Chu Feng pondered to see if this god-level ability of his could help his youngest daughter, Chu, and help her activate her talent. Before her talent was activated, Chu Feng did not know what exactly their talent was. Compared to the bashful Chu Feng, the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue at the back of his side was violently wide-eyed. Boss's temperament has unexpectedly changed in a new way? This is too unbelievable. Calm, simple, refined, and integrated into nature. My god, what kind of god is he? Boss? Yu Lingyue felt that she couldn't help but fall for it. It was too excellent, too magical, too mesmerizing. Each and every divine level ability gave Chu Feng the associated excellent temperament. This kind of superior temperament. Ordinary people just felt that he had become handsome and had become even more attractive. Yu Lingyue was different. She had a hidden talent. This kind of talent could hide herself. Earlier on the road, she was relying on this talent. That's why she was able to spot the Cobra King when she was very close to it, but wasn't able to stir up the ferocity of the Cobra King. If it had been another person, it would only have been at a much further distance. That King Cobra would have already launched a fatal attack towards her. At that time, if Yu Lingyue was alone, it was also extremely likely that she would have relied on her hidden talent and escaped without any danger. Only, Chu Feng did not have a hidden talent. Moreover, the little Lolitas behind him as well as Yu Lingyue Luchui's voice, all of them had caused an impact on the Cobra King. It was only then that the Cobra King attacked, and Yu Lingyue's hidden talent did not only allow her to hide herself better, it also allowed her to better discover the differences in other people. Chu Feng was considered to be the most outstanding and incredible amongst the people she had seen, the most incredible and the one that she could not help but want to get closer to. At the same time, she also felt more and more deeply that Chu Feng was her hope. Once might be a coincidence, but what about twice? Or what about multiple times? Boss, he really is a bit perverted. Excellent, too much. Maybe my secret, to the boss, is nothing at all? Really want so much to confess everything to the boss right now. Gently biting her lower lip, Yu Lingyu still strongly resisted the urge to show her cards right now. It's better to wait a little longer. A little longer. After all, we've only known each other for just 3 days. If we say something now, it's still a little too early. Yu Lingyu's delicate little face shifted in color. Lu Ruyan, who was not far from the side, worriedly asked, Lingyu, what's wrong with you? I see that your face seems a bit bad. Are you uncomfortable somewhere? It couldn't be that the poisonous snake from before that hurt you, right? Ruyan Lu's voice caused everyone to look towards Yu Lingyu. This caused Yu Lingyue, who had other thoughts about Chu Feng, to suddenly make a big red face. I'm fine. I'm probably a bit hot and thirsty. The little Lolitas were all very kind and said one after another, Sister Lingyu, if you feel uncomfortable, you can tell Daddy first. Daddy is awesome. Daddy will definitely be able to help you. Yes, Sister Lingyu, Daddy can do everything. In the little Lolita's hearts, Chu Feng had almost become a god. Hearing his daughter's compliments, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. With a thought, he directly took out a bottle of mineral water from within his storage ring. Lingyu, have some water. Boss, thank you. Yu Lingyue drank the water, and the remaining light of her eyes surveyed the handsome instrumental Chu Feng, and she seemed to be a bit dumbfounded. As for the little Lolitas, when they saw that Chu Feng's hands had changed into a bottle of water out of thin air, they cheered. Wow, 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 wow. Daddy is doing magic again. Daddy is so good. Daddy is great. Daddy, change another one. Change another one. Chu Feng directly took out a box of mineral water from his storage ring. Evian mineral water. 1018 bottles. A box was 12 bottles, and taking it out casually would directly exceed $20,000. The water that rich people drink is different. Before the time, Lu Chui also checked on the internet. A small bottle of mineral water sells for almost $2,000. This was a luxury in water. Ordinary people would not buy it, and even if they wanted to buy it, they might not be able to get it. Chu Feng distributed it down. A bottle for each hand. Sweet and refreshing. So big a box of mineral water, directly changed out. It made the little Lolitas marvel and cheer even more. They received Evian mineral water one after another, their black and white eyes, looking at their father Chu Feng with great admiration. Chu Feng changed such a big box of mineral water out of thin air. The little Lolitas only felt that it was magic, fun to watch and interesting. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, had beautiful eyes that flashed continuously. Her own family's male god was always so outstanding that people were amazed. Anyway, Chu Feng was incredible in more ways than one, and she didn't seem to feel anything about it. Lu Chui was still shocked in addition to being shocked. After being shocked more, there seemed to be no extra thoughts. Only the two of them, Hosey and Yu Lingyue, were too shocked to think much. The boss really is something. Chu Feng had his own considerations in doing so. His own abilities and the good things that he had obtained would increase. There was no point in hiding it. Furthermore, the surroundings were his own family, and it was only the two people, Hosey and Yu Lingyue, who were considered outsiders. Hosey's friendliness reached 82 points. Yu Lingyu's loyalty, on the other hand, reached 80 points. Incorrect. Chu Feng saw at that moment that Yu Lingyue's loyalty degree quietly turned out to be. Chapter 60. An even more unbelievable scene appeared. Yu Lingyue's loyalty degree, quietly surprisingly, reached 85 points. With such a high loyalty degree of friendliness, Chu Feng did not need to worry in the slightest. Having solved the small trouble and obtained a new ability, Chu Feng also had not yet forgotten the purpose of this trip. Previously, Yu Lingyue had told him that Yu Lingyue had come here twice before. Accidentally, she had learned that there was a high-ranking person here who would customize some things, something a little more detailed. She was also unclear how Z was familiar with this place, and seemed to be relatively familiar with it. Chu Feng greeted the crowd and walked towards the thatched hut. At the same time, he asked Hao Z about the relevant things. Boss, Master Lu is a very famous master in the carving world. The value of the objects that he carves out will all double in value. It will even double many times over. That's why it has gained the favor of many collectors or enthusiasts. Hao Z also told Chu Feng that there were a lot of people who asked Master Lu to carve, and it often took a long time to line up. Master Lu, on the other hand, only went out once a month. Each time, he would only carve one object. In this way, the objects he carved out as well as their value were even more sought after by many people. In addition, Master Lu also has 3 carvings and 3 non-carvings. The 3 carvings are, only carve objects with destiny, only carve valuable objects, and only carve objects of interest. It is up to Master Lu himself to decide what kind of objects are destined to be carved. For valuable objects, this is simple. The more precious and rare the object, the more valuable it is. As for interested in this, it mainly depends on Master Lu's mood. As for the 3 no engravings, they were not engraving objects that had no destiny, not engraving objects that had no value, and not engraving objects that did not interest him. When Chu Feng heard Hao Z say 3 carvings, He still felt that this Master Lu had bones and was more pretentious, but when he heard the 3 not engraved, he couldn't help but laugh. These 3 carvings and 3 uncarvings, weren't they talking about the same thing? This feels like, a young man does not know the taste of sadness. For the sake of a new word to say sadness, the compulsion dropped a great deal all of a sudden. As soon as he saw Chu Feng's expression, Housie hurriedly said, "Boss, you must not laugh. Otherwise, in case Master Lu gets angry, then today would be a wasted visit." When Housie said this, Chu Feng was already laughing out loud. It was not only Chu Feng. Behind Chu Feng, Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly, Yu Lingyue smiled faintly, and Lu Chui smiled faintly. The 3 little Lolitas, who were even more excited and happy because their father, Chu Feng, had brought them here for an outing, were all giggling at that moment. Housie was immediately confused, and said to himself that he was going to suffer. Master Lu is not a master that can be moved by money. This is going to be troublesome. Must not be heard by Master Lu. What Housie didn't want to came to him. He had already seen that a skinny old man was currently standing by the thatched hut with his hands behind his back. It had already directly written his displeasure on his face. Is it funny? Since you think it's funny, then you are not welcome here. Go back to wherever you came from. At this time, 2 men and women in their 20s also came to Master Lu's side. The woman said, "You guys don't disturb the master. Hurry up and leave. Do you guys know that just now? The master was carving, but you guys disturbed him for no reason, destroying the master's work." The man shook his head. "No, you guys can't just leave. You guys spoiled the master's work. You have to compensate." Housie was sociable and 8-sided. What happened just now could be said to be a misunderstanding. It could either be trivialized or made into a big deal. The man and woman just now each had their own point of view, and Master Lu stood there condescendingly, slightly tilting his head, as if he didn't care to say much. "Master, just now was a misunderstanding. Look, carving is not a simple thing, and has a direct relationship with the mind. Once the mood is destroyed, the next carving, I'm only afraid that it needs to be put on hold." Master Lu shook his head without haste. The young man behind him, however, was anxious. "Housie, you've heard it too. Your friend broke the master's object, but also led to the next help knife carving needs to be put on hold. Are you compensating for all these losses?" The young man sneered as he took out 2 small objects. One was the wooden carving that Master Lu had just failed to carve, and the other was a lime green jade pendant. Gesturing for Housie to take these 2 items away, he then obediently picked them up. The woman, who was beside the man, shook her head, and the man ignored it, bent on having his way. Housie pointed to the wooden sculpture. "Master's loss, counted on me. Only your jade pendant. If I remember correctly, you still have to rank after my object." The man gritted his teeth, his face grim. He directly casually threw the wooden carving to Housie. "What an interesting wooden sculpture." The older daughter, CC, who had always been calm and collected, suddenly opened her mouth. Her eyes, for an instant, looked at the wooden carving in Housie's hands. Housie, who had originally thought of befriending Chu Feng, immediately lent his hand and gave the wooden carving to CC. To be honest, Chu Feng had always been paying attention to his eldest daughter, especially after obtaining the upgraded carving ability. Chu Feng's daughter Chu Chu, who had yet to activate her talent. Based on the hobbies of the little darlings, the person who was most likely to have a relevant talent was the eldest daughter who liked elegant styles and loved ornaments. And coming next to the grass house, Chu Feng even noticed, the eldest daughter, CC, with a pair of gleaming beautiful eyes, had been observing some of the carvings in the thatched straw hut. There were wood carvings, root carvings, tooth carvings, jade carvings. Chu Feng could see that the more his eldest daughter looked at them, the more she liked them, and the more intoxicated she became. Chu Feng secretly nodded his head. Originally, he was thinking of helping his younger daughter, Chu Chu, activate her talent. Now, he realized that it was only the eldest daughter, CC, who was interested in carving. However, the eldest daughter, CC, already had 2 talents. It seemed like it was the will of heaven. Chu Feng pondered that he had to think of a way, see if he could help his eldest daughter, CC, activate her sculpting talent. He touched his eldest daughter CC's small head and laughed. "CC, do you like this wood carving?" The eldest daughter nodded. "Dad, this wooden carving is very interesting. It's just that there was a problem at the last moment. The dragon glasses on the wooden carving didn't get it right, otherwise it would have been more interesting." At the edge of the grass hut, Master Lu, who was standing with his hands folded, was stunned for a moment. To the average person, that wooden carving was actually considered a successful carving. Only an insider, and an insider with some ability at that, would be able to notice that the carved Fei Long, on the disposition of his eyes, had a little problem with his hand shaking. A little loli that looked like she was only 4 or 5 years old was able to see that? It was somewhat unbelievable. Immediately after, let Master Lu even more incredible scene appeared. Chapter 61 CC is awesome. The outing continues. Dad, I seem to feel that I've become a little different. The talent activated. And from then on, CC's life became more brilliant and splendid. It was even more magical than in some martial arts novels. When one opens the second chakra, the previous second daughter, Nian Nian, was a good example. That's right, I haven't taken a closer look at my daughter's talent. What exactly is it? Chu Feng looked towards his little darling eldest daughter. CC, Imperial Pupil Technique. Name, Chu CC. Age, 4 years old. Identity, pink sculpted little loli. Talent, painting, music, crafts, intimacy, 95 points. Full value 100 points. TSK. The newly appeared talent was indeed related to sculpting. Somewhat. Handicrafts, like music, covered many aspects. Woodblock prints, puff ash paintings, paper horses, inside paintings, clay sculptures, face sculptures, sugar sculptures, blowing sugar figures, brick carvings, porcelain carvings, micro carvings, puppets, shadow puppets, batik, embroidery, brocade weaving, paper cuttings, kites, face paintings, masks, and other 70 types. CC now has 3 talents, but she was equal to one person with a full several hundred kinds of talents, 70 of those manual arts. As long as CC she wanted to learn, then that was that industry's Rambler Bay. Is it possible to surpass Chu Feng? In terms of carving, that was hard to say. In terms of other crafts, it was definitely able to easily surpass it. If one talent is considered twice as much fun, 70 talents, that would be 70 times the joy. When Chu Feng looked at his daughter's talent, he couldn't help but sigh, in admiration. For me to be able to have such a demonic daughter, it seems that I myself am also extremely demonic. Chu Feng smiled and touched his daughter's small head. As he looked at his daughter, he knew that his daughter, CC, had felt something on her own, but she herself could not say why. That was why the current CC appeared both happy and somewhat puzzled. Chu Feng then directly said, CC, congratulations. Dad just now realized that you have a talent in handicrafts that ordinary people can hardly reach. Handicrafts? What is Dad's handicraft? Is it carving? Chu Feng laughed and hugged his daughter up. CC, handmade is not carving, but carving is one of the handmade arts. Chu Feng told CC that handmade arts covered 70 kinds. He told his eldest daughter that of these 70 kinds, as long as she wanted to learn, she would be able to become a master in that area, at the very least, and still, within a short period of time, one would be able to become a master. Hearing Chu Feng's faint words, CC tilted her little face and laughed. Dad, then am I not very powerful? Grandmaster Lu and Xiaoya, who were kneeling on the ground, both almost couldn't help but jump up and shout at this moment. This is not awesome. This is awesome to the extreme. The two of them, in terms of carving, were considered somewhat talented. Xiaoya had started learning from a young age, and was now considered an excellent beginner. Master Lu, on the other hand, had studied for his entire life, and still held the title of master. But he was, in fact, not yet a true and genuine master. There was still a little bit of fire left. In his lifetime, if Chu Feng did not help him a little, whether or not he could become a true master was still unknown. The two of them were envious beyond measure of CC's talent. Even Lu Ruyan, Lu Kuihesi and the other layman. At that moment, hearing Chu Feng's words, their hearts were also in awe. The little Lolitas, at that moment, were also looking at their big sister in Chu Feng's arms. Of the 3 little Lolitas, 2 had activated their talents. Only the youngest daughter, Chu, temporarily had her talent not yet activated. Big sister, so powerful. Yes, big sister, as long as you are willing, you alone are 70 masters. Yeah, big sister, you'll definitely be as powerful as Dad in the future. After Chu complimented her sister, she was secretly drumming up energy as well. In the future, I'll have to become even more powerful as well. The timid and crybaby Chu, after praising her sister, quietly shed tears. It's like the sisters, they're all so powerful. I'm the only one who's too ordinary. Chu slightly lowered her head, not letting others see the watery mist in her eyes. She thought that no one would see it, but Chu Feng, who possessed several types of god-level abilities, detected it. Chu Feng reached out and hugged Chu as well, a little loli in one hand. Chu, don't be in a hurry either. You and your sisters are all equally excellent. It's just that some opportunity is needed. Only then will you be able to become very good. Chu, don't worry. Daddy will help you. The little loli nodded. Her eyes were still covered in water mist, but on her pretty face that could be blown apart, a smile blossomed like a flower. She sneak attacked generally, and on Chu Feng's cheek, faceted a bit. Chu believed that her own father would not deceive her, Since her father had said that she was also extremely powerful, then it would definitely not be wrong. Chu Feng and his precious daughter interacted affectionately. As for Master Lu and Xiaoya in front of him, he did not intend to pay any attention to them at all. The little Lolitas were kind-hearted, looking at the two kneeling in front of them. One of them, in particular, was still an old grandfather. They were somewhat unable to bear it. CC, who was the eldest sister, had activated her talent just now. It was able to understand the idea of Master Lu and Xiaoya seeking to learn, truly enjoying doing the same thing. One would be willing to put in a lifetime of effort for it. If one's own put Chu Feng, didn't know almost everything and was super powerful, CC estimated that in the future, she might also look for another master to seek learning. She looked at the two people in front of her, who were still kneeling, and seemed to be the two people who would not get up until Chu Feng's father agreed to take them as his disciples. She persuaded, this old grandpa, this big sister, you all get up. My father doesn't want to accept you all as disciples. It's not like you guys are going to be a problem if you keep kneeling down. Hearing the little loli's persuasion, Master Lu and Xiaoya still insisted on not being able to get up. This current opportunity was unattainable for them, although the chances of success were extremely slim, but they all wanted to make another effort. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Hao Zi immediately said, Boss, there are some fun places ahead. You brought your family here. It's also considered an outing. How about I take you to the front to have some fun? Chu Feng, who was planning to go back, heard Hao Zi's words and then looked at his three little darlings. It didn't matter where he went by himself, as long as his big baby, Lu Ruyan, as well as his little baby's three daughters were happy. Going anywhere was good. The little Lolitas had just arrived at Zendeli and hadn't started playing yet, so they naturally didn't want to leave. Daddy, let's go to the front and take a look. Daddy, let's play for a while and then go back. Okay? Daddy, I want to go to a fun place to play. Listening to his daughters voice out their thoughts, Chu Feng readily agreed. The family continued onward with Hao Zi leading the way.